Year 36 of the Mu-Yi calendar, the second great ninja war battlefield of the Rain Country. Yi-san, stay close to me when the fighting starts. Do you remember the battlefield survival rules I taught you? Hi, I remember. A young man in a jonin vest, part of the Kazekage ninja forces, speaks seriously to his younger sister, who graduated early from the ninja academy and came to the battlefield eager to prove herself. Although not blood-related, they are from the same clan, and he has always been her mentor. She was clingy as a child, but now rebellious as she grows up. She doesn't fully agree with his teachings, but due to years of his authority, the little girl still dares not disobey and begins to recite. In a large-scale frontal team battle, using massive chakra techniques is the most foolish thing to do. It will only quickly attract the attention and encirclement of enemy elites. Even if you fight hard and win, there will only be more enemies. Find an enemy slightly weaker than yourself, hold them in a stalemate, and when the opportunity arises, throw a few kunai to help nearby ninja in danger. Save them, and they will be grateful to you from the bottom of their hearts. If several enemies surround you, never fight hidden. Directly lead the enemies toward your allies. 2 against 3, 3 against 5. That's always easier than fighting multiple enemies alone. And if you realize you're outmatched, just run. Yi-san's voice was very low because she felt very embarrassed. I taught you the body flicker technique for so long, just for this moment. Even if the enemy chases you relentlessly, you can lead them into another skirmish. Remember, dead people have no right to speak. Yi Nizan, you are known as the kindest among the jonin. Are you serious? Is this how you earned your reputation? We are ninja with Kage-level. Shouldn't we fight valiantly, earn merits, become heroes, and eventually serve Kazekage? I have always aimed for Kazekage. Karoyer. Yi-san, already showing her back, even at a young age, jumped up and down, insisting that she had graduated early from the ninja academy specifically to earn merits and follow in her brother's footsteps to make a name on the battlefield. But now her first lesson. How can you be so cowardly? Yi skillfully flicked his finger, giving his foolish sister a direct snap on her forehead. What are you talking about? This is the legend of eyes. Here the son of the Hokage becomes Hokage, and the son of the substitute becomes substitute. Do you think the more merits you earn, the more work you do, the more likely you are to become the Kage? Ridiculous. Shut up. If you don't listen, I'll spank you when we get back. They'll flick you so hard you'll be stuck in the mountain and can't be pried out hanging there for a week. You'll be hungry, and worse, you'll soil your pants. Then he'll see how you can act like a big sister in front of your little friends. Yi-san looked at him like he was a demon. Are you serious? You always smiling with squinted eyes and being nice to everyone. How can you be so mean? Are you still my brother? But seeing his serious expression, Yi-san shuddered, remembering the fear of being dominated since childhood. She knew he meant what he said. She squeezed her legs tightly and nodded very seriously, indicating she understood. Yi-yan looked up at the incessant drizzle, the gloomy sky. This was the center of the Second War, the Rain Village. And now it was the critical moment when Kazekage and Konoha were fighting for this land. He felt a touch of melancholy. He had reincarnated into this world of the Legend of Eyes, but unfortunately, he was not in Konoha, the main character's village, but in the sandy Kazekage. And he was a member of the declining clan of Yi-san, a clan that had not awakened a Kage-level for many years. This time, 2 bloodline ninja had emerged. In the early days, Yi-yun followed the clan's ancient texts, practicing Scorch Release and playing the mage style, but after activating his golden finger cheat, his fighting style changed drastically. It begins. Yi-yun shouted, then was the first to rush out of the crowd toward the Konoha forces, looking as brave as possible. The little tail behind him, Yi-san, was instantly inspired. Brother, you were lying to me. Look, you're charging at the front. She gathered her strength and ran after her brother, determined to be second. But soon Yi-san noticed something was wrong. Her brother seemed to go weak in the legs, slowing down as others overtook him, already falling into the middle of the crowd. And he was pulling her, not letting her run too fast. Indeed, you are truly a sly old fox. Yi-san felt her admiration was wasted. But soon she had no time to brood because the war had begun. A large Konoha chunin with a Konoha forehead protector and vest blocked her path, a cruel grin on his face. Even though she had always boasted that she could dominate the battlefield, Yi-san was extremely nervous. She subconsciously looked for the familiar figure, and when she saw it, she almost died of anger. At that moment, her brother Yi-yun was very unscorch release-like, holding a strange sword in one hand. The blade was golden curved, and at the tip it split into 2 points like a snake's tongue. His opponent was also a chunin. Yi-san wanted to curse. Her brother was fighting with that sword, darting around with bizarre swift movements, his opponent unable to even touch his clothes. The opponent already had dozens of deep cuts, bleeding profusely, but none were fatal. The enemy was burning his last chakra and life force, recklessly launching crank ninjutsu, while her brother strolled around dodging leisurely. He was even shouting, "Kawaii," not truly terrifying ninjutsu power. And while she was distracted looking at her brother, the fat enemy ninja also noticed this rookie, just out of the academy, and decisively launched an attack. Expansion technique. Shine, little brat. Ah! The fat ninja was about to slap the distracted Yi Tsong when he felt a stab in his heart and saw a sword tip burning with white flame emerge from his chest. When? How did he get ambushed without feeling anything? Yi Yun pulled out the golden serpent sword, the white flame no longer erupting but tightly coating the blade like a film. The sword seemed alive, writhing as if breathing. He tapped his still dazed sister on the head. This is a battlefield. Be careful. I can't always appear this lucky. No, big brother. I believe you will always appear when I need you. But don't worry, I won't make that mistake again. Is it possible you're jinxing yourself? You said that, and then one day, I really won't be there, and you'll be gone. Alright, since you've gotten used to the battlefield atmosphere, I need to go to my own battlefield. Yi Yun gently stroked the sword until the tip, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he moved like a swift and silent venomous snake lunging toward a Kazekage Jonin who was being battered by a Konoha ninja. The latter, seeing Yi Yun approaching, wisely began to flare his chakra, repeatedly unleashing all the brank and crank ninjutsu he had mastered. The Konoha ninja watched the other's reckless display and couldn't help sneering. How pitiful and weak. How do you even have the nerve to call yourself a Jonin with such mediocre skill? What if in my eyes you are nothing special either? At that moment a cold sneer echoed in the Konoha ninja's ear, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. A searing flame rapidly invaded his body, and then he felt nothing more. Yi Yun pulled out his sword and casually pushed over the Konoha Jonin, whose body had been turned into a dried husk by the scorch release burning from within. Thank you so much, Jonin Yi Yun, for the rescue. After the war, I will visit your clan to pay my respects. You're too kind. May your fortune in battle be great. The two did not exchange further pleasantries, and each went to find their next opponent. The former roared again and charged at a Konoha Jonin who had just killed a Kazekage Jonin, while Yi Yun found another weak target near Yi Tsong, slowly cutting at him with his sword while occasionally rescuing nearby comrades. When encountering polite ninjas who remembered the favor, he paid them extra attention and saved them again if possible. For those who showed no gratitude after being saved, Yi Yun simply noted their faces in his mental notebook and never saved them again. Or if he was surrounded by enemies, he would lead them toward that ungrateful ninja, let them fight it out, and then escape when the ally fell. The battle had lasted a full 3 hours. The intensity had now dropped to a low point. Most ninjas were running on sheer willpower, their chakra long exhausted, unable to squeeze out another jutsu, and had thrown all their weapons. The survivors on both sides had tacitly stopped fighting and split into 2 groups, waiting for the result of the Kage-level battle. Of course, this majority did not include Yi Yun. What a tough battle. Yi Yun raised his hand to wipe the first drop of sweat from his forehead. Yi Tsong slumped undignifiedly at her brother's feet, gasping heavily. After seeing that her brother wasn't even out of breath, she felt a strong urge to shout, "How come I don't feel your hardship, Nizan?" But she was also very curious. How had her brother's fighting style become close-quarters combat? Wasn't their clan a Kekei Genkai clan? Wasn't everyone supposed to just throw huge fireballs? It seemed Yi Yun only coated his weapon with scorch-release chakra. That was very ninja, but it was not very Naruto. Rest well. Eat your soldier pills quickly. The battle is not over yet. Once the Kage-level battle is decided, the winner might order a full pursuit. Then we'll need to run. Yes, Nizan. Yi Yun glanced at his sister, who had already started taking pills to restore her chakra, grabbed her, and with a flash appeared at a nearby high point to watch the Kage-level battle. After resting a while and eating soldier pills, Yi Tsong felt much better and seemed to be full of energy again. She hopped around watching and then asked her brother in a deliberately lowered voice full of curiosity, "Nizan, do you think we can win this Kage-level battle? And by the way, Nizan, have you reached Kage-level?" Knowing his sister was stubborn and full of endless questions, and that she would pester him to death if he didn't answer, Yi Yun didn't hide the truth from her. "We probably can't win. We're countered. The third Kazekage has the advantage against Orochimaru, but Grandma Chio and Ebizu are countered by Tsunade and Jiraiya." Yi Tsong let out a disappointed ah and looked toward the distance, then at the remaining ninjas around them. After the battle was decided, she didn't know how many would be chased down and killed. "What about you, Nizan? If you join, could you turn the tide?" Yi Tsong shook her brother's arm vigorously. Yi Yun's face turned cold. He turned back and looked at Yi Tsong without any emotion. "Are you trying to be a leaky cotton-padded jacket? You want your Nizan to go fight for his life? Are you always a weasel like Itachi?" Seeing her brother genuinely angry, Yi Tsong immediately stood straight and obediently indicating she knew she was wrong. "I was just curious about your strength, big brother. You are my brother and the hope of our clan's revival. How could I ever want you to take risks?" Good that you know. Do you remember how we were bullied by ninjas from other clans before I became a Jonin? Our clan's businesses and properties were taken over by those people. If I entered the Kage-level battlefield, now even in an unknown fight, I would only have a 30% chance of survival. What's more, those three fight as a team. If they hit me with a combo, I'd be dead in one blow. If I'm gone, the clan won't receive hero compensation. They'll only be squeezed and oppressed even more. You with only Chunin strength could be taken away quietly, and you'd be forced into a life of misery and servitude. In this twisted world, did you think only Konoha had bullying? Don't be naive. Everyone here is harsh. The more impoverished the place, the worse the bullying. Not to mention us. There was a ruthless man in Sunagakure named Monzaemon, the founder of the Puppet Masters. But what about his clan? His legacy? It was gradually confiscated. And Naruto next door suffered even more. His mother was a super-rich woman who owned several commercial streets. But what happened? Later, Naruto lived in a small apartment, dirt poor. As he spoke of the clan's fate if he rushed into play hero, Yi-Yun's voice grew colder. Yi-Tsang lowered her head deeply. She didn't understand why things were like this. It completely contradicted what the Ninja Academy taught about sacrifice fighting for Sunagakure and the village remembering heroes. But she still knew what her brother said must be right. She really didn't want to end up being captured by another clan as a breeding sow before she grew strong. So she stood straight, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Nizan. I will study all your teachings carefully. Remember that. But I am not far from that level. I will definitely stand at the pinnacle of this ninja world." He was about to turn 19, and his golden finger was about to refresh. Yi-Yun's golden finger was also quite straightforward. He had originally thought he had no such advantage and would just spend his life practicing fireballs, but on his 18th birthday, it arrived directly. The rules were simple. Each year he would receive a 3-choice reward, and the first year's reward was a cultivation technique. The choices at 18 were bewildering. The first was a terrifying martial arts manual, the life gambling art from Chinese hero, which directly consumed lifespan. 10 years of life doubled one's strength, and 30 years tripled it. The second was the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies, I Alone Supreme art, from Jin Yong's martial arts originally from Tianshan Tonglao. The third was the one he was now practicing, the Golden Snake secret code from Jin, Shi Longju and Xiaoxue. He eliminated the 2 flawed techniques one by one, finally, choosing the one he now used. A comprehensive system combining swordsmanship, movement techniques, internal energy, hidden weapons and poisons. It was a very complete set, though a bit sneaky. But was sneakiness a flaw? Moreover, the Golden Finger's prompt indicated that as his strength increased, the techniques he obtained each year would gradually improve. He also discovered that the techniques he obtained could be adapted to chakra. Chakra began to circulate through his 8 extraordinary meridians, slowly opening acupoints, and completing the great cycle, advancing from the Chi-sensing stage to the Hotian realm. Now he was only one step away from reaching the Xiantian realm, the perfection of Hotian. In less than a month, he would see the year's reward selection again. Whether he obtained a new reward or broke through to Shintian, he would likely leap directly to Kage-level combat power. When Yi-Tsang heard that her brother was also approaching Kage-level strength, her small face filled with excitement. The clan would soon have another Kage-level powerhouse, and such a young one at that. Could her elder brother eventually sit on the Kazekage throne of Sunagakure? Perhaps in the near future she would stand here while her brother would be on the battlefield below, witnessing the recognition of a generation of strength by numerous shinobi, and the clan would regain its peak prestige. Pay attention, the battle is almost over. However, this engagement should be a 40-60 split. Konoha probably won't pursue too aggressively. Yi-Yun saw that both sides' Kage-level fighters were nearing their limits, having reorganized their formations, and knew this battle was finally coming to an end. But there was still some fight left, especially with the advantage of the third Kazekage, who was hailed as the strongest. The enemy likely wouldn't order a continued pursuit. After all, the third was a master of group battles. Knowing magnet release didn't mean he couldn't use sand. If you angered the third Kazekage, wouldn't he unleash a sandstorm burial and exchange low-level shinobi with the Sannin? On the opposing side, when the Sannin saw the third Kazekage leading Chiyo and Ebizo away from the battlefield, a minor conflict erupted among them. Without a doubt, Orochimaru wanted to launch a full-scale assault, even if it meant exchanging losses to crush Sunagakure's forces and supplies here, effectively ending the war. After all, Konoha could still reinforce, but could Sunagakure continue fighting after losing these key personnel? Such a cold-blooded and cruel exchange plan naturally met with opposition from Jiraiya and Tsunade. Even though Orochimaru was the commander-in-chief, Tsunade wouldn't care if she was provoked. Many of her clan members were caught in this battle. Orochimaru didn't insist. After all, even if they won the battle, he would face trouble back in the village. It was truly a thankless and disadvantageous move. He preferred to let the war bleed slowly. Both sides then began gathering their surviving lucky personnel, collecting corpses, and supporting the wounded back to their camps. Back at the camp, Yi-Yun's tent for Jonin was soon filled with grateful shinobi. Yi-Tsang, standing nearby, quietly counted. At least 20 shinobi had come, including 7 or 8 Jonin. A vague concept began to form in her mind. If one battle accumulated so many debts of gratitude, what about an entire campaign? Would these Jonin or Chunin, who later became Jonin, support her brother at the crucial moment of the Kazekage election? So her brother had been aiming for that position all along. Jonin Yi Yun, the command summons a Jonin meeting. At that moment, an ANBU shinobi appeared at the tent entrance and conveyed the order. Yi Yun didn't delay. Leaving Yi Tsang behind, he used the body flicker technique to head directly to the command post. Along the way, Jonin converged from all directions. After entering the meeting tent, no one engaged in idle chatter, as the expressions of the higher-ups were grim, especially Chiyo, whose face looked as if she had lost her son. Konoha has opened a new battlefield targeting our village's direction and supply lines. The leader is Hitaki Tsukumo. Kayasama's son and daughter-in-law have both sacrificed themselves for son, so it really was true that her son had died. Yi Yun also joined the others in wearing a sorrowful and grieving expression, but inwardly, he kept muttering, "Damn it, don't pick me." Hitaki Tsukumo might be a political fool, but he was ferocious in combat, and a speed-type high-speed assault swordsman like himself. Faceta faced the odds of victory were slim. Even if he could escape, it would likely cost him dearly. The third Kazekage above didn't bother with inspirational speeches. He directly named over a dozen Jonin to accompany him back for defense. He dared not let Chiyo with her reddened eyes return. If she charged recklessly, she might end up dead, and the war would be lost immediately. Hitaki Tsukumo, a breakthrough-type fighter, was very effective against puppeteers. Chiyo was also getting older. In a direct confrontation, the best possible outcome was for her to sacrifice herself using poison to take down Tsukumo. The third Kazekage, however, was different. His magnet release was more suitable for facing Tsukumo. When thinking of Yi Yun, the third Kazekage pondered for a long time, but finally decided to skip him. Yi Yun was a shinobi of the same type as Hitaki Tsukumo and a bloodline limit user. There was a high chance that when Tsukumo came to kill him, he could self-destruct with Scorch Release, likely injuring the opponent, but that would be the extent of it. Using an opportunity to injure in exchange for a future pillar of Kage-level bloodline, Ninja the Third chose to preserve. Few I passed, but the ones left behind won't have an easy time either. Yi Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the third in this batch of Jonin gone, the situation, already lacking in both quantity and quality, would become even harder to fight. Not to mention others who would face Orochimaru among the Sannin. Jonin Maki Jonin Iga Jonin, Zwolyang Jonin, Yi Yun, plus a squad of puppeteers. I need you to hold back Orochimaru. After selecting the team, the third Kazekage did not linger and immediately used the body flicker technique to leave the meeting site with his men, entrusting the command here to Grandma Chiyo and Ebizo. Grandma Chiyo right from the start gave Yi Yun a harsh task. Damn it, I suddenly regret this. I might as well go back. How are we supposed to fight Orochimaru with our heads? It's pure suicide, isn't it? Not to mention anything else, just look at that huge Manda. How are we supposed to fight it? The opponent has Sage Chakra. Even if I stab my Scorch Release into it to directly evaporate the water in Manda's body, it would probably be very difficult. My damage would truly become like scraping a mosquito bite. If I don't go after Manda, and I go stab Orochimaru instead, I can stab him and infuse Scorch Release Chakra, which would deal considerable damage. But the trouble is he's a slippery snake. He spits snakes, and snakes spit him, and he's instantly back on his feet. But if I retreat a step too slow and get caught, he'll probably be firmly bitten by Orochimaru. Everyone, if we just hold out through this battle, we can cover the retreat of supplies. Then everyone can catch their breath and wait for the subsequent developments. Inoki's forces from Awagakure are already on their way. Everyone will tacitly target Konoha first. Oh wow, is this near the end of the Second War? Inoki's Awagakure has finally joined the battlefield. Then the situation here will become even more delicate. 3 great nations plus the local Amigakure with its demigod. This chaotic battle is nothing short of a meat grinder. Grandma Chiyo, suppressing the pain in her heart, didn't linger a moment longer after giving instructions. She directly used the body flicker technique and vanished from the spot. Maki had no intention of letting the others go. He gathered the team that would go together to stall Orochimaru and began discussing various tactics. When facing Orochimaru, we cannot treat him as just a Kage-level combatant. His summoning beast Manda is also a problem that must be considered. My opinion is that Jonin Yi Yun, you find a way to stall Manda. Yi Yun frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded. However, he also laid down the ground rules. He could only try his best to attract the opponent's attention. If the opponent completely ignored him, he might not have the ability to break through its defense and anger it into chasing him. If it turned around and ran into the ordinary Sunagakure ninjas to feast, he wouldn't take the blame. Maki frowned upon hearing this, then looked at the remaining people one by one. Everyone shrugged. Yi Yun could rely on his speed to dodge, but the rest were either puppeteers or ninjutsu-type ninjas. Facing Manda would be pure suicide, wouldn't it? Well, I'll attack Manda at the start, giving Jonin Yi Yun an opportunity to land a finishing blow. I believe your Scorch Release still has a chance to damage Manda. Once we anger at Orochimaru, we'll no longer be able to control Manda. Soon they came up with a tactic. Everyone would create an attack opportunity for Yi Yun, allowing him to deal a heavy blow to Manda. Then Manda should no longer go to that battlefield and start a feast. Yi Yun thought about it, and also felt this plan was feasible. Moreover, compared to directly exchanging blows with Orochimaru, he would rather lead the snake around. Maki and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. With 4 Jonin and a puppet squad, they could still hold off Orochimaru for a while by covering each other. But if they had to face Manda directly, the puppets of the puppet squad would all be destroyed by a single tail swipe. As for using poison, Manda's skin and scales are no joke. Besides, what poison could harm a snake from Ryuchi Cave? Alright, with the tactics agreed upon, the group didn't waste any more words. They each went back to prepare and also wrote their final words. Whether it was telling their wives to take care of the children or to find a reliable man to marry later, Ian didn't know and didn't want to know. Nanny, brother, are you really going to fight Orochimaru? It's all my fault. Why did I have to bring this up? You must be in great danger. Yitsong heard about the 3rd Kazekage's return and the latest changes on the battlefield. She immediately became so anxious that tears streamed down her face. How could this happen? Her good big brother was actually going to face such a dangerous person. Relax, my opponent is Manda, and I don't have to defeat it. As long as I lure Manda away, my mission will be successfully completed. You know that. Your brother's specialty is running away. There won't be any problem. But what I'm worried about is you. Did you remember my teachings today? If I ever find out that you're playing hero on the battlefield, it'll show you what cruelty means. Brother, I want. He'll definitely listen to you. He'll go back to the Genin formation and obediently find a Konoha Genin to fight slowly. He'll use shuriken and kunai to save people when I have the chance. I absolutely won't use large-scale scorch release techniques to blast everyone. Yitsong's small face was covered with tears as she earnestly made promises to her brother, whom she had been calling brother for 11 years. Ever since she was detected to have a Kekei Genkai, she had been living with her clan elder brother Yi Yun, who taught her cultivation and combat techniques. She had also changed her address to call him brother. At this moment, she truly understood the cruelty of war. The battles were never the imagined duels between evenly matched opponents. The original Kage-level battlefield had unexpectedly devolved to the point where Jonin had to sacrifice their lives to stall the enemy. The next day, Konoha, with its Byakugan as a reconnaissance asset, naturally discovered the 3rd Kazekage, leaving with his men. Orochimaru, without a moment's hesitation, advanced with all his forces. Meanwhile, Sunagakure, under the leadership of Grand Machio, had also set up a defensive formation in the camp. The roads leading to the camp were filled with explosive tags and various traps, and ninjas kept jumping out to launch surprise attacks and block the enemy. Summoning technique. X3. In response, the 3 Sannin acted directly, and 3 massive summoned beasts appeared on the battlefield, charging straight ahead and crushing the previous trap formations. They charged straight toward the camp. The 3 stood on their summoned beasts, looking mighty. The Konoha ninjas behind them were naturally full of fighting spirit, determined to slaughter all these sand-eating hicks here today. For Sunagakure, fight fiercely. Grand Machio, clearly not skilled in taunts, threw out a lukewarm remark before directly engaging her old rival Tsunade. Ebizo, with a grim expression, rushed toward Jiraiya. It's our turn, everyone. Let's unleash our strongest combat techniques. Yian watched for an opportunity. Yes. Maki, leading the team from yesterday, also used the body flicker technique to rush toward Orochimaru's location. As they ran, they all formed hand seals and unleashed their most powerful high-level ninjutsu. Red secret technique. Earth release mountain collapse technique. Sand prison. Yian followed behind the others, launching large scorch release fireballs toward Wan Shi. However, these attacks struck Wan Shi without causing any harm. The only effective move was when the earth release ninja and the sand manipulating clan created quicksand to trap Wan Shi, but the cost was a frantic drain of chakra, as if it were limitless. Jonin Yi Yun, hurry. The sand controlling ninja and the earth release ninja continuously maintained their techniques. After the first wave of attacks, the others were unable to organize another collective assault for Shiwan had no interest in watching such antics, and had already charged forward. The 2 sides were now locked in close combat, leaving only the 2 to assist Yi Yun in luring Wan Shi away. Without needing the 2 to remind him, Yi Yun had long stopped wasting time with fireballs. He had transformed into a dark shadow, darting left and right close to the ground, swiftly and silently charging straight toward Wan Shi. Where should I stab? Yi Yun thought it would be better if he were fighting a toad, as he could imitate Naruto's 1,000 years of death to stab it. But this snake has no rear entrance. So the only option was to stab its eyes. Haha, don't be ridiculous. Creatures have instincts, and Wan Shi is just too damn huge. If I jump up to stab it, don't you think Wan Shi would just gobble me up in one crunchy bite? Moreover, the vital spot 7 inches from the head was now buried under the sand. With this area effect technique, if I jump down, my teammates wouldn't be able to control the situation to assist me. Then let's give it a try. Let's see if my sword can cut off your little tail. Yi Yun charged straight for Wan Shi's tail, moving silently until he neared it. With a swift motion of his right hand at his waist, the golden snake sword, which was secured at his belt, trembled and swayed. He planted his feet, channeling his technique and scorch release chakra at full power. His left hand, like caressing a lover, gently stroked the sword from bottom to top. As he did so, the golden snake sword erupted with orange flames, which quickly transformed into white flames. Instead of blazing fiercely, the flames that had erupted were compressed by Yi Yun, condensing continuously onto the surface of the golden snake sword. Having completed this charging move, Yi Yun activated the golden snake swimming body step. His body remained in the posture of drawing the sword, but in the next instant he transformed into a blur of afterimages, instantly reaching the tip of Wan Shi's thrashing tail. Following the direction of the tail's swing, Yi Yun clung to it, like a snake moving along its trajectory. Instead of swinging the golden snake sword to slash, the sword itself seemed to come alive, wrapping around the tail tip. The 2 points of the sword, like sharp fangs, viciously pierced into the gaps between Wan Shi's scales. The scorch release chakra flame, originally compressed to over 1,000 degrees on the golden snake sword, naturally poured into the wound like a relentless leech. Yi Yun did not continue to convert and inject more chakra from his body. Once the flame on the sword was fully infused, he wasted no time. He withdrew the golden snake sword from the tail, lightly tapped his toes on the tail, and used the recoil to leap away. And at the moment of that light tap and departure, he directly detonated the infused scorch release chakra. Almost simultaneously with his departure, the flame burst open in the same instant, splattering flesh and blood along with Wan Shi's instinctive tail whip from the excruciating pain followed closely. Yi Yun pushed the golden snake's swimming body step to its limits, his body moving as if boneless, constantly executing extreme acrobatic maneuvers. Roar! You damned little insect, I'll kill you. With a booming explosion, Wan Shi watched as his massive tail was blown off. The pain shattered his composure. He howled in agony on the spot, while also letting out a furious roar. I actually blew off its tail. Yi Yun was also delighted. The tail is extremely important to a snake. The pain is comparable to a man having his testicles and manhood severed. Most critically, the tail is the core organ for propulsion. Losing the tail reduces a normal snake's movement speed by about 60 and makes turning very clumsy. Well done, Jonin and Yi Yun, both echoed. The assisting sand-controlling clan and earth-release ninja also withdrew their techniques. Seeing Wan Shi still wailing in place, they excitedly cheered. The commotion drew many glances from other battlefields. Da Shiwan frowned deeply. Wan Shi, how have you become so weak? Letting a junior cut off your tail like that. Scorch release. Quite interesting. I really want to study his body. Grandma Qiandai and Hai Laozong exchanged a glance, a hint of joy in their eyes. They hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Originally, they had feared that the combination of Da Shiwan and Wan Shi would directly slaughter the interception squad, causing a collapse of morale among the ordinary ninja forces. Unexpectedly, Wan Shi had suffered a major loss. Yi Yun didn't stop his movements, but he naturally didn't go to finish off Wan Shi by stabbing again. Instead, he ran over, took out a storage scroll, and collected the severed tail tip of Wan Shi. How delightful. Later he'll roast Wan Shi's meat. Well, as someone from Huaguo, when encountering strange and unusual things, it's only natural to think about whether they can be eaten, isn't it? Even if I found an alien ID, put it in a jar to soak in liquor. You little insect, will kill you. Wan Shi finally managed to suppress the pain with rage. He turned his head, eyes bloodshot, as he stared at Yi Yun and let out an angry roar. Hep. Yi Yun chuckled lightly, casually conjured a large fireball and hurled it at Wan Shi's head. After throwing it, he didn't look back and directly fled, heading into the distant forested mountains. This provocative act naturally infuriated Wan Shi even more. He writhed his body and charged recklessly in pursuit. Da Shiwan watched coldly, choosing not to call out to stop Wan Shi. He knew too well the unruly nature of his summoning beast. Even summoning it required offering sacrifices or a buffet. This time Wan Shi had suffered such a great loss, how could it still listen to his commands? Even summoning it required offering sacrifices or a buffet. This time Wan Shi had glancing at the direction Wan Shi had gone, Da Shiwan turned his head and looked at the intercepting squad composed of several elite jonin from Sunagakure. His gaze turned even colder. It seems I need to be a bit more serious. Don't underestimate our little bastard. Even if you are Da Shiwan, so what? It seems I need to be a bit more serious. Ma Ji and the others saw that Yi Yun had excellently completed his task. As his seniors, how could they be willing to be outdone by a junior? One by one they roared. Today, as long as we still have a breath left, Da Shiwan, you will never take a single step beyond the line. Seeing the confident expressions of the group, Da Shiwan couldn't help but smile. Very well then, let's have some fun. Summoning technique, 10,000 snakes formation. The Shiwan formed hand seals, then bent over and opened his mouth, spewing out tens of thousands of venomous snakes in an endless stream, forming a tidal wave of snakes that flooded the battlefield. How was it broken through? Tisk, it really looks tragic. In the evening, after toiling for several hours, Yiyun once again bounced back to the camp using the body flicker technique. Gently dusting off his clothes, he surveyed the shattered camp, the logistics ninjas cleaning up, and the occasional agonized cries. He could roughly imagine that this battle had likely ended in a crushing defeat. Sigh, I just hope my cute little sister Yitsong is safe. Although she is a bit daft, she is still very adorable. For over a decade, she had been like a little tail behind him, calling him Nizan. She was one of the few people he truly cared about, provided this little cotton-padded jacket didn't leak. Joan and Yi in the command center request your presence. Just as he was about to head to his tent, an ANBU ninja appeared before him. As Yi followed the ANBU ninja toward the command center, he asked if the ninja knew about his sister Yitsong's whereabouts. The ANBU, apparently having done his homework, explained that Yitsong had survived this round. When saying this, the ANBU's expression was somewhat odd. After all, the moment the battle situation collapsed, Yitsong, a mere genin cannon fodder, had used the body flicker technique to flee with remarkable speed. Isn't your clan a Kekei Jinkai clan? How come everyone is taking the agility route? Then Yiyin asked the ANBU for more details about the battle. It seemed the situation was not ideal. Far from ideal. We'll rest here briefly, then retreat the camp. This time Orochimaru went all out, recklessly unleashing over a dozen rank ninjutsu, as if they cost nothing. Combined with the snake horde from Ryuchi Cave, the intercepting squad suffered heavy casualties. Only Maki and the sand-controlling ninja survived, both severely injured and poisoned. Although Granny Chiyo managed to detoxify them, they still hadn't regained consciousness. Without the intercepting squad to stop him, Orochimaru led the Konoha ninjas straight through the camp, destroyed all supplies, and then withdrew. Hearing this, Yiyun fell silent, not exactly grieving for his comrades, but rather pondering whether he could have escaped unscathed under such circumstances. Jonin Yiyun has arrived. The ANBU led him into the command tent, announced his presence, and vanished in a flash. Inside sat Granny Chiyo and Ebizo. Granny Chiyo bowed her head without reaction, while Ebizo smiled warmly and greeted Yiyun, inviting him to sit and chat. Jonin Yiyun, you performed excellently this time. Well done. Was your subsequent fight with Manda smooth? Of course it was smooth. A tailless snake. How could it be hard to toy with? Yiyun gestured wildly, describing how Manda's massive body barreled about, and how he barely dodged a strike from the tailless tail, spitting blood and groaning. If not for the luck that Manda's summoning time, if they later made him go after Orochimaru, that would be a disaster. Yiyun gestured wildly, describing how Manda's massive body barreled about, and how he barely dodged a strike from the tailless tail, spitting blood and groaning. If not for the luck that Manda's summoning time expired, he would definitely have been done. Ebizo might or might not have believed him, but on the surface he showed great concern, exclaiming, "Thank goodness. Otherwise Sunagakure would lose a pillar of the future." Faced with such flattery, Yiyun repeatedly expressed humility, claiming he was merely a specialized ninja who would be utterly helpless against large-scale attacks. Ebizo and Chiyo frowned at this, but they knew he wasn't wrong. Yiyun could dodge Manda, but if the enemy were Orochimaru launching a barrage of wide area combos, Yiyun couldn't even get close. If he were a bit slower and got caught, he would be overwhelmed by consecutive jutsu and finished off quickly. Even if he managed to close in at great cost, Orochimaru, that sly old fox, would bite back if stabbed. Orochimaru could take a hit from Yiyun, maybe spit himself out using some chakra, but if Yiyun were hit by a poisonous snake or technique, he would be done for. Seeing their expressions, Yiyun cursed inwardly. These two old bastards really think I'm useful and want to work me to death. Today Konoha's ninjas only withdrew because their chakra ran out. Tomorrow, he had already decided if they asked him to go, he would slack off, throw a fireball at Orochimaru from a distance, and run if chased. As long as the distance was far enough, Orochimaru couldn't hit him. But that sly fox would surely kill ordinary ninjas on his side. Then he would go back to lobbing harmless fireballs. Kill who you want to. I've done my best. Today Konoha's ninjas only withdrew because their chakra ran out. Tomorrow, knowing Orochimaru, he will surely attack again, and the casualties will be severe. We might even be completely annihilated. These are the core strength of our Sunagakure, the pillars of our village. Ebizo spoke with great pain. Yiyun listened to his sob story, but said nothing. He lowered his head in a thoughtful pose. Damn it, do you think I'm a child? I can run faster than both of you. You'll die before I do. You eat the meat, you carry the pot. I'd be crazy to feed myself to Orochimaru. Fine. Your clan's assets. He'll order them to return half to the Yi clan, no to your name, as compensation for this risky mission. How about it? Granny Chiyo stopped Ebizo's performance and chose a different approach. Money. If the 1,000+ ninjas in the camp were all lost, Sunagakure would be severely crippled. It would take at least a decade to recover. Compared to those losses, forcing those who had taken the Yi clan's property to spit some back was the optimal solution. After all, as Yi Yun's strength grew, those people would have to return it sooner or later. Through investigations, Granny Chio had discovered many things. Every battle, Yi Yun would lure enemies near those clan ninjas using Konoha's hands to weaken them. He had already caused over a dozen deaths. But what did that matter to her? Yi Yun's value was higher and his future prospects greater. She intended to build a good relationship with him, but that wouldn't stop her from assigning him more dangerous missions. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. A strong man grows and proves himself through blood and fire. Okay, but I need to change opponents. He'll handle Tsunade, but you'll need to arrange someone else for the slug. Yi Yun didn't refuse because the offer was simply too good. Grandmother Kyo's wrinkled face strained to squeeze out a smile. This would work. Against a violent woman like Tsunade who relied on her thick skin and ability to detoxify, and who would come smashing her puppets, she had no good counter. Orochimaru's ninjutsu was formidable, but she had inherited the puppets of Zhuang Min Yue, which included a technique that could absorb ninja. Orochimaru's ninjutsu was formidable, but she had inherited the puppets of Zhuang Min Yue, which included a technique that could absorb ninjutsu damage. If Orochimaru wasn't afraid of mutual damage, wasn't that convenient? Her puppets weren't afraid of trading blows either. As for finding someone to hold off the slug, that was also manageable. It was the least aggressive of the three summoning beasts. Scouring the remaining Jonin, she could still assemble a team to withstand it. Excellent. Jonin Yi Yun, only through real combat against a cage-level opponent amidst blood and fire can you achieve the sublimation of your will and become a cage-level powerhouse. Chakra is an extension of physical and spiritual energy, likewise an extension of will. What makes a cage level strong is the transformation of chakra. The same level of technique, the same amount of chakra, yet the difference in power is never due to skill, but the purity of chakra influenced by the sublimation of will. Chio imparted how to attain cage level. Yi Yun pondered, always hearing about cage level, but he never truly understood what it meant or how to recognize it. So this was the process. This was indeed very anime-like. They really enjoyed this trope. Over in One Piece, it was the same path. Strong-willed fighters like Garp could punch through an island with a basic attack, while those who lost their will couldn't even use armament haki, as seen with Crocodile. In the world of Naruto, Jonin had to master the nature and form transformations of chakra, while cage level incorporated will, or one's spirit. To put it in terms understandable to the Chinese, cage level chakra was the product of the trinity of essence, energy, and spirit continuously refined. So I can enjoy sneaking attacks and slacking off, but deep inside, I must never allow myself to fear facing the strong. Interesting. Yi Yun's usual smiling expression changed, his eyes growing colder. The chakra within him began to surge through his body, and he gradually sensed his chakra starting to transform, as if being tempered and compressed by an invisible will. The familiar burning sensation slowly settled, replaced by an indescribable condensation and coldness, not a physical cold, but a sharp, well, that seemed to freeze life and pierce through everything. Seeing the gray-white, almost tangible chakra swirls around Yi Yun, the surrounding air seemed to twist and solidify, carrying a chilling erosion that made one's heart tremble. Chio revealed a stunned smile. Clap, clap, clap. Truly an enviable talent. Do not worry about the change in your chakra. It is the manifestation of your inner will. Congratulations, Yi Yun, you have stepped onto the threshold of cage level. Once the chakra transformation is complete, your strength will greatly increase. But you must also be careful. Well, if your will collapses, even though your chakra retains cage-level quality, you will be like a child wielding a great hammer. Able to use it, but with great effort. Go fight, temper your will. Remember, only blood and fire can forge a true strong. Thank you for your guidance. I will remember this debt of gratitude. Yi Yun bowed lightly in gratitude. He never expected to achieve the cage level he longed for so silently in this conversation. Truly, a single true teaching is worth 10,000 books of falsehood. That ancient saying does not deceive. His clan had been in decline for too long. They had no such teachings. Actually, even without my reminder, as you grow older, you would still reach the threshold of cage level. Otherwise, why do you think Kekei Genkai Ninja are so valuable? Kekei Genkai is formed when the first-generation cage-level powerhouse's extreme refinement of chakra achieves nature fusion, creating a new nature transformation. Hence the various forms of Kekei Genkai. But relying on bloodline power to reach cage level will naturally fall short in subsequent growth. However, you are different, Yi Yun. You will become a true strong. I hope you continue on this path well. So that's it. Yi Yun suddenly understood why the same Kekei Genkai could be used in vastly different ways. Take magnet release Shane's and Li Yin's were completely different directions. Among lava release, the Iwagakure version was like Chi Quan's, while Zhao Mei Ming's was another style entirely. And this explained Zhao Mei Ming's strength. Why she with two Kekei Genkai always gave off a feeling of not being as impressive. This was the difference between the bloodline path and the will path. He had achieved Kage level through the latter, but the latter drove the former. Once his transformation was complete, he would naturally belong to the stronger category among Kage level. Feeling an extreme pleasure throughout his body, a life evolution of being reborn, Yin almost couldn't help but transform into one of the Uchiha's 3 mad laughers. Nizan, are you okay? Returning to his tent the moment he entered, he felt a familiar figure rush over. Yitsong sobbing threw herself into his arms. Don't worry, your big brother is best at running away. Nothing will happen. But I heard about your deeds too. Well done. You really take after me. He gently ruffled the little girl's hair, messing it up. She stomped her feet with a displeased hum, but happy to be praised by her brother, she exclaimed that she would definitely run faster next time. Haha, Yiyun was very satisfied with the second sly one he had raised. Let's have an extra meal tonight. We've got something good. Nizan will grill some snake meat for you. It's super fragrant. Yitsong looked at her brother in horror as he skillfully took out a storage scroll. Bam! With a sound, a meter-long tail of Manda tumbled out. He then took another storage scroll, pulled out grilling tools and seasonings, and happily rolled up his sleeves to start cooking. Nizan, just put it down. Let me do it. Every time you grill meat it smells good, but it's always raw inside. Yitsong pushed her brother away directly. This was the only weakness she had discovered in him. His cooking was truly terrible. And he always liked to try new things, wanting to taste everything. Yiyan didn't argue. Although he enjoyed cooking himself, he was quite aware of his own limitations. Unlike him, at least Yitsong's cooking was decent. Yitsong, with her small stature, held the snake tail and frowned as she pondered what to do. Meanwhile, Yiyan stepped outside the tent, gently drew the golden snake's sword from his waist, and began to slowly wield it. This sword technique was completely different from traditional sword styles. It emphasized never fighting heat and being swift and silent with bizarre movement. After obtaining this manual, he devoted himself to developing a set of ambush tactics, incorporating the chakra nature of Scorch Release. However, Granny Kyo's words today gave him a new insight. It wasn't that he would charge forward with reckless abandon, but rather that he gained a new perspective on attacks. As Yi Yun's movements gradually accelerated, his body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of tangible chakra that became increasingly clear like a coat. The golden snake sword stretched and twisted like a living serpent, darting and flashing. The chakra also seemed to come alive, transforming into long snakes that swirled around the sword at a distance. With each strike of the golden snake, it was as if a swarm of living snakes surged forward to assault the target. Crucially, these snake swarms inherited the snake's agility and keenness, darting left and right, dazzling the eyes, while also carrying explosive Scorch Release or clinging like a stubborn affliction. Yi Yun directed an attack at a large tree. The orange chakra snakes plunged into it, and then dull sounds rumbled from within the tree, culminating in an eruption at the topmost branches. Whoosh! Several Umbu and nearby ninjas hurried over. Seeing that the commotion was caused by Yi Yun, they didn't ask further and simply turned back. Brother, that move is so cool. Yitsong, who was removing scales, heard the noise and ran out. Seeing the chakra snakes swirling around, Yi Yun, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Haha, cool, right? When you reach Kage level, you'll be able to develop it too. What? Yitsong tilted her head in disbelief. She thought she just heard her brother mention Kage level. Yi Yun nodded seriously at her inquiring gaze, led her inside, and briefly explained today's gains. He had now stepped onto the threshold, but the transformation of his chakra would require time and training. So next time you need to fight one of those 3, will it be dangerous? Don't worry, I'm best at escaping. Rest assured. Hurry up and grill the meat. I need to replenish my nutrition. Yitsong lowered her head, lost in thought, then obediently carried the snake tail outside to continue working. At night, the two stared intently at the skewered snake meat over the fire. Yitsong, smelling the aroma, felt both tempted and worried. Is it really safe to eat this? Yiyan looked at himself, then at Yitsong, and thought it over. It seemed not quite right to use his little sister as a guinea pig, didn't it? Besides, one, she didn't look poisonous. Just eat it. So he directly grabbed a skewer of grilled snake meat and happily stuffed it into his mouth. My. After taking a bite, as the snake meat entered his stomach, Yiyan stiffened and closed his eyes. Yitsong was about to reach for some herself, but seeing her brother's expression, she panicked and quickly reached over to check if Yiyan was still breathing. There's residual chakra in this. I don't think you can eat it. After a long moment, Yiyan opened his eyes again. Damn it, the good news is that there's sage energy in it. The bad news is that I sensed a will within it. If I hadn't already stepped onto the threshold of Kage level, I would never have noticed it, and would only feel that the meat is highly nourishing. Yitsong immediately withdrew her small hand. If I eat too much of this one, I turn into a snake. Big brother, maybe we should stop eating. Especially now, seeing Yi Yun eat a piece, close his eyes, then after a while take another piece, and continue gnawing. The scene looked increasingly eerie. I feel natural energy nourishing my body. Every cell is welcoming it. It should be very beneficial. Yi Yun briefly explained that it wasn't because he was greedy, but rather that he truly felt every cell in his body after receiving the natural energy experience a thirst like a parched land meeting rain. As someone who had watched Naruto, how could he not know that this was likely to repair the cellular damage caused by refining chakra? Even if a ninja didn't die in battle by the age of 40 or 50, their physical abilities would plummet like a roller coaster. And the creatures from the great sacred lands could live so long precisely because of natural energy, right? He seemed to have discovered something incredible. In all these years of the ninja world, hadn't anyone tried roasting a snake from Long Daidong or a toad from the neighboring place? You guys really haven't tasted anything good. When you go through this stage later, you'll also get some snake for you to eat. Right now I'm really afraid that if you eat too much you'll become snaky. Yitsong waved her hand. I really thank you. Can I choose not to eat? But it's fine if you eat first. If there's any problem later, I just won't eat. If it's really nourishing, I can eat it then. Wait, my big brother already seems snaky himself. How will I tell the difference later? Worrying. At noon the next day, Konoha's main force again appeared within the alert range. The entire camp immediately mobilized. This time what was worse was that even the trap zone's blocking area was gone. All supplies had been completely destroyed. The ninjas in the camp had no ninja tool replenishment, and the next supply transport was still far off. It could only be said that Orochimaru was truly a qualified strategist in war. Whenever he saw an opportunity, he would relentlessly strike. After all, even Konoha ninjas after such intense combat had about half of them injured, but still had to fight. Konoha ninjas were human too. They also longed for rest and a chance to catch their breath. Even under these circumstances, Orochimaru never relented, not even for a single day. He pressed forward, exchanging lives desperately. If half of Konoha's forces were lost, but it could leave Kazekage unable to recover for a decade, he considered it worth it. But unfortunately, Orochimaru was not the third Hokage, and the ninjas who came this time could not understand. Or perhaps they understood, but were unwilling to become the fuel to burn themselves. Many clan ninjas had already sent back messages complaining about Orochimaru's tactics of treating his own men as expendable, and a new commander was already on. The newcomer was naturally everyone's familiar old friend, scapegoat Kage Danzo. And Orochimaru intended to completely end the war with Kazekage before his arrival. He had fought, and won anyway. He believed that the third Hokage would know how to spin the propaganda and polish his battle reports. Everyone, for the glory of Kazekage. Granny Chiyo casually dropped a half-hearted motivational phrase as usual, then took a step forward with Ebizo following closely behind. Amid the gaze of all the remaining shinobi, Yi Yun also stepped forward, causing an immediate stir. What did this gesture mean? The three stood in a line staring straight ahead at the surging Konoha ninja forces, their eyes utterly unperturbed. Chiyo and Ebizo glanced at Yi Yun from the corners of their eyes, satisfied with his resolve. It begins. Granny Chiyo declared calmly, then instantly vanished. To the slight surprise of both sides, she singled out Orochimaru. How interesting. Today, Granny Chiyo, you are my opponent. Orochimaru licked his long tongue, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Era, then who is my opponent? Young man, is it you? Jiraiya flicked his white mane, pointing at Yi Yun with a flourish, inviting him to fight. Let me play with you instead, you toad. Ebizo stepped forward with a sly smile. As a cunning old fox of intelligence, Ebizo might not defeat Jiraiya in combat, but he could certainly break his spirit with words. Sure enough, Jiraiya, who had been about to strike a pose, froze in place. Toad. After brooding for a few seconds, he burst into a furious roar at Ebizo, shouting something about being the toad sage. Jiraiya, the sage. But Ebizo squinted, utterly unmoved, and merely spat out. You're a tadpole. This big. He made a tiny gesture with his fingers. The sheer mockery of it turned Jiraiya red with rage, and he charged forward with a roar intent on tearing apart Ebizo's insolent mouth. Tsunade looked at the embarrassing Jiraiya, her forehead covered in signs. She wanted to give him a critical hit, but this was a battlefield. So they sent you? Brat, this is a battlefield. I won't hold back. You must be prepared to die. Tsunade spoke gravely, her gaze fixed on Yi Yun. Drawing the golden serpent sword, Yi Yun smiled, and gently ran his hand over the blade, infusing it with Scorch Release Chakra. He also activated the materialization of Scorch Release Chakra, sending streams of multicolored fire serpents slowly coalescing in the air. Come fight. The tip of Yi Yun's sword trembled slightly, like a snake raising its head, exuding a hissing battle intent. With a flicker, he dashed straight toward Tsunade. Seeing his opponent's state, Tsunade shed her earlier casual attitude of lecturing a junior. So he was also at the shadow level. It seemed he had just stepped into that realm. Interesting. Without another word, she swung her fist directly. Instead, the moment her fist missed, Yi Yun would strike swiftly with his sword, not aiming for vital points. His strategy was purely to chip away, stabbing wherever he could, and by the time she turned to counter, he had already... Instead, the moment her fist missed, Yi Yun would strike swiftly with his sword, not aiming for vital points. His strategy was purely to chip away, stabbing wherever he could, and by the time she turned to counter, he had already slipped away. Tsunade frowned, her eyes locked on him, while using one hand to cast Healing Palm on herself. The wounds were small, but each sword strike carried Scorch Release chakra, like clinging Bonnarot, madly ravaging her meridians. This guy seemed to be a perfect counter to her. Moreover, his goal was clear: to wear her down and stall for time. Several times, she deliberately left openings expecting him to attack, so she could catch him and counter. A fragile speedster like him. If she could land just one punch, his speed would drop, and she'd have the advantage. But Yi Yun never overreached. He simply hovered at the edge, cutting a few more gashes before darting away again. The shadow-level fighters on both sides naturally focused their attention here. Seeing Yi Yun successfully stall Tsunade, Chio and Ebizo were overjoyed, especially when Yi Yun dodged several of Tsunade's traps. They praised the young man's cleverness. On the other side, Orochimaru and Jiraiya also realized the problem: Tsunade was being countered tactically. But although Orochimaru and Jiraiya could suppress their opponents, ending the fight quickly against two veterans who had fought for decades was impossible. All the breakthrough lay with Tsunade. Tsunade goes straight for the enemy's ordinary shinobi. Orochimaru commanded decisively. Tsunade's current approach was meaningless. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru. She was reluctant to trade like this. As a powerhouse and a medical ninja, how could she bear to massacre the weak on a large scale? Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru. She was reluctant to trade like this. As a powerhouse and a Chio and Ebizo were greatly alarmed. With Tsunade's healing ability, she could charge straight at Tsunagekyu's ordinary shinobi, even while enduring Yi Yun's scratching attacks. They immediately tried to burst forth and intercept, but Orochimaru and Jiraiya blocked them firmly. Jiraiya wore a smug grin. "Old man, now you're panicking, aren't you?" But Yi Yun alone remained unfazed. Seeing Tsunade reluctantly preparing to carry out the order, he tilted his head curiously. "You kill, I kill. I'm a speed type. What makes you think you can kill faster than me?" He scoffed. "While you're smashing one with a punch, with my speed, I can kill 4 or 5. Why should I listen to you and keep scratching you?" With a flick of his sword, Yi Yun moved faster than Tsunade, turning into a blur and darting straight into the battlefield. "I scratch you, but watch me scratch them." Silently, he arrived on the battlefield like a ghost, stabbing one small shinobi after another. He also manipulated the Scorch Release chakra serpents, which slithered through the fray, striking unsuspecting enemies in the kidneys. The serpents would pierce directly into their bodies like a burst of ice, instantly vaporizing their internal moisture and leaving them as dry corpses. "Wah? Don't come near me." Konoha's Genin and Chunin felt their heads about to explode. How did a demon who specifically targeted small fries like them appear? Tsunade was also speechless. Yi Yun wasn't going after the Jonin battlefield, he was deliberately hunting Genin and Chunin. But the panic caused by taking down one small fry after another was truly terrifying, and it dealt a massive blow to morale. Glancing at the carnage, Tsunade knew that even if she pursued him, he would probably just keep killing small fry while running away. This felt like some kind of killing game. Tsunade thought it was terrible. She wanted to punch Orochimaru for his terrible idea. But what's done was done, she could only clench her fist and head toward the Jonin battlefield. Ino Shikacho deployed 2 teams to hold them off. Orochimaru continued issuing orders. Yi Yun was fast, but they still had a group of elite Jonin. This guy had clearly just broken through to the Kage level, not even having completed his transformation, so he couldn't be considered a full-fledged Kage-level powerhouse. Deploying a few elite Jonin to intercept him would suffice. Tsunade could fully make up for the missing combat power. Her lethality could take out a Jonin directly if she seized the opportunity. They couldn't catch Yi Yun, but they could still chase down Jonin. Chio and Ebizo, who had initially been delighted to see Yi Yun slaughter the young ones like chickens, now felt their emotions flip like a roller coaster again and again. This Orochimaru was truly a tough opponent. Yi Yun looked at the 6 people encircling him, 1 team of elite Jonin and 1 team of Jonin, and briefly fell into a dilemma. Should he take out these few first? Or should he continue striking while enduring their attacks? Regardless, he decided to test their mettle first. Yi Yun began moving with afterimages, his target directly aimed at the 2 pineapple heads in the team. Human Bullet Tank 2, Shadow Imitation Technique 2, Mind Body Switch Technique 2. The first to arrive was the Yamanaka clan's Mind Body Switch Technique, but with his chakra burst, the spiritual energy of the 2 Yamanaka members was like an ant trying to shake a tree, instantly expelled. After tempering his will, such techniques were easy to break. If a Kage-level powerhouse could be easily controlled, would it still be called Kage-level? His movements were delayed by a fraction of a second, but then he dodged like a slippery snake the intertwining shadow techniques from the Nara clan. As for the 2 large rolling balls, they couldn't even touch his edge. But the Ino Shikacho formation honed through generations of tactics and synergy would not let him break through so easily. The shadow technique that had been following him suddenly elongated, then extended, and pulled back, dragging the human bullet tank that he had evaded like a yo-yo. With the shadow's pull, the human bullet tank rolled in with even greater speed. Meanwhile, the two Yamanaka members kept harassing him. If they could make him pause for a second at a critical moment, the human bullet tank would run him over. The distant secret technique users also kept moving and retreating, denying him the chance to get close. Truly, what goes around comes around. He had just evaded Tsunade, and now it was his turn to be toyed with. But it seemed they had underestimated him. Yi Yun cast a cold glance at the two Yamanaka and Nara, who couldn't suppress their smiles, and lightly stroked the golden snake sword. "You two fat bastards, you're big and tough, but what makes you think you're tougher than Manda?" No longer chasing the fragile ones, Yi Yun turned his target to the incoming human bullet tank. As usual, he dodged the rolling attack, but instead of pulling away, he chased after the tank's rear. With a faint smoke and a heat haze distortion, the tip of the golden snake sword stabbed deep into it. He dodged the shadow technique, trying to bind him, then darted toward the next meatball. Behind him, the human bullet tank emitted a rich smell of burning fat, transforming into a giant fireball chariot that charged into the distance, crashing into the battlefield, where more ninja were gathered. In an instant, many ninja who couldn't dodge were crushed, becoming new fuel, rolling on and accumulating corpses. Akimichi Takuma. To Uncle Takuma. The four secret technique users in the distance were shocked and furious, but they maintained their ninja discipline. Two shadows rapidly extended, trying to drag the smaller human bullet tank away to evade Yi Yun's pursuit, while the two Yamanaka members used their secret techniques to interfere with Yi Yun as if they were free. But all this was futile. As an agility-type swordsman, if he let such a lump of fat escape, what kind of agility hero would he be? This time Yi Yun erupted with even more powerful chakra, his whole body seeming to glow with golden light. He transformed into a beam of light and directly stabbed into the smaller human bullet tank. Then, wrapping his foot in a chakra cloak, he kicked the freshly made fireball chariot toward the battlefield. Rolling snowballs, that was his favorite game. This time, without the yo-yo human bullet tank to block him, crushing four mages was a piece of cake for Yi Yun. In less than half an hour, four desiccated. This time, without the yo-yo human bullet tank to block him, crushing four mages was a piece of cake for Yi Yun. In less than half an hour, four desiccated corpses, their bodies drained of all moisture, slowly collapsed. The interception plan was a complete failure. Tsunade, am coming to catch up on the score. With a light laugh, the killing moment officially began. The demon's shadow started its revelry. The bloodthirsty battle lasted until nightfall, and only then did both sides cease. But as the few Kage-level powerhouses looked around, the ground was covered in corpses. The survivors on each side numbered no more than 100. In the end, with chakra depleted, the bloodthirsty crowd engaged in the most primal hand-to-hand combat. Using fingers, teeth, anything they could, they threw themselves at the enemy like beasts. Even if it meant dying, they would tear off a piece of flesh. The four of them looked at the two still standing in the center of the battlefield. Tsunade knelt on the ground, her hands covered in blood, staring at the bodies of familiar faces around her, and burst into tears. Yi Yun, on the other hand, hadn't broken down mentally, but his stamina and chakra were a bit low. He sat down ungracefully, then pulled out a piece of dried snake meat from his clothes, tearing it into small pieces and stuffing them into his mouth. Without water, his throat was dry and large chunks were hard to swallow. Feeling the energy from the manda meat quickly circulating through his body, Yi Yun almost couldn't help letting out a satisfied moan. The initial unease gradually subsided as his chakra and stamina slowly recovered. There was no other way. He was the weakest, while Tsunade had the most stamina. If Tsunade hadn't broken down, but instead raged and came to punch him, he really wouldn't have had much resistance. Orochimaru, this is all you're doing. Don't you understand the principle of not cornering a desperate foe? Do you have to force a fight to the death? Our Tsunade hasn't lost this battle. And don't forget, Inoki will be coming soon. Your good days are still ahead. Ebizo suddenly let out a strange laugh and spoke loudly for all survivors to hear, directing the blame at Orochimaru. After this battle, both sides have been severely weakened. What do you think the other great nations? We may not have won, but Konoha hasn't won either. We will retreat, but we won't go far. Well, watch you, and whenever the opportunity arises, well, return. After all, our home is nothing but sand with no one to attack us. We can go all in whenever we want. The people of Konoha, now staring at Orochimaru, many of them cast concealed hostile gazes in his direction. Yet they were quickly pulled back by those beside them. One must not heed the enemy's deceptive words. Moreover, there were not a few hardliners who supported Orochimaru. From the perspective of victory odds, their chances were still quite substantial. The only unforeseen factor was that Tsunade had gained a swift, aggressive swordsman reminiscent of Tsukumo Hitaki. However, compared to Tsukumo, this man was far more unscrupulous. He always targeted the easiest kills first, and never hesitated to ambush rather than engage Hedon. How could a Kage-level powerhouse be so utterly shameless? Hehehe, life is indeed so fragile. This battle is yours, I will take responsibility for what I must. But from now on the headache is not mine. Yiyun, is it? You are quite impressive. I look forward to our next meeting. Retreat. Orochimaru swept his gaze across the battlefield, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. He glanced at the anger burning in Jiraiya and Tsunade, then let out a faint sardonic laugh. He gave a slight nod toward Yiyun. Whether base or unscrupulous, this battle had been turned around by him, and that was his true skill. If he could do it all over again, faced with the same situation, he would still choose to have Tsunade neutralize the opponent's top forces. But this time he would order the Jonin to concentrate and follow Tsunade, first breaking through the enemy's elite. Exchange had its own price. Clearly his own resolve had been insufficient. From now on, the battlefield was no longer his concern. That headache would belong to the newly appointed Hokage's assistant or to the third Hokage holed up in the village. Under Orochimaru's orders, the remaining ninjas quickly tended to the wounded and retrieved the bodies of the fallen. Fortunately, the storage scrolls were numerous and spacious enough. Otherwise, bringing back the countless corpses scattered across the battlefield would have been an exceedingly difficult task. The shinobi of Kazekage also bowed their heads, silently gathering the remains of their comrades. The initial joy of a Pyrrhic victory vanished under the impact of the vast sea of corpses. What, after all, was the purpose of this war fought to such a tragic extent? Death once again was something so easily within reach. Jiraiya went over to help Tsunade to her feet, and then he noticed the fallen ninjas before her, several familiar Jonin from Tsunade's clan. In this second great ninja war, the Senju clan, now integrated into Konoha as common citizens, had naturally responded with enthusiasm. But the more who came, the greater the death toll. These were the relatives who had watched Tsunade grow up. From Orochimaru's perspective, he needed to focus on winning the war. But from Tsunade's standpoint, she naturally wished only to protect her clan and her village. Yiyun also came to stand beside Chiyo, and Ebizo a half-step behind. Well done. You have the potential to command a battle. Chiyo forced a smile at Yiyun. Kazekage's losses were immense, but given the circumstances, every choice Yiyun had made was optimal. The blame could only fall on Orochimaru. Ebizo also nodded kindly at Yiyun. After this battle, Yiyun would be recognized across the ninja world as a Kage-level powerhouse. And crucially, he was still so young. His future was boundless. Neither he nor Chiyo were solitary figures. They had families to consider, and there was no reason not to build goodwill with him. Soon the news of this battle spread across the entire shinobi world within a week. It was the first time a conflict had escalated to such a bloodbath, with both sides expending more than 1,000 elite shinobi in a single engagement. The very thought was enough to send chills down one's spine. The nature of a ninja's profession meant that battles were essentially a single burst of consumption. If a decisive outcome could not be reached before chakra was exhausted, both sides would likely retreat. In most battles, unless it was a one-sided slaughter where a Kage-level powerhouse was left unchecked, casualties would number in the hundreds, and most of them would be Genin or Chunin. Has Kazekage become this fierce? Or has Konoha grown so weak? Tell Huangtu to hurry and set up a camp over there. I myself will follow shortly. Also gather 3,000 ninja troops and hide them within. Tell no one. I want to see what this is all about. Inoki floated in the air, his beard trembling slightly. He almost wished he could say to the people of Kazekage, "You've worked hard." Truly, when a cornered rabbit is pushed, it will bite, and bite to kill. Interesting, too interesting. Inoki, who had initially only wanted to meddle, now decided to go and take a closer look. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the third Raikage was lifting dumbbells while reading the battle report, his brow furrowed in thought. His son, the future fourth Raikage, was already impatient. Father, this is a perfect opportunity. Let's send troops to the land of rain and clash with them. Boom. The third Raikage punched his foolish son square on the head, smashing the Raikage's desk into pieces as the boy's skull crashed through it. Remember, address me by my title when it comes to work. And I am the Raikage. What troops? That old man Inoki has already sent his forces, hasn't he? He will test the waters. Besides, we are so far from the land of rain. Am I insane? Send troops. No, sweep all the small neighboring countries instead. The burly Raikage decided to continue observing. However, such a good opportunity shouldn't be wasted, so he would first subdue the smaller surrounding forces. Even a fly's leg is meat. Take the Iron Country, for example. Seize the mines, bring the blacksmiths back to the village. Low risk, high reward. That's what a Kage should consider. Not like some muscle-headed fool who wants to fight at the drop of a hat. Who had just scrambled to his feet, shook his head, and said, "Oh, all right. Title him," leading the squad out to The third Raikage waved his hand feebly, letting his muscle-brained son go. In the distant Kage-level, everything was calm on the surface, yet turbulent beneath. However, this turmoil was not directed outward, but inward. Let them fight outside. We'll close our doors and fight among ourselves. But the happiest of all were the people of Sunagakure. Damn it all, our 1,000+ shinobi are dead. Someone must take responsibility. Those were our most precious combat forces. What? Konoha also lost that many. And we won. Then we must celebrate. Every hero must be honored. After all, it was Konoha. Achieving such a result was a victory beyond measure. The third Kazekage, who had been playing hide and seek with Tsukumo Hatake, was stunned by the battle report. Then a look of relief spread across his face. Ordinary shinobi could be replenished at any time, but a top-tier powerhouse was the most important asset of a village. Now the Sunagakure of the third Kazekage could only be described as terrifyingly strong. Chiyo and Ebizo, the veterans, could still maintain Kage-level combat power. He himself was still in his prime, roaring and ready to fight. Now they had gained another Kage level plus the Jinchuriki monk Bunpuku and several promising young sprouts in the new generation. The future looked bright. A bright future. It seemed truly possible that Sunagakure would flourish under his leadership. Go and tell these clans to return all the businesses and resources they previously seized from the Yi family. If anyone refuses, inform them that Yi Yun will come to settle the score, not me. After reading the letter from Grandma Chiyo, the third Kazekage waved his hand dismissively. Return half. Why only half? No one gives favors halfway. Give him the other half as well. Consider it my congratulatory gift for his ascension to Kage level and his remarkable achievements. Moreover, he had long grown tired of those parasites. This was the shinobi world where strength reigned supreme. How dare a clan without a Kage level powerhouse make such demands? Can invoking seniority stop a kunai or a ninjutsu? If anyone disagrees, they'll send their clan to the front lines and let Yi Yun handle the rest. Damn it, that idiot third Kazekage. He gives away our assets like they're his own, using our hard-earned wealth to curry favor with a newcomer. And the newcomer will thank him for it. How shameless. Is there no justice? Soon the clan leaders of Sunagakure received the news and erupted in curses at home, some directing their anger at the third Kazekage, others at Yi Yun. So Chieftain, do we hand it over? A clansman couldn't help but ask quietly. Hand it over. The third has consolidated his power now. And Yi Yun is a wolf cub. If we don't comply, he'll actually carry out his threats. One night he might sneak in and slit all our throats. The chieftain raged impotently, then deflated like a punctured balloon. Strength. Strength. Meanwhile, in the distant rain country within the Konoha camp, the triumphant Konoha assistant had finally arrived with his men. Where is everyone? Has Orochimaru taken the troops out to fight? Danzo, not yet using a cane, strode vigorously toward the command tent. But he was curious. Why were so few people here? Hadn't he ordered Orochimaru to halt all operations? How disobedient. Lord Danzo, we have been defeated. These are all that remain. The scout who had gathered intelligence quickly reported, bowing, deeply fearing that an enraged Danzo would take his anger out on him. What? Danzo was stunned. Without another word, he activated the body flicker technique and instantly appeared at the tent, striding inside. I demand an explanation, Orochimaru. Danzo's fury blazed as he glared at Orochimaru. If he didn't know better, he would have labeled Orochimaru a spy for deliberately throwing the battle. Orochimaru didn't even look up, continuing to study the scroll in his hands. He gestured with his eyes toward the documents on the table, signaling Danzo to read them himself. Suppressing his rage, Danzo snatched the documents and began reading the battle report. The more he read, the deeper his frown. In his view, Orochimaru's strategy was sound. The third Kazekage had left, leaving them without a Kage-level fighter. Orochimaru's gradual pressure and daily skirmishes were logical, even if it exhausted their own forces. The traditional virtue of Konoha shinobi was endurance. But how did the final battle devolve into a bizarre exchange of casualties? And why couldn't Tsunade kill as fast as the enemy? What was wrong with Tsunade? She couldn't defeat a newly promoted Kage level, and she couldn't even outkill the enemy's weaker fighters. It must be that damned maternal instinct of women. That maternal instinct is utterly useless. And he couldn't even voice his complaints. He could scold Orochimaru, who would merely ignore him as if he were spewing filth. He could also scold Jiraiya, who would just let him slobber all over his face. But if he dared to criticize Tsunade, she would surely beat him senseless. His old bones were no match for her monstrous strength. A few punches would have him crawl. Well, since the assistant has arrived, I'll leave this place to you. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. And I advise you not to approach Tsunade. She's in a foul mood. If there's work, assign it to Jiraiya. With that, Orochimaru rolled up his scroll as if clocking out and left the command tent without waiting for Danzo's reply, heading to his own tent to continue his ninjutsu research. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. They'll write to the third Hokage and give him a piece of my mind. He spoiled these three rotten. They're completely lawless. Danzo raged impotently while Yi Yun celebrated his 19th birthday with his beloved sister in their tent. Nizan, this is my gift for you. Yitsong sneaked up holding a wrapped package. Yi Yun tilted his head. This sister of his seemed suspicious. Was it some kind of prank? He took the package and was about to open it, but Yitsong firmly pressed his hand, insisting he wait until she left. How if I wait until you leave, it'll be inconvenient to scold you. Yiyun didn't indulge her. He tore open the wrapping with his finger and looked inside. Oh, that's it. A book. Oh. Yitsong nodded, trying to edge away, but Yiyun grabbed her by the collar. He flipped through a few pages, then tossed the book aside. It was just a risque book, but the story was lifeless, the descriptions stiff, and the character relationships utterly uninteresting. Worst of all, there are no illustrations. Thumbs down. Boring. Nizan, is there something wrong with you? I consulted several senior female ninjas, and they secretly told me that at your age you'd be curious about this stuff. Yitsong looked at her brother in horror. You're not normal. Yiyun's face darkened. Imperfectly normal. It's just that this book is poorly written. Besides, I'm on the front lines. Even if I wanted to find a romantic partner, there's no one here. The worst part was that the female ninjas of Sunagakure were simply not attractive. The only decent-looking ones were all from the main clans, and most of those were assigned to logistics. In the entire history of the Hidden Sand Village, the only female ninjas who appeared in the story were Temari, and Yitsong, who always wore her clothes inside out. I'm this powerful now. I can't just settle for some nameless nobody who never appeared in the original series. But waiting for Temari is out of the question. She's far too young for me. Then the only one left is my little sister Yitsong. But we're... No. Yiyun shook his head vigorously. What am I thinking? This is too illegal. No lewd thoughts. Fine, I'll just use my golden finger. Choose one of 3 options. Grabbing the no-wearing clothes inside out little Yitsong, he tossed her outside and activated his golden finger. Ding. System choices updated. Choice 1, Dao Heart Demon Seed. Choice 2, Sword 23. Choice 3, 3-part Return to Origin. As expected, after becoming stronger, the system's rewards have become much more impressive. Yiyun began to examine the detailed descriptions one by one. Dao Heart Demon Seed. This one looked utterly sneaky at first glance. He liked it. Upon reading the specifics, it offered 3 seeds. Once planted in a target, the seed would lure them into demonic temptation. The deeper they fell, the more power they gained, but at the cost of burning their lifespan. Meanwhile, the seed could also nourish Yiyun in return. Loved it, absolutely loved it. After reading, Yiyun felt this was tailor-made for him. A perfect skill for a scheming, low-profile player. He bookmarked it and continued to look further down. The second choice was the skill used by the Sword Saint from the Fengyun world. A single sword strike that sent the soul out of the body, freezing time and space to annihilate the enemy's spirit. The description also noted that using this skill required a massive amount of chakra energy and burned 1 year of lifespan per second. The skill was incredibly powerful. If he chose this, then when that yellow-haired Minato Namikaze showed off in front of him, he could just cut him down with one move. It was a super ultimate move, but the thought of burning his lifespan made Yiyun hesitate. He decided to think it over later. The third choice, 3-part Return to Origin, also came from the Fengyun world. It combined 3 attributes to form a new attribute form, greatly enhancing the power of moves. Are you sure this isn't the dust release with Kekei Toda? After reading the description, Yiyun thought this skill was also amazing. Kekei Toda? Dust release. Wasn't it the reason Inoki was so arrogant? If he too could have it, he could just smear it on his sword and stab anyone. They'd be done for. No more scratching the surface. It was so hard to choose. Honestly, all 3 were formidable, especially the first and the third. Couldn't he pick 2? Or save one for the next time? Detected that the host wishes to reserve an option. After reservation, it will appear in the next selection, replacing one of the new options. Reserve. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Yiyun was taken aback. Was that even possible? If he reserved one, he would need to consider the power level of the skills refreshed next year. If there was a huge gap, reserving would be a joke. He asked the system again what determined the refresh. Would the rewards be stronger every year, and would it always be skills, or was it random? The system replied that the refresh was random, but based on the host's strength preferences and compatibility with the world. The skills would also be slightly modified according to the world's logic. So that was it. Understanding this, Yiyun stopped worrying. He had just stepped into the Kage-level this year, and the rewards were matched accordingly. In 1 year, he wouldn't have a huge leap in strength. However, 3-part Return to Origin was directly related to enhancing his Kekei Genkai, while Dao Heart Demon Seed was perfect for some mischief. He had already thought of the first target for Dao Heart Demon Seed. So come forth my choice. I choose option 1, Dao Heart Demon Seed. Reserve option 3, 3-part Return to Origin. Ding. System recorded. He was genuinely happy. No need to do weird missions. Just collect rewards every year. This system was thinking about the guy next door who had to transform into a little Conan girl made him even more at ease. That guy might get screwed over at any moment. Yiyun felt he would never sleep soundly, always afraid he'd be in the middle of a dream on the toilet struggling to pinch off a stubborn one. Then the main duo, Sasuke and Naruto. would have their final battle at the Valley of the End, with the bet being the winner takes the little Konin girl and the loser marries Sakurakin. Just thinking about it made him feel this was the real Naruto. Just as he was lost and thought, his vision blurred, and an endless stream of information poured into his mind. Yi Yun's eyes rolled back, and he instantly enjoyed a good night's sleep. You still want to go fight? You still want to take on Danzo? The next day at the command post, Yi Yun found Granny Chiyo and expressed his desire to further temper his will. This time his target was the veteran powerhouse Danzo. Granny Chiyo looked at him with a strange expression. This guy used to be a Gouda Twushus who just slacked off, but now he was more eager to fight than anyone. It was truly surreal. But how can we fight now? Danzo had arrived, seemingly waiting for reinforcements and not planning to attack. The Sunagakure side had pulled their camp back dozens of miles. Now if they wanted to fight, they'd have to run from morning to afternoon, then fight for 2 hours, and then sneak back to sleep in the dark. That was completely unrealistic. Ebizo's eyes rolled around a few times, and he let out a sly chuckle. Then wait a few days. Toroi is already nearby, starting to build a camp. If I were the Konoha commander, I'd attack as soon as reinforcements arrive, before the enemy had time to settle. When the time comes, I'll ask Toroi in advance if he needs to borrow someone to handle the Kage-level threats. They'll have at most 2 Kage-level fighters, while Konoha has 4+ large summoning beasts. We'll bleed Toroi dry. Then we'll launch a surprise attack on the Konoha camp and seize their supplies. What a plan. Truly the only schemer in Sunagakure. This strategy seemed to suck blood from both sides. And raiding the camp for supplies would be highly profitable. Yi Yun naturally had no objections. He had originally considered finding an opportunity to kill a few patrols near Konoha to lure Danzo out, but that was too risky. He could easily be surrounded. Moreover, the Danzo he knew was extremely cautious and still in his prime. The risk of failure was considerable. Now with this plan, it was absolutely perfect. He lavished praise on the veteran Ebizo before leaving the tent with a satisfied smile. After Yi Yun left, Granny Chiyo tilted her head and asked her brother, "What is that little guy up to? I think he's trying to make a charge toward that position." Ebizo nodded. His interpretation was that Yi Yun wanted to prove himself more on the battlefield. He had already achieved a stalemate against Tsunade and won the chicken-killing competition. But that wasn't enough. There would still be many voices of doubt. To firmly establish his status as a rising powerhouse, Yi Yun needed to pick a soft target that still appeared respectable to outsiders. Thus, he chose Danzo, the veteran ninja and Hokage's advisor. From a combat perspective, Danzo specialized in wind release, while Yi Yun used scorch release. Yi Yun had the advantage. Danzo was also a classic ninjutsu-type fighter, while Yi Yun was a strong attack swordsman. Against Tsunade, he could only scratch the surface, but against Danzo, he would pierce right through him. The only gap between them lay in combat experience and chakra reserves, but Yi Yun still had a chance. Little did Yi Yun know that his simple desire to plant a cursed seed would be misconstrued as a quest for battlefield glory, leading him step by step closer and closer to the pinnacle of Sunagakure. A week swiftly passed. The once-ebbing tension grew taut once more as reinforcements from Awagakure alongside those of Konoha and Sunagakure arrived on the scene. This batch of reinforcements is pathetic. I swear a fifth of them are younger than Yagura. What are they, academy students? Can they even perform the 3 basic jutsu properly? Accompanying the 2 commanders outside, Yi Yun couldn't help but feel exasperated seeing the camp resemble a kindergarten. They claimed to have dispatched over 1,000 ninjas, but the majority were genin, either too old or too young. Leading such a force would be a liability, he thought. Chiyo and Ebizo looked equally displeased. Though the village was struggling, it was not so desperate as to lack ninjas of this caliber. They were one of the 5 great shinobi nations with registered ninjas numbering in the tens of thousands. These were clearly the clan's attempts to avoid losses, sending elderly shinobi as a token gesture. As for the young ones, they were not overly concerned. At their age, they had already been battle-hardened, their hands stained with blood. Those who survived would soon become formidable, able to hold their own after mastering a couple of crank jutsu and earning the rank of chunin. What use are the 3 basic jutsu on a battlefield like this? As long as they can throw a kunai, it's enough. How's the situation in Konoha? Chiyo turned to Ebizo, not bothering to exclude Yi Yun from the conversation. These days they often included him in discussions of intelligence and battlefield developments. Such was the respect earned by strength. 3,000. And their quality is high. Many elite jonin from the clans have arrived. 10 jonin from the Hyuga branch family, the heads of the Ino Shikicho trio, each with over a dozen jonin, the Inuzuka and Aburame clans. Over 100 jonin in total. Additionally, they've sent many senior academy students to graduate early and assist with logistics. Ebizo ground his teeth in frustration as he spoke. Konoha's resources were still too vast, and this time it seemed they had truly angered them, provoking a decisive retaliation. The clans were eager to avenge their previous losses. The secret technique clans could devise an array of tactics, giving them a massive advantage in lower-level skirmishes. Even in high-tier battles, Konoha was not lacking in cases where elite jonin used targeted strategies to trap a Kage-level opponent. Last time Yi-Yun had exploited an information gap. If this time an Uchiha with a 3-Demo Sharingan and a Hyuga Byakugan were present, he would be in serious trouble. The three exchanged glances. It was untenable. Completely untenable. Their only hope was to drag a Wagakure into the fray. Kitsuchi agreed, but at a low price. They'll only provide a batch of supplies, though we can continue to draw more after the battle. Ebizo knew what they wanted to know, so he relayed the response from a Wagakure. Yi-Yun almost laughed. Who said the people of a Wagakure were all simpletons? Anoki wasn't, and neither was his son, it seemed. Weren't they dangling a piece of meat in front of Sunagakure? Paying supplies per battle was a deal so clever that even the mist shinobi across the sea would applaud. This won't do. We need to send some men disguised as Konoha ninjas to stir up trouble in the land of rain, steal some supplies, and drag Hanzo into this war. Kyo's mind churned, devising a cunning plan. Hanzo couldn't be allowed to stay idle, especially since they were now allies. Hanzo had grown arrogant, launching an expedition against the Iron Country across mountains and rivers, and pillaging smaller nations for resources. Ambitious to become the 6th great hidden village, he clashed with Sunagakure. The 3rd Kazekage had led a force to confront him, only for Konoha to step in, putting on airs of a big brother and offering to mediate. But somehow the 3rd Hokage, or Danzo, had managed to infuriate Hanzo again. Yi-Yun suspected they had arrogantly told him, "I'll give you a chance to be my dog." Hanzo, thinking himself a demigod, couldn't stomach such humiliation. He turned to the 3rd Kazekage and suggested, "Why don't we the 5 and the 6 join forces and attack Konoha? You'll get the land of rivers, and he'll take the land of grass." The 3rd Kazekage found the proposal appealing. The land of rivers lay between him and the land of rain, and attacking Hanzo was merely a matter of pride. Turning on Konoha, however, was different. The land of rivers was a grain-producing region, a veritable prize. So Sunagakure redirected its efforts against Konoha, while Hanzo, like a shadow, continually ambushed Konoha's supply lines. Now at this critical juncture, they absolutely had to drag Hanzo into the battle, and he must be made to fight against Konoha. If he were bought off by Konoha, the war would be as good as lost, and they'd be signing a treaty. Ebizo nodded. This task was essential to tarnish Konoha's reputation in the land of rain. Under public pressure, Hanzo wouldn't dare to ally with Konoha for personal gain. And with the odds at 3-10, if he refused, they could spread word that Hanzo was a fraud, a demigod in name only. Meanwhile, back in Konoha's camp, a fierce conflict erupted. This time the protagonist was Jiraiya. Assistant to the Hokage, why aren't we striking while we have this golden opportunity? Why wait for the enemy to consolidate? We should attack them before they can settle in. What are we waiting for? Anoki is on his way. Jiraiya slammed the table during the war council. Reinforcements had arrived, 3,000 elite troops. They had 4 Kage-level fighters on their side, while the enemy had only Kitsuchi and Rashi. Kitsuchi was a defensive type Kage, barely deserving of the title. A squad of elite jonin could tie him up. He couldn't understand why, with such an advantage, they weren't attacking. Instead, Danzo wanted to implement a squad-based assassination mission. What was the point? The enemy was a Wagakure known for its large-scale combination jutsu tactics. There were no Danzo cast a contemptuous glance at the shouting Jiraiya and said coldly, "Do you see any of the jonin or clan heads objecting? What do you, a mere junior, know? You have only to follow orders, Jiraiya. I am the commander." A surge of satisfaction coursed through Danzo as he uttered these words. It was like drinking an ice-cold cola in the dog days of summer. The clan heads and Orochimaru wore distant expressions, lost in thought. Jiraiya was baffled. Had they all eaten mushroom hot pot for lunch? Idiot. That man wants a major battle, a direct confrontation, to defeat Iwagakure. That would bring him immense prestige and glory. After the meeting ended, Orochimaru, pestered by Jiraiya, finally explained why no one had spoken up. Jiraiya still didn't understand. And what about the clan heads? Why were they all silent? After all this time, they had brought their own clansman. Because he is the Hokage advisor. First of all, everyone doesn't know whether this is Danzo's intention or the 3rd Hokage's intention. Besides, they probably also want a battle to restore their family's honor. Otherwise, if they truly exchange 1-for-1 with Sunagakure, the secret technique, clan's external assets, might face covetous eyes. That's the so-called clan glory. Orochimaru was also somewhat helpless toward his teammate. How could a person be so naive to this extent? Danzo isn't dim-witted, he thinks too much. He wants too much. Having finally got a chance to build military exploits abroad, he will definitely not make a small fuss. After leaving this explanation, Orochimaru no longer paid attention to the somewhat dazed Jiraiya and used body flicker to leave. If Danzo wants to play, let him play out. Everyone doesn't care, and Orochimaru will naturally follow their wish. But they are all our comrades. Clansmen, Jiraiya murmured. Shouldn't a battle first be about winning? What about the will of fire? Monkey, someday I will also sit in that position. Danzo, you will regret this. Monkey Eye and the Hokage. Huh. In the command room, Danzo was also lost in beautiful fantasies. Thanks to those idiots from Kazekage who completely angered these clans. With 3,000 elites in hand, he didn't know how he could lose. With so many clan heads coming, unless 10 Kage-level ninjas appeared, this battle was impossible to lose. Calling himself a demigod out of self-praise, how could he take it seriously? Also send out reconnaissance squads and envoys, issue a challenge. Calling himself a demigod out of self-praise, how could he take it seriously? Also send out reconnaissance squads and envoys, issue a challenge to them. Let them do as they please, even come together. Yes. A week later, with a slash, Hanzo lightly swung his sickle, and the root ninja's head flew high. He is my title of demigod, self-proclaimed. Very well. Ebizo, I accept your offer. This time I will personally take action. Konoha has gone too far in bullying the gods. How can Lord Hanzo's lifetime reputation tolerate such humiliation? Your strength is known to all under heaven. With the demigod's participation this time, we will surely make that brat Danzo understand that gods cannot be insulted. Ebizo laughed softly as he stepped out from the shadows, grinning at the scene. How interesting. So we still have allies in Konoha. Danzo, what a good man. Really don't know how many dishes you had, Danzo, to get this drunk. Hanzo, who had originally planned to continue fishing in troubled waters, was directly provoked by Danzo. Moreover, Ebizo subtly hinted that Kazekage and Iwagakure could simply stop fighting and flee, but with Konoha's thousands of troops in his own home, would they not take the opportunity to clean him up? You are a demigod, but how many can you defeat? Or how many rounds can your subordinates last against 3,000 elites? Hanzo was angry, but he had also weighed the pros and cons. During this week, there had been multiple conflicts between Konoha and Kazekage, and there were already considerable complaints below with some criticism of him as the leader of Kazekage. Ebizo then mentioned that Danzo had actively issued a challenge this time. Previously, Kazekage and Iwagakure had jointly accepted the challenge. Now, with Hanzo's sudden intervention under a three-pronged siege, Konoha might not gain any advantage. Moreover, these are all Konoha elites. Even if both sides suffer heavy losses, Konoha will lose more. Kazekage 2,000. Iwagakure 6,000. Kazekage another 2,000. Total battle force 10,000 against 3,000. Advantage is mine. Ebizo laughed loudly. Haha, let that damn brat Danzo know my power. Hanzo's sharp eyes pierced through his gas mask, staring straight into the distance. It's all your fault. Wow, Lord Ebizo, amazing. You've truly mastered the art of alliance and stratagem. Back in the Kazekage command post, Ebizo vividly recounted the difficulty of persuading Hanzo along the way. If not for his silver tongue, Hanzo would probably still be hiding. This made little Yi Yun shout sugoi in amazement. Who said the politics of Hokage was a joke? From a modern perspective, it seems abstract, but from the essence of history, it's completely reasonable. The people here are not just NPCs, they have their own wisdom. At least in the matter of playing the underhanded card, Yi Yun truly admired the childishly proud Ebizo. He himself wasn't some leather jacket-wearing hero in his past life, so why should he be able to regard all heroes under heaven as nothing just because he transmigrated? As for copying homework, don't be ridiculous. He hasn't even memorized the Communist Manifesto, so what does he know? He is not a savior, nor does he have a saintly heart. Since he's here and has a golden finger, he just wants to enjoy his battles from now on. In this world where force reigns supreme, no matter how good a speech you give at a beer hall, it can't withstand a single Shinra Tensei. If that's not enough, what about infinite Tsukuyami? Power, power. Yi Yun began to yearn immensely. Come quickly, my dear comrade Danzo. 3 days later, on a vast empty wilderness, countless figures flickered into existence. However, everyone orderly chose their positions, but all directions were formed into a siege against Konoha. To the delight of Kazekage, not only were Kazekage and Iwagakure present, but even the demigod, Hanzo, and Inoki had come. Danzo, look what you've done. We have to face 3 villages Heiden. They outnumber us 3-1. Is this your deployment and strategy? And Inoki and Hanzo are both here. Jiraiya roared in anger. Seeing the 3-sided siege and the ferocious smiles on their faces, the Konoha ninjas were extremely solemn. The clan heads also had dark expressions. They had really messed up. Weren't there supposed to be only 5 Kage-level combatants? How come there are suddenly 2 super Kage-level? Moreover, at the ordinary ninja level, the enemy's numbers are several times their own. Most ninjas are glass cannons with high attack and low defense. It's only natural for many ants to kill an elephant. Even if you are an elite jonin, when your chakra and stamina are exhausted, you could be taken down by a single shuriken or kunai, even if that kunai is held by a one-sweep genin. Damn it, Hanzo has joined too. Danzo also felt things were going wrong. Although he said it would take 10 Kage to rout Konoha, what exactly is a super Kage level? That means one who can match several. That's super Kage. The current demigod Hanzo is super Kage level, and Inoki naturally is too. The most troublesome thing is that Super Kage is no longer something elite Jonin can take down in a group. Hanzo's rain body flicker combined with his terrifying swordsmanship and the poison of his salamander can take down one per second. Inoki goes without saying. With a raise of his hand, dust release can wipe out a large area of ninjas. Plus, there's Huang Tu over there, and the 3 Kage-level strongmen from Kazekage. At least on the Kage-level battlefield, it's now completely unbalanced. Orochimaru hold off Inoki, just hold him off. Jiraiya Yu and Tsunade take care of Hanzo together. The Ino Shikacho Aburame and Inazuka clans follow me, and take down the weaker Kage first. I will have the root members find a chance to use the Reaper Death Seal. The Akimichi clan, I hope you won't be stingy in critical moments. Have the resolve to sacrifice for the will of fire. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade said nothing, silently beginning to prepare. With things as they were, they had no choice but to steel themselves for the sake of Konoha's glory. As for Danzo's issues, they would settle with him later. Danzo fixed a fierce glare on the Ino Shikacho trio, his intention unmistakable. The Akimichi would use the butterfly mode to strike the enemy Kage hard, then his root members would rush in and activate the Reaper Death Seal to exchange blows. Only by swiftly killing a few key enemies could they intimidate the opposition and free up more combat power, giving them a chance to win this battle. The 3 clan heads of Ino Shikacho could only curse inwardly. You talk as if it's so easy. Every elite Jonin is the pillar of a clan. By your logic, Danzo, you'd sacrifice them all. Why should we pay for the mess you've created? But in such a setting, the Ino Shikacho couldn't refuse. They could only promise to help their old comrades as much as possible. Understood. I will lead the older generation in using the secret medicine. But Lord Hokage advisor, I hope the village will grant proper compensation and privileges to those who sacrifice themselves for Konoha so that they may rest in peace. With that, Akimichi Tadu gently patted his son Akimichi Chozo on the shoulder. You are the clan head now. The already grown Chozo was choked with tears. He then walked to stand beside his 2 old partners and smiled lightly. This is our last cooperation. Let's show them our ninja way, where Konoha's leaves dance, fire burns ever bright. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. Nara Riku and Yamanaka Shirku exchanged a silent look, then both laughed heartily. Let's fight to our heart's content. There were no verbal exchanges. As soon as the first person began to sprint, everyone else moved into action. Then long roars echoed continuously. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Yun watched Hitsong, who had smoothly moved from the front line into the crowd, and a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Our turn. Danzo is yours. If you feel pressure, don't push yourself. You still have a great future. Grandma Chio whispered her warning, then led the puppet corps charging out. The 3 sides had already discussed tactics. The Wagakure would launch combined jutsu to clear the field, while Sunagakure and Amigakure would flank from the sides, each opening their own battlefield. Fighting as villages minimized coordination, but allowed them to trust each other's backs. Ebizo didn't charge out, he stayed behind to command the remaining ninjutsu-type ninjas, and the weaker ones providing simple cover fire and frantically throwing kunai and shuriken. There was no help for it. In terms of lower-tier quality, Sunagakure was no match for Amigakure this time. Hanzo had wagered everything he had. Yi Yun along with a dozen Suna Jonin, including Baki, charged straight toward Danzo's position. The Suna Jonin each sought out the root members guarding Danzo with jutsu flying and weapons clashing. The scene burst into chaos. A brat like you was sent to stop me. How? Arrogant. Danzo raised his head, his gaze contemptuous as he spewed trash talk. But mid-sentence he fired a vacuum blade from his mouth. What a sneaky old fox. Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh. He was a veteran, yet instead of showing any courtesy he resorted to a sneak attack. His body swayed like a willow leaf, dodging the vacuum blade by a hair's breadth. The golden snake's swimming step accelerated his movement, turning him into a flash of golden light. With afterimages he darted left and right, leaping and sliding, closing in on Danzo in an instant. With a light tap of his left hand, he fired several scorch-release rays. He pushed the hilt of the golden snake's sword with his elbow, then his right hand twisted to his waist. The sword hummed, and with the momentum, Yi Yun sped even faster, thrusting straight at Danzo. The tip of the golden snake's sword quivered, as if tasting the air, to find Danzo's weakness, covering over a dozen fatal points. You are the arrogant one daring to close in on me. You are indeed the madman who stabbed Susanoo with a kunai. He was amused. After unleashing the vacuum wave, Danzo didn't retreat to use more jutsu, but instead pulled out a small kunai, as if testing his close combat skills. Bang! Their weapons clashed, but Danzo was puzzled. The opponent seemed to exert almost no force. Instead, he used the recoil to close in on several root members. Yi Yun chuckled, tapping his fingers again to send rays toward the ankles and knees of the nearby root members. Then shifting his stance slightly, he lashed out with the golden snake, sword swiftly piercing, and withdrawing, then moving to the next target, piercing, and withdrawing again. His sword strikes were as quick as a dragonfly skimming the water, light and fleeting. But that mere touch sent several root members crashing to the ground in agony, and within 10 seconds they turned into desiccated corpses. Danzo and the surrounding root members were stunned for a few seconds. Wasn't it supposed to be soldier against soldier, general against general? How could he just sneak attack like that? This newcomer had no martial ethics. But the Suna ninjas didn't waste time. The Jonin who had lost their opponents quickly pounced on other battles, teaming up to fight Tenon. They couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Though Yi Yun's tactics were unscrupulous, fighting alongside him was exhilarating. Relying on his speed, Yi Yun was already charging back toward Danzo. Danzo, who had intended to follow suit, redirected the jutsu. He had been preparing for the Suna ninjas back at Yi Yun. But of course it did no harm to Yi Yun. Barely 10 meters away, he was back in seconds, wielding the golden snake sword as he danced around Danzo, hacking and slashing. Each strike was light and fleeting, relying on his speed to outpace Danzo's reactions, slash and retreat. But each slash carried scorch release chakra. Even a shallow cut from a Kage-level scorch release was enough. Yi Yun immediately detonated the chakra on the wound. In an instant, Danzo was a bloody mess. Though he was a Kage-level powerhouse who had been at that level for decades, he was completely on the defensive against such tactics. "Cover me," Tuanzong roared. The surrounding root ninjas immediately changed from 12v15 to 9v15, and then 3 people ran over to block Yi Yun's way. And Yi Yun recognized at a glance that these 3 were again the Ino Shikacho formation. After all, such a large fat man was blocking the way. Moreover, this time, it seemed the opponent had also read the battle report, choosing not to use the meat tank to roll over, but directly using the partial expansion jutsu, smashing a massive fist over. He glanced at Tuanzong, who was unhurriedly unwinding his bandages, and felt too exasperated to complain. At this moment, did he still need to be forever elegant? However, he did not attempt to break through again. Drifting away like a willow catkin with the fist wind, he thought, since you blocked me from going there, I'll go over there, and continue to stab the remaining root members. The 9 over there saw Yi Yun charging again, and under the captain's command they split off several people to intercept him. This time the ones coming seemed to be Leaf-style swordsmen again. Leaf-style crescent, 3 voices shouted in unison. Yi Yun did not block. Instead, with precise calculation, he accelerated first, and directly pierced the throat of the nearest one, then ducked down and slithered out like a snake from the opponent's side waist. He lightly tapped the tip of his sword again, and several scorching release sword beams rapidly entered the throats of the 2 Leaf-style swordsmen below, who were only special Jonin level. Lord Yi Yun, well done. The 15 Suna Jonin who were besieging the remaining 6 also couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, then fought even more fiercely. After all, with 3 of them against 1, it would be too embarrassing if they couldn't even get a kill. In less than a minute, the root squad, which had originally included a few special Jonin, was completely wiped out by the unrelenting encirclement. However, due to the dense concentration of the assault, 2 of their own Jonin were killed, and 4 were severely wounded. Yi Yun lightly flicked the non-existent bloodstains off his golden snake sword, did not join the besieging group, and turned around again to seek Tuanzong. At this moment, Lord Tuanzong, who had already unwrapped his bandages, was also somewhat troubled because he did not have a full arm of Sharingan, nor did he have the first Hokage cells. His foundation was actually a single Mangekyo Sharingan from a former teammate. He had just been transplanting the eye into himself. The moment the spinning Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, Yi Yun felt utterly unsettled. "Tuanzong, have you gone mad? We are on the battlefield and you just reveal this thing. Do you still want to live?" Tuanzong looked at all his elite forces wiped out, his heart bleeding profusely. Looking at the other battlefield, Shiwan naturally could do nothing against the Yimu. Not to mention the dust release, just the fact that the Yimu could fly made Shiwan throw up his hands. Moreover, since this battle had a good chance of victory, why would the Yimu hold back? Moreover, as an old man who had fought for a lifetime, the Yimu was extremely cunning. Even if his dust release couldn't hit Shiwan, he would still take the opportunity to wipe out a group of leaf ninjas, and he specifically aimed his dust release at elite Jonin. Zilai Yi and Gang Shou were facing Banzong. Even though they cooperated well, and Gang Shou could heal, they were now sprayed by the salamander until their faces turned green. The poison was already affecting their movement efficiency. The only one who achieved a result was after the Chiu Dao family member transformed into a butterfly using butterfly bullet bombing to blast apart Huang Tu, who was manipulating the Earth-style golem technique. He was left in the earthen giant, unknown whether dead or alive. Then several root ninjas jumped in and used the inside 4-symbol seal. However, in the next moment, the Ino Shikacho trio were all turned to ashes by a large-scale dust-release atomic dismantling jutsu from the enraged Yimu. Now, it wasn't just the Chiu Dao family that needed a new head, but all 3 families. Whom he'll find a chance later to poach some promising talents from the 3 families into root. Tuanzong suddenly had this thought. The remaining elite jonin of the Chiu Dao family did not achieve notable results. Originally, some Chiu Dao family members planned to attack Granny Chiu and Ebizo, but the problem was that these two had seen what happened to Huang too, so they pulled out a bunch of puppets and used a puppet substitution technique, weaving in and out of the puppets, giving no opportunity. Youngster, it seems Konoha will lose this time, but this old man cannot be defeated by you. Prepare to die. Tuanzong said bitterly. It was impossible to achieve a great victory this time, and his position as Hokage would slip away from him again. But he could not tolerate being defeated by the person before him. As for this Sharingan, after all, few people were paying attention to him, and even if others knew, as long as the Uchiha members didn't see it, or if he could later find a way to kill those evil Uchiha, then there would be no problem. The three who had been covering Tuanzong quickly closed in on Yi Yun, but the latter ignored them. Several Suna jonin behind him took over and met them. Yi Yun and Tuanzong faced each other, both rapidly calculating their battle strategies. Yi Yun was naturally at a disadvantage in this regard. After all, that was a Mangekyo, and if its ability was Kodo Amatsukami, he would be done for directly. So he did not meet Tuanzong's gaze. Get moving. Yi Yun began to move rapidly again, this time, with even more swiftness and caution. The golden snake sword coiled like a snake ready to strike, extending and retracting like a snake's tongue, occasionally stabbing out or emitting several silent scorching release rays. However, with the Sharingan, Tuanzong was not as miserable as before. His eyes kept spinning, and he used a kunai to parry Yi Yun's attacks one by one. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, the gap in neural reaction speed still caused Tuanzong to suffer several. Something's wrong. This Mangekyo doesn't seem to be the active attack type, nor is it like Kimui. And gradually Yi Yun also noticed something. Tuanzong seemed to have a weakness. His right eye and right side of the body seemed slower in reaction, often a beat behind. Lord Tuanzong, it seems your weakness is quite obvious. Then I'm sorry, but I'll take your head. Yi Yun leaped back, smiling as he looked at Tuanzong, who was panting and beginning to sweat profusely from his forehead. He waved the golden snake sword, gathered scorching release chakra in his left hand, and stroked the sword to enchant it. Around his body, chakra materialized into groups of various high-temperature colors, fiery snakes dancing around him, turning into a layer of orange luster that enveloped him. His internal power operated at full capacity, doubling his speed again. At the moment of attack, he could also pour the chakra covering his body violently into it. Scorching release chakra mode. Lord Hokage assistant, a newly developed technique, please appreciate it. Yi Yun chuckled lightly, turning into a golden flash that flickered into a single point, rushing straight at Tuanzong. But at that moment, the corners of Tuanzong's mouth also slightly lifted. With a sharp hiss, the tip of the golden serpent sword lightly touched Danzo's withered body. Yi Yun suddenly tilted his head and shook it vigorously, refraining from deepening the wound. However, the golden serpent sword trembled slightly, leaving a drop of ink-like liquid wrapped in scorch release chakra that was injected inside. Then with a serpentine twist, he attempted to evade the dense barrage of vacuum waves spat from Danzo's mouth. Enduring a wave of damage, he still swiftly slithered away like a spiritual snake, only stopping after retreating over a dozen meters. He stood firmly, his eyes filled with confusion. Your Mangekyo ability is a guidance type. Is it tampering with or subconsciously amplifying and blurring or misaligning my consciousness? Yi Yun declared loudly. Damn it, I almost fell for it. Fortunately, the chakra mode was running outside my body, forming a protective barrier, or else I might have been riddled with holes by the vacuum waves. At that moment, I only wanted to kill Danzo and show off, but it wasn't until the last moment that I realized the key issue. I was supposed to plant the demonic seeds. Why did I think of stabbing him straight through? Danzo covered the unknown wound on his side with one hand, while the other hand pressed against his Mangekyo Sharingan that was gushing blood. So close, so close. I almost seized the chance to kill this brat. Sigh, after all, this Sharingan is not my own. I cannot perfectly unleash the techniques within it. The consumption is doubled, but the effect is at most 50%. Otherwise, this guy would never have woken up so quickly. This pair of Mangekyo's abilities are called Tsukuyami and Maikigakoro. The one I hold is the latter. Its mythological origin stems from Tsugami no Mikoto, allowing it to distort the opponent's spatial perception. This is why Yi Yun thought he had struck a vital point, but it was actually a non-critical area. At the same time, it can guide the opponent's inner desires to override rationality. Damn it, why does this feel a bit like Aizen's ability? Yi Yun also glanced at the location of the opponent's wound, then began to infer the specific ability of the Mangekyo. This seems pretty awesome, but unfortunately Danzo can't use it well. If it were mine, TSK, that would be incredibly awesome. It's just a pity that I don't have Uchiha bloodline. Forget it, let's get this thing first. Yi Yun once again closed in, striking while the iron was hot. You didn't kill me, so now it's my turn to bully you. The Mangekyo Sharingan is mine. On the other side, Danzo had already fallen to the ground. His left shoulder was severed cleanly, and his left eye socket was empty. He lay on the Mangekyo Sharingan is mine. On the other side, Danzo had already fallen to the ground. His left shoulder was severed cleanly, and his left eye socket was empty. He lay on the ground vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. Hokage's assistant, huh? That's all you are. Run. Weak as you are, shamefully flee back to continue your miserable existence. Yi Yun sneered contemptuously at Danzo, spitting out a series of heart-piercing words, then turned and headed to the next battlefield. The seed had been planted. I'm still waiting for your recompense. Danzo's remaining pupil was now filled with black. Trembling with rage, his chakra erupted and surged wildly within his body, as if a new power was causing him to undergo a transformation. He felt the surging throbbing in his body. What is this? He widened his one eye in disbelief. No mistake, this is a chakra transformation, a new Kage-level. It seems that the spiritual power of negative emotions has fused in. Although he had never experienced it before, he had read many texts, and he was absolutely certain. Unexpectedly, in such a situation, he had awakened a Kage-level. Standing up again, looking at Yi Yun, who had already moved on to other battlefields, Danzo chose not to continue fighting. Instead, he directly took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky, then retreated with a body flicker technique, without looking back. Is this a retreat signal? The Konoha ninja were all startled. They forced back their opponents and turned to flee without looking back. Of course, there were also those who felt they had no will to live. They threw themselves at their opponents even more fiercely, trying to take one down with them. We have won. We have defeated Konoha. Full pursuit. 3. The three commanders roared in unison. It was time to beat the fleeing enemy. Those who want battle merits, what are you hesitating for? This is also the source for ordinary civilian ninja to gain promotions in exchange for ninjutsu, battle merits. As the war began, why was there such great growth? A large part of it was naturally that the ninja villages would also offer ninjutsu to attract these civilian ninja. Survive, and you get battle merits, kill enemies, and you get even more. And the safest and most satisfying way was naturally to beat the fleeing enemy during the pursuit. Yi Yun came to Chiyo and Ebizo's side. Many Sunigakure Jonin also gathered again. The Genin and Chunin needed battle merits to pursue, but at this moment they had to be wary of their own, especially when both sides were Kage-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, Anoki stumbled to a broken stone giant inside, which only the lower half of Kitsuchi's body. At this moment, Anoki's heart was wrenched with pain. This was his own son. Moreover, he was the only Kage-level powerhouse of the new generation in the clan. If something happened to himself, Awagakure and his own clan would face a huge crisis. This wave truly a massive loss. Orochimaru is too slippery, and the key is that he spits out snakes, and the snakes spit out people. After wiping off the mucus, a brand new Orochimaru emerges. I cut him in half several times, but he still didn't die. Truly disgusting. The foundation of Konoha is still too terrifying. The ultimate techniques unleashed by the top combatants of those secret technique clans are truly horrifying. If it weren't for us seeing that even Kitsuchi's huge earth giant could be crippled in one blow, and we directly substituted with puppets, we would probably have suffered too. Also, that insect guy, when he died, he directly took dozens of ninja with him, and that area became a dead zone. Ebizo was also full of fear and relief. These secret technique clans of Konoha are truly more ruthless than each other. In this battle, 6 or 7 clan heads of secret technique families died, but the cost was losing a Kage-level combatant. Overall, it's hard to say who lost or gained. With such a huge disadvantage, Konoha was still able to fight like this. Their comprehensive strength is simply terrifying. You defeated Danzo. You chose not to kill him, very smart. Granny Chiyo praised Yi Yun with a smile. She had also been keeping an eye on Yi Yun's battle out of the corner of her eye, so she had seen the outcome. That Danzo is the Hokage's assistant. If you had really killed him, Konoha would probably target Sunigakure for revenge. It's really not necessary to take that risk. Winning is enough. Yeah, I won. I cut off his left hand and one eye. But his eyes are very special. They are Sharingan. And they have special techniques. Why does this sound familiar? Isn't it 3 tadpoles? Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged glances, a thought dawning on them. Yi Yun nodded and described a pattern of linked triangles, but the technique within it suited him perfectly. Could they help him install it? That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo, haha. I bet this Sharingan is most likely the Mangekyo of his former teammate Uchiha Kagami. TSK. A comrade saved me from peril, yet I gouge out his eye for materials. Truly the darkness of the shinobi world. Transplanting it isn't a problem, but the issue is that it can't be deactivated. It will constantly drain your chakra. And you'll face relentless pursuit from the Uchiha clan. Are you sure? Yi Yun thought for a moment, then pointed to his own brow. Can you find a way to carve out an extra eye socket here? He wanted the original eye, and he also craved the Mangekyo Sharingan. Specifically, could they devise a seal that he could unseal when needed, thereby reducing chakra consumption? Chiyo pondered for a while and began explaining one by one. Installing an eye on the brow was feasible. They could extend an optic nerve externally, dig a hole in the brow, then spit a few times and smear it. No wait, it should be stimulated with medical ninja. As for using a seal to reduce chakra consumption, that was quite a challenge for her. Her sealing arts were not advanced enough to find a suitable technique. The Uzumaki clan would have been more reliable, but now the Uzumaki were gone, the sealing techniques Sunagakure had plundered back, then were all fragments. Chiyo, do you think we have a chance to scrape off some jutsu from Konoha this round? Do you think they'll continue fighting, or will they squeeze out some benefits and retreat? Yi-Yun sneakily glanced at Hanzo, who was posing in the distance, and at Inoki, who seemed to have aged significantly. He whispered to Chiyo, though he had his own guesses. Chiyo was far more experienced in the political landscape of the shinobi world. You want sealing arts? He'll propose it to the third Hokage later. Sunagakure's goal is the land of rivers. If we keep fighting, our forces will be even more stretched. But Konoha is even more worried. They've suffered greater losses this time, truly crippling. If the lightning barbarians make a move, Konoha will be under Now it depends on which side Kumogakure will deploy its forces. My opinion is that Sunagakure should quit while we're ahead. We want the land of rivers, and if you want sealing arts, well, add a few more. Sure enough, it was just as he had thought. Inoki probably wanted to keep fighting, while Hanzo was definitely going to drag everyone into continuing the war. Otherwise, Konoha would later crush Amigakure. They were close, and they had attacked Konoha before. Other places were far away and belonged to big nations, hard to strike, but Amigakure. Haha. But from Sunagakure's perspective, the best course was to reap the harvest and flee. However, there was another possibility, tricking the ninja clans into committing their Yi-Yun actually hoped for the latter. These Sunagakure ninja clans were utterly useless in battle, experts only at bullying their own people. If he could trick those useless fools into dying, it would free up plenty of resources, allowing him to cultivate more loyal civilian ninja for the Kage. No, why the hell am I thinking about the Kage? I should be taking back everything I lost, and then taking what belongs to others too. Later he'll scrounge up more money and find a master blacksmith to melt some chakra metal into the golden snake sword, so when I stab someone, the scorch release chakra effect will be even stronger. The lower-ranked ninja from the three factions chased for over 10 miles, only stopping when they could see Konoha's camp, as ordered by their leading jounin. Each returned with the corpses they had collected, eager to claim their rewards. In the shinobi world, the corpses of ninja had many uses: searching for residual memories, gathering intelligence, extracting secret techniques, and capturing memory images. On the battlefield, they were extremely valuable. As for the bodies rich in chakra, puppeteers could take them to make puppets. Those deemed worthless could be fed to summoning beasts. The fact that the 5 great ninja villages refrained from turning them into jerky was already a moral baseline. The puppets here could be the human puppets like Sasori's, or substitute puppets used as targets. Many varieties, ensuring nothing goes to waste. After returning to camp, Chiyo and Ebizo went to handle administrative affairs, while Yi-Yun retreated to his tent to connect with the demon seed and check on Danzo's status. The demon seed is this playful. It actually guided Danzo to form a new Kekkai Genkai. Holy crap, it feels like Danzo has gone Super Saiyan. Can it give me feedback? Too far away. How does this even work? Yi-Yun had hoped to gain a new Kekkai Genkai, but the demon seed reported that the distance was too great, and its life magnetic field transmission ability couldn't reach that far. The method to retrieve the demon seed still required close contact. After thinking for a long time, the ideal scenario was that Danzo would go on a rampage, and then in the next big battle he would beat Danzo unconscious again, allowing him to receive the demon seed's feedback. He had just checked. Danzo's ability was somewhat terrifying. It resembled Dark Release Ming done in absorbing ninjutsu and chakra, but was even more bizarre. No direct combat lethality, but a strange power of gene fusion. Suddenly Yi-Yun wondered, if Danzo kept fusing genes everywhere, would he end up creating a Kekkai Genkai net? That guy was absolutely capable of scouring the world for genetic samples. And he was in Konoha. There were first Hokage cells and the Uchiha clan there. It seemed he was really raising a monster. Fellow ninja clans of Konoha, your good days are coming. Eat up Danzo, keep up the good work, I've got your back. After confirming with the demon seed that the more Danzo used it, the deeper its control over him would become, and that he wouldn't have to defeat Danzo to retrieve it, Yi-Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this was a system product with rule-based protection. Otherwise, he would have to start figuring out how to expose Danzo immediately. Nizan, my battle merits earn me a promotion. Am now the youngest Chunin in Sunagakure's history. From now on, call me Chunin Yitsong. A cheerful, noisy voice approached from afar. Wearing a Chunin vest that was way too big for her, Yitsong stood with her hands on her hips, looking down her nose at him. Tell me about it. It shouldn't have been this fast. Did you go on a killing spree? When it comes to chasing, I run fast. And I just throw giant scorch release fireballs at the people in front. Besides, I'm your little sister, so everyone will surely go easy on me. Borrowing the tiger's might, and you're proud of it, aren't you? On second thought, it seemed reasonable. Although Yitsong was young under his training, her body flicker technique was incredibly adept, and as a Kekei Jinkai ninja, with the powerful Scorch release, her actual combat strength was at the Chunin level. She had even killed a Chunin in single combat before. In such a pursuit environment, she was like a fast-moving humanoid artillery platform, so it was only natural that she would achieve more. Kawaii, well done. Go out and enjoy the admiration of your little sisters. Yi Yun patted the little peahen Yitsong on the head, letting her show off. The genin who came this time were mostly her classmates from the same year at the Ninja Academy. Yitsong was their big sister at school, and she had probably been looking forward to this. Oh, I'm going out to play. Nizan. Yitsong happily went out. Now she could not only boast about her promotion to Chunin, but also about her brother being a Kage-level powerhouse. He is the great hero who turned the tide of battle. Make sure to tell your little sisters, and remember to vote for my brother later. Without Yitsong's fuss, the empty tent fell back into silence. Yi Yun continued his internal cultivation, while also pondering the various uses of Dao Heart Planting Demon. This technique was far more than just planting demon seeds in others and waiting to harvest the fruits. It also brought immense benefits to the practitioner himself. After starting to cultivate it, he keenly noticed that his training efficiency was higher and his concentration was more focused. In combat, as he killed, it seemed he could undergo a regular demonization. The Scorch release chakra inside him became more frenzied and carried a killing intimidation. When reviewing the battle later, he felt that even the special Jonin from Root, who had undergone rigorous combat training, became somewhat stiff and sluggish when facing him, naturally exposing more openings. Dao Heart Planting Demon. Dao Heart Planting Demon. Not on this shore, not on the other shore, or perhaps the two sides of the same coin, both Dao and Demon. The more he savored it, the more he felt the conception of this technique was extraordinary, truly brilliant, and unparalleled. If placed in the real world, it would surely be the work of a grandmaster of madness. I must restrain myself, not fall into decadence, not lean toward either side. 3 hours later, after finishing his cultivation, Yi Yun shook his head vigorously. He had almost completely indulged in Dao Heart cultivation, losing his self-awareness. After withdrawing, he felt the mundane world was extremely dull. Even if Tsunade were lying in front of him, he would have no. What a damn sinister technique. Yi Yun suspected that if he used the demonic power in battle for a long time, he would end up becoming another extreme. During this period, when Yi Yun continued his cultivation, after about a week of fermentation, Konoha was thoroughly stirred up. Do you know? The front line has been defeated. It's said that only a few hundred of the 3,000 ninja remain. What? Weren't they all elites this time? Could the enemy break into Konoha? It's said those ninja clans suffered heavy casualties. Indeed, a few days ago I passed by and saw every household holding funeral and soul-summoning ceremonies. The news of defeat had spread not only among the ninja clans, but also among the non-ninja villagers of Konoha, who were all talking about it. A sense of panic began to spread throughout Konoha. The attitude of the ninja clans further fueled the spread of fear. The Hyuga Ino Shikacho and others kept to themselves with their gates tightly shut, unknown what they were doing. The Uchiha, on the other hand, were like agitated brothers, often shouting and yelling in front of the Hokage building. Initially, after the first heavy losses, everyone was only angry. The villagers were united in their hatred, clamoring to give the Sunagakure guys a harsh lesson. But this second time was even more tragic, a complete defeat. Thus from pride they fell into fear. Could it be that the enemies outside were truly formidable, and with several countries attacking together, would they find themselves in the awkward situation of being outnumbered? Inside the Hokage's office, smoke filled the air. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked one pipe after another. This time it was truly a crippling blow. The ninja clans were also very critical, believing that this was all Danzo's fault, and there were already talks about holding Danzo accountable. Moreover, there were rumors that Danzo had taken out a Mangekyo Sharingan on the battlefield. The Uchiha clan leader could barely contain the clan's emotions. Moreover, there were rumors that Danzo had taken. Udatane Koharu frowned at the smoke-filled room, but she had no interest in arguing with Hiruzen over this. The war situation was already like this. How to deal with the upcoming battle was the key. Hamura, I need you to go to the Land of Lightning as an envoy. No matter the cost, you must persuade the Third Reikage. Ideally, he should send troops to threaten Iwagakure. At the very least, he must remain neutral. Koharu, you start preparing supplies, and recall the mission ninja outside. Recall Hitaki Sakomo as well. The two stood up simultaneously, slightly bowing to indicate acceptance of the mission. Udatane Koharu was a bit curious. What about you? I will go to each ninja clan to express my apologies and ask for their continued support. This time I will personally go to the battlefield. I will never allow my teacher to be shamed, nor Konoha to be shamed. Let them want war, then war it shall be. Looking at the third Hokage who no longer stooped, and whose originally frail body began to appear infinitely towering, Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura regained their calm and confidence. The god of shinobi had returned. Then what about Danzo? Mitokado Hamura brought up their old comrade again. He knew that Danzo had fallen this time, but the man had lost an arm, greatly reducing his combat power, and had squandered all available forces under his root. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe on the desk, and finally said in a deep voice, "Immediately relieve Danzo of all his duties, and have the Umbu take him into custody. I need to show the ninja clans an attitude. The war is the priority." Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu did not voice opposition. As long as Danzo was not executed immediately, they could always find a way to fish him out. Besides, although Root had lost its high-end combatants, the intelligence operatives deployed outside were still there, and war could not do without intelligence. Once the ninja clans sent out their troops, Danzo would eventually come out again. At worst, he would keep a low profile, just losing the title of Hokage's assistant on the surface. The three quickly began their respective actions. The diplomatic envoy set off immediately, and Udatain Koharu began coordinating the gathering of medicine ninja tools and ninja forces. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe, went to each ninja clan to offer condolences and express his grief and apologies. In private, he naturally began discussing with each clan the matter of continuing to send troops for war. This time Sarutobi Hiruzen would go to the front lines himself. With this move, the various ninja clans could no longer afford to remain aloof. Moreover, the third Hokage had promised them many enticing prospects, granting numerous tangible policy benefits, distributing many high-ranking positions, and offering various subsidies for the new generation. The clans understood the principle that when one prospers, all prosper, when one falls, all fall. Thus a force of 6,000 was swiftly assembled once more. This was the last elite of Konoha. These 6,000 were the frontline combatants, supplemented by logistical transport intelligence and medical personnel. Any further conscription would have meant abandoning many resource outposts, which would be akin to killing the goose that laid the golden egg. If the garrison shinobi left, bandits and rogue ninja would soon plunder the area, and rebuilding would require tremendous effort and resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Konohagakure, the foremost of all hidden villages. It is time to remind them once again with blood and fire that Konoha's might is unshakable. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, fire burns evermore. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village, allowing new buds to sprout. I shall lead the charge. Standing on the high platform, the third Hokage removed his Hokage hat, then tore off his ceremonial robe, revealing the battle armor beneath. Through his actions, he demonstrated to everyone present the resolve of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The shinobi forces below and the villagers of Konoha at a distance were deeply moved. They roared in unison, always proud of Konoha and never allowing that pride to be tarnished. The stains must be cleansed anew with blood and fire. They also firmly believed that under the leadership of the third Hokage, the strongest Hokage, they would surely return victorious this time. In the conference hall of Kage-level in the Land of Rain, intelligence personnel reported the gathered information about Konoha's mobilization to the three factions seated in the hall. From Iwagakure came Anoki and the Jinchuriki Rashi, though Anoki was accompanied by a very restless young man with blonde hair who was muttering something under his breath. "Hey, isn't that Deidara? Little Deidara, have you started studying art?" Yiyin, seeing the hyperactive youth Deidara, felt the urge to give him a gift. Bombs being art. Wherein from artists study the art of the human body. I have a fascinating book for you. On the Suna side, it was no longer Chiyo leading the charge. The third Kazekage had returned. After all, with Hitaki Sakumo gone, the third would not stay home idly. Moreover, Suna had its own factions. The third Kazekage and Chiyo represented two different factions, but they chose not to fight internally, directing their focus outward. Sunagakure still had 3 Kage-level fighters. Since Ebizo was reliable, he was naturally sent to persuade Kumogakure to join the alliance. 4 against 1, taking down the big brother first, wouldn't that be wonderful? The Land of Fire was incredibly wealthy, and any piece torn off would be a fat chunk of meat. As for Kage-level, it was naturally just Hanzo the Salamander, a lone figure. But in the Land of Rain, no one underestimated Hanzo. He excelled in both duels and group battles, could unleash large-scale poison, and was incredibly fast, especially in the rain. His rain Shunshin was devastating, like mowing grass. In the previous battle, he had pushed Jiraiya and Tsunade to their limits, while effortlessly cutting down nearby Konoha shinobi. That was Hanzo restraining himself out of pride. If he had been as unscrupulous as Yiyun, fewer than 100 from Konoha would have escaped last time. Sensing Yiyun's gaze, Hanzo spoke in a muffled voice from behind his gas mask. "Your swordsmanship is interesting. If you're interested, I wouldn't mind offering some guidance." "Damn, you sure know how to put on airs." But Yiyun knew these words were not malicious. After all, he was a young man who had just stepped into the Kage level, while Hanzo, a transcendent Kage level, who had long worn the title of demigod, would actually spar with him and offer guidance. That was truly an honor. Look at the Sannin 3 against 1, and they couldn't win. Yet Hanzo bestowed upon them the title Sannin, and the entire ninja world considered it a glory. Thank you, Senior Hanzo. I look forward to witnessing your prowess. Yi Yun stood up and bowed slightly, his fighting spirit surging, feeling his blood begin to burn. Everyone present turned their gaze to the two, especially Yi Yun. Fighting a strong opponent, as long as his spirit remained unbroken, would surely be of great benefit afterward. A Kage level so young made Onoki feel as if he had bitten into a lemon. He turned to look at Deidara, thinking you two are a bloodline limit user, and your chakra nature suits the training of dust release. I hope you can grow quickly. That concludes the intelligence on Konoha's deployment. After reporting the gathered information, the intelligence operative vanished with a body flicker technique, leaving the high-level representatives of the three factions to continue their meeting. 6,000 elites. Even if they're not of the same quality as before, they cannot be underestimated. Has Elder Ebizo of Suna made any progress? After hearing the report, Onoki frowned deeply. On paper, the three factions certainly had that many troops, but their actual combat effectiveness was undoubtedly far inferior. We're at a stalemate. Konoha has also dispatched Kohor Udatane to lobby the third Raikage, offering very generous terms. As we all know, the third Raikage is a sly old fox who will likely play both sides' pocket benefits from each and then wait to see the outcome of our battle. Chio explained that it wasn't that Ebizo was ineffective, Konoha was also pulling out all the stops. In such a life-or-death moment, how could Konoha not be generous? Their own alliance, on the other hand, consisted of 3 impoverished villages. It was already a testament to Ebizo's eloquence that they could keep the third Raikage from siding with Konoha. Everyone nodded in understanding. If they were the Raikage, they would also take the benefits first, then wait, and see, throwing their weight behind the victor. Damn it. Reinforcements. I brought 1500 elite shinobi from Suna, clan shinobi. The third Kazekage arms cross spoke with a hint of arrogance. He hadn't come all this way to disband. After seeing the victory on the front lines, the clans, eager for a share of the spoils, had reached an agreement with him, contribute men and resources, and together they would grow stronger. Having been a Kage for so many years, Onoki could guess the source of these elites. Stroking his chin, he nodded. He'll send word back. I believe we'll receive reinforcements as well. Then Onoki looked at Hanzo. Amigakure had already pulled out every available shinobi. They had no clan reserves to draw upon, and were dirt poor. Sigh. 3 poor bastards. Konoha, why can't you be reasonable? Just pay us a little to let us go. I will go all out. Hanzo, feeling a bit embarrassed, said coldly, meaning that this time he would hold nothing back in battle and would kill without mercy. That could work. Onoki and the third Kazekage also nodded. Hanzo had definitely had the opportunity and ability to kill or severely wound either Jiraiya or Tsunade before, but he must have held back, fearing that the third Hokage would lead Konoha to fight him to the death. Now that Konoha was advancing with vengeance, if they lost Hanzo, and the Hidden Rain village would surely be doomed. So why the hesitation? They should take down a few enemies first. No matter if they won, he could claim a fertile territory, and with the prestige from this battle establish the 6th great hidden village. Yi Yun watched this scene, unable to suppress a grin. Was the second war about to escalate into a third? Konoha was truly showing its health bar now. After this battle, even if Konoha won, the Hidden Sand village could just return to eating sand with no real loss, and the Hidden Rock village was tens of thousands of miles away. The only one who would truly suffer was Hanzo, but Konoha's losses would not be easily replenished in the short term, and the third war would likely be even more brutal. Meanwhile, Danzo had begun to retreat into the shadows and stir up trouble. Using his remaining authority as a commander, he had obtained various genetic samples to feed the demon. He had even regrown the Byakugan in his left eye. Though it was clouded, it was still the Byakugan. With this breakthrough, Danzo lost all desire for combat merits. He only wanted to embark on a voracious journey of devouring. He also understood that he could never gain the support of the ninja clans, so he continued to act like a defeated old man who had lost his spirit, burying all darkness even deeper. Then, through rounds of detailed defense arrangements and negotiations, they searched for suitable battlefields, whether to wage a war of attrition or face off directly as before. The 3 leaders banged the table and glared at each other, each refusing to yield. Come, let's go outside, Junior. Hanzo shook his somewhat dizzy head. The heated arguments had left his politically inept mind even more confused. Decision made. He would use a bit more force later to vent his frustration. Seeing Hanzo looking like he wanted to take out his anger, Yi Yun cast a resentful glance at the third Kazekage and Granny Chio. I have to go be a punching bag for others. Still, he didn't refuse and followed Hanzo to an open area. The others naturally followed with pleasure. The young man behind Onoki was especially restless. If not for the intimidating aura of the surrounding people, he would have already used the body flicker technique to rush ahead. Junior, state your name. Use all your techniques. Hanzo casually swung his scythe, gesturing slightly, and glared coldly at Yi Yun. Ah, the old generation's aura of dominance really is. Yi Yun raised his gleaming golden snake sword scabbard horizontally, with his left hand slightly bent forward, then accelerated. As he sped up, he began to fully circulate his scorch-release chakra, covering his entire body. Countless small scorch-release snakes, shimmering with a distorted flame-like hue, materialized and shot toward Hanzo with lightning speed, while the latter swung his scythe to deflect them all. Junior. Yi Yun. Please. Instruct. Me, Senior Hanzo. As a series of afterimages trailed behind him, his words were drawn out into a long, lingering note. Ding. The weapons of both sides clashed. Yi Yun, light as a willow catkin, did not force a direct contest of strength. Instead, using the momentum of the clash, he spun around to Hanzo's back. The golden snake sword lashed out, covering all of Hanzo's vital points. The latter, without using the body flicker technique to escape, swung his scythe, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, parrying each strike of the golden snake sword with ease, appearing effortless. Not enough, not enough. You are too cautious. Your sword should follow the path of killing. Strike once, and strike to kill. Why do I only see the will to survive in you? Follow your own sword intent. Don't control it with your rational mind, or you will always remain a second-rate swordsman. Hanzo swung lightly. Each move seemed both powerful and lightning-fast, with angles both cunning and unpredictable. Yi Yun also noticed the difference between them. Hanzo had openings, but they were not traps. Instead, between each move, Hanzo was trading injuries. If you attacked his weakness, you would pay with a more severe wound than his. Yi Yun was sure that Hanzo's speed and strength were not superior to his own, yet the sheer pressure of that swordsmanship and intent suppressed him completely. He understood what Hanzo meant. He was merely a swordsman with high agility, capable of winning easy battles with speed, but when facing a true master, he could only flee in panic. Yi Yun leaped back a distance, shaking the golden snake sword. Its blade swirled with a more lifelike quality. He then entered his next mode, demonization. His pupils turned completely black, his hair flew wildly, and his aura surged. He charged forward again. This time, facing the scythe, Yi Yun no longer held back in fear of grazing. Instead, covering himself in chakra, he actively traded injuries, lunging straight for Hanzo's vitals. Using the golden snake's fluid movement, he shifted his body away from lethal strikes at the moment the scythe neared. Damn, has the kid been provoked by Hanzo? He better not end up seriously injured. Granny Chio grew anxious and couldn't help speaking out. Beside her, the third Kazekage clenched his fists tightly. Regardless of factional issues in times of war, every combatant was crucial. Hanzo will hold back, it won't be serious. The kid has great insight. He's not recklessly exchanging blows. His swordsmanship has fundamentally changed. He's already beginning to drive it with instinct. Onoki floated in the air, able to see with his strength that Yi Yun was not reacting out of stress, but had entered a state of selflessness. Their seemingly mutual destruction, yet evasive fighting style, changed again as the weapons were about to land. Yi Yun continued to thrust the golden snake sword, now imbued with a scorch release blade, while twisting his body into a bizarre angle, grazing a wound as he retreated. However, he also controlled the chakra cloak around his body, causing the blood splattering from his wound to transform into scorch release chakra, which exploded upon contact. He needed to remember this habit, otherwise against ordinary opponents it might be fine, but if he encountered that guy from the Jashin cult, trading injuries would be a disaster. And who knew if there were similar curse techniques? Not bad, not bad. Hanzo looked at Yi Yun with admiration, then at the wound on his arm left by the golden snake sword, and smiled even more broadly. Then instead of standing still, he charged at Yi Yun. The latter now finally had the qualifications to fight him. Yi Yun's pitch-black eyes met Hanzo's gaze without fear. He glided forward, his sword technique now faster and more ferocious, every move fraught with deadly intent, like a swift and sinister snake launching attacks from every cunning angle. An hour later, after another exchange of wounds, both sides retreated over a dozen steps, and neither advanced further. The battle had lasted long enough. Yi Yun steadied his mind, slowly withdrawing from his demonized state, carefully contemplating the state he had just been in. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes again. Thank you, Senior. I have learned a great deal. He spoke this with heartfelt sincerity. Hanzo, who had not lost his spirit and was still at his peak, possessed swordsmanship that was among the very top in the ninja world. More importantly, it was this will that made him understand what technique was and what intention or the Tao was. Hanzo looked at his armor, which had become a battered mess, and his body was covered in wounds. This guy's scorch release was really something. Every wound, no matter how small, required a significant amount of chakra to resist the subsequent erosion and explosive vaporization of blood and bodily fluids. You are very good. You have great talent, and you will surely become a top-tier sword master in the future. Hanzo saw that Yi Yun had finished his contemplation and was full of admiration. Truly worthy of the 5 great nations, such a fine seedling. If only the Hidden Rain village had such a talent. A sword master. Why did it feel like weird things were being mixed in? Would there be something like breath of all things, or flying slash later on? Following the principle of asking when in doubt, Yi Yun directly inquired, what is a sword master? Is there something like the breath of all things, the realm of cutting iron, or flying slash? Flying slash. Hanzo pondered for a moment, his eyes turning extremely serious. He burst out his chakra, raised his sickle, and began to gather power. Then he casually swung it toward a large tree, and a visible crescent moon-shaped blast shot out, directly cutting through over a dozen trees before dissipating. Damn, it's real. Would a pirate ship come crashing in one day? This style is a bit weird. This technique just requires imbuing enough willpower. It's not difficult. It's just a chakra application, but it's somewhat useful. As for that breath of all things and cutting everything without exception you mentioned, I have a bit of an idea, but I need to when I make progress I'll call you. Young man, you have quite the ideas. Hanzo was very pleased with Yi Yun's question, as it seemed to give him considerable inspiration. After the demonstration, he suddenly thought of something, shook his sickle, and lifted his chin slightly, once again exuding the aura of a supreme poser. A fine young man. I see the future in you. I, Hanzo the demigod, hereby bestow upon you a name, Scorch Release, Sword Demon. Carry this name and gallop through the ninja world. I welcome you to come and seek guidance anytime. Wow, is this a classic scene? You're not a demigod, you're the king of showing off. I actually got the honor of being named before the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Yi Yun found it a bit amusing. Take him as your master. Grandma Chio whispered in reminder. Oh. Yi Yun realized that Hanzo's last words meant he was willing to teach him swordsmanship. So how did it come to this? Thank you, master. Your disciple will not tarnish your reputation. If there is a need, I will certainly lend you a hand. Yi Yun was not stupid. Hanzo was definitely anxious and wanted to win over him in the Hidden Sand Village, which is why he was willing to teach him swordsmanship. But he also surely saw potential in his swordsmanship. It just felt a bit strange. When others transmigrated into Naruto, they either became disciples of Orochimaru or Jiraiya, or from other villages, Inoki, and such. But here he was actually hanging out with Hanzo, a villain. That was something else. But from the current perspective, regardless of Hanzo's other aspects, his guidance and sparring in swordsmanship were exactly what he urgently needed. In the Hidden Sand Village, he could only practice behind closed doors. From the Sand Village's perspective, it was also necessary to win over a strong figure like Hanzo. Most importantly, if something happened, they could always claim it was his personal action. The only trouble was that the Akatsuki organization would definitely not be friendly to him later. Should he perhaps give Pain a demonized seed as well? But then wouldn't this cheap teacher get beaten up even worse? No, Hanzo and Danzo shouldn't be working together, right? And I'm not a saint either. When Hanzo gets into trouble, I can't be the one to take the hit, can I? Yi Yun's mind was wandering, but Hanzo on the other hand was not. Seeing that the young man understood his intention under Kyo's reminder, he was quite satisfied. The war had reached this point, he might as well win over. Yi Yun's mind was wandering, but Hanzo on the other hand was not. Seeing that the young man understood his intention under Kyo's reminder, he was quite satisfied. The war had reached this point, he might as well win over as many as possible. Moreover, Yi Yun didn't have the arrogance of a strong person, and he was good at high-speed movement and mowing down enemies. When they fought in a group, Hanzo would hold off the Kage-level opponents while this guy would reap the ordinary ninja. Then relying on their speed, they could kill a round and flee. If Konoha dared to come, he would wage guerrilla warfare. Thus the Sand and Rain villages became a true alliance on the surface. Inoki, standing nearby, rolled his eyes for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't find a suitable candidate. The Rock Village had no suitable talent for swordsmanship to become a disciple, and to be honest, he looked down on Hanzo's sword legacy. After all, this stuff required too much talent and a lot of practical experience. It was too difficult to produce such a sword genius. Wouldn't it be better to spend that effort cultivating several Kage-level combatants who specialized in ninjutsu? On top of that, the Rock Village still had Dust Release to learn. As for allying with the Rain Village, Inoki thought that the Rain would definitely be attacked later. After this wave, he couldn't wait to cut ties immediately. Alliance. Crazy. Sugoi, swordsmanship is so cool. I really want to learn it. Master, can you teach me swordsmanship? The little blonde-haired boy beside him also had stars in his eyes after watching the battle and exclaimed, Crazy. Sugoi, swordsmanship is so cool. I really want to learn it. Master, can you teach me swordsmanship? The little blonde-haired boy oh, that's true. Master, you're not even as tall as a sword. The little blonde-haired Deidara blurted out, showing no regret for his words, and kept chattering on. Being cool was a lifelong thing. Congratulations. Ignoring Deidara, Inoki flew forward to congratulate both sides. He almost said, why don't you have a political marriage? It would be best if you were tied together, then you could face Konoha together. The third Kazekage also agreed to this teacher-disciple relationship, because the Sand had fought Konoha before and the enmity between them was deep. 2 against 1 was always easier than an unknown fight. Even with this title, if Hanzo died later, the Sand could still use Yiyun's identity as a disciple to infiltrate the reign and turn it into a vassal bridgehead. As long as my bottom line was low enough, this move would definitely not be a loss. Congratulations, Yiyun. You're a title ninja now. Granny Chiyo smiled genuinely with a hint of sincerity. After all, Yiyun was relatively close to them, and she had done him a favor. The faster he progressed, the more Chiyo felt that this investment was worthwhile. She could also consider whether there were suitable women from her own clan or allied families. With her influence, Yiyun would likely not refuse. A marriage alliance would bind them even closer and strengthen their voice in Sunigakure. The Scorch release, Sword Demon Sugoi. The blonde-haired Deidara ran over, acting as if they were old friends, and praised Yiyun for being cool. "Hi, you're handsome too, and you'll definitely be cool in the future. But being handsome on the outside isn't enough, you also need a heart that appreciates art." Seeing Deidara come over on his own, Inoki didn't call him back, presumably not opposing their acquaintance. Yiyun started chatting with little Deidara, and with his deliberately pretentious talk, Deidara soon fell for it, calling him Big Brother excitedly. "Big Brother Yiyun, I'll definitely study the art you gave me. I'll return the favor next time." Yiyun smiled, and waved, replying that he was looking forward to it. "Big Brother Yiyun, I'll definitely study the art you gave me. I'll return the favor next time." Yiyun smiled, and waved, replying that he was looking forward to it. "But also remember to train well, and I look forward to your growth." As Inoki carried Deidara while flying, Deidara sobbed, saying he would work hard, and that on the battlefield they would show those Konoha guys the power of their brotherhood. Is it possible that if you keep studying human art you'll end up being more suited to be called Jiraiya's partner? If we're together, others will think him a pervert too. What he gave was naturally a book he had written himself, since he saw that the locals hadn't experienced any good literary works. It was a book with illustrations, and he gave, "Kunoichi, you've caught my attention. I'm going to lock you up. How sexy, huh? Why does it seem so profound?" After being dragged away, flying Deidara immediately took out the book and started reading, but the content confused him. "What's the use of tying up? Shouldn't you just stab them with a kunai to kill them?" Inoki nearly crashed upon hearing Deidara's words, cursing inwardly. "Yiyun, you look like a man of few words, but you're actually a secret pervert." "Teacher, I feel like I can't understand this book. Is this really art? Does everyone like things on the chest? The bigger the better." "Teacher, I feel like I can't understand this book. Is this really art? Does everyone like things on the chest? The bigger the better. What the hell is this?" But Inoki thought for a moment before. Deidara was always thinking about going out and saying art is an explosion, but now he's willing to read a book. Isn't this better than going out and causing trouble? Art that everyone loves is true art. Do you want everyone to praise your art and love it? You can read more than think about it, and later write one yourself. Give it to Yiyun, and I'm sure he'll love it. Deidara slapped his thigh right. "I'll go observe carefully, then create my own art, and I'll learn what it means that elegance never goes out of style. Later I'll try those lines I just saw at the Ninja Academy, and see if the female classmates like them." Watching Deidara loudly reciting stories and lines, Rashi gave Inoki a speechless look. "Is this really okay?" Inoki shrugged. "This little guy is too rowdy. Playing with female classmates or causing trouble everywhere, which do you choose? So what if he's a little pervert? If he has kids early, maybe we'll get more bloodline limit ninja sprouts." Rashi sighed. "This Awagakure has bad luck. He's your candidate for Kage, and if the future Kage spends his days drawing comics or acting out tycoon literature with female ninjas imprisonment play, how abstract would that be? Had become a laughingstock in the ninja world." "Big Brother, I heard you were given a title by the demigod Hanzo." "Awesome. So from now on, everyone will call you Lord Yiyun, the Scorch Release Sword Demon. It sounds really nice." Not long after returning to camp with the intentional dissemination by the third Kazekage and Granny Chiyo, the news quickly spread. Hanzo still had prestige, being appreciated after a sword duel with the demigod Hanzo, and receiving a title was considered a great honor in the eyes of ordinary ninjas. Yakura was overjoyed upon hearing this. After showing off to her friends for a while, she came over to ask about the specific process and what the fight was like. He ruffled the little girl's hair, then sat down and began to recount the story. Yakura, being perceptive, started massaging him occasionally, exclaiming in surprise and admiration, not expecting the sword duel to be so perilous. "I'm telling you this so you'll remember it well. You will definitely encounter various opponents in battle. Never let your guard down. As a fragile profession, a ninja's life and death can be decided in an instant. Even a jonin can die from a kunai if they are careless. If you ever encounter such a ruthless person, they might manage to drag you down with them, even at the cost of injury." Listening to her big brother's teachings, Yakura nodded seriously and carefully recorded these lessons. After all, her life was her own, and weren't such ruthless people exactly like that in the past. Big brother, do you think we can defeat Konoha this time? Yakura leaned in and whispered into his ear. Ian thought for a moment. I think it's hard to say if there will be a decisive battle like last time. Konoha's military strength and power are strong this time. Even if we 3 ninja villages have a numerical advantage, our ninja quality and teamwork are certainly inferior to theirs. The key will be the Kage-level showdown this time. I wonder how many hidden forces Konoha will deploy. And remember, Mito Uzumaki is still alive. Will she come? Who knows how much power Mito Uzumaki still has? As long as she's not dead, she's at least a Super Kage. Plus, there's Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even if he's not a Super Kage, he can definitely hold off a Super Kage for a long time. If that Super Kage is blocked, then, with Tsukumo Hatake the Sannin and the Kage-level ninjas from Konoha's older generation, this battle will be really tough. Everyone has worked hard. From now on, I will personally command the battle. I hereby announce that Danzo is relieved of all duties and shall be escorted back to the village by the Umbu for detention. Hand over the list of intelligence personnel on the front lines, Danzo. Having rushed to the front lines, the third Hokage did not hesitate to first put Danzo in his place to appease the other's anger. Danzo took a deep look at his old comrade, but instead of shouting, as before, he nodded silently, indicating his submission to all the Hokage's decisions. Seeing his old comrade, who now appeared decades older with his left arm missing and his body wrapped in bandages from Yiyun's scorch release, even one of his eyes covered, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been full of resentment, felt a pang of mercy. He gave Danzo a slight nod, signaling that he would not go for the kill. As Danzo walked slowly forward, leaning on his cane with his head bowed, a cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. You think you can imprison me? They'll go back and devour the first Hokage's genes. Once I possess the power of wood release, as long as I find the right opportunity, no one can stop me from becoming Hokage. Power. Power is the true source of authority. Monkey, take good care of my Konoha until I return as a king. Without the familiar closing line, Sarutobi, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit unaccustomed, but he showed nothing on his face. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Jonin for a meeting. Orochimaru explained exactly what happened. I've read the report, but many of the Jonin here don't know the specifics. So now you remember me. Orochimaru listlessly recounted the events in detail. After hearing that the old 6th Inoki had launched a surprise attack while hiding, and that Hanzo, who had been negotiating a neutral stance, had been provoked into rebellion by Danzo's aggressiveness, he thought, with 2 Super Kage-level threats, how can we? You can't accomplish anything but cause trouble. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless at his old comrade's arrogance. If you had been just a little more cautious and conservative, this battle would likely have been won. But instead you provoked everyone you could and ended up sacrificing our elite force. Now report on the enemy's troops' strength and combat capabilities. Seeing the crowd begin to stir and curse Danzo again, Sarutobi Hiruzen redirected the conversation. Is this the time to deal with Danzo? We're at war. The Iwagakure has sent another 2,000, bringing the total to over 4,000 ninjas. Sunagakure has about 2,500, and the Amagakure should have around 2,000 as well. The total is nearly 10,000 ninjas, but their strength varies widely, and their overall combat power is not very strong. As for Kage-level ninjas, we have Hanzo Inoki, the 3rd Kazekage Chiyorashi, and a newly promoted sword-style Kage-level ninja from Suna. 6 Kage-level ninjas, and among them 2 are Super Kage-level. The Jonin finally couldn't hold back their panic. This still seems unwinnable. Maybe we should try to win Hanzo back. If worst comes to worst, we could use him as a disposable asset. Let him use the 4-symbol seal to take one down. Orochimaru finished speaking and crossed his arms, saying no more, looking like a clock-watching employee. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this was Orochimaru's silent protest. He sighed, picked up his pipe, and tapped it on the table. Isakumo Hatake Torafu Akimichi, Setsuna Uchiha Orochimaru Tsunade Jiraiya. Also, Lady Mito has arrived. But unless absolutely necessary, we should not let her take action. Upon hearing her grandmother's name, Tsunade nearly punched the 3rd Hokage. My grandmother is 70 years old. She's barely hanging on by a thread, and you're dragging her onto the battlefield. How can you be the Hokage? Seeing his disciple's fury, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to explain. This is Lady Mito's own decision. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. If we resort to piecemeal tactics, and the Kumogakure and Kirigakure see an opportunity and join in. So we must strike decisively at the start of the war. Crush the 3 villages completely. Otherwise, if Konoha is attacked from all sides and the enemy reaches our doorstep, she would have to intervene anyway. It's all because you played politics and stirred up trouble, and now grandmother has to clean up the mess. Teacher. Tsunade was still indignant, but she threw down that remark and said no more. Since things had come to this, she could only hope they would win without needing her grandmother to fight. The assembled Jonin whispered among themselves, their expressions strange. The good news was that they were probably safe now, but the bad news was that it was incredibly embarrassing. A 70-year-old woman coming to save the day. For victory. For Konoha. For our home. Lady Mito burns herself to illuminate the new sprouts. I Sarutobi Hiruzen will not begrudge my own life. This battle must be won. No victory, no return. Everyone shouted in unison, their roars filled with fury. It's all those bastards who couldn't leave well enough alone. They came looking for trouble. Let's crush them. Crush them hard. Seeing the blazing morale, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the Umbu to issue a challenge. Where we fell, we shall rise again. This battle will deploy our full forces 10,000 against 6,000. The advantage is ours. Win this battle, and Konoha will open its gates to us. The land of fire will open its gates to us. I, the third Kazekage, promise you all that I will not hoard this glory and wealth alone. In the Suna formation, Yi-Yun listened to the third Kazekage's words, his eyelids twitching violently. His face darkened. I thought we might have a chance, but with the third Kazekage stacking up these flags like this battle is definitely lost. Konoha is probably about to unleash their ultimate move. He lowered his voice and whispered to Yagura, watch out later. Better to stay close to the Konoha forces in combat. Brother, didn't you say we could fight? Damn it, I think the third Kazekage's fate is bad. My eyelids are twitching. Just wait and see. We're definitely going to get crushed by Konoha. It's probably Mito Uzumaki who's coming. I'm not scaring you. Mito Uzumaki has the Nine Tails inside her. If she really goes all out and extracts the Nine Tails chakra firing tailed beast balls like they cost nothing, even I couldn't escape. Yagura was startled as well. As a member of a ninja clan, she understood the power of tailed beasts. Yi-Yun often talked to her about the rock-paper-scissors relationship. A speed type like him was most vulnerable to such massive high-power ninjutsu. After all, he could only run fast. He didn't have the flying thunder god technique to teleport. If her own brother couldn't handle it, no one else could. As for small fries like Yagura, if they encountered such an attack, they wouldn't even need to run, just wait for death. At best, they could choose a more graceful way to die. The four sides once again formed the same formation as before, but this time Konoha's response was much less lax. The ninja technique unit took the center, ready to unleash combined techniques against the Iwagakure forces, while close combat ninjas flanked. A meticulously arranged defensive formation stood as impenetrable as an iron fortress. Within it, a command center composed of the Yamanaka clan linked up with ninjas across the battlefield, coordinating the release of techniques in unison. Seeing Konoha adopt this stance, the three allied ninja villages did not immediately strike. The Kage-level powerhouses gathered once more. This time they've grown wiser. If we charge straight in, our losses won't be small. Anoki floated in the air, observing the enemy formation and then the scattered ragtag positions of his own allies. As the head of Iwagakure, the village most adept at combined techniques, he understood all too well the difference between an organized force and a disorganized one. Yi-Yun was somewhat surprised. Instead, he thought Konoha must have lost their minds. They're clustering together like that. On the ground, third Kazekage-sama, you can counter with large-scale ninjutsu. In the sky, Anoki-senpai, you can open with dust release directly into their midst. Hanzo-sama, you summon the salamander and find some wind-release ninjas to blow the poison inside. What's so hard about dealing with that? Before their cage-level fighters charge out, we strike first with a surprise attack. You people from this land have never read the art of war, have you? Alright, you don't have the art of war here. Let's start with a preemptive strike, then stir up the grass to scare the snake fish in troubled waters, and finally cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. Yi-Yun stood with his hands on his hips, expecting praise from everyone, but instead found their expressions turning grim. It's possible, but in the past, there was an unspoken agreement for cage-level battles. If we break that rule, everyone will just start targeting whoever can be killed fastest. No village could withstand that. It was like Pandora's box. Once that limit was opened, who would ever bother with orderly soldier-to-soldier, general-to-general combat? The third Kazekage and Anoki seemed reluctant, but Hanzo appeared tempted. He was more suited to chaotic battles. If this mode opened up, anyone who came to attack his hidden rain village would face a demigod who would strike from the shadows instead of Hedon. That would be a far greater deterrent. Victory means prosperity. The bountiful land of fire is right before us. What's a little scheming? Whether you act or not, I'll start releasing poison first. Hanzo's eyes flickered. You can retreat, but can I? You great nations have to uphold martial honor. I'm a small nation. I have no such scruples. Just go all out. Swoosh. Hanzo instantly teleported away, beginning to search his own ranks for wind-release ninjas ready to make his move. The third Kazekage shot a furious glare at Yi-Yun. What a terrible idea you've given. If Hanzo gets a taste for this kind of tactic, who in the entire ninja world will be able to stop him? Who would dare to invade the land of rain? He would surely expand his sphere of influence wildly, maybe even become the sixth great hidden village. Yi-Yun shrugged indifferently. No wonder you've never tasted the fruits of greatness. You still want to make Sunny know to flourish. Do you deserve it? You don't even have the courage to break the established order. Fighting Konoha within the rules, what makes you think you can win? You fear this, and that Konoha, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, even the daimyo. Look at the other nations, whose daimyo is as arrogant as the wind countries. The fire country daimyo is so domineering, but what happened? A single glare from Danzo could make him wet himself. You command absolute military force, yet you cower before a civil official. Pathetic. If they don't obey, make them disappear quietly and replace them. If the new one still talks back, get rid of them too. If other daimyo start spouting nonsense, go and wipe them out as well. As long as you're willing to risk mutual destruction, it's the daimyo who will back down. If you can't see that letting a daimyo push you around is indeed a death sentence. If the land of rain rises, the first headache will be Konoha. They're not worried, so why are you? And Eunuch's anxiety. Anoki's expression shifted between dark and bright, then he looked toward the land of fire and the barrenness of Iwagakure. Let's do it. Victory is the only future. You're wise, senior. Yi Yun quickly flattered Anoki. Rashi hesitated about to speak, but Anoki's gaze had already hardened with resolve. If Hanzo can do it, why can't I? His power is formidable, but my dust release is even more so. Opening this kind of indiscriminate battle suits Iwagakure perfectly. With dust release, anyone he touches dies. He also has 2 Jinchuriki, who can unleash tailed beast balls. Iwagakure ninjas themselves are highly skilled in combined techniques capable of holding off even Kage-level attackers. The third Kazekage felt like he was going mad. He was no transcendent Kage. Kyoba tugged at his sleeve. We're poor. Who would want to attack us? What for? To fill their bags with sand. She then began to persuade him. He might not be a transcendent Kage yet, but he was close, and there was still a chance. Besides, Yi Yun was growing fast. He wasn't following a bloodline development path. He would reach Kage-level peak soon enough. By then, even if the third Kazekage hadn't broken through to transcendent Kage, a long-range ninja and a speed-type swordsman would be no less lethal than a transcendent Kage. Fine, then let's do it this way. I'll use my iron sand techniques. The third Kazekage relented. What's done is done. First win the battle. I am the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Today we settle this in one decisive battle. I Hanzo agree. One battle decides it all. I the third Kazekage agree. This old man Anoki agrees. Today will decide the direction of the future ninja world. What a magnificent battle. Commence battle. Roar. The ninjas from all 4 sides bellowed. The forces from Iwa Suna and Rain were eager to charge, but they never heard the order to advance. They were puzzled. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. Sandstorm burial. Summoning salamander. From 3 sides, the 3 leaders directly unleashed their jutsu upon Konoha's formation. The lower-ranked ninjas of the 3 villages were stunned. They had fought all their lives, always soldier against soldier, general against general. Now their leaders were the ones launching sneak attacks. Seeing 3 Kage-level powerhouses resort to such underhanded tactics, the Yamanaka clan in Konoha was horrified. Attack! Attack! The 3 villages Kage are using high-power techniques. Frontline ninjutsu unit switch to earth release. Requesting aid. Requesting aid. We need Kage-level fighters to intercept the techniques. At the command post, the third Hokage witnessed this scene, his eyes burning with rage. If those techniques struck the formation, the casualties would be How could the world have fallen into such moral decay in the mere decade or so he had been away from the battlefield? But what could he do? He had to block them. He'll take care of the third Kazekage. Orochimaru take a squad and hold off Hanzo. As for Anoki, who could block Anoki's dust release? Would they have to call upon Maida-sama right from the start? Truly like a weasel's offspring, each generation worse than the last. Leave it to me, the glory of the Uchiha shall not be defiled. But Monkey, remember what you said. The Uchiha will have a spot in the election for the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Setsuna stepped forward as the 3rd Hokage hesitated, and his spinning Sharingan transformed into a ring-like pattern. It was unmistakably the Mangekyo Sharingan. The assembled dignitaries on the high platform glanced between this elder of the Uchiha and the 3rd Hokage. Agreed. Let all present bear witness, the Uchiha shall receive a seat in the election for the 4th Hokage. This seat naturally granted eligibility to participate. As for this Uchiha, he was a scandalous chapter from the 2nd Hokage's era. The Uchiha had a history of rebellion, and the instigator was none other than this man. But his mistake was growing arrogant upon awakening the Mangekyo. He chose to rebel during the 2nd Hokage's reign, leading the Hawk faction. Naturally, he was suppressed by the 2nd Hokage Tobarama Senju, and was imprisoned in the ANBU for decades. This time after Hiruzen Sarutobi promised numerous concessions, and with the village's survival crisis looming, the current Uchiha clan head pleaded earnestly, and Uchiha Setsuna finally agreed to act. Everyone, let us take the offensive. We cannot allow them to slaughter the weak so wantonly. Justice will prevail. The 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi roared, and instantly teleported to face the third Kazekage, splitting into 4 clones as he rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style Fire Dragon Missile Technique. Water style Water Dragon Missile Technique. Earth style Earth Dragon Missile Technique. Wind style Wind Dragon Missile Technique. Lightning style Lightning Dragon Missile Technique. 5 elements Great Combo Missile. The combined jutsu collided Hedon with the boundless yellow sand, creating a stalemate that split the battlefield. With the third Hokage's sustained output from multiple shadow clones, he gradually gained the upper hand. But the third Kazekage was not flustered. Though at a disadvantage, it stemmed from the third Hokage dividing his chakra among multiple shadow clones to unleash the techniques. Their chakra consumption was on entirely different levels. In such a clash of techniques, he had no fear. Merely stalling would suffice. However, the trio of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were growing perplexed. For Hanzo refused to engage them directly. Instead, he used his rain flash to swiftly harvest the lives of Konoha's shinobi. Worse, he had removed his mask and was wildly spreading the salamander venom. Even though Tsunade could concoct antidotes, this was a battlefield. Only the Jonin could carry a single antidote each, while the Chunin and Jinin suffered heavy casualties. They attempted to mimic Hanzo's tactic of picking off ordinary shinobi, but the rain shinobi had already intermingled with Konoha's forces, preventing large-scale jutsu deployment. Killing one by one, the 3 of them couldn't eliminate even half as many as Hanzo alone. When did Hanzo become so despicable, just like that brat? He is unworthy of the title demigod. If you are not a coward, then face us. 3. Ha ha ha, whether I am a demigod is not for you to decide. Henceforth, whoever dares to invade my rain country, I will show no mercy on the battlefield. Hanzo laughed wildly. Truly splendid. So this was the pleasure of using agility to slaughter enemies, wantonly watching them helplessly. No wonder that brat Yiyun always targeted the weak first whenever he had the chance. So this was how a Kage level could be used. So Hanzo was this invincible. Bound by morals and rules, I had always been stifled by the comprehensive power of the 5 great nations. But from Hanzo, the demigod shall stand above the heavens. As his chakra exploded, the sky above Hanzo grew darker, and the rain intensified. The Sannin and the Konoha shinobi felt an oppressive weight bearing down on them, suffocating. With the demon within unleashed, and his will fully realized, Hanzo's power had become even more terrifying. Even Yiyun, watching from afar, was momentarily stunned. In the world of Naruto, it was hard to say who was the most inspiring, but when it came to the ultimate underdog story, many would name Orochimaru. However, in truth, Hanzo's early life was the true legend. If Hanzo at his peak clashed with Orochimaru at his peak, it was likely that Orochimaru would lose. Born in obscurity, the rich rely on technology, the poor on mutation. Hanzo was the anomaly who survived transplanting a salamander's venom glands, and without any ninjutsu heritage, he could only hone his swordsmanship through bitter training. His swordsmanship was not inherited, but forged through countless battles on the battlefield. The title demigod was earned through sheer combat. In the original timeline, he was ravaged by both Konoha and Suno, watching helplessly as his once powerful hidden rain village was steadily ground back to its former weak state, shattering his Dao heart. But in this timeline, with the meddlesome Yiyun appearing, he had taught Hanzo, if I have no morals, then I cannot be bound by them. Without bonds, I am invincible. A Hanzo free from constraints and armed with an invincible mindset now dominated the battlefield, his flash step leaving trails of fallen Konoha shinobi. The Sannin could only rage helplessly like impotent husbands. And there were no more Kage-level fighters to intercept him, or even if there were, as long as Hanzo refused to stop, the slaughter would continue. Rain Flash, originally a common technique, had been honed by a Kage-level shinobi for decades. It was no longer ordinary, it had become an instinct, or perhaps, wherever rain fell, Hanzo was omnipresent. The Konoha shinobi now began to feel deep unease. The tide of battle seemed to be turning. Yiyun watched Hanzo's rampage with growing restlessness. His own opponent was the veteran shinobi Akimichi Torafu. That man was absurdly resilient. Yiyun had stabbed him over 100 times, and only managed to make him slightly thinner. That fatty had mastered the yang release chakra's self-healing ability. If you're so tough, why don't you go take on Inoki? Look over there. The Uchiha Susanoo is about to shatter. Indeed, Uchiha Setsuna was being battered mercilessly. Decades of dark, sunless prison life had left his old bones too frail to cope. And this time he was facing Inoki, a Kage-level powerhouse. He had accepted this task not because of Susanoo. After all, no matter how fierce Susanoo was, it couldn't withstand particle style. He could only barely manifest Susanoo's second form, which was far from enough to block particle style. The key was his Mangekyo's unique ability, which was defensive in nature, the Yata Mirror. It could defend against and reflect energy-based attacks. The key was his Mangekyo's unique ability, which was defensive in nature, the Yata Mirror. It could defend against and but being able to exchange a few blows did not mean one could hold out indefinitely. After suffering several losses and allowing Uchiha Shana to successfully counterattack multiple times, driving them into the IWA ninjas' positions, Anoki quickly adjusted his strategy, initiating a dense bombardment of the Konoha ninja formation, giving Uchiha Shana no chance to deflect. To protect the ordinary ninjas, Uchiha Shana had no choice but to frantically channel his ocular power, expanding the area of his defense. This led to a rapid depletion of his chakra and ocular power, and now blood began to flow incessantly from Uchiha Shana's eyes. Many of the Konoha ninjas who were under his protection couldn't help but call out Uchiha Shana's name, adding the honorific Sama. Yiyin played a game of whack-a-mole with the Kimichi Torafu while observing the shifting battle situation. Everything was developing favorably. Even Granny Chiyo and Ebizo had been freed, slaughtering Konoha ninjas mercilessly from the flanks. Did Konoha have any more trump cards? Alas, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. Ninetales, give me chakra, don't force me to discipline you first. Uzumaki Mido, using her Kagura mind's eye to observe the situation, realized it was time for her to intervene. The only one suffering was the Ninetales in her belly, who wanted to curse, but dared not. Otherwise, Uzumaki Mido would tie it up in an even more humiliating position. Fox-red chakra bubbles began to emerge all over her body, slowly coalescing into tails behind her. 1, 2, 3, 7. Alas, I am truly getting old. Can I only control 7 tails? That should be enough. Then let it be 7-tailed beast balls. A grave expression began to appear on Uzumaki Mido's face as compressed spheres of tailed beast balls started forming at the tips of her 7 chakra tails. Yiyun sensed an extremely immense chakra fluctuation rising from the rear camp of Konoha. Damn, no need to think. It must be Uzumaki Mido. Should he just flee? No. It wasn't that Yiyun couldn't bear to lose face, but the tailed beast ball had such a wide range that if Uzumaki Mido truly targeted him, could he even escape its blast radius? After his eyes darted around for a moment, Yiyun let out a loud shout. Konoha has deployed the Ninetales, be careful. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The Konoha ninjas, who had been filled with despair, quickly rekindled their hope. So we still had such a hidden ace. It's settled. The ninjas from the other 3 villages were momentarily thrown into chaos, and Konoha ninjas pushed them back. Anoki, the 3rd Kazekage, and Hanzo quickly made their own decisions. Sunagakure ninjas retreat. They'll hold the rear. The Wagakure follow me and release a combined ninjutsu. Let them witness our will of stone. Amigakure advance and engage in close combat. As long as we get close, the Jinchuriki won't attack their own people. Yiyin looked at Granny Chiyo and Ebizo, and all 3 shared the same thought. 3rd Kazekage, you are truly stupid and foolish. Retreating now, how far could you run? Wouldn't that just make you an easy target? And here you are trying to play the hero again to win the ninja's favor. You hold the rear. Huh, fine. Yiyin exchanged a glance with Hitsong, pursed his lips to signal her to follow the Amigakure ninjas and charge into the Konoha ranks together. As for himself, he chose to activate his demonized state, not fleeing, but instead playing a game of catch the flea even more closely with a Kimichi Torafu. A Kimichi Torafu was now in his super multi-size technique state. If Yiyin stuck close to him, Uzumaki Mido's tailed beast balls would hit this fat man first. What an excellent meat shield. Granny Chiyo and Ebizo clearly had the same idea, abandoning the slaughter of small fry and charging straight for a Kimichi Torafu. Wait, 3 of us using the fat man as a shield at once. Wouldn't that attract Mido's attention? A 1-4-3 trade wouldn't be a loss for Konoha. A Kimichi Torafu frowned, pondering whether to take the secret medicine to transform into a butterfly. He was confident he could take at least 2 of them. Granny Chiyo and Ebizo were not fast. A single butterfly bullet could take them both out in one go. In the end, he chose to slack off, not because he feared death. He understood that if the Ino Shikacho trio lost their Kage-level power, then Danzo would definitely squeeze the 3 clans dry without any hesitation. Don't be fooled by Danzo's current dismissal and imprisonment in the Umbu dungeon. Whenever the 3rd Hokage needs someone to do the dirty work, Danzo will surely be reinstated. One is the light, the other the shadow. They are inseparable. Everyone, please accept the gift this old woman sends you. This is the fate of those who invade Konoha. A crisp yet dignified female voice rang out, accompanied by the howling arrival of 7-tailed beast balls. 2 of them headed for the massive hill constructed by a Wagakure. Judging by its thickness, it could probably withstand the blast, but the chakra consumption for the IWA ninjas would be severe. What made Yiyun and Granny Chiyo uneasy was that 4 of the tailed beast balls were aimed at Sunagakure, 2 of them directly at the retreating Suna ninja squad. The other 2 were headed straight for the 3rd Kazekage. The 3 of them nearly bulged their eyes. This is definitely targeted. Why not just send them all at us? Could the 3rd Kazekage withstand 2 tailed beast balls? That was the question. The third frantically gathered chakra, activating his bloodline limit magnet release to its maximum in front of him. Magnet release iron sand world method. This time the third wrapped himself in iron sand, forming a dense black sphere that grew larger and denser. The last one was naturally aimed at Hanzo. But in the rain country, where it was pouring heavily, Hanzo had no pressure at all. He had already burst his chakra using several rain body flickers to dash into the Konoha ranks and continue his slaughter. He had to fight desperately. This might be the chance to disperse the 3 villages with Uzumaki Mito's help. The more Konoha ninjas Hanzo could kill, now the less pressure Kagekure would face later. Yi Yun and Akimichi Torafu each retreated. Both knew that 765 could not overpower the other. It was like a performance match. Now the entire situation hinged on, could the third Kazekage hold out? How much strength did Kagekure still have? How much stamina did Uzumaki Mito have left? Could she launch another round? If she could launch another round, the third Kazekage would surely fall, and Kagekure would be left without combat effectiveness. Konoha would win. Conversely, if Uzumaki Mito was spent, this battle would become a meat grinder. With a blinding flash of white light and a deafening explosion, the group began to hold their breath and focus their minds. Especially Hai Laozong, who had already activated his ninjutsu to probe the fluctuations of the third Kazekage. Yi Yun sensed the direction of Yanin village. The immense chakra fluctuations were still present, indicating that Yanin had suffered little loss. Glancing at the direction where the Suna shinobi were retreating, only a few chakra fluctuations remained, clearly indicating heavy casualties. This time the Sand village had suffered yet another crushing defeat. Third Kazekage, oh third Kazekage, why did you have to stack all those buffs for nothing? And why did you have to show off? If the third Kazekage had wanted to survive at the first moment, he could have simply buried himself in the sand using the sand manipulation technique and activated his magnet release. He would have surely survived the tail beast ball's damage. As long as the Kage-level combat strength was preserved, Sand village could still hold an invincible position in the subsequent negotiations. There's still a breath. Hai Laozong opened his eyes after a moment and exchanged a glance with Granny Chio. They left Yi Yun behind and went to check if the third Kazekage could still be saved. But just as the two were about to shunshin away, a familiar voice rang out. 5 elements great combo. Boom, boom, boom. Well, no need to go over. That damned monkey Hiruzen Sarutobi had delivered the final blow at the critical moment. Without Hai Laozong needing to say it, the third Kazekage had been reduced to ashes. The surviving Suna shinobi quickly gathered, rushing to the third Kazekage's location. What should we do? Will Konoha take the chance to bite us? The 3 didn't rush over. After all, he had become ashes. Even if Granny Chio was willing to use a forbidden technique to trade life for life, it was impossible. At this moment, they were more worried about the future situation. The fat man Akimichi Torafu was grinning slyly in the distance. Fight. Yuin will definitely fight. Ordinary ninjas retreat. We Kage-level will stay. We must teach Konoha a painful lesson. Yi Yun's hair began to stand on end, entering a magical state, his battle spirit blazing. Chio and Hai Laozong exchanged glances. Retreating now meant defeat. Only by fighting could they turn into victors. Even if the share of benefits was smaller, it was better than losing and being harvested by Konoha. Fight. 2 Granny Chio also pulled out her secret technique, puppet technique, Ten Chikamatsu collection. Hai Laozong began to command the ordinary Suna shinobi, his voice filled with endless fury and lament. Suna shinobi, the command headquarters now orders full retreat. Everyone, the following battle will be fought by us Kage-level. We will seek justice for our Kazekage-sama. Lord, let us join too. Yes, we are willing to shed the last drop of blood for the village. We are not afraid of sacrifice. Oh, let's fight. Hai Laozong rebuked them. If everyone went to die, what would become of Suna's future? Only by preserving your useful selves can you better protect the village. The ninjas fell silent, and under the lead of the Jonin, they retreated with the wounded toward their camp. They kept looking back at the 3 figures charging against the tide into the battlefield, their eyes brimming with tears. Konoha, we will avenge the murder of our Kazekage. For generations, for our children and grandchildren. On the battlefield, with the 3's initiative to engage the battle naturally became tense again. Hanzo casually swung his scythe behind his back, and a ninja, who had shunshin in, was decapitated. Wiping the blood off his long scythe, he saw the actions of Yi Yun and the others, and breathed a sigh of relief. Good. As long as the 3 were on the battlefield, this battle could continue. Ha ha ha, the battle goes on. Hanzo roared again, then shunshined into the midst of Konoha's ninjas. Like the legend wielding a watermelon knife, he hacked from one end of the street to the other. Hanzo didn't even lift an eyelid, forcefully exhaling several breaths laden with toxins, ensuring those not yet dead would meet their end. In a few breaths, dozens of Konoha ninjas had stopped twitching. This terrifying killing efficiency once again cast a shadow over the hearts of Konoha ninjas whose morale had just been lifted. Many kept looking back hoping that man would strike again, at least to hold back the former demon. He'll handle it. Hanzo, come fight. Do you have the courage to battle me, Hiruzen Tsurutobi? At the critical moment, the third Hokage stepped forward challenging the demigod of the Hanzo swung his scythe ready to laugh and engaged the third Hokage. But he felt something was off. No. His peripheral vision caught Yi-Yun again. Yi-Yun was now darting like a golden light, dodging the hammer-like fists of Akimichi Torafu while reaping Konoha ninjas. So that's it. Even if I Hanzo beat that monkey, what good would it do? Can I win the war? I'm a speed-type ninja. In a chaotic melee like this, why would I waste time fighting him instead of mowing down grass? So that's it. Even if I Hanzo beat that monkey, what good would it do? Can I win the war? I'm a speed-type ninja. In a chaotic melee like, even if it's a trade-off until only I remain, I will make the ninja world know that I will be the nightmare of any invader of the rain country. As he finished, rolling thunder crackled above Hanzo's head, and the rain grew heavier. This was his demigod level domain, the rain domain. Within it, Hanzo could move freely and strike it well. Hanzo, you've improved. Hiruzen Tsurutobi observed Hanzo's domain expanding, the rain curtain becoming denser and more torrential, and his heart clenched tightly. He had been stuck at this threshold for decades, the level beyond Kage beyond Kage. Alas, Konoha was truly plagued with misfortunes. Brother Hanzo magnificent. Then Inoki will not lag behind our allies. Yenin village advance. A hoarse-aged voice came from afar, and Inoki flew to another nearby position. He was about to unleash a dust release toward the Konoha ninja ranks. Alas, are you all not giving this old woman any face? I still have the strength for one last battle. Do not push me. At the final moment, Mito Uzumaki finally stepped forward. And now she was no longer the decrepit old woman, as she had regained the peerless beauty of her youth. Grandma! Tsunade cried out, but was naturally held back by Orochimaru. Anyone with a brain wouldn't wonder if this woman had secretly cultivated immortality. They would naturally assume she had activated some skill. The others, seeing Tsunade's reaction, naturally knew that this state was abnormal. Mito Uzumaki had undoubtedly regained her combat power. The Sand Trio retreated back to a distance and gathered together. The other factions did the same, standing scattered in their respective positions. Dayemu and Banzong exchanged a glance, then used the body flicker technique to arrive at the Sand Trio's location. It wasn't for any other reason. They were simply faster, while Qiandai and Hailaozong were too slow, so they saved time. Everyone, what do you think? Should we try that old woman? She's really that formidable. Banzong was eager to test Xuanhua Shuai's power, feeling incredibly strong himself at the moment. He was not intimidated at all. Even if she was Xuanhua Shuai, she wasn't the god of shinobi. He might have hesitated against the god of shinobi Qinsho Zhujin, but this one, he wanted to fight. Dayemu was speechless and felt like rolling his eyes at Banzang's foolishness. I roughly guessed what technique Xuanhua Shuai used. At this moment, her chakra and strength have returned to their peak. Her own power is at the Super Kage level, and with the 9 tails, she can fire tail beast balls like crank jutsu for hours. Can you fight that? What do you have to fight her with? My opinion is to ask if Mai is willing to make concessions. If they agree to sign a treaty, then we wait. Her state will decline from this peak until she dies. I suspect this is irreversible. The Sand Trio exchanged glances and agreed with Dayima's proposal. Granny Qiandai, representing Cheyenne, nodded in favor of a truce. But we've already lost our Kage like this, so we can't let Cheyenne get away with just a few measly compensations. You two take the lead. Dayima's eyes rolled cunningly, but Banzong readily nodded in agreement. Although he was eager to surpass that old man, if Cheyenne truly collapsed and Mai attacked later, Yuin would have no ally to turn to. That won't do. From Yuyin's perspective, allying with Cheyenne to resist the evil Mai is what he needs. Seeing the situation, Dayemu also nodded in agreement, stating that the 3 factions fought together and would not let an ally bleed and weep without compensation. If word gets out, wouldn't that make a mockery of our Yanswell? Granny Qiandai was tempted to sneer and retort, Dayemu, you old trickster, what credibility do you have? Even a power bank couldn't scan you in later generations. Learning nothing good, you still try to preach about Yanswell. Disgusting. Meanwhile, in the Mai camp, the ninjas gathered again, looking at Xuanhua Shuai, many unable to hold back tears. Lady Shuai, we are useless, forcing you at this age to fight for us. We are ashamed. We are willing to fight to the death. Many scattered Qinsho clan members roared in unison, declaring they would rather die than let Lady Shuai take action, as it was consuming her dwindling lifespan. Xuanhua Shuai pressed her hands down and smiled gently. I have long awaited the day to meet Zhu Jian. Mai is our life's work. In such a crisis, how could I stand by? Besides, I have already activated the technique. It's irreversible. If the other side is sensible, then I will cling to this life for the last 2 years. If they refuse to show me this respect, then I will freely burn this remnant body and destroy their villages. Everyone trembled, then grew solemn, silently, saluting the old woman. Perhaps this was the will of fire they had been seeking, burning oneself to illuminate the new sprouts. Burning oneself, and incidentally taking a few along. The third Hokage, who had hurried back, walked with his head bowed to Xuanhua Shuhu and bowed deeply. It is my incompetence that I have to trouble you again. Let it be. Go see the guests. Everyone be prepared. Yes. The ninjas scattered and regrouped into formations ready to charge and fight at any moment. The third Hokage dared not lift his head and followed Xuanhua Shuehu out. At the center of the battlefield, representatives from the four sides gathered again. Lady Shuehu, that Mai actually made you come personally in this battle. Enough, little nose, don't be cheeky. Even without Hashirama, Mai still has people who can take care of you. Everyone don't push me. Otherwise they'll spend a year of my life and raze all your villages to the ground. How would you deal with that? Damn, I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Banzong wanted to swing his scythe and start fighting. Dayemu, not at all annoyed by the nickname, pulled Banzong back. Someone else might be bluffing, but not this one. Her temper was really not good when she was young. Just look at her granddaughter. She is genuinely advising us not wanting to cause too much slaughter, lest she cannot enter the Pure Land to reunite with Qinsho Zhujian. Granny Qiandai looked at Xuanhua Shuehu, her eyes shining. This jutsu is so enviable. I want to learn it. As for negotiations, Shane's demands were low. Just don't cut too deep into our flesh, give us a little something, and we're good. After calming Banzong, Dayemu sighed to Xuanhua Shuehu. Lady Shuehu, that said, I think you don't want the war to continue either. We haven't lost. Even with the threat of destroying our villages, we want pay war reparations. Then let's each go home, how about that? Mai will waive everyone's reparations, but you must admit defeat. Xuanhua Shuehu spoke with a smile, looking lively and adorable. No, Yin's economy has collapsed. Without compensation, the village will disband. We Shine have lost our Kage. Without an explanation, it'll lead all Shine as rogue ninjas and bite off a piece of Mai. First we'll kill your daimyo and claim it was all Mui's doing. Everyone turned to look at Granny Qiandai, who had said this. Are you Shine people crazy? Is that how you play? Granny Qiandai shrugged. This wasn't her idea, but Yin's. Before leaving, Yin suggested that if negotiations went poorly, they could threaten Mai like this, and there were more options. The third Hokage's face darkened. Granny Qiandai, this is no joke. I'm not joking. Our land of wind has nothing but sand. If we give it up, well, just keep killing in the land of fire. Maybe looting and pillaging will be more comfortable than at home. Granny Qiandai started a bit awkwardly, but the more she spoke, the more excited she became. Damn, it might actually work. Well, just come out every now and then, hit a city in the land of fire, take the loot, and hide back in the village. If you want to attack us, you'll have to travel 10,000 miles and eat sand for months. Granny Qiandai didn't believe that even in their homeland of Shine Village they would fear Mai. Yin, you little clever one, you found such a tricky angle. After listening to Kyo's words, Hanzo's eyes flickered as if he too thought, I could do that. If Konoha doesn't keep me wealth, I'll lead my people to raid them from time to time, then retreat to the land of rain. When they come, I'll wage guerrilla warfare. As long as Hanzo stands, the hidden rain village exists. Has the shinobi world lost all sense of order? Such decay of rituals and morals will make life difficult for everyone in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a heavy rebuke. Inoki hesitated, but Hanzo responded with an air of indifference. I'm not from one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Why should I follow your rules? Follow the rules and get ganged up on a break the rules, and I alone can harvest the weaklings. Guess whether he'll still abide by your rules now. Chiyo, on the other hand, said, I'm not a Kage. I don't have the consciousness of a Kage. I'm just a pitiful old woman whose son and daughter-in-law were killed by Konoha. Uzumaki Mito narrowed her eyes, lost in thought, pondering whether she could instantly kill Hanzo if she unleashed her full power. Hanzo sensed a faint but lethal intent, and immediately, don't try any tricks. If you disregard martial honor, I will never give any room for negotiation again. Inoki quickly distanced himself, his expression turning grim. As a powerful individual, he trusted no one but the warnings his own body sent him. Since Hanzo said that, it meant the other side was indeed plotting something dishonorable. Uzumaki Mito sighed. She had grown old and hadn't fought in years, yet the mere emission of a single thought had been enough to alert Hanzo. Once he was fully on guard, launching a sneak attack against a Kage-level powerhouse like him was extremely difficult. We can admit defeat and waive war reparations, but we need compensation. The lands of Grass River and Rice belong to the 3 of us. How about that? Inoki's eyes flickered several times, then he exchanged a glance with Uzumaki Mito before speaking loudly. Hanzo and Chiyo exchanged a look. This was bad. Was there a traitor? Had Inoki been hit by a genjutsu? No more likely Inoki was shifting his stance again, trying to balance the hidden rain and hidden sand by offering small countries, instead of money forcing them to fight for it themselves. Konoha can agree, but you must not invade the territory of the Land of Fire without cause nor attack our daimyo under any pretext. After a brief consultation with Sarutobi, Hiruzen Uzumaki Mito also gave her consent. After all, Konoha had suffered heavy losses this time, and couldn't control such a vast sphere of influence temporarily. Even if they didn't concede, they couldn't defend. Since they couldn't hold it, they might as well use this concession as an insurance policy. In the end, Hanzo and Chiyo also nodded in agreement. However, Chiyo made one small request, a sealing technique. The rank 4 symbol seal. Since they had already gone 99% of the way, they wouldn't let this last step stall the negotiations. A mere sealing jutsu, and one not suitable for sealing-tailed beasts, granted. After the terms were settled, each side returned to their camp. Chiyo, using body flicker, led the two back, while recounting the negotiation details. Yian hadn't expected the negotiations to be so swift. Shouldn't they have sent representatives to argue endlessly, spit flying and glares exchanged like in Joy of Life? The 5 Kage summit was the same. The shinobi world is a place where the strong dictate terms. Chiyo didn't even raise an eyelid. Yian understood. This was exactly how a violent institution should operate. But then the question arose, how had the hidden sand been manipulated by the Land of Wind's daimyo? Yian couldn't comprehend. Could the Land of Wind's daimyo find another suitable armed organization? Just as his mind began to wander, Chiyo threw out another question. Yian, I will recommend you as the 4th Kazekage. Nanny. This truly shocked Yian. He was only 19, and he was about to become a Kage. Ebizo, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained his composure. Ebizo began analyzing for Yian. The village certainly couldn't be without a Kage. They were both too old and unsuitable. But could the 5 great shinobi villages afford to have a Kage who wasn't Kage level? Was there any other choice in the village now? Only you. So do you have the resolve to become a Kage? Yian smacked his forehead. It seemed that was true. He had always thought that after the 3rd Kazekage, it would be Raza. But now Raza might not even be at the level of a Jonin. So the best way to rise was still through the 4 elders system. I will shoulder the responsibilities of a Kage and have confidence in leading the hidden sand village towards strength. But my methods aren't exactly orthodox. Will that be acceptable? The future is yours, young man. I see hope in you. The hidden sand has been on the wrong path for so many years. Since you're the Kage, you call the shots. If you find us a hindrance, we can always go back to looking after our grandchildren. Chiyo showed a cheerful smile. Perhaps she was truly tired now. Ebizo also nodded. If his sister was going to retire, he could lay down his burdens as well. Yian quickly waved his hands. He had no intention of driving them away. I'm not like the 3rd Kazekage who loved to grasp all power. I hope you two will continue to assist me. Chiyo, I'd like you to serve as the Kazekage's advisor. Ebizo, I'd like you to remain in charge of intelligence. Yes, Lord 4th Kazekage. Two, they could retire, but they could also continue to burn themselves out, helping Yian gain control of the hidden sand more quickly. What plans do you have? Taking the Land of Rice won't be difficult. After sweeping through it, I'll share this fertile land among the various clan forces. But I need them to show sincerity in building up the hidden sand village, provide money, jutsu, and shinobi, and help nurture more civilian shinobi. Also, I think it's time to make the Land of Wind's daimyo one of us. Starting so big. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged a glance, then gave a wry smile. But after some thought, both nodded, approving the plan. The Land of Rice was a fat piece of meat, but it faced Konoha directly. Giving it to the clan forces would force them to commit all their strength to defend against Konoha. The resources gained would be used to cultivate more civilian shinobi loyal to the 4th Kazekage. This was still a far-sighted strategy, not fixated on short-term gains, unlike the 3rd Kazekage's obsession with control. As for directly dealing with the daimyo, that showed Yun's decisiveness and ruthlessness. This was a very dangerous gamble. Kill one, and if the replacement doesn't listen, kill again. If the daimyos of other countries dare to object, he'll go over and kill them too. As I said, the hidden sand village is in the desert, very, very far away. And very poor. Hai Laozong laughed heartily. Haha, what a remote and impoverished Sunagakure. Yian, you are truly ruthless, but I like that. Sunagakure is poor and even weaker now, but if you want to attack, can you sustain such a long supply line? Moreover, the sand-manipulating ninjas of Sunagakure and the one-tailed Shikaku can have their power multiplied several times or even dozens of times in the desert environment. In such extreme environments, even Kage-level shinobi are ineffective. Even super Kage-level like Hanzo would have their strength greatly reduced. Only Inoki is a bit stronger. Yian had one more thing. He didn't say, at worst, if the village buildings were destroyed, he could take the group and flee, and when those people withdrew, he could return. Then they could go out and strike again, guerrilla warfare. Isn't going out to find food and shelter more comfortable than staying in the desert? As an elder of the older generation, Chiyo had no reverence for the daimyo. During the time of the first and second Kazekage, the daimyo was also obedient and provided ample military. In the era of the third Kazekage, the daimyo, as if he had eaten poisonous mushrooms, not only cut military funds, but also entrusted many missions. This is the root cause why Sunagakure always rushed to attack Konoha first. Soon after returning to the camp under the gaze of hundreds, Yiyun announced the answer this time. Kawa no Kuni is ours. Who? Oh, we won. We won. Long live Kaya-sama, high lozing-sama, Yiyun-sama. Chiyo pressed her hands down, and after everyone quieted down, she also announced another matter. In this battle, Jonin Yiyun has made outstanding contributions. The third Kazekage unfortunately sacrificed himself. Therefore, after returning to the village, I will convene the election for the fourth Kazekage. I will nominate the 19-year-old Kage-level powerhouse disciple of Hanzo, the Scorch Release, Sword Demon Yiyun, to become our new Kazekage. The many ninjas below were stunned for a moment, but soon recovered. Chiyo saying these things here naturally needed the support of this group. They had all forged bonds of friendship fighting together on the battlefield, making them the most naturally suited foundation. At the same time, they also counted in Sunagakure. There seemed to be no other Kage-level combat power to take the position. The third Kazekage was very strong, but the deceased Kazekage is only a memory. The future era is what they need to face now. Not long after bursts of shouts came, fourth Kazekage Yiyun-sama. Yiyun smiled. All of you have experienced life and death with me along the way. Now this victory in Kawa no Kuni belongs to everyone. After taking over Kawa no Kuni with me, wealth and honor will be shared with you. Those nobles and wealthy merchants, you may take from them as you wish. Oh, long live the Kazekage-sama. Long live Yiyun-sama. Nothing makes people more willing to swear allegiance than tangible benefits. Chiyo and Hai Laozong exchanged glances again. While this guy has created another precedent, a ninja village plundering national wealth. Originally, petty theft was nothing. If you took it, you took it. But Yiyun meant to directly scrape it all away, and then later trade the land of Kawa no Kuni with the ninja clans of Sunagakure. The two then thought of Yiyun's plan to kill the daimyo of Kaze no Kuni. Suddenly they realized one thing: originally Sunagakure was very poor and remote, making it hard to attack, but Kawa no Kuni is different. In the future they will certainly not attack Sunagakure's home, but will target Kawa no Kuni relentlessly. This is also using the enemy to eliminate these clans again. Tisk tisk, truly ruthless. But isn't it exciting? Who doesn't have some blood of their own village on their hands? The most excited, the loudest shout naturally was Yiyun's little sweet, my mischievous brother. Now he's become the Kazekage. It's only been a few months. From Jonin to Kage-level, and now the shadow of a village. This is as thrilling as a roller coaster. 3 days later, the four parties formally set up a small meeting venue at the previous battle site. However, the meeting was just a formality. They came only to sign a peace treaty. This time it was no longer Chiyo, but Yiyun as the representative. You're here? You're going to succeed as the fourth Kazekage. Indeed, congratulations. But don't neglect your training. The ninja world still speaks through strength. You still lack a bit. The three parties met again. Inoki and Hanzo, seeing that the one coming to sign the peace treaty was Yiyun, quickly guessed that he was most likely the fourth Kazekage. Regarding Hanzo's words, Yiyun did not become arrogant upon gaining power. I will continue to train hard and will not disappoint my teacher. Hanzo nodded, but inwardly sighed a little. Who doesn't want to train hard? But the shadow of a village has countless affairs. To advance rapidly, how difficult. The three entered the meeting tent and saw the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and a group of Konoha ninjas again. However, Mito Uzumaki was not here, so the three became more at ease. Hiruzen Sarutobi also saw the change in Sunagakure's representative, and his brows furrowed even tighter. During this time, he had read detailed reports and found that the war situation had been completely changed by this person's rise. But fortunately, Sunagakure was now severely weakened. This kid would be bogged down by the village's numerous affairs. If he wanted to make further progress, he would have to rely on time's polishing. Such a person would no longer pose such a great threat. In this regard, Hiruzen Sarutobi even forced a smile and greeted Yiyun. So it's the Scorch Release, Sword Demon. Truly a hero from youth. From now on we must abide by the agreement and coexist peacefully. Certainly. I Yiyun am young and will learn from all the seniors. Besides, we of Sunagakure are in a miserable state. A contract isn't a contract meant to be broken. But they all needed to return and continue to conserve their strength and recuperate for a while. Soon after signing the contract and leaving, they heard the deafening cheers from the Konoha camp behind them. We finally won. Peace has finally come. Yiyun chuckled. Peace. What wishful thinking. The deformed ecology of the ninja world is destined to have only endless conflict. And you think the war is over. On the contrary, this is the moment when the storm approaches. The Third Shinobi World War has always been a continuation of the second. But this time it has nothing to do with him and Tsunegakure for a short while, because the next to step onto the stage will not be him. All troops advance to Kawa no Kuni. Hi Kazekage-sama. The crowd of ninjas cheered. Kawa no Kuni, my welcome coming. We are officials sent by the daimyo of the Wind Country. We need to take over the Chuan Country. Who is in charge here? Please wait, we will report to the Kazekage-sama. Amidst a commotion, the hidden sand ninjas found Yi Yun, who was cultivating in the daimyo's mansion. They reported that the officials from the Wind Country had arrived and asked what to do next. Yi Yun slowly sheathed his sword, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly they were not eager to fight, but scrambling for benefits one after another. He silently complained, but still waved his hand to have them brought in. Within a few minutes, a group of people arrogant and dressed in silk garments were led in by the hidden sand ninjas. He looked at the guiding ninja with a hint of confusion. Who is he? I want to see your leader. Where is the commander? Isn't it Qian Dai? Bastard. Forget it, I don't care who that kid is. Now you can all get lost. From now on, the governance of the Chuan Country is handed over to us. Also return all the wealth you plundered to us. We will build the Chuan Country under our unified leadership. Before the hidden sand ninja could speak, a flash of golden light shone. A large head flew up. The golden light flashed again, and Yi Yun returned to his original spot, but the blood on his sword told everyone. The man he killed. Tell the daimyo to pay the overdue military expenses first. 5 times. Kill them all, leave one to go back. Yi Yun waved his hand, and the hidden sand ninjas swarmed in, killing everyone except one who was left to report back. How dare you covet the wealth we obtained? You truly deserve to die. Hearing the news, Qian Dai and Hai Laozong also walked over, showing no surprise at this. We should return to the village, said Granny Qian Dai. Yi Yun nodded, looking into the distance. It was time to go back and see what it felt like to be the shadow of a village. Qian Dai proposed that Jonin Yi Yun become the 4th Kazekage. Hai Laozong proposed that Jonin Yi Yun become the 4th Kazekage. Yi Yun, today I declare myself the Kazekage. Who agrees? Who opposes? In the meeting hall of the hidden sand village, after the 3 stood up, many Jonin and clan leaders fell into silence. They had read the battle reports. Yi Yun had proven his Kage-level strength on the battlefield, able to hold his own against many veteran fighters. To have such power at this age was truly remarkable. But do you want to test the sharpness of my sword? Yi Yun's long hair flew, and his terrifying chakra erupted violently. Many clan leaders were startled. Damn it! Were we not supposed to vote? From what you're saying, if we don't vote for you, you'll kill us. Is there any rule? Qian Dai, Hai Laozong, this is the Kage you chose. The crowd glared at Qian Dai and Hai Laozong, who showed no sign of opposition, grinning and looking at them. Their expression seemed to say, you can try if you think you're tough. We're old, we can't manage. Damn it, is being Kage-level that impressive? He didn't even make any promises or try to win us over, just forced us to accept him as Kazekage. This Yi Yun is even more domineering than the 3rd Kazekage. I, Jonin Maji, agree. Lord Yi Yun has extraordinary talent and combat prowess, and his strength has been recognized by the demigod. I, Jonin Yu Liangchu, agree. I, Jonin. Following Yi Yun's signal, the Jonin among the ninjas who had returned with him took the lead in speaking. With these people taking the lead, the other civilian Jonin naturally followed. Finally, under Yi Yun's terrifying killing intent, the clan leaders obediently conceded. Then I declare scorching release, Sword Demon Yi Yun, as the 4th Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village. The inauguration ceremony will be held in 1 week. Granny Qian Dai announced loudly. The clan leaders felt extremely aggrieved. Since you 3 have already decided, why did you call us here for? But they knew they couldn't fight against the stronger force. These clan leaders exchanged glances, indicating they would discuss privately later. Later, we'll teach this young brat a lesson in other areas. Ahem then. Next, I, the 4th Kazekage, will begin the official meeting. Agenda distribution of the Chuan Country. Huh, what's this? The clan leaders who had thought they could leave and go home keenly noticed something interesting. Distribution of the Chuan Country. Yi Yun didn't want to waste time with these guys and nodded to Hai Laozong. The latter stood up with a smile. Everyone, our hidden sand village has always lived in hardship. Now it's different. We have the Chuan Country. Then he spread out a map and began to introduce the Chuan Country. Unlike the Sand Country, the Chuan Country was famously fertile with vast areas of productive land. It also had mountains and rivers with transportation reaching in all directions. Countless merchants. Naturally, the clan leaders were extremely envious. Those were all resources and wealth. But hasn't the administration always belonged to the Wind Country? Is it okay for us to do this? Some Jonin raised doubts. Then we can occupy some industries inside, do business, and buy food and water. The clan faction sneered. You are so short-sighted. Hai Laozong slammed the table. You guys, how can you be so stupid as pigs? If it were just to open a few shops and do business, would there be a need to hold a meeting here? Are we going to break away from the wind country? You don't need to worry about the daimyo, I have my own way. I'm just asking you, do you want it or not? Yi said coldly. He really wanted to just kill these parasites of the... Are we going to break away from the wind country? You don't need to worry about the daimyo, I have my own way. I'm just asking you, do you want it or not? Yi said coldly. He really wanted to just kill these parasites of the hidden sand village. Every time there's a war they don't move without seeing benefits, and they extort us when we ask them to send ninjas. In the village they run rampant, occupying positions and resources. After exchanging glances the clans all nodded. It seems this Kazekage is sensible. He knows to offer tribute obediently. Then we'll give him face after all. The Kazekage's meaning is in this battle we gained the Chuan country, but also lost many ninjas. The Chuan country can be distributed to everyone, and the clans will have more long-term development, but... Hai Laozong looked around at these clan factions, sighing inwardly. Don't blame me, Hai Laozong. It's because you are too stupid fooled by Yi Yun. But you must send ninjas to teach the new generation and free up more positions. At the same time, you must pay a portion of money and resources. The more you pay, the more land you will be allocated. The clan faction was upset and displeased. Damn it, they want us to spit things out. They banged on the table saying, we fought the battle together, it should have been given to us in the first place. How dare you be so insolent? The Kawakami clan is hereby expelled from Sunagakure. Yi Yun spoke coldly. Amidst a flash of golden light the head of the most vocal agitator flew off. The clan faction immediately fell silent, their eyes filled with terror. How could you just cut off someone's head like that? Wasn't this supposed to be a meeting? Couldn't they even voice their opinions? If I give you a share you can earn even more in just 2 years. Since you're so greedy, I don't mind directly confiscating your clan's assets. Lord Kazekage, please calm down, calm down. Yes. We just didn't think it through. We are already more than satisfied with the share you're willing to give us. The clan faction weighed the pros and cons. Should they gather everyone to attack Yi Yun? Don't be ridiculous. Not to mention whether they could even kill him, there was also the group of Jonin standing behind him. This already showed that he had gained considerable support. Moreover, Granny Chio and Ebizo seemed to be on Yi Yun's side as well. 2 traitors from the clan faction. How infuriating. Since they couldn't fight, they had no choice but to accept the other side's proposal. Yi Yun's intention was to trade future massive profits for the rapid growth of Sunagakure's new generation in the short term. The vast territory and benefits of the land of rivers would ensure they reaped a bountiful harvest in the future. So they accepted it. A stronger Sunagakure would also be beneficial for them. Next, the specific negotiations on how to divide the territory and its price would need careful discussion. After everyone left, the 3 of them sat down again. You've certainly set a precedent no one expected. What about the land of wind? Granny Chio couldn't help but remind him. I said earlier that I would sell the land of rivers to the land of wind's daimyo, but for 5 times the annual military expenditure. Once the money arrives, they'll stall for a while, catch my breath, and then go take out the daimyo. They'll also loot the other nobles. That should cover our development costs for over a decade. The second great ninja war is over, but when Kumogakure and Kirigakure see the 3 of us reaping benefits, do you think they'll just let it go? In a few years the fighting will resume. If we develop too slowly, we'll only suffer more in the future. Yi Yun shared his understanding of the shinobi world's conflict, and Ebizo agreed with his view. The war was not over and future battles would be even more brutal. So seizing every opportunity to bolster the village's strength was the top priority. As for the daimyo in other lands, they were all obedient and gave money when asked. It was only the daimyo of our own land of wind who was as brainless as ever. He truly needed someone with a firm hand to teach him a lesson. Then he'll leave the haggling with those fellows to you, Senior Ebizo. I need Granny Kyo's medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Good. With this Mangekyo Sharingan, your strength will undoubtedly reach a new level. I'm quite curious myself. Having the opportunity to implant a Mangekyo Sharingan, Granny Kyo's hands itched with excitement. It was unprecedented for a Sharingan to be found outside the clan in the shinobi world. She was truly eager to see how much Yi Yun's power would increase with the aid of the Sharingan. After all, he specialized in close combat, which consumed very little chakra. The Sharingan's exceptional dynamic vision was highly useful, not to mention its ability to cast Genjutsu. Among the 3, only Ebizo wasn't smiling. The 2 of them weren't going to be back in a few days after a simple surgery, ready to clock in and work again. They would be conducting various experiments. Granny Chio would first have to learn the 4 symbol seal herself, then teach it to Yi Yun. Normally the seal would keep the Sharingan dormant, only to be unsealed during battle. Ebizo scratched his head vigorously. Wasn't he just an intelligence chief? How did he end up doing the work of a Kage? A week later, Sunagakure's inauguration ceremony began. Before all the villagers, Yi Yun received the Kage's hat from Granny Chio. Yi Yun, the 4th Kazekage, will lead everyone toward a better life. The village has already secured enough funds, food, and supplies. The Ninja Academy will be expanded, and the village will fully subsidize more civilian ninja. Tuition will be waived for everyone, and free daily meals will be provided for all students to ensure every child has a better future. Long live the Kazekage. Long live Lord Yi Yun. Nothing resonated more with the common people than tangible financial support. Shouts of Yi Yun's name filled the air, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. As per the law at this point, a minor antagonist would usually appear. There was indeed a minor antagonist who tried to step forward. The daimyo's envoy had been waiting at the gate for days, but Yi Yun completely ignored him, not even allowing him to disrupt the inauguration ceremony. The clan faction had already paid for various territories in the Land of Rivers. Seeing Yi Yun's attitude toward the Land of Wind's daimyo, they were very satisfied. As for the usual procedure of obtaining the daimyo's approval for the Kazekage, Yi Yun ignored it entirely. The other ninja, of course, had no idea that their Kage operated so boldly. He didn't even bother to pretend. Kazekage, what if the daimyo withholds missions? The next day, while Yi Yun was learning sealing techniques from Granny Chio, Ebizo hurried in. The daimyo had started to apply pressure, cutting off the already sparse missions. Yi Yun tilted his head in exasperation and glanced at Ebizo. Such a simple matter. Send out some men, have them cover their faces, and go to the cities to raid the nobles. Use Konoha headbands. Hearing this, Ebizo nearly fell to the floor. We're a legitimate ninja village. Just do it that way. Find people who can keep their mouths shut. At the same time, strengthen the border patrols. If any Konoha ninja dare to come and take missions, kill them directly. Let them come to Sunagakure if they want to fight me. After a moment of thought, Yi Yun continued, the village still has too few children. Scout the surrounding towns and villages, especially those children who have been persecuted by nobles and forced to beg for a living. Check them. If they have ninja aptitude, bring them back to the village. We'll establish our own route in Sunagakure. Senior Ebizo, you'll be the leader of route. Ebizo, Billy. I'm already exhausted to death, you know. But Sahi still had to accept this carrot. After all, it was the power to command a unit. Granny Chio glanced at Yi Yun, her expression somewhat peculiar. Didn't this Kazekage think that the two of us already had too much power? And now he was giving Ebizo his own route. Was he really not afraid that we would usurp his authority? Yi Yun didn't care at all. In a world of martial power, the essence of authority came from strength. Diving headfirst into these tedious administrative affairs was the most absurd thing. As long as he endured the first year, and obtained the 3-part returning chi to develop his own Kekei totem. With such a disparity in strength, what could the two of you possibly do? Yi Yun was not idle either. During this time, he presided over the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy, and also inspected whether the funds he had disbursed were truly used for the students' meals and educational development. Occasionally, he would personally teach a few lessons. Facing such a young and approachable Kazekage-sama, the loyalty of the children and parents at the Ninja Academy naturally reached its peak. More civilian ninjas flocked under his command. After Yi Yun took over Sunagakure, he also opened up more common ninjutsu exchanges for civilian ninjas. He even introduced a strategy of allowing advanced contribution points so that graduates of the Ninja Academy could pre-spend contribution points to learn a crank ninjutsu. By the same logic, Chunin could also pre-order ninjutsu, and there were even jonin teaching the nature and form changes of jutsu, enhancing the efficiency of breaking through from Chunin to jonin. Under normal circumstances, this would have drawn endless complaints from the clan factions. But now those fellows had no mood to care about Yi Yun's convenient policies. They were far too busy enjoying themselves as lords. Granny Chio, what do you think about reviving the puppet brigade? But I have an idea. Chio slapped her forehead. Was it her turn now? The original puppet brigade had been completely wiped out in this war, and due to insufficient funds there had been no way to restart selection and training. The third Kazekage had also deliberately suppressed her faction, and the puppet brigade now existed in name only. Speak your mind, Kazekage-sama. How about abandoning the traditional Onionon model and focusing on developing group coordination to drive larger steel puppets? Yi Yun explained his thoughts. The original puppet brigade, though called a brigade, still had each puppeteer operating their own puppet in battle. Their combat style was to manually transmit chakra charge in and rely on projectiles and poison for damage. His idea was to directly adopt a mecha-like model where the strong piloted a single mecha or a team operated a large mecha together. Chio followed Yi Yun's train of thought and finally nodded, but then shook her head. The puppet brigade you envision could indeed be more useful in war, but won't larger targets be more vulnerable to ninjutsu? And with limited mobility, aren't they helpless against earth release? So it still had to fly. Yi Yun stroked his chin, suddenly struck by a thought. I recall there is a village called Soragakure. Those guys can fly using some device. Let's find them and seize the technology. Combining the puppet brigade, we could even form an aerial unit. Even just dropping explosive tags from above would be a decent tactic. Ebizo raised his hand saying he had intel on those people, and it wouldn't be hard to— Chio hearing this didn't waste any more words, and accepted the task of restarting the puppet brigade and redesigning puppets to adapt to the changing tactics of— Chio hearing this didn't waste any more words, and accepted the task of restarting the puppet brigade and redesigning puppets to adapt to the changing tactics of war. Ebizo had originally planned to send a squad of Jonin, but Ian suddenly recalled that there might be a Zero Tails there. If Jonin went, they might just get themselves killed, and the village already had too few Jonin. He suggested that even a lion must use its full strength against a rabbit, so send a Kage-level fighter. Otherwise losing a few more would be a real pity. Alright, well, perform the surgery on you this year. You recover in the village, and he'll personally lead a team to Sorigakure. The next day, Ian started cosplaying as Danzo, except his forehead was wrapped in bandages. Standing in the Kazekage building watching Chio depart, with 5 squads, Ian sighed. What a fascinating ability, Danzo-sama. It's just a pity that your physical constitution isn't strong enough to withstand higher concentrations of Hashiramas. What a fascinating ability, Danzo-sama. It's just a pity that your physical constitution isn't strong enough to withstand higher concentrations of Hashirama. Orochimaru, holding a stack of reports, extended his long tongue as he looked at Danzo. He never expected that this man whom everyone had forgotten would summon him and give him such a big surprise. Moreover, this man was truly indiscriminate. He had grown a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, and in the other eye socket he had— Moreover, this man was truly indiscriminate. He had grown a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, and in the other eye socket he had implanted a Sharingan. He had even killed the last bloodline survivor of the Swift Release clan, granting himself invisibility. And he no longer looked like a man approaching 50, he had returned to his prime at 30. My suggestion is, if you want more of Hashirama's cell abilities, the only way is to discard those strange powers you've accumulated. That would greatly increase your capacity. Orochimaru licked his lips to moisten them, studied the reports, and came up with an idea. But how to discard? That would require careful research. Give me money. Danzo's face darkened. In the past, getting money was just a matter of visiting the monkey. But now, after he had stirred up a huge mess outside, his reputation was utterly ruined. That monkey showed no mercy, refusing to reinstate his position. Now, if he wanted to see Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had to submit a request to the gate guards. He truly had no money left. En route was being closely watched by ANBU. Then can I continue absorbing other ninjas? Danzo pondered. He already had Wood Release, which was enough. Next, he would grab a few more Hyuga to absorb and purify the Byakugan. And those wicked Uchiha. He'd definitely take a few. Maybe if he absorbed enough, he might even unlock the Mangekyo. To contribute to the great Danzo-sama's ascension to Hokage would be a small atonement for the wicked Uchiha. It's worth a try, but the burden on you will only grow. To contribute to the great Danzo-sama's ascension to Hokage would be a small atonement for the wicked Uchiha. It's worth a try, but the burden on you will only grow. Come back when you have money. Don't bother me if you're broke. He had already drawn several large test tubes of Danzo's blood, enough for his research. Seeing Orochimaru brush him off so dismissively, Danzo fumed, but only fumed. Damn bastard, once I become stronger, it'll make you pay. Danzo controlled a branch sprouting from his palm, a glint flashing in his eyes. Hokage, I will become Hokage. It was time to eliminate all those who posed a threat to him. By the way, he also needed to make money. Someone, Danzo-sama, send a few squads to the Wind Country, where Sunagakure headbands kill some nobles and bring back their wealth. The kneeling root ninja acknowledged with a hi, and immediately vanished with a body flicker. While Danzo was cackling sinisterly in the dark recesses of the root, Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing in the sunlight, was vigorously massaging his temples. What about the mist and cloud villages? They are eager and restless, have been provoking us frequently, and have started to amass their forces. How is the situation inside the village? There is still considerable resistance to war. The number of merchants has dwindled, and some villagers have moved away. At the same time, the ninja clans are not very cooperative. They have suffered heavy losses and are resentful about the lack of reparations and the abandonment of the smaller. The most troublesome is still the Uchiha clan. They clamor daily to go after the Sand Village to retrieve the Mangekyo Sharingan and also demand the execution of Danzo. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado reported the current state of Konoha one by one. They had thought that after the war everything would improve, but now it seemed far from the case. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked to the window and gazed at the Konoha ninja village, in his view, unable to help but sigh. I don't understand why everyone is talking about Konoha's decline as if we lost this war. They even feel that the future battlefields are doomed to be fraught with peril for us. 20 years ago, I took on the great responsibility from Lord Tobarama and embarked on the journey that ended the First Shinobi World War. The Konoha ninja forces were united in purpose. Every clan devoted their utmost. That vibrant vitality, that realm of all things competing, is still vivid before my eyes. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Koharu Udatane lowered her head, while Hamura Mitokado let out a long sigh. Two useless fools, not a single word to offer. What good are you? You're worse than Danzo. Seeing the two not responding, Hiruzen began to miss Danzo instinctively. Whether it's a bad idea or not, Danzo could at least keep him company, chat, and bicker with him. Incapable of doing anything right, but when it comes to grabbing benefits, you two are tied for first. Hiruzen knew well that his two old partners had taken advantage of the clans sending their forces to war. They had directly stuffed their own clan members into various departments. Originally two obscure minor clans, they now rivaled renowned secret arts clans like the Ino Shikacho. As a result, few of their clan ninjas were seen on the battlefield, and when they returned, their positions were occupied by others. How could the ninja clans not be furious about this? In contrast, Danzo, during his tenure as Hokage assistant and leader of Root, had not only gained no benefits for his clan, but had also bled them dry. No, these two cannot exist alone. Previously, Danzo was there to curb them. At the same time, Hiruzen needed someone to play the villain and knock these ninja clans into sh. No, these two cannot exist alone. Previously, Danzo was there to curb them. At the same time, Hiruzen needed someone to play the villain and knock these ninja clans into shape, but these two were purely non-stick. Restore Danzo's position as Root leader. Also send Tsukumo Hatake to the border to lead the resistance against the Mist Village. As for the Cloud Village, I will personally lead Orochimaru and the others there. Koharu Hamura. You must understand that without the village, and without me, your clans cannot continue to exist, let alone enjoy their current development. Your clans will each dispatch 500 ninjas to accompany me to the battlefield. My Sarutobi clan will do the same. This battle must be won, and won decisively. As he finished speaking, Hiruzen erupted with a terrifying chakra aura, making it clear to the two that he was not negotiating. Seeing their old friend in this state, the two knew that Hiruzen was truly angry. They nodded very readily, and agreed, promising to carefully select the finest elite. Without a move to restore his reputation, Hiruzen's position might indeed become unstable. If he fell, how could they fare? The news spread quickly as troops were gathered again. The ninja clans kept their doors tightly shut, fearing that some unlucky thing would come knocking to demand their people for the battlefield. But as the third Hokage led over 2,000 ninjas to resist the Cloud Village, the clans breathed a sigh of relief and cursed inwardly, finally forcing these bastards to bleed. However, before they could enjoy a single day of peace, that same day, they were visited one by a man leaning on a cane and wrapped up like a mummy. Danzo, give me the children of your clan. Damn it, you Konoha F4, you're truly inhuman. But what could they do? Danzo knew all too well how to make these people bleed. Besides, he wasn't asking for the clan head sons. Just a few from the branch families would do. Seeing Root's ranks swelling again, Danzo's eyes gleamed with a brighter light. Once these ninjas were trained, he would have the confidence to speak with a louder voice. Bloodsucking. He needed more people to join Root. Those declining minor clans, since you have fallen, then contribute your secret arts and your people to me. Root needs your strength. Commoners, and the children of talented commoner ninjas, Root wants them too. For a time, the entire Konoha was shrouded in darkness. Everyone kept a close watch on their children, fearing that with a blink of an eye they would disappear. Such incidents had become far too common during this period. A group of people went to the Hokage building to protest, but it was useless since the Hokage wasn't there. The Jonin commander simply shrugged and said it wasn't his jurisdiction. Thus, the villagers possessing a will of dominance attributed this to the inaction of the military police force. The Uchiha, with their explosive temper, naturally would not tolerate it, especially since they already had many grievances over the Mangekyo Sharing. They shattered the villagers' will with 3 strikes, leaving them howling in pain. The Uchiha elders and the ninja clans knew exactly who was behind this, but they also understood that this was a hound specifically unleashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. What could they do even if they were unwilling? Could they revolt? Besides, they had only been bled a little, while the Uchiha and Hugo were not bled. The other clans had only lost a few saplings. They could hardly act as righteous champions for the minor clans, and then escalate things with the Konoha F4. Even if the Konoha F4 tolerated it this time, they would surely turn their attention to that clan later. Monkey, oh monkey. When will you understand that a person who is recognized by everyone is the Hokage, not that being called Hokage makes you recognized by everyone? Mito Uzumaki stood in the empty old house, feeling the oppressive atmosphere of Konoha, and murmured with a frown. Forget it, I only have this last year of life left. Why bother with so much? You mean the ones we sent to rob the nobles encountered a group of Konoha ninjas with Sand Village headbands who were also plundering everywhere? That's right, they are Root members. They have seals on their tongues. Yi Yun and Ebizo exchanged a look of astonishment, then burst into laughter together. Then let's start with a tough move. Send more of them out. Afterwards, we'll parade the captured my ninjas through the cities and finally dump them at the daimyo's place. I'm of the same mind. He. Originally we were saying we wanted to build a puppet unit, but lacked funds. The two silver coin rogues' eyes were full of longing for money as well as gratitude for their good friend Danzo. Yi Yun slapped his thigh. How can it be just our Fungjigua? They'll take a few teams to other countries later. Finally leave a few root ninja corpses behind. Make money, make money. Leaving Hai Laocong in the village to handle government affairs, Yi Yun also set off to contribute to the village's economic construction. Outside, Yi Yun naturally put on a disguise, and all his attacks used fire-release ninjutsu. He roamed outside for nearly 3 months, traversing the Huaji, Guashui Jigua, and Lei Jigua, not to mention countless minor countries. The group directly ransacked the treasuries of these small nations. And Yi Yun, in a very cheeky manner, used his Wanhua Tong Xiaolun Yin to control a root ninja, directly entrusting the wealth to the border guard ninjas, making them responsible for bringing the money back to Elder Danzo. If even a single coin was missing, Elder Danzo would take their entire family for experiments. As for why he didn't deliver it himself, it was naturally because he had to continue making money. It turned out that making money outside was so easy. For the construction and development of the route, he had to get a lot at once, otherwise it would be hard to get next time. After the guard Jonin saw the cursed tongue eradication technique, he had no choice but to comply obediently. However, the several carts full of wealth were far more than what storage scrolls could hold. As a clan ninja, the guard Jonin naturally had no intention of hiding it for Danzo. He swaggered all the way back to my village, the Golden Light, along the way blinding my people. He said he was being Sure-san. Fine, I understand. After the person left, Danzo stomped his cane fiercely. Didn't I tell them to keep a low profile? How could they hand it over to the border troops, letting the whole village know? Moreover, the subsequent news of more than a dozen countries being ruthlessly plundered by ninjas pushed Danzo to the forefront of this. The daimyo of Huajigua even sent a letter of accountability. Are you my people so ruthless? Ruthless enough to rob your own country? They even brazenly claimed all the income from casinos and courtesan businesses. 100 turns Danzo gets 95. You know the root's methods. Then why not give you 95% of the tax rate? Seeing Danzo so formidable, the ninja clans immediately shouted, "My lord is mighty. So you're not just a bully at home, you're a bully everywhere. If you do this, will Yuanfei Risen really protect you later?" Danzo was also stunned. Although he had been receiving a steady stream of wealth during this period, saying it was the treasuries of over a dozen countries. Absolutely ridiculous. Especially those two bastards Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuehu Min Yin kept demanding a share. Otherwise they would report to Yuanfei Risen on the front line. I told you, this is them cooking the books. I've become their bookkeeping immortal. I don't have that much money. Danzo don't think we're fools. And also, so many daimyos have united to put a bounty on you, 1 billion Rio. If you really hadn't done it, would the daimyos offer so much for your head? Danzo looked at the two detestable faces and wished he could undo the seal and give them a tentacle attack, directly capturing the two and refining them instantly. But in the end, recalling that a small impatience ruins a great plan, he simply drove them out. However, to Danzo's extreme fury, the two not only showed no gratitude for his mercy, but directly reported to the front lines the next day. Meanwhile, Yuanfei Risen, who had been swinging his staff all day on the front line, spat out a mouthful of tea after reading the report. How much? How much? 50 billion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. To put it bluntly, 50 billion couldn't even fit in the route. Hearing that even the third Hokage couldn't help it, Shiwan's eyes flickered. Danzo was rich. They'll contact him later. I've got many new ideas about his body accommodating more power. In short, boss, send money. Good heavens, you're finally back. The village storehouse can't hold any more. Storage scrolls can't keep things for long either. We need to spend this money quickly. In the Fengying building, as the familiar golden light flashed, Hai Laocong grinned from ear to ear as he pulled Yi Yun and started laughing. Beside them, Qiandai Popo, who was sipping tea contentedly, very attentively poured a cup of tea for Yi Yun. How much is it roughly after counting? Then inform them. They're still waiting at the border. The mission is over. Rate it as an strength mission. Yi Yun finished his tea in one gulp and with a clatter tossed the storage scrolls he was carrying aside. 5 billion Rio in cash. The other treasures are hard to sell now, their value difficult to estimate. All in all, at least over 10 billion. Then spend it like crazy, build like crazy. Get dozens of large mecha, stockpile explosive tags, and Kanai heavily stocked, less food, and more swords. Qiandai Popo and Hai Laocong nodded vigorously. Just build like crazy. What was money anyway? It turned out to be so easy to get. Hai Laocong then went to arrange the troops' return, while also placing seals on these people. Now the entire ninja world was saying it was Danzo's doing. They had to make sure the blame was firmly pinned on him. Qiandai Popo, however, asked Yi Yun again with some concern, "Are you really going to build those large mechas? Each one costs tens of millions. Not only do we need to repeatedly smelt iron ore at high temperatures, as Yi Yun said, but also mix chakra metal into key parts. This is too extravagant. The money spent on building these mechas could train several jonin." Shandai Popo, don't be afraid to invest in weapons. While the enemy stockpiles food, we stockpile kunai. As long as what we build can help us win the war and reduce ninja casualties, everything is. Don't be afraid to spend money, build like crazy. If we run out of money, it'll just off the third Kazekage, pin the blame on Danzo, and then we'll go after my. Alright, you're the Kazekage, you call the shots. Shandai Popo finally understood. This guy was just itching to keep fighting. Damn it, in all my life, I've never fought a war with such abundant resources. Last time I saw the Uchiha Susanoo at 20 meters tall. Next time, I'll build one that big, and then we'll see whether your Mangekyo Susanoo is stronger or our iron contraption is stronger. Meanwhile, Banzong of the Rain Village, holding the intelligence in his hand, fell into deep thought. Finally, he waved his hand, and several Rain Village ninjas. If Danzo can do it, why can't I? Banzong. Put on disguises, follow me. That bastard Danzo got 50 billion, damn it, I Banzong am reduced to eating cornbread. With such a good path, why didn't he tell me earlier? Naturally, the same incident drew the attention and imitation of others. It seemed that overnight all nations in the shinobi world were ransacked by rude operatives. With every claim delivered with convincing detail, waves of accusations surged toward Konohagakure. Within that single month, the victims' losses climbed steadily. 50 billion, 60 billion, 100 billion, 500 billion. Consequently, the number of mission requests for Konoha plummeted to the ankles. Yutane Koharu and Midokado Hamura, whether genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance, kept visiting Danzo daily. In a word, you must pay compensation. You're out there raking in money wildly, and now no one comes to issue missions. The shinobi clans can endure a while longer, but the civilian ninja are truly facing starvation. Where the hell did I get several hundred billion? Several thousand billion? Can Konoha even hold that much? No, I have no money. Don't give us that runaround. You must have hidden it in some secret base of roots. Exactly. Danzo, you've roused such fury that we must convene a Jonin council and declare you a rogue ninja. Danzo glared at these two bastards trying to squeeze oil from him, his teeth grinding with rage. But he knew them too well. Once he admitted to having money, no matter how much he produced, they would only believe he had hidden even more. My rude operatives outside have suffered heavy losses. This time I'll go out myself. You send people to follow, we split the take evenly, 50-50. Good. Why didn't you say so earlier? So where are we heading? Danzo's single eye turned toward the northwest, where yellow sand stretched to the horizon, a land rich in gold. We'll quit after this job, so we need to make it a big one. The two Hokage advisors had only gold symbols in their eyes, and Midokado Hamura even declared he would accompany Achu. Fourth Kazekage day after day, root runs rampant in our wind country like this. Your Sunagakure cannot escape blame. Yiyan lounged with crossed legs, blissfully devouring fruits from the land of fire, juice dripping from his fingers. Completely unbothered, he listened to the wind country daimyo's endless complaints. His answer was always two words: no money. You wretched thing, if the military funds don't come through, how can Sunagakure possibly deploy its forces? Pull your people out of the land of rivers, and this year's military funds will be transferred immediately. Also, you must resolve the current chaos here within a month. Bye-bye. Yiyan finished his fruit, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Do you think him a beggar? Wait, Lord Kazekage. The Minister of Finance tried to play peacemaker, but Yiyan ignored him completely, heading straight to his own room. Full and satisfied, time to return to cultivation. Bastard. How dare he? The wind country daimyo smashed the cup in his hand. All the ministers kept their eyes downcast. You are holding back a year's worth of military funds, and still want this and that. You dream too beautifully. This daimyo was not only stingy with Sunagakure, but also with his own people, always funneling every kind of money into his own pockets. Back in his small courtyard, Yiyan gathered his subordinates. Tonight, follow me. We're going to loot the wind country's treasury. I can't stand it a moment longer, Yiyan declared. Baki and the others drew a sharp breath. Their own Kazekage was about to rob the nation's treasury. That's unprecedented. I have the Mangekyo Sharingan. I'll use Jinjutsu to control those guards silently. Later we'll pin it on the Uchiha clan. Yiyan lifted his Kazekage hat, slapped his forehead, and the eye there instantly opened, spinning from 3 tomo into the pattern of the Mangekyo. Baki and the others couldn't help stealing curious glances. The ultimate power of the Uchiha indeed. And their Kazekage was audacious enough to mock the millennia-old clan like this. But with such formidable Jinjutsu at their disposal, Baki and his team were brimming with confidence. That night, they donned dark suits, wore Konoha forehead protectors, and boldly marched toward the daimyo's palace. Along the way, Yiyan silenced every guard with a single glance, not uttering a word. They swaggered past all the guardians and arrived before the heavy iron doors of the treasury. Facing the colossal iron door that didn't even flinch under a punch, Yiyan chuckled lightly. He began gathering scorch-release chakra at his fingertips. With a sizzling sound, it took over 10 minutes to melt a passage large enough for a person. Go and fill every storage scroll completely. When you come out, remember to use some fire release jutsu. With a sizzling sound, it took over 10 minutes to melt a passage large enough for a person. Go and fill every storage scroll complete. Suddenly, he caught a faint fragrance. Drawing closer, he found it was the daimyo's wife's residence. Tilting his head, Yi-Yun pushed the door open and entered. How dare you? Who is it? Guards. Guards. What's all the fuss about? Let me have a look. 20's not bad looking. Yi-Yun grabbed the daimyo's wife out of the wooden tub, gave her a quick once-over, then patted her cheek. Now I am the daimyo, understand? Turn around. After the initial panic, the lady struggled to compose herself, trembling as she offered him money. Yi-Yun slapped her hard, making her body quiver. Shut up. They'll finish this, then he'll take the money. What do you mean your money? It's all my money. Turn around, grab the handrail, and don't look back. I am his lordship the daimyo. A quarter of an hour later, Yi-Yun wore a grim expression. Damn it, that was embarrassing. No, I have to prove myself. An hour later he nodded. Acceptable. Couldn't waste too much time, needed to head back early. Madam, you wouldn't want the daimyo to know about this, would you? I am Yi-Yun the Kazekage. If you miss me, come find me in Sunagakure. Ha ha ha. Hefting a bag of gold and silver, Yi-Yun sauntered toward the treasury. But just then his body stiffened. It wasn't that someone had ambushed him and stolen his kidneys or something. Instead, he sensed the familiar fluctuation of the demonic seed energy. He had only ever planted that seed in one person. Shimura Danzo. He had come to the Wind Country. So daimyo, you truly deserve death. Yi-Yun weighed the treasure bag in his hand, then a golden light flashed as he tossed it back. Madam, you are exquisite and supple. Here, keep the money. They'll come see you again. No more weeping, understood? Yes, thank you, Lord Kazekage. I understand. Will serve you well. The daimyo's wife, who had feared he would kill her, burst into tears of relief, knocking her head against the floor. As long as he didn't kill her. Damn it, I gave your money back, and you still curse me. If I weren't going to off your husband, I'd have words with you here and now. Daimyo, you little brat, you're really. You're not the one sent by the daimyo. What are you doing here? Lord Kazekage, save me, save me. These people came and interrogated me about the location of my treasury. They'll give you military funds double, no 5 times. You must save me. Yi-Yun walked in and saw a ninja in night clothes beating the daimyo of Wind Country with a crowd of people around. And there was a guy leaning on a cane. Damn, Danzo, you're already like this, why are you still pretending? Seeing Yi-Yun arrive, the daimyo frantically called out with tears and snot. Shing! Yi-Yun swung his sword directly aiming at the daimyo, and his head flew high. Under the stunned gazes of the Konoha ninjas, Yi-Yun used Scorch Release Chakra to blast several holes in the palace. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs while stripping off his night clothes to reveal his true identity. An assassin from Konoha killed the Lord Daimyo. Come quickly, save me, save me. Soon the daimyo's guards rushed into the palace, also waking up the guardian ninjas. Damn it, the daimyo has been killed, what are you guardian ninjas doing? Then they rushed into the daimyo's bedchamber and saw the 4th Kazekage confronting a group of people with the headless daimyo lying at his feet. Lord Kazekage, what is this? While I was training, I sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation at the daimyo's residence. I came to investigate and saw these people behead the daimyo with a single sword stroke, intending to extract information directly using ninjutsu. Moreover, there might be more than just this group. You should conduct a thorough search to see if they might have gone to other places. The guardian ninjas all exclaimed in astonishment, having long heard that Konoha had a ninjutsu capable of reading information from the brain. But to come directly to our country and kill our daimyo, isn't that too disrespectful to our great nation? They had heard that Konoha's root ninjas were frantically amassing wealth, but thought it was just a rumor. Unexpectedly today, they caught them red-handed. On the opposite side, Shuehu Minyan was looking at Shimura Danzo with some exasperation. Aren't you supposed to be a professional? And I told you to hurry, but you had to tap slowly with your broken cane, putting on airs. Now we've been caught red-handed. This is really the end. Soon the ninja world will know that Konoha did this, and all the previous black pots will be dumped on us. And that kid Yi-Yun even killed the daimyo, and conveniently pinned the blame on us. Killing the daimyo of a great nation is such a taboo thing. It's over. Shimura Danzo cast a cold glance at this useless pig teammate. He tore off his disguise and revealed his true form. So it is you, Shimura Danzo. Just wait. The daimyo of our great nation is not a toy for you to slaughter at will. Kill him, 4th Kazekage. Yi-Yun turned around and glanced at the one who shouted the loudest. You're telling me what to do. 5 times the military funds. If you just act, we guarantee you 5 times the military funds. You got it. The treasury has been cleaned out by my men, and you'll still pay me later. How damn happy. He wasn't worried about being reneged on. If anyone defaults, he would personally go collect. As for Yi-Yun's intention to attack him, Danzo sneered coldly. Youngster, finally another chance. Wind Country Sunagakure, you can choose your 5th Kazekage again. Shuehu Minyan looked at his old friend's familiar pretentious demeanor and, have you forgotten how badly you were beaten back then? You're already using a cane and you're still putting on airs. Tell your subordinates to activate the 4-symbol seal to buy us time and well run quickly. Danzo cast a cold glance at Shuehu Minyan, who stepped back in shock. Byakugan Sharingan. Danzo you. After seeing his idiot teammate leave, Danzo sneered coldly. This is nothing. It's time to show my true skills. Wood release, wood branch jutsu. Good heavens, Shuehu Minyan was truly shocked. Danzo, you're something. You've quietly mastered the core technique, now you can even use wood release. Everyone retreat, stay away from here. This battle is beyond your ability. Yi Yun flicked the golden snake sword in his hand, sending a sword beam infused with scorch release chakra directly cutting down the thick wooden branches. Let these idiots behind him get lost. They can be witnesses and spread the news later. Don't disturb me while I'm fighting. The guardian ninjas looked at each other. Finally, they all flashed away, far, far away. With a few 100,000 a month, why risk our lives? If you die, you can't enjoy it. That's the legendary power of the god of shinobi would release. Fourth Kazekage, you'd better hold on. We'll go call for reinforcements right away. Watching the guardian ninjas, who usually boasted arrogantly claiming that even Kage were nothing, now running faster than rabbits, the many ministers were scrambling on all fours, kicking their short legs, desperately crawling out of the hall. You all go down too. Prepare to meet me outside the capital. They'll come after I kill this kid. Yes. Shuehu Minyan also had no intention of staying to help. At his peak, he was only an elite jounin, let alone having not fought much over the years. He had read the battle reports. This kid, Ian, liked to take out the weaklings first. If he ran out, he could later explain that the daimyo wasn't killed by them. This blame was really hard to bear. Ian didn't stop them either. This version of events spreading was exactly what he wanted. After all, without a fearsome reputation, how could he intimidate the ministers of Wind Country? He might even have to kill a few more in front of them later. Youngster trembled before the power of the god of shinobi. Fear it. Ha ha. Danzo laughed wildly. Truly ignorant. What is powerful is never would release, but the god of shinobi. And the will of the god of shinobi. Even if you come 100 times, you will never be a match for me. As his words fell, Yi Yun's body blazed with golden orange chakra, and the surrounding air became distorted from the heat. His speed increased like a streak of light, charging straight at Danzo. Oh no, this guy is too fast. There's no time to form hand seals for advanced wood release. Danzo panicked yet again. The two little tadpoles in his right eye blurred into afterimages, yet he could barely track a vague silhouette. As for his left Byakugan, it was completely useless. What's more annoying was that he wasn't Hashirama Senju, who could clap his hands and summon anything. Other than the wood branch jutsu, which only required one hand seal, everything else needed time. He really shouldn't have put on airs and let them all leave. Otherwise, if he had bought himself a few seconds to activate the deep forest emergence, it would be much easier to fight. Bang, bang, bang. Oh. After the golden serpent sword flashed with golden light more than a dozen times, Yi Yun flickered back to his original position, looking somewhat puzzled at Tuanzong, who was now riddled with holes all over his body, bleeding. Aren't you cheating? You're still so pathetic, damn it. What are you pretending for? Then a sizzling white light flashed over Tuanzang's body, and he began to heal frantically. Well, at least it's a little useful. And Yi Yun roughly guessed it. He observed that Tuanzong had tried several times to form hand seals, but because his own speed was too fast and his attacks too fierce, he was forcibly interrupted, unable to resist. Once again, the ninjutsu type was completely suppressed by his own assault type. Tuanzong was naturally furious, red-faced, and thick-necked. This time was even worse than the last. Last time Yi Yun had just advanced to Kage-level, his chakra was still in a state of transformation, and his speed wasn't this fast. Yet he was still directly crippled and had his eye gouged out. This time he thought he was incredibly powerful, but he was taught a lesson again. It must be that his Zhujian cell concentration was insufficient, preventing him from clapping his hands and summoning whatever he wanted. Go back and pay to Shiwan. But can he still go back now? He tried several more rounds of ninjutsu attacks, such as Vacuum Blade, trying to create distance or disrupt the opponent, looking for a chance to use would release Birth of the World Tree. But Yi Yun naturally would not give Tuanzong any opportunity. As soon as Tuanzong began to form hand seals, he would envelop himself in Scorch Release Chakra and charge forward. Naturally, Tuanzang's body was even worse off, covered in holes large and small. At the moment of their final clash, Yi Yun's brows and eyes suddenly snapped open, and with the frenzied rotation of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Tuanzong instantly lost consciousness. Transfer back half of the power. Don't take the Byakugan or miscellaneous things for now. Just the Uchiha bloodline genes, transparent escape, and Zhujian cells. A mass of pitch-black energy also seeped out from Tuanzang's body, returned to Yi Yun's palm, and in the blink of an eye directly permeated back. As the demon seed returned the genetic energy, Yi Yun felt an itch that penetrated deep into his soul, spreading throughout his body and his blood began to boil. His genes were also completely disrupted and reorganized. Damn miscalculation. He shouldn't have absorbed it directly here. But Yi Yun also worried, could this thing be stored outside for a long time? If the energy dissipated and vanished, that would be a real waste. An hour later, as he gradually adapted, Yi Yun began to regain mobility and fired a signal flare. It's the Kazekage. Let's hurry over. The Sunagake ninjas who had been following orders to transfer the national treasury's wealth saw the signal flare in the sky. Leaving one person behind, the others also rushed toward the palace. They immediately saw Yi Yun sitting on the ground resting, and Tuanzong lying motionless beside him. Kazekage-sama, are you alright? Lord, are you injured? Is that Tuanzong? How did he get here? A group of people immediately surrounded Yi Yun to express concern, though some also began to keep watch outside. Yi Yun waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down first, then began to direct the crowd. Cut Tuanzong's hand and foot tendons so he can't move. Keep a close watch on him. If something feels wrong, stab him. At the same time, have the people of the Land of Wind send troops to repel the root ninjas brought by Tuanzong. Hi. It seemed they were going to take a live prisoner back. But could the soldiers of the Land of Wind and the recruited rogue ninjas manage to repel? But Yi Yun gave the orders, and they just had to follow them. At worst, they could lend a hand. Seeing their simple-minded expressions, Yi Yun helplessly slapped his forehead. He explained to these guys, if they didn't let more of their people die, how would they know the hardship of Yi Yun defeating the enemy? Cao Tsung, you're still the most cunning boss. The Jonin, who understood the key points, immediately used the body flicker technique to find the ministers hiding in the distance, stating that their Kazekage was still fighting the enemy. But as for the ninjas at the city gate, you should quickly send more soldiers and people to drive them away. Don't let it happen that when the Kazekage is in the middle of a critical battle, you interfere and cause the enemy to escape. Not only would you be blameworthy, but our Kazekage is not afraid of retaliation, but are you? Then everyone from Sunagake, aren't you leading the way? Baka, we have to guard the Kazekage-sama. If something happens to the Kazekage, can you bear the responsibility? Hi, we will immediately assemble all troops, and also those so-called daimyo's guardian ninjas. It's time for them to contribute. The Jonin Yura smiled as if you finally understood and patted the short fat minister. Those guardian ninjas were usually very arrogant, weren't they? Let them test the mettle of Konoha's root. The minister naturally didn't care. It wasn't him who would charge forward anyway, and these ninjas were indeed a threat there. With a bustle, they began to shout and summon people, gathering the capital's military forces and recruited ninjas. Glancing at those so-called daimyo's guardian ninjas, whose strongest was at most at the level of a gatekeeper, Jonin Yura tightly suppressed his smile. Yi Yun had said that among them was an elite Jonin, Shuihu Minyan. One fire release after another, and he would burn them until they screamed. Meanwhile, in the palace, Yi Yun, with the help of the demon seed, completed the initial gene fusion. I feel full of vitality, and the Mangekyo Sharingan also feels less awkward to use. Feeling the new power, Yi Yun was full of smiles, but he forcefully suppressed the urge to transform into an Uchiha's maniacal laughter. He picked up Tuanzong, told the Jonin to guard outside, and had the demon seed stimulate the opponent to wake from the Jinjutsu. Bastard, what have you done? My power. Tuanzong felt that his power seemed to have diminished by more than half, and his body once again felt the frailty of old age. He was shocked and let out a roar. Slap. Yi Yun slapped him across the face. Don't you know who's the boss here? Nanny. Tuanzong was confused. Could it be like this? He originally thought he would be taken back to Sunagake for intelligence interrogation to have everything. Nanny. Tuanzong was confused. Could it be like this? He originally thought he would be taken back to Sunagake for intelligence interrogation to have everything in his mind extracted. Yi Yun slapped the back of Tuanzong's head again. Stop wasting my damn time. He didn't believe Tuanzong hadn't placed a seal in his mind. Tuanzong was evil, but he was definitely not spineless. Then he'll give you money. How about 50 million Ryo? Tuanzong's mind raced. Since he had already fallen into the enemy's hands, if there was a chance to go back, who would want to die? Damn it, you're treating me like a beggar. I want ninjutsu. If you get a few strength techniques from the Scroll of Seals, they'll let you go. As soon as he heard that Yi Yun wanted no money but the ninjutsu from the sealed scroll, Tuanzong immediately shook his head like a rattle. Then kill me. I cannot give it to you. Senior Tuanzong, you now possess would release the power of the god of shinobi. You've only mastered it for a short time and can't fully utilize it. Don't you want to become the Hokage? Yi Yun's Mangekyo Sharingan above his head spun wildly. With the transferred Uchiha bloodline and the nourishment of Hashirama's cells, its usage naturally became much smoother. Tuanzong's expression shifted between uncertainty. Deep within his heart, the demon seed was also madly influencing him. Agree to him. You are just one step away from that position. Once you become Hokage, you'll have more power, collect more genes, and naturally be able to easily crush him. Give him the hardest one, he might just waste his time there. In the end, Tuanzong couldn't resist the desire to live nor the long-cherished Hokage throne and nodded. I can give you one technique, just one. The Flying Thunder God technique. This is Master Tobarama's ultimate skill. Yi Yun pinched himself hard. It actually worked, he really managed to obtain the Flying Thunder God. Holy shit, this is the Flying Thunder God. Tuansong, you really are obsessed with the Hokage position. He had thought it would take some effort, but with a single guidance from the Sharingan, and the demon seed amplifying his inner emotions, it was done in an instant. Senior Tuansong, that's no fun. Everyone knows that technique requires space-time talent, and one careless mistake, and you'll lose an arm or a leg. So add a little something. Give me the 5 elements seal. Yi Yun made a gesture of fingertip universe, and then asked for a sealing technique. Seeing that Tuansong was about to refuse, Yi Yun quickly proposed a compensation. I can give you a chance to show off. In a moment, he'll step back, and you can use the wood release advent of a world of flowering trees, then leave with a swagger. To the outside, he'll say that you have mastered wood release, greatly increased your strength, and that I could only barely hold you off. Won't you gain prestige that way? Deal. Tuansong's eyes immediately lit up. Lord Tuansong, after you reseal yourself, he'll send a ninja to inspect. Also, I need a little leverage from you in case you play tricks with the ninjutsu. How do you intend to do that? Yi Yun smiled like Doraemon, and with a flourish pulled out a camera. I'm going to take naked photos of you. If you give me fakes, I'll make sure the entire ninja world receives your naked photos. You bastard, you're a pervert. Tuansong just wanted to curse furiously. I've already let your Sunagake your people see my unsealed head. Well, how could I fake it? You clearly just want to use it to threaten me. If you refuse, I can just strip you and take photos directly. Actually, I think if I just lock you up and then demand a ransom from Konoha, they'll pay it. You are not the only person I can trade with. Yi Yun said coldly, reminding him. I can let you leave as a victor, or I can have you ransomed as a prisoner. You have wood release on you, and you think Konoha won't pay. But if Konoha ransoms you, will you have a good time when you go back? Fine. I agree. Tuansong gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, forcing out each word. For the Hokage, I must become Hokage. What does Sarutobi know about the village or development? Only I, Shimura Tuansong, am worthy of this position and can lead Konoha to glory again. Pleasure doing business. Yi Yun's smile stretched, so wide it nearly reached his ears. Clapping his hands, he called in the Sunagake Jonin. He had a Jonin from the interrogation unit hold Tuansong's head, sensing the fluctuations in his mind, while frantically recording the techniques. Finally, another ninja skilled in sealing techniques placed a seal on that ninja's head to obscure this content. Looking at the 2 scrolls in his hands, Yi Yun began asking Tuansong many questions based on his own understanding. Especially regarding the 5-element seal, Tuansong was quite straightforward and explained. Next came the final step. Yi Yun drove everyone out again, then followed them out, and divided a clone to go in and take naked photos of Tuansong with the camera. Taking the phone from the clone, Yi Yun pinched it with a delicate gesture, then had someone throw a sealing scroll into it. He had no desire to look or appreciate it. With a slap, he directly shattered the sand clone. This thing wasn't a shadow clone, of memories wouldn't be transmitted back synchronously. Otherwise it would really feel like polluting his eyes. Tuansong adjusted his clothes as he walked outside. Yi Yun gestured for everyone to stand behind him, while he himself stood behind Tuansong. If this old fox tried anything tricky, he would backstab him straight to death. Would release advent of a world of flowering trees. Tuansong made hand signs 1 per second, taking a dozen seconds, then slammed his hand on the ground. Immediately wood release erupted from the ground, growing to dozens of meters in height. The trees stretched endlessly, each one alive like a living creature with branches twisting like spirit snakes. This technique used nearly half of Tuansong's chakra. After using it, he cast a cold glance at Yi Yun. The meaning was clear. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Yi Yun, but that the young man had launched a sneak attack, not giving him a chance to use his techniques. Hey, you old man, still not convinced? Yi Yun naturally wouldn't indulge him, but he didn't rush to backstab Tuansong either. Instead, he began gathering Scorch Release Chakra, then started demonizing and finally compressed the demonized will together with the Scorch Release Chakra into the Golden Snake Sword. Flying Slash. Yi Yun swung the Golden Snake Sword fiercely. A brilliant golden snake suddenly burst forth, stretching to a terrifying length of dozens of meters, slashing into the advent of a world of flowering trees. With a series of thunderous explosions, the golden snake's flames surged wildly, nearly piercing through the entire forest before vanishing. Lord Kazekage is mighty. Sugoi. The Sunagake ninjas behind him shouted in unison, full of pride. Damn, how is this brat's strength still growing so wildly? This is far beyond a mere entry-level Kage. It's no exaggeration to say he's already a powerhouse among Kage-level fighters. Tuansong was also deeply shocked. You little bastard, you were holding back before. What a disgrace. If Yi Yun had a tail, it would probably be wagging like a fan right now. Showing off feels so good. Yet on the surface, Yi Yun still wore a fake polite smile. Senior Tuansong, it's your turn to show off. Haha, the so-called fourth Kazekage is nothing but a fast little brat who dares not face me in a direct confrontation. Enough. Danzo, suppressing his shame, used the body flicker technique to appear atop the towering tree world and proclaimed in a sonorous voice that carried for miles, "I am satisfied. Next time we meet, I hope you will have the courage to withstand one of my strikes." Lord Kazekage, is this really wise? Indeed, my lord. Why let him slander you like this? Who does he think he is? The Sunagakure ninjas were filled with righteous indignation. Danzo, you were just beaten like a dog on the ground. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Yi Yun waved his hand nonchalantly. That was Wood Release. If word spread that he had defeated Wood Release, he would only be asking for trouble. If everyone thought he was invincible, they would keep targeting Sunagakure. He just wanted to create the illusion of a stalemate with anyone and play the fool. Showing off was satisfying, but pulling a sneaky ambush was even more thrilling. The Sunagakure ninjas were all speechless. Having such a leader was truly. Yi Yun also used the body flicker technique to appear atop a towering golden palace spire. Lord Danzo, I never expected you to master the legendary power of the ninja god. Such a terrifying jutsu is truly formidable. The god of shinobi, awe-inspiring beyond measure. With Lord Danzo's power, you might well become the new ninja god. I have witnessed the third Hokage's techniques in battle. His so-called 5-element great combo is nothing before the power of the ninja god. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Danzo was almost moved to tears. There was even an after-sales service for showing off. What a good man. Truly honorable. Next time I have business, I'll call on you, Yi Yun. Danzo looked down at Yi Yun from above and spoke again in a cold, arrogant tone. Young one, your insight is indeed sharp. This is the power that once pacified the chaotic era and ushered in the peace of the ninja villages. Your talent is commendable, worthy of the title Kazekage. Considering your cultivation has not been easy and peace is hard-won, I shall withdraw today. But next time I will not hold back. With that, Danzo vanished in a flash, his mouth twitching uncontrollably into a convulsive smile, which combined with the shaped scar on his chin looked even more eerie. He sped to the capital's gate, where he found the route, led by Mito Munyon, gleefully slaughtering enemies. Return to the village. Yes. All the route ninjas immediately followed behind Danzo. Danzo, in his usual arrogant manner, somehow produced his walking stick again and swaggered out with a series of taps. Thousands of ordinary soldiers around dared not stop him. Yi Yun stretched, and amidst the astonished gazes of the Sunagakure ninjas, ordered the palace attendants to summon the daimyo's wife. This humble one greets Lord Kazekage. The daimyo's wife bowed deeply at 90 degrees. What are you afraid of? The daimyo is dead. Come here. Yi Yun beckoned, pulled the daimyo's wife into his arms, and sat down with her on the daimyo's throne. My Lord Kazekage, please don't do this. The Sunagakure ninjas were overwhelmed with a sense of collapse, as if all propriety had crumbled. This fourth Kazekage was too unhinged. And when exactly had he seduced the daimyo's wife? Yi Yun paid no attention to his subordinate's thoughts and casually reached inside her garments. While amusing himself, he said, Do you have children? From now on, the child will be the new daimyo of the Land of Wind. Pick a young one, and you will be the regent. On second thought, let's just pick a puppet for now. Later you give me a child, and then we kill the daimyo and replace him with our own child. Hey, you're saying this out loud. The daimyo's wife and the Sunagakure ninjas all wore expressions of utter shock. Are you serious? The daimyo's seat is not so easy to hold. The daimyo's wife frowned deeply, speaking cautiously. Yi Yun waved a hand dismissively. If they don't obey, kill them. A bunch of soldiers who can't even beat Root Small Fry. What makes them think they can beat me? From now on, the Guardian Ninja will be under Sunagakure's command. He'll assign you a few jonin. If anyone disobeys, have them kill that person. But half of the confiscated assets go to me. He glanced at the daimyo's wife and began to persuade her in a soft tone. Don't you want to taste power? If you don't take the throne, and someone else does, what good will come to you? He was also curious. The daimyo's wife was usually a political marriage. Which land is your family from? The Land of Waterfalls. My father is the daimyo of the Land of Waterfalls. Interesting. Yi Yun felt he had thought of something else to do. He patted the daimyo's wife's pretty face and spoke firmly. If you're unwilling, he'll kill you and find a concubine from the harem to cooperate with. Even if the effect is slightly worse, it doesn't matter. I can kill a few more. I'm a primal sane, I don't care. I've come to this Japanese anime world. Why should I be polite? I'll do whatever makes me happy. This humble one is willing. I am willing. The daimyo's wife was almost in tears. Don't do this. You were supposed to persuade me nicely. Instead, you directly threatened my life. He clapped his hands and ordered the Sunagakure ninjas to summon all the ministers. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, but since Yi Yun had given a formal order, they dared not raise any objections. Less than half an hour later, the ministers returned, bustling into the hall ready to grab their thighs and wail for the daimyo. Then they saw that the daimyo's throne was occupied by two people. Yi Yun was casually holding the daimyo's wife in his lap. How dare you? Insolence! Fourth Kazekage, are you rebelling? A group of ministers erupted in shouts, pointing furiously at Yi Yun. Some even rolled up their sleeves to drag him down. Yi Yun lightly tapped his finger, and several scorch-release beams pierced through the offenders who fell to the ground in agony. Within 10 seconds they turned into dry. The scene fell into dead silence. Yi Yun rested his chin on his hand and ordered Baki, go investigate who they are. Confiscate their property. Send all the men and old people to the mines and kill the children. Give the women as benefits, you can take them home as servants. Baki, his face covered by a cloth, bowed and vanished with the body flicker technique. Lord Fourth Kazekage, aren't you afraid of repercussions from the other great nations by acting so tyrannically? Sunagakure is not that strong. Neither are you. Truly fearless. Yi Yun pierced the speaker with another scorch release beam. You stood in front, so you must be someone important. But are you more important than my fist? Utterly absurd. Today let that person become the daimyo with the daimyo's wife acting as regent. From now on, who dares to disobey? Yi Yun patted the daimyo's wife, signaling her to bring over a young child of the daimyo's lineage for an immediate coronation ceremony. Then he stood up, unleashing a terrifying aura of chakra, and with another surge of power, a sword energy, dozens of meters long, swept across, tearing apart the already ruined hall. He coldly gazed at the crowd below. It's all because you failed to read the room. You will pay for the hall. The ministers trembled in fear, their legs shaking. Was this Fourth Kazekage truly so ruthless? Yet no matter how fiercely they cursed Yi Yun in their minds, they remained kneeling, foreheads pressed deep into the floor, their rears raised high. As you command, Lord Kazekage. Seeing that these men had finally lost their backbone, Yi Yun smiled and offered them a sweetener. That's more like it. You can still embezzle and abuse power as before, but instead of the daimyo, it'll be the one in charge from now on. Did I say I'm becoming the daimyo? Why all the fuss? What are you pretending to be loyal for? Do you think you have 40 heads? Even if your entire clan has 40 heads, they'll still chop them all off. But let me make this clear, I don't care about your share from before, but if anyone dares to touch my share, I'll cut them down. Also from now on, no non-Suna shinobi are allowed to enter the capital. The capital will be fully guarded by Suna shinobi. The ministers had no objections, merely burying their heads lower and raising their rears higher, chanting, as you command. Half an hour later, the daimyo's wife arrived with a child. Yi Yun walked down the platform, picked up the daimyo's hat, dusted it off, and wiped away the bloodstains. Come here, kneel. Hearing Yi Yun's cold voice, the daimyo's son was about to cry. Cry and I'll kill you. Sniffling, the daimyo's son forced back his tears sucked in his snot and obediently knelt before Yi Yun. Today I, the Kazekage, officially crown you as daimyo. Divine right is granted. You are the new daimyo of the Wind Country. The ministers turned their heads, unable to bear the sight. Yi Yun clapped his hands, signaling the daimyo's wife to seat the child on the glittering daimyo throne. Long live the daimyo! Long live the daimyo! Long live the daimyo! Accepting the ministers' prostrations and their tearful acclamations, the daimyo's wife began to listen to their reports and swiftly appointed new ministers. With each command, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Yun, only to find him utterly indifferent. She finally relaxed, and the ministers breathed a sigh of relief as well. They thought to themselves, perhaps the previous daimyo had bullied Sunagakure too harshly, and now they were simply taking revenge. Eventually they would have to return to business as usual, but now the daimyo would be restrained, ensuring sufficient military funding and mission commissions. My Lord Danzo of Konoha has looted the entire national treasury. What should we do? When a minister reported the loss, especially the empty treasury, the daimyo's wife panicked. Uncertain, she looked to Yi Yun. Send letters to the Fire Country daimyo and other daimyos informing them of this despicable act. If we suffered this, won't they be next? Unless Konoha returns the loot, all countries will cease trade and mission commissions with Konoha. Since we have no money, levy taxes. Collect next year's taxes in advance. Also demand taxes from those lords outside. If anyone refuses, they are disrespecting me, Yi Yun. Kill them directly, take their lands, and I'll auction them off. The daimyo's wife had grown numb to Yi Yun's recklessness. She gestured to the ministers, you've heard his orders, why aren't you carrying them out? Thus the swift succession ceremony and court session ended. The ministers shuffled out dejectedly. Yi Yun coldly watched their retreating backs. Madam, remember this, every year find an excuse to kill two and confiscate two families' assets. Ministers are like leeks, one crop after another. All the money they earn, they must spit it back out. Yes, my lord. The wife nodded obediently, had the young daimyo taken away, and then approached Yi Yun to attend to him. An hour later, Yi Yun slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He patted the head of the daimyo's wife, who was drinking water, musing that this was truly a gentle trap. This is Yura. He will be the leader of the guardian shinobi from now on. If you need anything, call him. Yura arranged 5 teams to rotate shifts. You are responsible for the safety of the capital and the madam. Kill any threat without hesitation. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Yura was naturally excited. The position of guardian shinobi leader was a good one, and it was a sign of the Kazekage's trust. The daimyo's wife grew anxious. You're not leaving, are you? What if that Danzo returns? Don't worry. He'll stay here for a while, but later he'll need more time for training. Don't bother me with routine matters. I just need military funding. 5 times the previous amount. In the Wind Country, those lords who have been raking in profits, don't treat them as human. Squeeze them dry. The daimyo's wife nodded reluctantly, but she was relieved that as long as he stayed, security was at least guaranteed. She understood the Wind Country well. The demand for a 5-fold increase in military funding seemed outrageous, but the previous daimyo had slashed Tsunagekyu's budget to the bone. In reality, compared to the era of the first and second Kazekage, it was only making the people of the Wind Country suffer a bit was still manageable. Moreover, those lords had often defied the daimyo's authority. Now with Yian dealing with them and reclaiming power, it was actually good for her. Thus Yian settled into the daimyo's palace, training daily while enjoying all the perks of the daimyo's status. He even had a group of maidservants perform dances he had seen on Douyin, reclining on the laps of the former daimyo's wives and princesses, being fed, while his hands roamed freely, utterly carefree. Lord Kazekage, if you keep this up, I'm resigning. Yian opened his eyes wearily at the familiar voice of Ebizo. Senior Ebizo, after all the battles I've fought, can't I enjoy myself? Besides, I'm stationed here in the capital to prevent another attack from Danzo. By the way, how are things outside? He clapped his hands, ordering a drink to be served to Ebizo, and then the others filed out one after another. Ebizo could only shake his head helplessly at the sight of the noble ladies, scantily clad, taking their leave. You really don't treat nobles with any... Yian chuckled lightly, unconcerned, and made no attempt to reason with Ebizo. After all, he had killed the man, taken the daimyo's wife, and even sat next to the princesses while patting their shoulders. They were sobbing at first, but now everything's fine. You're the Kazekage, you call the shots. But don't get too lost in it. The 3 ninja prohibitions exist for a reason, to keep one's will from being clouded. Ebizo reminded Yian once more. You've managed to bring in money and the whole of Tsunagekyou supports you. But that doesn't mean if your strength wanes and you can't defeat anyone, we'll still support you the same way. You're living it up in the capital every day, and many are worried you might be indulging in pleasure. Yian sighed. I haven't neglected my training, but I admit it doesn't look good from the outside. How about this? You'll go visit Master Hanzo soon. I'd like you, Senior Ebizo, to stay hidden in the capital for a while. If any minister dares to step out of line, eliminate them root and branch. He had deliberately left the daimyo's eldest son alive, waiting for a chance to fish and then haul in the net. Ebizo smiled bitterly and nodded. You really can't stand being at home, can you? The battle between Konoha and Kazekage is almost over. How's the war going? Yian sat up straight. Ebizo proceeded to recount the whole thing from beginning to end. The battle between Konoha and Kazekage is almost over. How's the war going? Yian sat up straight. Ebizo proceeded to recount the whole thing from beginning to end in great detail. Overall, it started with heavy losses on both sides. In particular, Konoha had learned Yun's tactics. The Sannin and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques into the midst of the ordinary Kazekage ninja. At first they caught the enemy off guard, but the third Raikage was no pushover. Originally, the third Raikage had expected an honorable duel with Sarutobi Hiruzen, as per tradition, only to have the old man resort to a sneak attack. Furious, the third Raikage with his one-finger strike was like a master fishmonger who had spent his life cutting slash after slash with swift precision. In the blink of an eye, every ninja in a straight line was sliced in two. Those lucky enough only got a palm-sized hole through them, missing a kidney. The battle naturally ended in mutual destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, refused to negotiate, and cede more ground. The battle naturally ended in mutual destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, refused to negotiate, and cede more ground, then retreated to switch to small unit skirmishes. He also had Orochimaru use Genjutsu and poison to make the unstable Eight Tails Jinchuriki go berserk. That finally put the third Raikage in a tough spot, especially with his ally Kazekage. Kazekage was acting strangely. They sent troops out one day, only to withdraw a few days later. As it turned out, no sooner had they left than another rebellion broke. The Raikage regretted his hesitation deeply. If only he hadn't tried to exploit Konoha's weakness and had just committed either 4 against 1 or simply marched out to seize more of the smaller countries allied with Konoha. For now, I think it's fine. Even with the Raikage, we probably can't destroy Konoha anyway. So let things stay as they are. Yian said as much, and Ebizo agreed. The key point was that Tsunagekyou had been hit too hard. Even if they wanted more gains, they lacked the stomach for it. The strongest and the weakest are often the ones most vulnerable. What about Danzo? Hearing Yi Yun mention this, Ebizo's expression turned strange. Of course Yi Yun had sent a message to the village about what happened that day. After reading it, Ebizo was speechless at the fourth Kazekage. Everyone else was bragging about being the strongest Hokage or Kazekage in history, afraid of lacking achievements, but this fellow actually managed to win against a wood-release user and then traded with him to boost his reputation. Hey old man, when I master the flying thunder god technique, you'll be clinging to my leg and saying how good it is. And there's the 5-element seal too. I'm even more interested in that. I plan to study the 5-element seal with Grandma Chio. Once I've learned it, I'm going to steal the flying-tailed beast from Kage-level. And then it'll become a Jinchuriki. Ebizo could barely keep up with Yi Yun's leaps in thought. Weren't we talking about Danzo? How did you suddenly jump to robbing a tailed beast and becoming a Jinchuriki? Don't you know how badly Jinchuriki are treated? Then it'll guide the villagers' will. Not to worship the Jinchuriki, but to learn respect for the strong. How can the strong be ruled by the weak? Once things stabilize, it'll increase the social gap between ordinary people and ninja. Damn it, in my village do I have to listen to the opinions of those insignificant little brats with their domineering will? First, it'll implement a system like the Qin dynasty's ranks. Only those with ninja in their family count as people. Those with generations of ninja are the elite. In ancient China, they said in books there are beauties like jade. In the ninja world, I say and Sunagakure ninja are the elite. Elegant. Very elegant. Yi Yun felt like watching dancing and listening to music again. Alright, I think I was just talking to you about Danzo Ebizo. How is he anyway? Ebizo sighed. How many dishes did you have to get this drunk? Yi Yun 18. From the imperial chef he. But among the ninja opinions are divided. Some admire him greatly, while many ninja clans and civilian ninja hate him bitterly. But among the ninja opinions are divided. Some admire him greatly, while many ninja clans and civilian ninja hate him bitterly. After all, Konoha can't get any mission commissions now. Those civilian ninja who barely avoided the conscription are now unable to support their families. Nevertheless, Danzo was living a good life. Previously, he could only hide underground like a rat. Now he could bask in the sunlight, enjoying the adoration of his followers. Who could completely ignore the power of the god of shinobi? Ebizo sighed and added that Danzo was also proposing a wood-release research project. He wants to create more wood-release users so everyone can experience the power of the god of shinobi. His slogan is "Make Konoha Great Again." To that end, he even swore that the research wouldn't cost Konoha a single coin. He would fund it himself. I robbed that money not for myself, but so everyone can have the power of the god of shinobi. Good one, Danzo, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Yi Yun shrugged and said, well then I still say that once Konoha finishes up with Lane, if they're too idle they might come looking for trouble. Now that we have Tuanzong, I think I can set my mind at ease. Yi Yun stretched lazily, feeling in high spirits. He invited Ebizo to have a drink, but the latter shook his head like an electric fan. He decisively threw out a line about going back to the capital office to handle government affairs, and then vanished in an instant. The 3 ninja prohibitions, ha. Yi Yun snorted disdainfully. If you could win just by opening a book, then what's the point of the legend? Leaving tomorrow tonight, he'll fight 10. The next morning, Yi Yun embraced the daimyo's wife and smiled as he touched her cheek. Rest assured, don't panic. I have already prepared. I will ensure no harm comes to you. However, you must thoroughly investigate the daimyo's mansion. Don't let them slip poison to you. You have no chakra to resist. I understand. I have survived here for so many years, naturally I won't be tricked by petty schemes. I wish you great martial fortune. Turning around, he waved his hand. After putting on his hood, Yi Yun formed a hand seal and his body transformed into a beam of light, speeding away into the distance. Master Hanzo, I've come to find you. Ent. Yi Yun made his way to the Rain Village and walked straight into the Rain Building. There he saw Hanzo and 3 little brats on the training ground. He bit his tongue hard to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Wasn't that red-haired boy with his head lowered the Pain boy, who carried a bag of rice up several floors? Oof, I heard you were enjoying yourself in the capital of Wind Country, and you couldn't even defeat Tuanzong. Quite the achievement. A cold voice came from afar and soon appeared behind Yi Yun, accompanied by the clash of a sickle and the golden serpent sword. Yi Yun, with little force in his golden serpent sword, let it rebound off a wall with inertia. The blade, like a supple snake, curved and turned, transforming into a golden flash that lunged straight at Hanzo. A swordsman speaks with his sword and his strength. Master. Lord Hanzo. Someone is attacking Lord Hanzo. The 3 little ones immediately called out loudly, and soon Rain Village ANBU ninjas appeared in an instant. They naturally spotted the golden and black figures in the middle of the training ground, and carried the 3 children away to a distant place. Then they explained to the 3 that this person was also Lord Hanzo's disciple. He was now the famous ninja known as the Scorch-Release Sword Demon, Yi Yun. Moreover, he was already the 4th Kazekage. At this, the Rain Village ANBU felt proud as well. The three little ones naturally exclaimed in surprise. So this was the senior brother they had never met before. He could even fight the master for so long. Truly amazing. Half an hour later, after a clash of blows, both sides separated. Your strength is a bit strange. Your power, speed, and chakra have all increased a lot. Is the chakra transformation of a bloodline ninja this exaggerated? Hanzo shook the scorch-release chakra off his sickle and frowned. Yi smiled and shrugged. Who said it wasn't? It couldn't be that he had some other genetic mutation again. He had also gained a small insight into his bloodline limit ability, which had a considerable impact on his chakra will. As a Hanzo who only knew how to fight, though he felt that Yi must have other peculiarities, it wasn't convenient to ask further. He was also curious why Yi. I've been gaining too much energy lately, and need to temper my will. There's no suitable sparring partner in Sand Village, so I had to come seek your guidance. Yi was succinct. He just came to fight. Although the genes in his body had been forcibly melded together by the demon seed. But this unnatural product naturally had a disharmony with the chakra system that had always existed in his body. He now had the feeling of a child swinging a sledgehammer. Enough power, but being unable to control it at will was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing for a swordsman. Hanzo did not refuse. Moreover, Hanzo himself couldn't find even a warm-up opponent in the Rain Village. This convenient senior disciple coming over was just right. He could also have a sparring partner. However, Yi glanced around the greatly changed training ground and the obviously renovated Rain Village Hall and smiled strangely as he said something that made the surrounding Rain Village and Buyu's hair stand on end. Master, did you also go plunder a few countries? You've made quite a bit of money. The building looks pretty interesting. Last time I came, the building was still wooden. Now it's all turned into the steel architecture of the Akatsuki organization. And the style is exactly the same as the Rain Village in the later Pain era. It seemed that the original timeline was also likely Hanzo's doing. The ANBU members couldn't help but reach for their weapons, and the three little ones wisely turned around silently. Only Hanzo was stunned for a few seconds before blurting out, "Also? You also?" "Of course. I received intel and went out to intercept the evil old villain, Tuanzong. But I was a step too late and the root had already looted a large amount of wealth. In my fury, I accidentally killed them all. As for those valuables, since I don't know who they belong to yet, I am still investigating and collecting evidence. Once I find the owner, I will personally deliver them." Hanzo looked at Yi Yun's righteous and impassioned demeanor as if shining with the golden light of justice and almost dropped his sickle. "You really are good at bullshitting. This excuse would make even the Minister of Law kowtow to you." The other Rain Village people also looked impressed. So this was the magnanimity of a great nation. Learned. Next time we go out to make money, well, say that. And many with divergent thinking thought they could do it in two waves. First wave cosplaying as Root. The other wave would pursue as Rain Village ninjas, and they would fight each other and put on a show. Finally, they would go negotiate mission contracts with them. As long as they signed a contract to entrust all future missions to Rain Village, they would guarantee their safety. If they still refused to give Rain Village a chance, that would be disrespecting the great Lord Hanzo. Next time, the Root ninjas wouldn't just be looting money. Yi Yun and Hanzo exchanged glances and laughed. Ha. Tuanzong a good man, too. Killing and arson is Tuanzong. Saving the suffering is me, Yi Yun Hanzo. Hurry up and pull a few more jobs. This situation won't last long, Yi Yun warned. Although Hanzo wasn't very smart, he could still understand this principle. Previously, he had always gone outside to make money. Now he was planning to take care of a few nearby easy targets. While making money, he also wanted to negotiate mission shares. At that time, Hanzo would raise his sickle and ask, "Today my Rain Village becomes the 6th great ninja village. Who agrees, who opposes?" I will announce that the Rain Village becomes the 6th great ninja village. Yi Yun, you represent the Sand Village. Do you support or oppose? Looking at Banzong, who seemed a bit eccentric, Yi Yun felt like teasing him. Do you enjoy fishing now? When you go out, you must wear a helmet. After some thought, Yi Yun's expression turned serious and no longer frivolous. Have you made up your mind? As your disciple, I can lend you a hand. For the Rain Village to become the 6th great hidden village, I can also convince the Sand Village to agree. However, the Sand Village can only agree. If war breaks out, it would be difficult for me to lead the Sand Village to help you resist the other ninja villages. This battle has cost the Sand Village too many sacrifices. It will need considerable time to recover. Yi Yun's meaning was clear. The Sand Village would not oppose, but it was unable to provide aid. He himself could come to help shoulder the burden. Banzong smiled faintly at this. The situation was already a decent start. After pondering for a while, Yi Yun decided to offer some advice. Master, from my perspective, now is not the time for the Rain Village to immediately raise its banner. You are not lacking in prestige or resources, but the Rain Village lacks the time to recover and the opportunity to nurture the next generation. The most suitable approach is for you to spend a few years quietly accumulating strength and striving to cultivate a second Kage-level powerhouse. Then when the next war exhausts everyone, you can raise your banner. Only then will the risk be minimal. These words were his heartfelt advice. Finally, he added a very philosophical Chinese proverb. This was not about being wise and adaptable, a pun on the actor's name, but rather store up grain and delay claiming kingship. Why ruin a good life by being the first to stick out? Even after preparing all this, he felt it would be better to first capture a tailed beast before making such a claim. Banzong listened to his persuasion. His expression grew hesitant, and he began to ponder deeply. But I am no longer young. The future will only bring decline. My thought is that even if they attack the Rain village together, I can simply have everyone evacuate and scatter into hiding. As long as I remain in the Rain country, I alone can make them suffer. But if in a few years my physical abilities decline severely. Also, that's how it is. Banzong truly considered him as one of his own, revealing the secret of his body. He was also old. For a speed-type ninja, when the body begins to decline, the drop in combat power is faster than for a ninjutsu type. Not to mention his body full of poison. If his internal organs age rapidly, and the poison backfires, his combat power might be reduced to less than a tenth. Chakra requires both physical and spiritual energy. The physical energy is derived by rapidly extracting cell division activity, which is why ninjas have short lives and suffer from old age ailments. Even more so for Banzong, who walked step by step through the flames of war, pushing his body to its limits countless times. Riddled with scars would be an understatement. But if he were to fight now, as long as Banzong was shameless, no one could stop him. Kill a bunch of small fry, unleash a torrent of poison, and then vanish. Rest, and then come again, or switch direction and go destroy your supplies. It was like a T-1000 stumbling into a real-world World War II. Even just one, the threat he posed was devastating. After some thought, Yi nodded in agreement. That works too. The old fox of Yining village, the Yimu, will likely slack off. The Wuyin village is in constant internal strife. It's unlikely they will meddle in this matter. The old fox of Yining village, the Yimu, will likely slack off. The Wuyin village is in constant internal strife. It's unlikely they will meddle in this matter. The only one to watch out for is the Yuning village. But will the third Raikage take the lead alone for the sake of the ninja world's village structure? Then master, you should plunder more and bribe the Yimu. Yian suddenly gave a mischievous grin. Let the feudal lords of the ninja world suffer a bit more. Anyway, it will all be charged to Tuanzang's account. Recently, the feudal lords of the major countries have been spending huge sums to recruit underground bounty ninjas. I feel it's difficult for my subordinates to break through the great nations. Well, Jiao Dou must be overjoyed. Yian specifically asked Hai Laozong to check. It seemed this guy didn't participate in the looting, but instead took up escort work. The underground exchange was also full of powerful ninjas. The Rain village's Jonin might not be able to defeat them. Sigh, and yet you still want to establish the sixth great hidden village. Really? After some scheming, Yian came up with a bad idea. That was to capture a few my ninjas, preferably from secret technique clans, then control them with the Mangekyo, disguise them as root ninjas, and directly go extort. Our great lord, Tuanzang, now possesses the power of the god of ninjas. Those who know better will hand over the money to avoid us taking it by force. Collect a little from each noble, scare as many as we can. But then, don't worry, you'll get your share. They'll go catch some people for you to control. That old bastard Tuanzang actually had a Mangekyo earlier. You're a pretty lucky kid. After hearing Yi Yun's plan, Banzong naturally shouldered his scythe and went out with the Rain village ninjas to capture people. Yi Yun stayed behind. The vast Rain village seemed completely unguarded against him. Well, actually the main thing was that they were so poor they only had the money they just looted. As for ninjutsu, Ha Banzong reached the top through his killing instinct without any complete inheritance. The only somewhat useful thing was a summoning scroll for the Shanjiao fish, but that was carried by Banzong himself. Yi Yun naturally had no interest in these. His only interest was in the three little ones before him. Led by Mi Yen, the three little ones came cheerfully to greet their senior brother. Yi Yun patted each on the shoulder very warmly. While being very enthusiastic, he quietly planted a demon seed in Chongmen. Master Banzong, oh Master Banzong. If before Yi Yun thought Banzong still had a chance to establish the sixth great ninja village, but considering the red-haired kid before him and the Uchiha band behind him, he felt he might as well prepare to collect the teacher's body. Senior brother Yi Yun, can you tell us what the great ninja villages are like? Mi Yen was not shy at all. After greeting, he sat down with the other two and started asking questions like a curious child. Chongmen kept his head down, but his perked ears betrayed his inner longing. Xiaonan beside him was no longer as aloof as before. She even folded a paper flower and gave it to Yi Yun. Quanan. Another girl from the original story. Yi Yun rubbed his chin. This one might be worth waiting for. His eyes rolling around for a moment, Yi Yun accepted the small paper flower from Conan, patting the little girl's head while wearing a rather wicked grin. Quanan, in my hometown, giving someone a flower means you want to marry them. So since I accepted it, remember to marry me when you grow up. The three little ones were utterly stunned. Children in the shinobi world matured early. Some had already awakened the will of domination while others had developed a romantic mindset far too soon. Though Konan hadn't grown a romantic brain, her early maturity meant she understood what marriage meant, and she instantly turned crimson all over. Yahiko immediately shielded Konan behind him, with Nagato following close behind, both glaring at Yiyun with hostility. Ah, such easily teased children. I am a renowned young prodigy of the shinobi world, the great fourth Kazekage, the dream of 90 million shinobi maidens. Lord Hanzo said you were beaten by Danzo. Yiyun grabbed Yahiko by the scruff and lifted him up. Did you drink poison before speaking? TCH, is this the price of playing the lurker? The pretentious act worked like Sasuke's. When the sky cleared and rain stopped, he thought he was invincible again, only to get a brutal beating. And the lurking style was like mine. I was already a top-tier player at the Kage level, yet I still get looked down upon by these brats. Seeing that Yiyun was only playing around, the three little ones quickly became lively again. As the big brother who had raised Yagura from childhood, Yiyun soon grew familiar with them. He even began teaching them training. Yahiko, your physique is good, but chakra is your weakness. You should focus on strength training, learn my swordsmanship, and supplement it with earth release for defense. Nagato, based on your hair and chakra, I suspect you're a remnant of the Uzumaki clan from Uzushio. With your immense vitality and chakra, you'd be better suited for a path centered on ninjutsu and taijutsu. My fiancé Kwanon, you have a delicate mind and talent for chakra control. You have several options: first, medical ninjutsu and jinjutsu; second, pioneering a bloodline limit. The three had grown accustomed to Yiyun's eccentric style, and their yearning for strength made them look at him with sparkling eyes, eagerly awaiting more. After rubbing his chin for a moment, Yiyun didn't waste time and began teaching them separately according to their aptitudes. Thus, the fourth Kazekage, who had never formally taught in his village, now seriously played mentor in the Rain Village. When he saw the Rain Village ninjutsu they practiced, Yiyun slapped his forehead. What's with this fire release Great Fireball technique? It's clearly a civilian version of the Great Fireball, probably reverse-engineered from witnessing it. The other techniques were similar, though they could be considered crank. Their power was considerably weaker. This reflected the overall strength of a ninja village. Though Yiyun couldn't directly teach them Sunegakure's techniques, he shared many of his insights. Especially since he had spent over a decade honing the Scorch Release Great Fireball, even conjuring 5 of them around himself. A week later, when Hanzo returned from capturing someone, he was greeted by this one adult and 3 children were all forming great fireballs. Nagato, following closely behind Yiyun, couldn't yet create fireballs without hand seals, but he could now form them with a single hand in seconds, firing them off like a cannon, his power incomparable to before. Yiyun, thank you for teaching them. I'm busy every day with village affairs, so I could only teach them taijutsu. Hanzo walked over, dropping the captured ninja on the ground, and expressed his gratitude to Yiyun for instructing the 3 children. He was always busy and not particularly skilled at teaching. He had fought his way to power. But these 3 were so young, how could he spar with them to improve? He couldn't find suitable jonin in the Rain Village either, yet Yiyun was willing to guide them in ninjutsu, and doing a fine job. Yiyun smiled and waved his hand, his lips curling into that familiar crooked grin. She's my fiancée Kwanon, so I have to pay attention. Teacher, you just focus on earning money outside. Konan turned red again, while Yahiko and Nagato were speechless, feeling the awkwardness of a young person's game being exposed to an elder. But to their surprise, Hanzo, despite his odd expression, nodded after glancing back and forth several times. I have no objection, but you'll have to wait many years. The 3 children looked at their teacher in disbelief, but dared not argue out of fear. Yahiko, however, mustered the courage to question if this was appropriate. What's wrong with being the Kazekage's wife? Isn't political marriage normal? Yiyun must have proposed this for that reason. With this bond, he can act more freely. Otherwise, would he really be desperate for a little girl like Konan? In a land of wind, he's practically acting like a daimyo, having seen countless princesses and noble ladies. He wouldn't be so indiscriminate. Teacher Hanzo, you speak well, but please stop. Is it possible that I am exactly that kind of person? I just crave the original characters' bodies, those nameless ones I'd only go for a fling. After a moment of thought, Konan gritted her teeth and stepped forward, declaring she would follow teacher Hanzo's arrangement. She felt honored to serve as a bridge between Sunegakure and Amegakure, contributing to her village. Excellent. Then it's settled. Hanzo wanted to remove his gas mask to stroke his beard and laugh heartily. In his eyes, Yiyun was just habitually flippant, but he had caught him now and would bind him tightly. Hanzo also hinted subtly that since she was now his fiancée along with her 2 brothers, he should teach them seriously from now on. Yiyun smiled wryly, reached up, and revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan on his forehead protector. Then go catch more. He'll use my Mangekyo to copy the hand seals of several techniques, learn them, and teach them. That won't break Sunegakure's rules. Ha ha ha, good. Don't worry, it'll bring you a few elite jonin. Hanzo laughed heartily. You little clever one to think of such a trick. Look into my eyes. Jinjutsu Narikomi, no jutsu. Hanzo had brought over an Akimichi clan jonin. After a Jinjutsu, that fellow began casting various ninjutsu in the distance, happily fighting the air. The three kids stared unblinkingly at the eye on Yeyun's forehead, which was rotating left and right. Don't underestimate this eye. Know that this is the supreme masterpiece of the 1,000-year noble clan Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and also the only Sharingan that has fallen into outside hands. The black market has placed a bounty of 100 million ryo for its recovery. Hanzo with rare patience spoke in a tone of wonder. After all, that was the Uchiha clan, his disciples' methods were truly wild. Surely a bunch of reedied ones would find a chance to team up and take him down. The three kids naturally exclaimed Sugoi, and then were curious. How could this thing grow? Hanzo shrugged, indicating that it was a high-level medical ninjutsu ability only possessed by the great ninja villages. After an hour, feeling that there was nothing more to copy, Yeyun went back to control the other and began to use a more powerful jinjutsu. Only when the eye on his forehead began to ache did he complete the mental control over this Akimichi clan ninja. Yeyun quickly performed hand seals again, and with a series of motions he drew a 4-symbol seal on his forehead, finally sealing the Mangekyo Sharingan once more. This thing really consumes a lot of chakra. If it weren't for the fact that he was already undergoing some fusion of Uchiha and Senju genes, he might not have been able to forcibly control the mental will of a jonin. You rest well. They'll take him out disguised as Root to rob some money. Wait for my good news. Hanzo, seeing Yeyun's fatigue, told the three kids to take him to find a resting place in Amigakure. He himself planned to keep striking while the iron was hot and quickly get a batch of money. This time he decided to target the Land of Fire directly, as that was the richest place. Nanny, that old fellow Danzo really sent someone to say that. Does he truly think we can't do anything to him? In a certain lord's town in the Land of Fire, the noble lord heard his subordinates report with a constipated expression. I give Konoha so many mission commissions every year, and now you still come to squeeze money out of me. Is there no law? Is there any justice? The official kept his head deeply bowed, making no other move, afraid that the lord would order him to drive the other party away. Hey, what do you mean? Our great lord Danzo asked you to donate some money. Why did it take so long to report? Are you looking down on our Hokage's advisor, the darkness of the shinobi world, the great ninja, who inherits the power of the god of shinobi, Lord Shimura Danzo? Just as the lord was cursing, a giant arm punched a huge hole in the lord's hall. Seeing this iconic Akimichi clan's expansion technique, the lord gnashed his teeth. There was nothing more to say. It was completely confirmed that this was the work of the darkness of the shinobi world of Konoha. My lord of the Akimichi clan, may I ask how much Lord Danzo requires? You didn't mention a specific number just now, and I was just discussing with my retainers. There's nothing to discuss. Remember, these are Lord Danzo's exact words. In the future, for every 100 you turn over, I take 95. You know Root's methods. Don't waste the remaining 5. When needed, transfer me 4.8. Damn it, the Lord just wanted to say your master speaks in such a glib tongue. Is he preparing for an exam? Can it be less? Half. They'll contribute half of my income to the Lord. Does the Hokage know about this? Does the daimyo know? The Lord made one last attempt. He had never heard of anyone so ruthless. I scraped together a bunch, but in the end I can't even afford to eat. What's the point of being a lord then? Just to enjoy the right to climb at night. The Akimichi clan ninja coldly shook his head, directly rejecting any bargaining. The Hokage dared not do it, but our lord dares. If the daimyo says he doesn't allow it, what does that have to do with our lord? This is a trivial contribution to Lord Danzo's great cause of ruling the shinobi world. How dare you still talk back? Seeing the Akimichi clan ninja already showing a fierce look in his eyes, the lord had no choice but to obediently begin paying up. But just as he was trying to see if he could bluff his way through, a ninja stepped out from behind the Akimichi and cast a jinjutsu directly at him. The lord's eyes went blank, and he began to speak clearly about all his assets, including those hidden in every corner and outside. 3 days later, looking at the dozen large packed carriages, the lord fell to his knees in agony. Damn Konoha! Damn Shimura Danzo! I will go to the capital. I will see the daimyo. However, just as he arrived at the daimyo's palace in the capital, the lord saw that familiar Akimichi clan ninja again. At this moment, the ninja still maintained that arrogance, furiously berating the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyo was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Shimura Danzo would send someone to ask him for money. Even the guardian of the 12 shinobi, arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing by, was stunned. Shimura Danzo demanded from the daimyo of the Land of Fire 95 of today's tax revenue, or a lump sum of 1 billion ryo for Root to research Hashirama's cells. Akimichi Binghua, are you crazy? Stand down immediately. The Hokage will never allow Danzo to act so recklessly. The Sarutobi clan member tried to shout at him. Akimichi Binghua was this man's name. The Sarutobi clan member had interacted with him a few times. But to this ninja from the 3rd Hokage's clan, Akimichi Binghua snorted dismissively. Having witnessed the reappearance of the god of shinobis would release, I have already joined Root. Lord Danzo is right. What does Sarutobi Hiruzen know about being Hokage? Only under Lord Danzo's leadership can Konoha be great again. Daimyo of the Land of Fire, I advise you not to be ungrateful. You should know one thing: all of you are like ants trying to shake a tree before Danzo's would release. I'm giving you face by asking you to pay. If you don't, this daimyo will no longer exist in the Land of Fire. As for you young Sarutobi, you swagger around relying on the name of that old dog Sarutobi. Now that Lord Danzo has would release, how dare you speak nonsense? The daimyo of the Land of Fire could no longer hold back. He completely broke down, pointing at Akimichi Binghua and roaring, "Kill him! Kill him!" Furthermore, I will issue a statement to the entire shinobi world: as long as Shimura Danzo remains in Konohagakure, the Land of Fire will not appropriate a single penny. Let's see if Shimura Danzo can kill me. 10 billion. I would rather spend 10 billion hiring other ninja villages than give a single cent to Danzo. The 12 shinobi guardians split 3 to escort the daimyo away, and then they directly launched a righteous group beating against this arrogant fool. What? You mean I sent you to gather money, but you found that someone else had already taken it, and under my name? Yes, Lord Danzo. Moreover, that person swept through most of the lords of the Fire Country and neighboring nations, while we only managed to intercept a small portion, and we lost 5 squads. Upon hearing this, Danzo was furious. It was utterly outrageous. Who was it that was throwing mud on his name? The key was that every time they precisely found the plans he was about to set in motion. He had borne 100 black pots, but only received a single block in return. Was he some kind of colossal fool? I must go and see for myself who is secretly framing me. Danzo struck his staff on the ground and began to summon the Root members, intending to personally investigate. He felt that after somehow losing a great deal of power the last time, his Kekei Jinkai ability seemed to have advanced even further. He had even injected multiple vials of Hashirama cells. Now he felt fully confident that he could beat Iyun until he was crawling on the ground. He had heard that the kid was now indulging in the land of tenderness day after day, such a waste of potential. He had heard that the kid was now indulging in the land of tenderness day after day, such a waste of potential that he was no longer worthy of being Danzo Shimura's opponent. He would spare his miserable life and let him linger on. Lord Danzo, the 2 Hokage advisors request your presence. They insist you come immediately. Just as Danzo was about to set out, 2 Umbu appeared before him, summoned by the Hokage's office. He knew exactly what the 2 advisors wanted without needing to think. He also felt the need to explain himself properly, so he leisurely leaned on his staff, tapping it rhythmically as he walked toward the Hokage's office. Xiaochun, Yin, what do you need from me? I'm about to leave. His voice preceded his arrival, and then the tapping of his staff entered the room. Danzo stared coldly at the 2 old friends. Shuahoman, Yin pushed his glasses up and handed him a document directly. The daimyo of the Land of Fire will refuse to make any further payments, and he has declared that he will spend whatever it takes to hire a Kage to oppose you. Danzo, this time you have gone too far. After reading the document, Danzo was filled with rage. It was truly detestable. How could they accept such measures? Why hadn't he thought of it earlier? All that money had been stolen away by someone else. He must hurry and go root out the cause and get the money back. It wasn't my people who did this. If not you, then who? That was a jonin from the Akimichi clan. You really have some nerve causing trouble right in the middle of a war. Otherwise, if Hiruzen gets angry later, we won't be able to talk him down. It truly wasn't my people who did this. That Akimichi clan member is not one of— Believe it or not, I will personally go and see who is scheming behind my back. This. As old friends, I can only say I'll try to delay things for you. But Hiruzen will definitely receive this report. You're on your own. Shuahoman Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun exchanged a glance, but did not take any measures against Danzo. They let him go out and investigate first. They weren't fools. If it were just a few 100 million and some nobles in a few countries, they might believe it was Danzo's doing. But now the entire ninja world was in chaos under the name of Root, even appearing as far away as the Land of Snow. This was clearly abnormal. It was obvious that all the hidden villages were taking advantage of the chaos to make a move, and then using Danzo as the scapegoat to balance the books. But now that Danzo had manifested would release, the Leaf Village would never abandon him before obtaining that technique. The most crucial point was that Danzo's current strength was indeed a mystery, but the only certain thing was that he was extremely powerful. The Tree Realm birth technique he had used still existed in the forest outside. If they tried to take measures to control Danzo, even the 2 of them plus all the remaining Umbu wouldn't be able to do it. They couldn't rally all the ninjas to capture him at such a critical time. What difference would that make from starting a civil war? Danzo, that old fox, might be incompetent in other areas, but he was skilled at manipulating people. He had planted pawns in many ninja clans. Since you're going out, you might as well investigate the Rain Village. According to intelligence, Hanzo is likely the one you're looking for. And there's unconfirmed news that Hanzo will announce the Rain Village as the 6th Great Hidden Village. Shuahom and Yin pulled out the latest intelligence report, placing the suddenly improved economy and the reconstruction of the Rain Village on the table. Danzo's cheek twitched involuntarily. Yin, you old fox, are you trying to use a borrowed knife to kill me, luring me to Hanzo to be killed? He truly had no confidence that he could retreat unscathed after clashing with Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Yes, not defeating him, but simply retreating safely. He had no such assurance. But after finishing the report, Danzo's eyes suddenly began to gleam. Then he couldn't suppress his grin covering his face as he burst into wild laughter. The eyeball in his socket automatically activated the Sharingan, spinning wildly, and gradually another Tomo appeared. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Beside him, Zhuanxin Xiaochun and Shuahom Yin drew in a sharp breath, while also becoming intensely curious about Danzo. So you've mastered some kind of technology. Transplanting Hashirama cells successfully, we can understand that. After all, the Leaf Village had conducted research on it before only stopping after nearly wiping out the Senju clan. There was some foundation there, so it was plausible that Danzo suddenly had would release. But how did you also acquire the Uchiha Sharingan, and even activate it naturally? The ability to turn it on and off at will, and evolve it could only mean one thing: possessing Uchiha bloodline. Danzo, old fellow, could your family background be complicated? Should we call you Uchiha Danzo? No wonder you've been so ruthless toward your own Shimura clan with no intention of developing it. As for constantly calling the Uchiha evil, well, it seems the grudges of the previous generation were quite twisted. Danzo's mother must have had a tragic past. Is this the pain of a broken family? Zhuanxin Xiaochun's gaze toward Danzo began to soften, watching him laugh wildly that genuine Uchiha madness was too perfect. Is this the pain of a broken family? Zhuanxin Xiaochun's gaze toward Danzo began to soften, watching him laugh wildly that genuine Uchiha madness was too perfect. Eyes. Hiss. The two in the room drew an even deeper breath of cold air. Uchiha Tawanzang, you've only just awakened 3 Tomo. Do you think you have a Mangekyo Sharingan? Look at how arrogant you are. If you could actually kill Hanzo, I Tenzin Xiaochun would bear you a son. Mito Minyan stared at his comrade in shock. You're even more unhinged than Tawanzang. What do you know? Does a shinobi truly rely solely on strength to kill? Wisdom. I am the shadow of the shinobi world. Now this is getting interesting. The two of them roughly guessed his plan. You intend to sway someone inside as a mole to stab Hanzo in the back at the critical moment. Yes, I plan to poison Hanzo, but I need Orochimaru and Tsunade to return and assist me. That should be fine. The conflict with Kumogakure has been dormant for a long time. He'll speak to the 3rd Hokage for you. If this succeeds, Konoha's prestige will undoubtedly reach new heights. Good. Then I shall begin infiltrating and sowing discord first. I imagine those subordinates seeing their leader personally take on disciples and train newcomers will harbor no small amount of resentment. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mito Minyan also began to laugh maniacally like Tawanzang. So this is what it feels like to laugh with abandon, so exhilarating. And far away in the Land of Rain, the old man Hanzo, cheerfully counting money, was naturally unaware that he had been targeted by the shadow of the shinobi world. Preparing to use his head to declare to the shinobi world that the new demigod was Shimura Tawanzang. Yin, this part is yours. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is incredibly useful. Now the money is endless, absolutely endless. Ha ha ha. It makes me want to find a chance to gouge out Uchiha Setsuna's eyes. In a mountain of gold and silver, Hanzo's eyes no longer held the pride of a demigod, only gleaming dollar signs. Yin heaved a sigh. With so much money at home already, now they had amassed even more. How on earth was he supposed to store it all? Truly a happy burden. Never mind, had better call the Sunagakure to send more storage scrolls. 1 week later. It seems it's time to say goodbye again, Master Hanzo. The shinobi world is treacherous. You must be careful. Who knows what strange techniques might be used. The glory of Amigakure rests on your shoulders alone. Ha ha ha, thank you for your kind wishes. But I am not afraid. I have faced countless life and death trials in my life. I trust my strength and the sword in my hand. This is my early swordplay manual. I hope it benefits your swordsmanship. The shinobi sent by Sunagakure to transport the treasures had arrived, and Yi Yun was to return with them. Thus came the moment of farewell, and Yi Yun had a premonition that this would be the last time they met. The two of them had gradually developed a genuine master-disciple bond. He gave his final advice, hoping his master would be cautious. After all his years roaming the shinobi world and attaining such power, he must not treat everyone as beneath him. Shinobi are still too fragile. Most of those who drown are skilled swimmers. He had said what needed to be said. When the time came for battle, he would not hesitate to step. After several days of companionship and teaching, their relationship had deepened and all three were reluctant to see him. After several days of companionship and teaching, their relationship had deepened, and all three were reluctant to see him leave. Despite Tuanzang's repeated captures of shinobi, Yi Yun had managed to obtain 5 or 6 crank and brank ninjutsu for each of them. He had even taught Nagato how to use shadow clones to train. He patted Yahiko on the shoulder. Train hard, get strong. That way when Nagato turns you into a puppet later, you'll be able to take more hits. Nagato, work hard. Strive to reach the Kage level as soon as possible. Nagato, who had been looking down, rarely spoke with firm determination. I will. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Yi Yun. I will train diligently and soon stand on my own, contributing my strength to master Hanzo and Amage cure. Yi Yun smiled and ruffled Nagato's red hair. Remember, when you carry the coffin, go to Konoha, got it? I'm looking forward to your Jinchuriki growing stronger. Yi Yun smiled and ruffled Nagato's red hair. Remember, when you carry the coffin, go to Konoha, got it? I'm looking forward to your Jinchuriki growing. Haha, though she was shy and Sundara, this gesture showed she had accepted his earlier teasing. Eat well, sleep plenty. Once you reach Jonin level, I'll come teach you how to create and develop a Kekei Genkai. Yi Yun chuckled and patted her head, but did not give her a biju. After all, he only had one left, the one reserved for Obita. As for the bloodline limit, he couldn't manage it now, but that didn't mean he couldn't in the future. In a few months, he would celebrate another birthday, and with it would come the three-spirit return to origin technique. Surely he would make great strides in the path of Kekei Genkai. So many reincarnated predecessors, just by instinct as children, could mix water, wind, or fire earth in the right proportions and create a Kekei Genkai. With such a powerful cheat and years of using Kekei Genkai, once he mastered Kekei Tota, deducing Kekei Genkai would be as easy as breathing. Let's go. Hi. 5 After bidding farewell to everyone, Yi Yun set off, with several Sunagakure shinobi carrying storage scrolls. Watching his disciple's retreating figure, Hanzo felt a sudden pang of parting melancholy. He chuckled and shook his head. Was he truly getting old? Feeling sad over such a small farewell. Back in Amagecure's plaza, looking at the densely gathered shinobi, Hanzo's eyes blazed with unprecedented fervor, and he let out a long-awaited roar. Inform the daimyo of the Land of Rain to issue a joint declaration. Tell the shinobi world that Amagecure is now the 6th great hidden village. If anyone disagrees, I await them in the Hi. Long live Lord Hanzo. 3000 in Great Village. Great Village. We have become a great village. Thunderous cheers erupted throughout Amagecure, shouts of long live Lord Hanzo, echoing endlessly. The long-standing structure of the 5 great shinobi countries had been rewritten by the once weak Amagecure. What a sacred and glorious moment this was. Even if it meant war once more, every shinobi of Amagecure would risk their lives to show the great nations that they were not to be trifled with. Oh, the esteemed members of the Uchiha, have you come to provoke a war? Does your Hokage know of this? And as Yi Yun and his party were leaving the Land of Rain and heading toward the border of the Land of Rivers, they encountered uninvited guests. Over 30 Uchiha ninjas were striking poses on the road in a rather ostentatious manner. Each and every one of them was undeniably handsome. The young ones were fresh-faced, while the older ones exuded the aura of a suave, seasoned man. But now all of them had their Sharingan activated, and the leader was none other than Uchiha Setsuna, who fixed them with a glare from his Mangekyo Sharingan. In response to Yi Yun's teasing, Uchiha Setsuna's voice was icy to the extreme. Hand over the Mangekyo, kneel, and apologize. Considering you are the Kazekage, and this Mangekyo came from Danzo, we might spare your life. I'll look at you all acting like kings. Then let's fight. You all leave first, follow my orders. Yes. 5. With Yi Yun's command, the ninja world did not indulge in the kind of emotional persuasion and hesitation typical of female-oriented stories. The Suna ninjas behind him promptly vanished from both sides using the body flicker technique. The Uchiha did not send anyone to intercept or pursue them. Their target was only Yi Yun. They also needed these people to spread the word across the ninja world. Yi Yun was killed by the Uchiha. Your people have left forth Kazekage. I hope you can give us a good show. With an air of supreme arrogance, Uchiha Setsuna activated his Susanoo. Alright then, Shogai. Yi Yun was not one to waste words with banter. He drew the golden serpent sword and transformed into a flash of golden light, charging straight at the Uchiha. Bang, bang, bang. With his scorch release chakra mode activated, Yi Yun employed his usual tactic, locking horns with Uchiha Setsuna's Susanoo in a single blow, then using the momentum and inertia to accelerate and rebound, lunging straight at the other Uchiha ninjas. Attention! Form a battle formation, back to back, cover each other's vital points. Damn, they even had a commander, and all of them were skilled fighters with their Sharingan active, at least Totemo. But you still underestimate me. He was no longer that weakling who had just reached the Kage level and had insufficient killing power. He charged a compressed sword beam, and as the golden serpent sword danced through several five-man formations, he created a slight distance. Then with a single slash he sent a golden serpent flying. Boom, boom, up. Kuroya Roku. Amidst the agonized screams, Yi-Yun deftly dodged the Susanu's bone claws descending from the sky, withstood several brank fire release attacks, and retreated a significant distance. He had come this time after thoroughly studying the latest version of the flying slash, and he had infused it with compressed scorch release chakra. In terms of mowing down enemies, its destructive power was even more exaggerated than Hanzo's. But just as he was feeling somewhat smug, the Uchiha opposite him suddenly burst into laughter. Uchiha Shiho Engine. 4. Suddenly 4 ninjas appeared from outside. They completed their hand seals and slammed their palms to the ground, instantly enveloping everyone inside with a sealing barrier. Yi-Yun's expression turned grim. He had been outmaneuvered. There were not only those in front of him, but also 4 hidden ones outside. It seemed that although his combat power had increased, he still had some shortcomings due to his age, such as his sensory abilities. Most importantly, he had grown somewhat arrogant. This was a fight to the death in a beast cage. The way of the sneak, the trickster, never become arrogant. He had learned this lesson. Thank you all for teaching me this lesson. Now allow me to show you something interesting. The Mangekyo Sharingan on Yi-Yun's forehead began to spin wildly, and to the astonishment of the Uchiha, Yi-Yun's eyes also started to change, sprouting 3 tiny tadpoles. Uchiha. How do you have Uchiha blood? Could it be that he was a lost Uchiha bloodline? The Uchiha were dumbfounded. But even more interesting was yet to come. As his chakra erupted, a blazing skeleton engulfed in flames appeared once more. Susanu. A group of them turned their heads in dazed confusion toward the elder Setsuna, hoping he could explain why Yi-Yun could activate Susanu with only 3 tomo. He must be using that Mangekyo he got from Kagami. This kid is truly gifted. Uchiha Setsuna's eyes flickered a few times as he stepped forward and scrutinized Yi-Yun. He looked tall and slender with handsome features and black hair. That was very Uchiha-like. Young one, you can return to the clan and rejoin the Uchiha. Why would I give up being a perfectly good Kazekage to become Hiruzen Sarutobi's dog? Am not from your branch. Am a descendant of Madara, the true lineage. He'll deal with you traitors of the Uchiha properly. Yi-Yun was talking out of his ass, but he then entered the second stage of Susanu. Armorization, and compressed its size until it wrapped tightly around his own body. The burden was indeed considerable, but with Hashirama cells he could manage. This was a power he had recently developed. The Uchiha Susanu was in essence an extreme manifestation of In release, and that was convenient. Now that he possessed Uchiha bloodline genes of Mangekyo and the Magatama as a fusion catalyst through his battles with Hanzo, he had gradually refined his chakra and finally gained full control over. Heck, there's even more interesting things to see. Yi-Yun chuckled softly, flicked his sword, and then the armored figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Transparent escape. Haha. Surprised. Unexpected. 10 seconds later a sword pierced through a belly. Shing. Accompanied by a pained scream, an Uchiha ninja with 2 tomo who had been on guard collapsed, quickly turning into a dried corpse. Bastard. What kind of Kekei Genkai is that? What is that invisibility technique? Is it Iwagakure's earth release? Hiding like a mole. Stop. We can talk. We are all Uchiha. Don't harm each other. Elder Setsuna, can your Mangekyo track? With his transparent escape activated, Yi-Yun became even more treacherous and ferocious, launching attacks from all sorts of tricky angles, killing one Uchiha approximately every 10 seconds. Uchiha Setsuna broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of bizarre ninja was this? Was this 4th Kazekage truly of Uchiha blood? And how could he turn invisible without being detected at all? This was far beyond what Iwagakure's earth release could achieve. Only when the Jinshi sword pierced through the ninja's body and expelled the blaze release would there be a noticeable fluctuation in chakra. As an old veteran, he naturally realized that Yi-Yun's move was more akin to the transparent release Kekei Genkai. Originally, Sita didn't understand why he had to activate Susanu before using transparent release to become invisible. But as Yi-Yun's stealthy killings continued, he now understood it was precisely using the In release nature of Susanu to conceal the power fluctuations of blaze release with greater intensity. Youngster, do you have the courage to fight me? Where is your Uchiha pride? If you defeat me, the Uchiha will obey you. How about that? Uchiha Sita expanded his Susanu even larger, trying to protect the other Uchiha. Indeed, it could shield them, but the chakra consumption was excruciating for this old ninja. Thus he began to try to persuade Yi-Yun into a unknown duel, saying, "Your behavior is too disgraceful for our Uchiha. There is no such treacherous Uchiha." Taking the Uchiha clan under his command, making them a combat force of Sunagakure. That seems somewhat promising. I can fight, but not with you. You can send some children over to establish a secret clan in my Sunagakure. Meanwhile, if you want to stage a coup and take power, I can come and help you. Yi reappeared standing opposite Uchiha Sita. Originally, he had planned to kill all these people and absorb their genes, but he felt that luring some children over might not be a bad idea. Sunagakure was too weak, severely holding him back. To develop, he had to learn from Snake Uncle and go around abducting children. Agreed. I will secretly arrange for some children to go to your side. Come fight. Although Uchiha Sita knew that Yi considered ninjas with mature worldviews difficult to control from the Uchiha perspective, having an additional branch was not necessarily a bad thing. The current ruling F4 of Konoha were indeed very unfriendly to the Uchiha. Yi stopped playing with the Jinshi sword technique, sheathed his sword, crossed his arms over his chest, slightly raised his head, and rose higher as his Susanoo grew larger. Susanoo third form armored complete body. 30 meters against 20 meters advantage is mine. Yi amused himself with this joke. Ha ha ha, good. This is more like the Uchiha bloodline. Seeing Yi also activate his pretentious mode, Uchiha Sita felt that this was the right flavor. Wielding the skeletal frame, he charged straight at him. The two then began a clashing battle with their Gundams, exchanging blows. After a night of fierce combat, Yi ultimately relied on the Hashirama cells to completely defeat his opponent. Come kill me. A new Lion King's ascension is inevitably accompanied by the old Lion King's departure. Uchiha Sita, with blood tears streaming from both eyes, closed his eyes, spread his arms, and spoke in a heroic tone. The Uchiha behind him wanted to step forward to protect him, but were all rebuked by Uchiha Sita. My Mangekyo's ocular power is exhausted. I am blind. Returning to the village, I will still be targeted by those four. In the end, these eyes will be taken by Konoha's elders. Instead of making the clan's situation even more difficult, it's better to leave these eyes with Yi. Publicly, it will be that I came to assassinate the fourth Kazekage, was utterly defeated by him, and had these Mangekyo eyes taken away. Uchiha Sita's words were resounding. The Hawk faction members slowly lowered their heads. If the Uchiha couldn't even unite internally, how could they fight against Konoha's F4? Now even the Hawk faction's last resort was gone. Where would they go from here? Sita's words made even Yi become serious. Truly worthy of being a tough survivor from the Warring States period. He spoke solemnly to Sita and the remaining Uchiha. Elder Uchiha Sita, everyone. According to intelligence obtained by Sunagakure, Shimura Danzo of Konoha is conducting various human experiments, not even sparing the corpses of fallen comrades. You can go check if the bodies of the fallen Uchiha are still resting in peace. Although we are not of the same lineage, I do not wish to see Uchiha's honor trampled by scum like Danzo. I will take Elder Sita's body and the remaining corpses back to Sunagakure, burn them with blaze release, and bury them in the clan shrine grounds specially designated for the Uchiha clan. As a major clan of Konoha, the Uchiha naturally knew how Danzo obtained wood release. They never expected he was still coveting the Uchiha bloodline, truly deserving of death. The Hawk faction members wished they could immediately turn around and go after Danzo. Although Uchiha Sita was blind just by hearing the complaints around him, he knew what they were thinking. He immediately scolded them. Foolish. What can you use to fight against wood release? Rushing into route will only deliver yourselves as experimental subjects to Danzo in vain. All of you lie low. If the fourth Hokage selection is conducted fairly by Hiruzen Sarutobi, as promised, then continue to lie low. If Konoha continues to play tricks on us, then during the next Great Ninja War you will directly arrange a coup, lead Uchiha Yi with Sunagakure to invade and occupy Konoha. Offensively, Sunagakure becomes Konoha, taking over the nest. Defensively, we severely damage Konoha, and then guide the clan to Sunagakure for development. Good heavens. Not only were the Uchiha stunned, but even Yi had to give a big thumbs up to this old man's way of thinking. Yi didn't hesitate at all, and even threw out a bait. If you have new strong individuals by then, I can come and only kill the Konoha F4 and their clans. Then you will appear as heroes to save the day. We'll put on a show and you will become Hokage in the guise of heroes. The Uchiha all praised Yi repeatedly. Great. This plan is even better. Good, then let's name this plan the Konoha Collapse Plan. Konoha, engulfed in blazing blaze release flames, will be reborn under the leadership of the Uchiha, who symbolize the fire of hope. The hidden village of the Land of Fire should naturally be governed by the Uchiha, who excel in fire release. Yi continued to flatter the Uchiha with a smile. Lord Yi is the best. Sunagakure will surely prosper under your leadership. Uchiha victorious. Lord Yi is the best. Once we take Konoha, we will send troops from Konoha to the Land of Lightning, and from Sunagakure to the Land of Earth. The future shinobi world will belong to the Uchiha. The Uchiha felt as if they were experiencing an intellectual climax. In particular, several Uchiha's eyes, like little tadpoles, began to spin wildly. Unfortunately, no one directly awakened a Mangekyo, only one, with a Totemo Sharingan, directly unlocked 3 Tomo. Uchiha Sita also felt that although this plan was crazy, it still had a chance. Moreover, even if something went wrong, there was still Kazekage as a safety net. Everyone, this information is the greatest secret of our Hawk faction. Without approval, none of you are allowed to reveal it to anyone else. Understand? Yes, X28. Farewell then. Elder Shana, I believe they will carry on your will and lead the Uchiha to glory. Elder Shana, may your journey be peaceful. N. Yi-Yun gently drew his sword and swung it. A golden light flashed, and the tip of the blade like a viper's tongue lightly grazed Uchiha Shana's throat. The latter turned his head, his face stained with tears of blood, and gazed at the assembled Uchiha with a smile brimming with hope. This old man awaits good news from you all in the paradise. The Uchiha are the true founders of Konoha. Konoha is our Uchiha's Konoha. The Uchiha will never bow and scrape nor grovel. Better death than kneeling. Under Yi-Yun's lead, the crowd bowed deeply at a 90 angle. Uchiha Yashiro, your eyes. With a powerful surge of chakra, the other Uchiha noticed the transformation occurring in the eyes of a young man behind them. Mangekyo Sharingan. He had only possessed 2 Tomo before. How could he suddenly awaken the Mangekyo? Ha! The heavens do not forsake the Uchiha. I, Uchiha Yashiro, shall surely inherit Elder Shana's will and lead the Uchiha to become the masters of Konoha. The Amaterasu in my eyes will burn those maggots to ashes. Uchiha Yashiro himself felt the change in his eyes. His earlier rage transformed into an uncontrollable ecstasy. A trademark Uchiha laugh of madness escaped his lips. Yi-Yun weighed the options. Would it be more profitable to kill this fellow, or to let him lead the Hawk faction in stirring trouble within Konoha? Finally, he offered a friendly smile and extended his hand. Congratulations, future 5th Hokage. Uchiha Yashiro looked at Yi-Yun's warm smile and outstretched hand. Though he wondered why it wasn't the 4th Hokage, he didn't care. As long as it was Hokage. You sure have good eyesight, kid. Just then, another Uchiha spoke up. A large concentration of chakra is heading our way. Yi-Yun nodded, speaking with earnest sincerity, urging Uchiha Yashiro to lead the others away first. He, Uchiha Yi-Yun, must remain hidden and never be exposed to the shinobi world. Uchiha Yashiro took a deep breath and gave the order for the Hawk faction elders to retreat. Then leave the bodies of Elder Shana and the other Uchiha to you, cousin Yi-Yun. Please do not let anyone disturb their eternal rest. Rest assured, I, Yi-Yun, guarantee that no one will desecrate their remains. Move out, back to the village. Yes. The Uchiha vanished in an instant with body flicker, not once looking back. After they left, Yi-Yun expertly unrolled a storage scroll and began swiftly packing the bodies. He kept his head low, making sure no one saw the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This time he'll gain another huge batch of Uchiha bloodline genes. Who would have thought this plot would unfold like this? Interesting, very interesting. Fellow countrymen of Konoha, we Chinese are here to bring you warmth. We've come to help you to build to realize the great shinobi world co-prosperity sphere. Lord Kazekage. N. Shouts drew nearer. Yi-Yun squinted and saw that the leader was none other than the Elder Chiyo. Behind her, a massive force of over 100 shinobi marched in a grand procession. But judging by the disjointed formations and the clan crests on the rear group, Yi-Yun could guess that the latter bunch were the clan shinobi of the country of rivers. Damn it. Emir Kazekage, I called you to save me, and you all show up with reluctance on your faces. Deserving of death. Once the hidden village recovers, I'll scheme to get every one of you killed. Yi-Yun, are you all right? Lord Kazekage. Elder Chiyo approached, asking with some agitation. She also sighed inwardly. Youngsters were too impulsive, leaving without any bodyguards. If she hadn't been resting in the country of rivers, reinforcements would never have arrived so quickly. The clan factions of the country of rivers would only dawdle and creep over slowly. They didn't have the guts to face the Uchiha clan Hiden. Don't worry, I've already repelled them and slain Uchiha Shana. Yi-Yun smiled, stowing away the storage scroll. Elder Chiyo gave Yi-Yun a deep, searching look. There were many questions she wanted to ask, but knowing the eyes around them, she understood and simply stood quietly by. My thanks to you all. Now move out. Back to the village. Yi-Yun had no reason to engage the other Suna shinobi. He nodded to them and directly issued the order to return. Everyone present possessed chakra and were elites. None would complain about not being able to walk. They followed, Yi-Yun leaping and bounding with body flicker until they were gone. Not long after the Suna forces had disappeared into the distance, a Venus flytrap emerged from the ground. He said he's Lord Madara's descendant. Does Lord Madara have descendants? But he can also awaken the Sharingan. Let's wait until the next time Lord Madara awakens and report this to him. This is too strange. How can he possess so many bloodline abilities? Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were also perplexed. How had another Uchiha appeared in the shinobi? If he truly is Lord Madara's descendant, does that mean the Moon's Eye plan has another candidate? A week later, Yi-Yun returned to Kazekage. Gazing at the village still shrouded in wind and sand, and its dilapidated Syrian-style ruins, Yi Yun let out a sigh. What do you say we rebuild the village out of iron? At least make it look like a village worthy of a major shinobi nation, right? You're the Kazekage, you decide. Money shouldn't be an issue. Let's discuss it at tomorrow's meeting. Elder Chiyo returned to her usual hip-hop grandma persona, waved her hand, and went off to see her beloved grandson. Yi Yun also went to the Kazekage building with the others, filed the mission report, and then returned to his own small quarters. Ah, brother, you're finally back. Yi Yun had barely lain down when he heard a familiar voice, his little cotton-padded jacket arriving before she was even seen. Yi-song rushed in, energetically kicking the door open with one foot and barging in. Not that the door had a lock, locks only made the door break faster. Yi Yun looked at his little cotton-padded jacket, who was already pulling at his hand and starting to babble, and skillfully ruffled her hair. She seemed taller, and on closer inspection, she had grown a whole head and filled out. Towering figure, long straight legs, and a straight exposed back with distinct dimples, 2 of them. Tsk, she was starting to have that graceful budding charm. Oh brother, what are you looking at? Yi-song felt a little shy. She was also troubled by the growing burden on her chest. It was interfering with her agility. You've grown pretty. From now on, don't hang around with those little brats all day. You're a grown girl now. Don't be the one playing leader games while your peers are all nursing children. Brother, the clan elders asked you to see them after your return. The clan members also wish to meet you. After a bout of playful banter, Yi-song suddenly remembered the elders' instructions when she came. She slapped her forehead. Yi Yun nodded, patted her head, and without further delay headed straight to the clan meeting hall. Lord Kazekage. Lord Kazekage has returned. You must have worked hard out there. Lord Kazekage, would you like to try my juicy fried scorpions and crispy fried centipede? Along the way, he received warm greetings from the villagers of Sunagakure. Since the young Kazekage took office, although he hadn't distributed welfare directly to the villagers, he increased benefits for the ninjas. With more money, the ninjas spent more improving the villagers' lives. Additionally, expanding the Ninja Academy enrollment gave more families hope for a high-income future. With everyone's lives better, they naturally praised the new Kazekage. Yi Yun was delighted. He accepted all the free snacks offered to him, praising the cooking. Each little morsel was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside with a satisfying crunch. A walk that usually took 10 minutes stretched to nearly an hour before he finally entered the clan's building complex and stepped into the meeting room. Clan leader. Thank you all for your hard work managing the clan. Please take your seats. Let us begin this clan council. Yes. A group of people sat down. There were only 5 or 6 of them, including the young girl Yi-song, but they still proceeded with the formal introduction of each agenda item. Recent clan income, which previously seized properties and projects, had been returned, and which clans had come to show goodwill. Yi Yun listened briefly. Naturally, the clan was thriving in every aspect. Now that he was the revered Kazekage, no one would be foolish enough to trouble his clan. Population growth has slowed. With better lives, why are people unwilling to have children? Everyone must marry by 18, and every family must have at least 3 children. The clan will provide childbirth subsidies. Those with excellent ninja aptitude will receive even greater rewards and better positions. Those who fail to comply will be fined. A warning for the first year after reaching the age, suspension of all subsidies for the second year, and expulsion from the clan for the third. Damn it. Have you all been fed too well? Wasting time idly when you won't even have children. What use are you? Yi Yun's slight anger, accompanied by his terrifying aura, instantly silenced the elders. They immediately bowed 90 degrees, promising to convey the order without fail. However, after exchanging glances, a few elders cautiously suggested that perhaps he should set an example himself. When the elder who spoke saw that Yi Yun was not angry, he heaved a huge sigh of relief, and the others followed suit. The eldest elder cleared his throat several times until everyone quieted down. Clan leader, many clans are inquiring about your marriage arrangements. One of them requires special attention. Go on. Yi Yun was curious. The Chiyo clan brought it up, but they said they have no suitable young lady of their own. Instead, they conveyed the marriage proposal from the Sand Clan. The Sand Clan. Just hearing the name, one knew it was no ordinary family. They were the clan of the sand manipulation secret technique, the foremost clan of Sunagakure. Yi Yun marveled at how much his status had changed things. Back when he was merely a jonin, they probably wouldn't have given him a second glance. He nodded, and the eldest elder handed him the documents. After a glance, Yi Yun's expression turned peculiar. San no Karura? That name and power, no need to guess who it was. He had intercepted the 4th Kazekage's position, and now he was also intercepting his wife. Tsk, how wicked he was. He began recalling the 4th Kazekage's wife from the original timeline. A detail came to mind. Gara-san was protected by his mother's will. The so-called Mother Susanoo. Being able to implant one's will like that, doesn't that sound familiar? Isn't that a hallmark of the Kage level? Karura likely infused that protective wool into her chakra at the final moment, stepping into the power of the Kage-level to pull off the Mother Susanoo. Otherwise, with so many Jonin dying, none of their children displayed such power, nor did any will linger inside them. Instead, it was famous Kage-level figures who pulled off such stunts, like the chakra left by the fourth Hokage and his wife inside Naruto's seal, still functional over a decade later. Alright, I have no reason to reject this marriage alliance with the Sand Clan. But there's one thing I need to tell you. I have another marriage arrangement. Master Hanzo took several disciples, and I've already made a betrothal agreement with one of them. At this, the elders all froze. Originally, they feared Yi Yun was infatuated with the daimyo's wife and unwilling to marry. Now he was willing, but there were two candidates. How to choose? One represented internal stability, the other an external ally for the village. Truly a difficult choice. What's there to agonize over? Children make choices, adults take both. Ask the Sand Clan if it's acceptable. Yi Yun waved his hand. We're all remnants of the old order. Don't preach to me about one man, one woman for life. Can't I just marry both? Such a small matter. If more marriage proposals come later, I can keep marrying. But we practice monogamy. If that's the case, it could still work. In the ninja world, only nobles can have multiple wives. Perhaps you could ask the daimyo to grant you a noble title. The elders were dizzy with confusion. The eldest elder, crafty with age, quickly came up with an idea. Yi Yun waved off the terrible suggestion. Become the daimyo's vassal. The daimyo kneels before me. I've already declared the bold words of heaven's mandate, I am heaven. Who do you take me for? But if he jumped up now and claimed a title even loftier than the daimyo, like emperor, wouldn't all the daimyo pool their resources to hire the great ninja villages to kill him? Not just possible, certain. He couldn't afford to be that arrogant until he was strong enough to crush the ninja world single-handedly, like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. To better promote the population growth plan, Sunagakure will abolish monogamy. Yi Yun tapped the table, choosing another path. He would implement it within his own village first. Who would dare find fault? The elders looked at each other, then tilted their heads, pondering whether this could work. After having this idea, Yi Yun continued the meeting to refine and supplement it. Ordinary people won't do. If they don't focus on working and earning money, how can they expect to marry multiple wives? Ninjas, it must be ninjas. Genin won't do. A little rookie who doesn't train properly, what's the point of learning to build a harem? At least start from Shunin. Merit or completing missions starts the promotion of the peerage system. A fourth-rank noble can marry one more wife, plus a concubine. If they don't work hard, the rank drops, and the concubine and wife are direct. Are you a devil? Everyone looked at Yi Yun, muttering over their listening with cold sweat on their foreheads. You're going to cause dissatisfaction among many female ninjas. Regarding this, Yi Yun waved his hand, and later he opened the channel to allow women to join the big family of Shine Village. Outside is so chaotic, many people want to enter the big hidden village for a chance to survive. Female ninjas are just a few cats and kittens. Can I change my strategic layout for just a few of them? You can throw punches anywhere, but you are not allowed to throw punches in front of me, Yi Yun. Or issue another policy: if you can't defeat your wife, then you deserve to just watch others marry more. If that still doesn't work, then damn it, gender equality is fine too. You female ninjas can also marry a few back home. Only by lifting various restrictions, starting with rapid population expansion, can Shine Village have the opportunity to achieve a curve overtaking. In 8 or 9 years, there will be a large number of genin at my disposal, which can support the Great War. This isn't a collapse of rights and music, is it? Does it matter? In this great era of contention, ninja villages frequently engage in war and diplomacy. The strong thrive, the weak perish. I want this world to belong entirely to our Shine Village. This era of collapsed rights and music is the best stage for a tamer, and future battles will only be more brutal. Without enough ninjas, what can our Shine Village rely on to rise? Without enough population, how can we train enough ninjas? The next day at the Shine Jonin meeting, Yi Yun began to unveil his ninja world peerage system, immediately causing a great stir. Many pure love warriors expressed protest. Yi Yun did not get angry on the spot, but secretly noted it down. Damn it, I'm giving you wives and you still curse me, eh? Whom later arranged for these people to assassinate the fourth Raikage. Granny Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged glances, also feeling speechless at the fourth Kazekage's way of thinking. But they could still understand Yi Yun's thinking. Shine Village now has money, but no people. All hidden villages are actively preparing for war. The second ninja war ended too hastily. Now the only thing standing in everyone's way is the deterrence of the super nuclear weapon Uzumaki Mido. Uzumaki Mido herself, a super Kage-level powerhouse, has now reopened her seals and returned to her peak. The Nine Tails is just a power bank for her. She is no longer the decrepit old woman who could only fire 7-tailed beast balls in one round. Now she can throw tailed beast balls like they're free without taking a single break. As for the Jinchuriki of other villages, being able to control transformation and throw one or two-tailed beast balls is already considered old and strong. If they throw a few more, they would probably lose control of the tailed beast inside and go berserk. This is not the era later where perfect Jinchuriki are everywhere. All the Jinchuriki combined now in front of Uzumaki Mito, she can easily knock them all down. It can only be said that Yi Yun has to thank Uzumaki Mito for her mercy in not killing him. If he were Uzumaki Mito with that kind of power, damn it. First pretend to be weak and lay low for a while, just wait for an opportunity. At night stealthily sneak directly to the Cloud Village, swiftly draw half of the Nine Tails chakra, and directly mold 100-tailed beast balls on the spot, and throw them at the Cloud Village. He doesn't believe anyone could. After wiping the ground clean, he would then rush to the Rock Village. This is an ancient society, so message transmission must be lagging. After resting, he would also flatten the Rock Village with a few hundred-tailed beast balls. As long as these two are eliminated, then Sand Village and Mist Village one by one. Wouldn't that be easy to beat? The ninja world would directly enter an era of great unification. Ahem, getting off topic. Yi Yun quickly pulled his wandering thoughts back and returned to the center of the meeting. I am committed to improving the welfare and social status of ninjas and ninja families, making the people of Shine Village proud of ninjas. I will fully implement the honor peerage system, and future lands gained from war will be allocated according to peerage merits. The Jonin and clan factions heard this and suddenly felt wide awake. Originally, they were pondering what the 4th rank peerage for Chunin was regarding Yi Yun's statement that only Chunin with 4th rank peerage could marry multiple wives. Now hearing Yi Yun's thinking, they felt this was great. The clan factions were happy, and the Jonin of commoner origin also felt a new direction in life, perhaps becoming new ninja clans in the future. However, everyone knew that this actually cut into the daimyo's interests. But the daimyo's capital was now under Yi Yun's control. What opinion could the daimyo have? Ichio, assistant to the Kazekage, approve of the Lord Kazekage's reform plan. Iebizo, advisor to the Kazekage, approve of the Lord Kazekage's reform plan. Maki, captain of the Jonin squad, approve of the Lord Kazekage's reform plan. Araya Jonin, approve of the Lord Kazekage's reform plan. The Sand Clan, obey the Lord Kazekage's orders. With such a big carrot, it was naturally quickly passed unanimously. Groups of 3 or 5 Jonin left the meeting hall while chatting. As usual, 3 stayed behind, but this time, there was one more. The head of the Sand Clan. Clan head Sunyu, the Lord Kazekage has agreed to this marriage. Do you have any questions? Granny Chio smiled and acted as the mediator. This time she also came to discuss the marriage arrangements. She was also convinced by Yi Yun. She had every reason to suspect that this guy came up with such a lousy idea, just to smoothly facilitate marriages both inside and outside. But this matter, it can only be said that this guy's brain is really sharp. He got the money, and now he's starting to get the people. Although the ideas he comes up with seem more and more like collapsing rites and music, as long as they can develop the village, what's wrong with that? Our Sand Clan has no objections. We are honored that the Lord Kazekage has facilitated this marriage. Sunyu did not choose to refuse. This Lord Kazekage was too young, he would rule for at least decades. From what he had seen so far, he lacked no political skills, and most importantly, he was ruthless and shameless. Such a person was destined to live long. They had to pledge allegiance early. Being close to Chio, they had obtained quite a few secret information and knew many of the new Kazekage's methods. Then happy wedding, Lord Kazekage. Congratulations. The subsequent affairs and procedures would naturally be handled by the elder generation of the family, so Yi Yun didn't need to worry about them. Well, aside from that, he still had to meet the person in person later. He didn't want to make a mistake and end up with an unpleasant situation, otherwise he would request a change of partner. Although he had seen the photos in the dossier, he was afraid they might be deceptive. He set a date for the blind date with Xia Jiu, who then left happily. Senior Hai Laozong, tell me about the situation in the capital. After the 3 leaders were left alone, Yi Yun quickly steered the conversation back to the main. Lord Kazekage, after you left, the finance minister and the military minister in collusion with the eldest son gathered soldiers and ronin in an attempt to rebel. They also sent envoys to sway other ninja villages, but I intercepted every one of them. All the rebels and their families have been executed. Hai Laozong recounted the entire sequence of events in a concise and calm manner, briefly mentioning that all the other children of the previous daimyo had also perished in the turmoil. They acquired so many territories and confiscated so much family wealth. In short, they were rich again and again and again. Yi Yun rubbed his brow and couldn't help but sigh. 3rd Kazekage, were you playing the Chongjin simulator? How could there be so many ways to make money? How did you end up so badly off? But when he thought of the 4th Kazekage from the original timeline who had to become a gold miner digging in the desert to subsidize the village, Yi Yun could only say, you people really are too honest. Then let's renovate the village. The land of wind doesn't lack iron, or we can build ironworks. At the same time, construct a batch of new houses initially to reward the ninjas who returned together from the last battle as the first beneficiaries of the military merit system. Hai Laozong recorded everything. In the past, he would have thought it was a waste of money. But now he also felt that as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, they really couldn't afford to look shabby. No, now it should be the 6 great shinobi villages. Ban Zong has already issued a proclamation. Do you have any agreement with him? Hai Laozong and Granny Qiandai asked. Sunagakure does not oppose, but it will not provide allied assistance in the village's name. However, if a fight breaks out, I will personally go to intervene in the name of being his disciple. Very well, we understand. The village is in ruins and simply cannot afford further losses. Qiandai and Hai Laozong exchanged a glance, finally putting down the heaviest burden in their hearts. Then they began to discuss various topics. Qiandai started recounting her own journey, feeling somewhat emotional. This time we have to thank your caution, Lord Kazekage. If I hadn't led the team myself, even the Jonin might have suffered losses. They actually came up with a Zero Tails plan, which can absorb all kinds of negative emotions and poses a considerable threat to those below cage level. That thing already exists now. Yian asked whether they had captured their leader and whether they had retrieved the fortress, the flying device, and the technology. That thing was used as an energy source inside the fortress. I brought it back along with everything else. The technology is all there, but the leader is not around. I searched the memories of the subordinates. Apparently, he has been away for years and rarely returns. However, I left traces pointing to the route. Hee. Wow, Granny Qiandai, you've learned too. You always leave Tuan Tsang's name when doing bad deeds, right? But who cares? Well done. Huh. The 3 in the conference room burst into joyful laughter. Granny Qiandai, you go study the combination of puppets and this flying device. But keep this as a hidden surprise attack unit. Don't put the blame on Tuan Tsang until the very last moment. Yian thought for a while, then decided to go check out the Zero Tails himself. This thing seemed suitable for feeding his demon seeds. Granny Qiandai didn't mind either. A proper hidden village would indeed look down on this so-called Zero Tails. After exchanging information, they were about to disperse. Yian suddenly slapped his thigh and told the 2 that when the village was renovated, they should set aside a piece of land. A new clan would send some children over, and Hai Laozong should arrange for someone to receive them. The 2 looked at Yi Yun with curiosity. They heard him grin and utter 3 words, Yuzibo. They both gasped in shock. However, Yi Yun didn't reveal everything. He only said that after negotiating with the Yuzibo clan, they would leave a branch here. Both of them gave a thumbs up. You killed their only Mangekyo user, and yet they still send children to you. How did you manage that? Did you hypnotize them all with your Mangekyo? But Yian didn't elaborate, and they didn't ask, though they were somewhat excited. That's the Yuzibo clan. However, the Yuzibo cannot appear openly. I will arrange for them to be trained separately, and then they will all join the Umbu. At the same time, spread the word that I have killed many Yuzibo elites and possess many Sharingan. Understood, Lord Kazekage. 2. Sunagakure was truly about to rise. Qiandai and Hai Laozong looked at each other, seeing the flames burning in each other's eyes. Lord Hokage, this is the current situation of the village and the Land of Fire. The Hokage advisor requests that you make a decision as soon as possible. Yuanfei Risen remained silent, and his 3 disciples were the same. Finally, in this oppressive atmosphere, Zilai Yu was the first to be unable to sit still. Teacher, we can't let Jitsu and Tuankang run wild like this. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has truly become estranged from us. For this disciple who was jumping and shouting loudly, Yuanfei Risen didn't pay any attention. This guy completely missed the point. Was he worried about the daimyo? He glanced at Gangsho, then looked away. After all, she was a relative of the other party, so she would probably have to consider that. So in the end, he turned to his favorite disciple, Dashwan. Dashwan, what do you think? The village needs a hero to boost morale, which is why Elder Tuan Tsang dares to act out. But if he wants to seize more fame by taking Ban Zhang's head, that would be unfriendly to you, teacher. My suggestion is to let him and Ban Zhang destroy each other. As he said this, Dashwan once again skillfully licked his face to moisten it, his eyes gleaming. Kill him and give me the research data, and I guarantee they'll create a successful experiment subject for you. I can also thoroughly study Tuan Tsang's body. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Dashwan, you are too radical. Tuan Tsang is a comrade of our village. Yuanfei Risen rejected the proposal. Yuanfei, teacher, you will regret this. Dashwan was angry. Tuan Tsang is after your Hokage position, and you are still hesitating. Dashwan, I am the Hokage. Yuanfei Risen suddenly felt a sense of relief. Let Danzo continue the infiltration plan, but the final executors, I intend for you 3 to go. Bring me Hanzo's head, earn your renown. The 3 ninja of Mai. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered, then he slammed the table hard, conceiving a plan. Tsunade, impossible. I won't allow myself to defeat an enemy by such means. Jiraiya, teacher, I can't bear the shame. I am the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Orochimaru, better to kill Danzo instead. The three of us slay Danzo, then go after Hanzo. A strong warrior must have his own will. To gain fame through such tactics, this trio felt it was a disgrace. All three had grown up, now defying their teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. You three are good now, but you are definitely no match for Hanzo. You weren't before, and even less so now. Having adopted a crafty mindset able to mow down enemies with a clear conscience, Hanzo's will had been fully unleashed. He was no longer the mere gatekeeper of the Super Shadow level. This man entrenched in the Rain Country posed too great a threat to Mai, not to mention the recent series of border outpost attacks with all evidence pointing to him. Such an unfriendly neighbor to Mai. How could one not wish to eliminate him? Before you could still go to challenge him in the name of combat, and he would not kill you outright out of fear of the threat of my hidden village. But now he definitely dares to, because in the Rain Country no one can stop Hanzo. One man standing against 1,000 troops. This is no empty boast. Outside there is a hidden village eyeing us hungrily. Inside, Danzo is growing stronger. Your teacher, I am in a tough spot. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face seemed on the verge of tears. Hanzo must be eliminated, but the credit must not be seized by Danzo. Later I will bring back the three of you with your newfound fame to my win over the clan factions, and together suppress Danzo. Drive Danzo back underground, let him be my black glove in peace. Danzo must not be weak nor too strong, because he is your dark side teacher. You are the leaf basking in sunlight while he is the root buried deep in the earth. Heh. Teacher, oh teacher, your heart of a strong warrior is weakening. Suit yourself. I suppose even if we disagree you'll still go ahead and pin it on us. So why bother discussing? Do as you see fit. A flicker of disgust passed through Orochimaru's heart. He could understand his teacher, but he disliked this path of compromise and balance. With such a mindset, no wonder the teacher had been stuck at the threshold, unable to break through in strength. Having said this, Orochimaru simply turned and walked away. Staying longer would only mean seeing more of the teacher's womanish demeanor, which was truly displeasing. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but seeing that Orochimaru had already spoken, he realized that their teacher had likely already made up his mind and wasn't really consulting them. So he said nothing more, plopped down elsewhere, and lazily slumped into a resigned posture. I have surgery to do. Do whatever you want. Tsunade felt her fists itch. Glancing at her now thin teacher, she walked out in annoyance, smashed a large tree, with one punch flicked her hands, and strode away. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again. He was about to say something else when he saw Jiraiya, who had been sitting, get up and wag his tail like a dog following Tsunade out. Orders. An Umbu agent appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen with a whoosh and began recording. Approve Danzo's plan, but the actual execution must be under my overall command. Let Danzo carry out the infiltration work in advance. Also issue a public announcement. Danzo has been imprisoned in the Umbu for some time. The route has been completely disbanded. All route members abroad are imposters from other nations. From now on, my ninja will strike back hard against any invading ninja from the land. Tell the two Hokage advisors to release a large number of missions for a comprehensive purge of the Land of Fire and its surrounding subordinate countries. After the Umbu ninja finished recording and saw no further orders from the Hokage, he vanished in a flicker. Upon receiving the reply, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado quickly made their arrangements. The ninja who had been idle soon found a flood of missions posted. Joyfully they began frantically taking on tasks. For a time, all over the Land of Fire, two groups of my ninja were seen fighting each other. After Hamura Mitokado made a friendly visit, new mission requests began to arrive. Mai began to revive. But once the trust is broken, can it ever be restored? And how much time would it take to mend this rift? After receiving the approval for the mission, Danzo pondered for a while. Monkey, then let's see who moves faster this time. Sigh, I guess it's time to stop making money. I suddenly regret not being more diligent before. In the Wind Shadow's office, Yi Yun had his legs crossed on the desk, frowning at the intelligence report, his face full of displeasure. When he was earning money, he thought it was too much, but now that there's no money to be made, he feels he missed a chance to get even richer. Ebizo, busy scribbling documents, looked up, rolled his eyes, and continued with administrative work. Feeling bored, Yi Yun pulled a bell, and a gentle, warm woman walked in. Lord Wind Shadow. Your orders. Call me husband. You are my fiancé. Come, let's chat. I'm bored. Karura covered her mouth and laughed. She felt that this fiancé of hers was completely different from what she had imagined. So amusing. If you're so idle, why not help Senior Ebizo, who's sweating over his work? She couldn't imagine that after the arranged meeting this guy had transferred her to be his secretary. Every day she saw him doing nothing, mostly just training and teasing her. Yi Yun tilted his head and stared at Ebizo for a long time. Senior Ebizo, I think when we rebuild the Wind Shadow building, I should have a small separate room for you to handle documents. Without privacy, I feel Karura could no longer hold back her laughter. Ebizo, speechless, looked up, then without a word grabbed a pile of documents and vanished in a flicker. I have my own office. What are you implying? Seeing him gone, Yi Yun pulled Karura onto his lap, holding her and playing with her gently. The latter, seeing Yi Yun's affection, was all smiles. Everyone was happy except for one person who seemed downcast lately. What's wrong? Your girlfriends don't want to play ninja games with you. After returning to his own courtyard, seeing Yi Tsong's downcast and unhappy face, Yi Yun found it somewhat amusing. He ruffled her hair, then skillfully pulled out a storage scroll from home. He took out the zero tails from it, then cut off a part, grabbed it, and refined it in an instant. Anizan, doesn't this training method seem a bit sketchy? Yi Tsong felt her brother emanating all kinds of negative energy, and she stumbled back a few steps. Yi Yun felt the demon seed within him frantically absorbing the zero tails power. His eyes turned pitch black, his hair flew, and chakras surged throughout. The power of Yin release is like this. Don't worry. Tell me, why have you been unhappy lately? Well, it's because you're getting married, Nizan. I'm sad because I feel you won't be able to accompany me anymore. Yi Tsong had always been straightforward, and so she began rambling about her worries. Her big brother was getting married, and she suddenly felt lonely. It suddenly felt like they were becoming two separate families. Yi Yun's lips curled into a smile, a black gleam shining in his eyes. Then let's become one family again. Yi Tsong, are you willing? After saying this, Yi Yun suddenly realized something. He shook his head vigorously and began to slowly suppress the demonic thoughts. A collecting fetish isn't good, right? Not that it's bad, but isn't this a bit illegal? Off. Yi Tsong was dumbfounded. After thinking for a long time, she finally understood what Yi Yun meant, and her face flushed red. She looked at Yi Yun with some embarrassment, then lowered her head and thought for a while. Can we? I'm willing, actually. Yi Yun tapped her head and laughed. He was curious. You, a simple-minded girl who only knows how to play all day, do you even have this concept? I've grown up. He'll go back and ask the Grand Elder. How can you not embarrass yourself like that? You're actually going to ask. You're my clan sister. Our two families don't even know each other. We're probably separated by generations. So it's okay then. That works. They'll still follow you, Nizan, and stick with you for life. I refuse. I think you're being a bit embarrassing. Yi Yun used a finger to block Yi Tsong, who was about to pounce, and she immediately flailed her claws as if to tear him apart. He patted her head. We'll talk about it in a few years. After all, he was a man of principle and absolutely could not commit a crime. Yi Tsong nodded vigorously, indicating that it was no problem. She could still play outside for a few years and then come back to find him to take over. Perfectly timed. As soon as she finished speaking, she naturally got a beating. You're playing the big sister with the kids outside, that's fine, but you're acting like you're going abroad to be a tumor sent. Hanizan, you hit too hard. As punishment, you have to train with me. Yi Tsong rammed into him fiercely and pulled on Yi Yun, demanding he spar. No problem. I also really want to give you a good beating. Yi Yun laughed happily. The ninja world's tough kids, here I come. The two arrived at the training ground, and then various fireballs flew about. After a while, Yi Yun switched to close combat, training Yi Tsong's reaction speed against melee attacks. At the same time, he began to use the newly absorbed ability. The power of the zero tails came from human negative emotions, dark chakra. After being absorbed by the demon seed, Yi Yun gained the power to sense others' negative emotions and guide or control them. Especially his Sharingan's power was also of the illusionary guidance type. Thus, Yi Tsong started roaring in place, wildly throwing fireballs at the air. Until she was exhausted, the originally smug Yi Tsong, hands on hips, heard a familiar laugh from afar. Then she looked at what was in front of her, then at Yi Yun in the distance, and immediately puffed up her cheeks. Illusion techniques are also one of the common ninja tools, especially in Konoha. It seems your training needs one more item. No, also perception ability needs to be trained. Okay, training it is. Then you have to make time every day to train with me, Nizan. Looking at Yi Tsong, who was not afraid of hardship, Yi Yun naturally smiled and agreed. Yi Tsong's talent went without saying. In the original time, she had made a name for herself in war alone, competing with Raza for the position of Kazekage. Now with his guidance, he believed she would soon become a Jonin and Kage-level combatant like a cheat code. As for Yi Yun, he would next begin his own training and waiting. He began to integrate all his abilities, arranging and combining them and rehearsing for various types of combat. Before he could pilot a Gundam like a toy, a ninja's battle was all about information warfare. Last time when he showed off, he directly reduced the durability of that one-man Gekyo of Kagami Uchiha to 1. If he used it a bit more, it would go blind. Fortunately, Yi Yun himself still had Hashirama's cells, which were slowly nourishing it. Waiting for the next change in the ninja world, Sunigakure also began to enter a state of no shortage of money and all-round development. Then Uchiha family members, please lend me your strength. Demon seed refine. Yi Yun's left hand burst with a dark energy that slowly spread over a pile of laid-out corpses. One by one, the corpses completely turned into mummies. All the cells in their bodies had been devoured by the demon seed. Finally, Yi Yun came to the corpse of Setsuna Uchiha and began the final operation. But there was a problem before him. How to deal with that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Should he gouge them out, and later see who was suitable then give them to that person? You want to devour them. Yi Yun sensed the demon seed's desire. Finally, he steeled himself and extended his left hand. Refine. An hour later, Yi Yun looked at the demon seed, which was as dark as thick ink, and the released chakra energy visible on it. He felt a bit hesitant. Isn't this too much? Forget it, I'm a transmigrator. How can I be so timid? He could see the chakra energy slowly dissipating. After all, it was a pool of rootless water. Phew. It's really Subarashii. Oh my god, why is this stuff so Yi Yun felt a surge of energy rushing straight to his head. He didn't know any medical ninjutsu. It felt like a huge amount of icy, bone-chilling power rushed into the place where spiritual energy was secreted each time. Then his eyes rolled back and he fell into a coma. Unbeknownst to him, his own eyes also began to spin wildly. After transforming through several shapes, as if tired of spinning, they finally settled into a connected inverted triangle shape. I've unlocked the Mangekyo. Let me see what's the ability. Geyo Xianyuan Shinyuan Yumo. It feels a bit strange, a kaleidoscope within a kaleidoscope. Yi Yun sat cross-legged, meticulously studying the Mangekyo he had awakened. Its inherent ability was to accommodate other Mangekyo abilities. After imprinting and absorbing a Mangekyo, a totem in Geyo Xianyuan would be activated, allowing him to summon the corresponding power. It gave him a sense of a collection quest. Was he someone with a hoarding compulsion? And what about the mirror of the heart's reflection? It supposedly mapped his innermost desires. He could only say, "You see right through me." He was utterly satisfied with this skill. He admitted it. He was exactly that kind of person. So now he possessed 3 abilities: Uchiha Shanis Yata Mirror, which granted analysis and reflection, and Uchiha Jing's 5-sense guidance. Wasn't this far better than gouging out eyeballs and installing incompatible ones? Later he would gather a bunch of Mangekyo and see if this thing could even absorb Byakugan, or even Tensigan. With a pile of disguises he could play however he wanted. Just the thought was fascinating. How does this thing calculate durability? Will it still make my eyes go blind? Is it calculated separately, or does it constantly drain the durability of this pair of Mangekyo? When in doubt, charge head first. This time, Yi Yun didn't rely on brute force. He used the demon seed's connection to the Mangekyo to catalyze the Susanoo power stored within. A skeleton of orange-red, as if searing with intense heat, slowly unfurled. Yi Yun glanced at it with a hint of disdain. Wasn't it supposed to be Geyo Xianyuan? Why did Susanoo end up as an ugly thing with a face full of closed eyes? As he continuously fueled his ocular power, the Susanoo gradually donned armor. But even in its 3rd stage armored form, it was still covered in eyeballs. 3 of those eyes opened, glimmering with light. Yi Yun activated them all at once, and a mirror appeared in the hands of Susanoo no Mikoto. Then the ability of Uchiha Jing's Mangekyo enveloped the mirror, causing it to blur and become impossible to gauge its size or location. After fiddling for a while, his eyes felt sore, so he withdrew the Susanoo. He then assessed the ocular power and vision of his own Mangekyo. Finally, he switched to the forms of the other 3 Mangekyo and drew a conclusion. All the consumption was deducted from his own Mangekyo, but thankfully the durability of his eyes seemed quite high. At least he wouldn't end up like Sasuke, nearly blinding himself in a few days. Then he'll start a period of recuperation. I also need to ask Granny Chiyo to study the 5 elements sealed together, and I still have to figure out the Flying Thunder God tech. Damn, Yi Yun could only say what a fulfilling life. Hai Laozong, feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. I'm not the Kazekage nor the Kazekage's assistant. Why do I have to handle all the government affairs? Saying it, he did it. Not only Yi Yun, but also Chiyo and Hai Laozong were kept busy. The entire Sunagakure was like a slowly tightening spring, with everyone occupied in their own tasks. Some worked hard to have children, hoping to produce 1 or 2 with ninja aptitude. Genin toiled in training, counting their contribution points, and planning to exchange them for jutsu, seeking promotion. And there were groups of Chunin and Jonin, faces scratched, but still grinning, lingering around the village gates every day, looking for any women who came to Sunagakure that caught their fancy. But there was one type: they all stayed far away from redheads. Yi Yun also harbored a hope of striking it lucky. What if he picked up another Uzumaki clan member? To that end, he had even issued missions, dispatching several squads of ninja across the ninja world to search for talented red-haired individuals and bring them back to the village. In the not-too-distant Rain country, a group of uninvited guests began to intrude. Lord Danzo, it has been confirmed. The Hidden Rain village has repeatedly dispatched ninja, impersonating our route, to plunder vast wealth. Moreover, they played the victim, securing numerous mission commission agreements from the surrounding small ninja. So it was indeed that Hanzo fellows doing, huh? What about Orochimaru and Tsunade? And that Sarutobi Hiruzen? Have they all arrived? Danzo squinted as he stood on the 2nd-floor balcony of a pavilion, gazing at the curtain of rain outside, his eyes glittering with various thoughts. The subordinate root ninja continued his report. Tsunade and Orochimaru had already arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not here. He was still in a final standoff with Kumobikure, though both sides had tacitly begun recalling their dispatched squads, giving the impression of packing up and heading home. Lead the way. He'll go meet Orochimaru and Tsunade. Danzo tapped his cane slowly and deliberately, and a root ninja immediately appeared beside him to hold an umbrella. The umbrella was tilted entirely toward Danzo, leaving the ninja himself mostly soaked in the rain. After walking for over an hour, they arrived at a cave. A root ninja performed a complex series of hand seals, opening a ceiling barrier to reveal a dark downward hole. "Oh, Lord Danzo has arrived. It must have been tiring for you in such heavy rain outside." Hearing the sound, Orochimaru paused his work and called out toward the passage. His tone was surprisingly pleasant, though his voice was cold. There was a hint of cheerful delight. But the response to Orochimaru was only a cold snort. Danzo was somewhat displeased. "Back when I had no money, you acted like a heartless woman, shaking off my hand and telling me to stay away, so Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't misunderstand. Now that I'm rich, you've changed your face. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Why was Danzo so defiant? Didn't he want me to help him research how to accommodate more Hashirama cells? He decided next time he asked for money, he'd double it. If you don't have it, go out and steal, go rob. Danzo, however, was emboldened. His body was fine now. Since he had lost a lot of power last time, he had poured it all into Hashirama cells. After his recent dark will had been sublimated further, he had infused even more. As long as he committed enough evil deeds, his heart would breed darkness, and he could keep infusing. His body was now covered in Hashirama's faces, almost at the stage where he could summon anything he called out. He was terrifyingly strong. "Danzo, you fiend! How dare you defile my grandfather's body?" A furious roar from a female voice came, accompanied by the thumping of footsteps and the surging chakra in her fist. If that blow connected, a weaker person would be torn apart. The root ninjas behind instantly moved to intercept, but Danzo raised his hand to stop them. Then unhurriedly he raised 2 fingers before him and performed a single-handed ram seal. Would release multiple wooden walls. Clang, 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 clanged. The fist struck against the wood release, starting with overwhelming force before being completely blocked. "Enough, Tsunade. Everything I've done is for the sake of Konoha. This research was originally initiated by your second granduncle, and now I have fulfilled his lifelong wish. You should be thanking me instead." Tsunade burned with rage and was about to retort, but Orochimaru reached out and tugged at her. What sense could you reason with, Danzo? Could this man be brought to repentance through mere words? At Orochimaru's remark, Tsunade clenched her fists tightly. This man could not be swayed by words. Only a beating would do. Yet from the current state of things, Danzo was truly formidable. Though she hadn't used her full strength, just now Danzo appeared equally composed. "Elder Danzo, it seems your power has greatly increased. No wonder you've developed the ambition to step into the light." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with mockery and curiosity, and he excitedly licked his face to replenish moisture. Danzo lifted his chin slightly with restraint and pride, indicating that it was not an exaggeration to say he had now inherited the power of Hashirama. Except for sage techniques, he could now proficiently use all other wood-release ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi has grown old, lost his edge, always seeking balance and compromise. Under his leadership, Konoha will only become more mediocre. The one who can revive Konoha's glory has always been me. I am no saint, but I will never settle for mediocrity. A shinobi is a blade. If it doesn't kill, it grows dull. Orochimaru joined the root. Let Hiruzen Sarutobi become the past, and together let us lead Konoha to greater heights and create a new era of brilliance. Danzo's voice carried excitement and grandeur as he extended his hand toward Orochimaru with a hint of sincerity. There was a desire to undermine his old comrade's reputation, but also genuine regard for Orochimaru. He saw the darkness in Orochimaru's eyes. They were kindred spirits. Tsunade stared at the 2 men, seething. "Are you seriously discussing betraying the Hokage right in front of me?" She began to survey the surroundings, planning which spot to punch through to escape quickly if the 2 decided to take action against her. Because she noticed that Orochimaru did not refuse immediately, he was actually contemplating. She knew Orochimaru had his own mind. Even if she tried to persuade him, it wouldn't change his will. "I was tempted for a moment, but I still haven't shed my mortal emotions. Hiruzen Sensei is indeed old and has many flaws, but he remains my teacher, and I owe him for his guidance." In the end, Orochimaru gave a self-deprecating smile and chose not to partner with Danzo. It was partly because he didn't want to betray Hiruzen Sensei, and partly because he didn't think much of Danzo. "However, if Elder Danzo is willing to continue funding, I am still open to helping you with the experiments you need. Damn it, being friends with you is too expensive." Danzo gripped his cane tightly, but eventually nodded. Orochimaru was treating him like a cash cow. "Damn it, being friends with you is too expensive." Danzo gripped his cane tightly, but eventually nodded. Orochimaru was treating him like a cash cow, but his route lacked reliable researchers. Many had died and progress on wood release remained negligible. It was better to outsource these tasks to Orochimaru and also maintain a communication bridge. As long as the darkness in Orochimaru's eyes grew deeper, surely he would drift further away from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Would it be long before he came under Danzo's command? Pleasure doing business, Orochimaru. Pleasure doing business, Elder Danzo. The two exchanged smiles. Only Tsunade remained unsmiling, watching them with fury. She shouted angrily, "Damn it, is there anything else? If not, I'm going back to drink." Danzo's face darkened, wanting to rebuke, "Did you learn the 3 ninja prohibitions into a dog's belly? Someone like you in the route would get beaten 9 times in 3 days." But before the words left his mouth, seeing Tsunade clench her fists again, Danzo decided, "Do you have any leads on poisoning Hanzo?" Orochimaru smiled and began to introduce the instruments and bottles around him. This was certainly difficult. Even if a traitor suddenly turned and struck, could a Jonin ambush a Super Kage who had fought all his life? Moreover, Hanzo was himself a master of poison arts different from Kyo's. He was a poison source himself, who other toxins entering his body might be diluted or absorbed by the salamander poison. Poisoning Hanzo was extremely challenging. So poisoning is not feasible. If we attack Hiden, as long as Hanzo wants to flee, we can't stop him. Danzo frowned, not expecting this situation. Seeing Danzo anxious again, Orochimaru maintained his unhurried smile and uttered a few words softly. "No, we can poison him. Or rather, we won't be poisoning him. We'll be treating his injuries." What do you mean?" Danzo perked up his gaze, urging Orochimaru to stop being cryptic. "Why can't you just spit it out all at once? So that would just make Hanzo more energetic." "What nonsense." Danzo's face darkened. "What a terrible idea." Tsunade finally couldn't hold back and roared, "Are you fucking so that would just make Hanzo more energetic." "What nonsense." Danzo's face darkened. "What a terrible idea." Tsunade finally couldn't hold back and roared, "Are you fucking stupid?" His organs were originally poisoned. Once they recover and return to normal, won't they reject the salamander toxin? And normally there won't be any major changes. He'll just feel that his physical condition hasn't declined and has even improved a bit. But once he enters a major battle and needs to use the salamander toxin, when the toxin re-enters his body, the organs will immediately trigger a rejection reaction. Wouldn't Hanzo be crippled by half? Internal injuries plus the inability to use poison. This is the idea Tsunade came up with. Meanwhile, I've also developed a toxin from the Ryuchi Cave Sage Art toxin. Once injected into the body, it immediately triggers a judgment. Whether or not one can absorb natural energy during this judgment phase, the target cannot concentrate their will or power. Orochimaru continued, "There is an internal remedy that is called a tonic, but is actually a fatal poison, and an external one. A powerful product from the Ryuchi Cave obtained from the 3 snake princesses." "Huh. Well done." Danzo was overjoyed after hearing the plan. "And what about you, Lord Danzo? Is the infiltration work ready? Do I need to remind you that poison has a shelf life? It's not easy to obtain something from the Sand Shinji." Orochimaru looked at the excited Danzo and couldn't help but wash his face again. He was beginning to look forward to the moment when the final attack came and Danzo was stopped by Teacher Sarutobi. Danzo, naturally proud of Orochimaru's question, replied, "This old man has already completed the infiltration work. When the time comes, I will support a new leader of the Rain Village, and from then on the Rain Village will follow Konoha's lead." That Danzo could handle this matter did not surprise Orochimaru and Tsunade, and they did not press further. Tsunade flipped her ponytail and said that since the matter was settled, she had other things to attend to. That spendthrift girl must be off gambling again. She truly doesn't deserve to be a Konoha ninja. Danzo watched Tsunade's departing back and thumped his cane heavily. "This old man at my age. Day after day, I exhaust myself for the village's development, yet you, as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, treat the 3 ninja prohibitions as if they don't exist. When this old man becomes Hokage, you'll be the first one I deal with. Elder Danzo, as the saying goes, since you're here, let me give you a physical examination." Orochimaru's eyes were not on Tsunade, but only on Danzo, his eyes shining as he looked at Danzo. Although Danzo found Orochimaru's gaze, which seemed to want to dissect him into parts, somewhat unbearable, he did not refuse Orochimaru's research request. The two began to work busily with practiced skill. Truly fascinating. Lord Danzo, no severe rejection reaction anymore. Orochimaru looked at Danzo's body covered with the faces of Hashirama Senju, and began to examine and study it carefully, as if caressing a work of art. With a sizzling sound, he transformed chakra into a chakra scalpel and began to cut slice by slice. Danzo remained expressionless, silent, allowing Orochimaru to do his work. "Not bad, the 3 of you have improved quickly. Konan and Yahiko, you already have the strength of Rain Village Chunin. Nagato, if you keep working hard, I believe Jonin is not far off." Hanzo looked at the 3, breathing heavily after sparring with him, and smiled. Yahiko is warm-hearted and good at dealing with people, so he can serve as the village's Jonin squad leader or assistant to the Rain Shadow. Konan is thoughtful and has close ties with Tsunegakure, making her suitable as an intelligence operative. As for Nagato, he possesses immense chakra and great talent in learning and applying ninjutsu, making him the perfect choice to shoulder the future of the Rain Village. Lord Rain Shadow, there's intelligence. The war between the Land of Lightning and Konoha has ended, but the forces have not disbanded. They are heading straight for our Land of Rain. Finally they've come. The squad leader waved his hand, dismissing the Umbu ninja under his command. The scene fell silent for a moment. We believe Lord Rain Shadow will surely withstand this war. Let us join the battle too. We are willing to give our lives for the Rain Village. Seeing the firm determination in the three young ones' eyes, Hanzo felt as if his body had boundless strength. With a hearty tone he laughed loudly and patted their shoulders. This old man often hears Konoha's ninjas chanting where the leaves of Konoha dance, fire burns ever bright. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Although this old man is their enemy, I have to acknowledge that saying. You are the new leaves needing time to sprout and grow. Leave the battlefield to me now. Let this old man burn himself to illuminate the future of the Rain Village. Besides, who do you think this old man is? I am half-god Hanzo. Let me show them properly. My reputation was never earned through shouting, but through every single slash of my blade. Shaking his scythe, Hanzo didn't waste any more words with the three young ones. He made a one-handed hand seal and vanished with a body flicker. There was still much to arrange, and this time he would use new tactics. Teacher, you must take care. Damn Konoha. Damn Kazekage. Yahiko punched the tree hard, feeling frustrated by his own powerlessness. Nagato reached out and stopped Yahiko, who was about to continue venting, and advised him. Since teacher needs us to keep growing and doesn't want us to step onto the battlefield too early, then what we should do is train hard, striving to break through to Kage-level as soon as possible so we can be qualified to face the enemy alongside teacher. Konan was unusually quiet, then her eyes grew resolute. I want to write to Lord Yin asking him to come early to support teacher. Especially since this time two great nations are acting together, teacher might be stretched thin. Yahiko and Nagato opened their mouths, but in the end they nodded heavily. Now was the eve of a great war, not the time to worry about pride. Only by surviving this could they be recognized as the sixth great hidden village. Finally some work to do. Go out, fight, come back, and get married. And oh no, I'm setting a flag. Yin paced back and forth in the Kazekage's office, muttering to himself. Ebizo dragged his tired body in and saw Yin like that, so he curiously asked what was going on. After hearing Yin's superstitious reply, Ebizo stroked his beard, thoughtfully looking serious. Finally he slapped his thigh. That's simple. Just get married early. Marry tomorrow, depart the day after. Who knows, you might plant the seed tomorrow night, so if anything happens you'll have an heir. Yin was furious. Thank you so much. Someone as fast as me, how could I possibly get killed? Marry or not? Ebizo was unmoved, raising an eyebrow. Marry. Yin immediately stood at attention, indicating he would still marry. Ebizo didn't waste words, directly stuffing a pile of documents into Yin's hands, leaving a line, "I'll make arrangements for you." Then he vanished with a body flicker. I've been tricked. I could have arranged it myself with the two families. With work to do again, Yin picked up a document and began to read slowly, then felt dizzy. Snore, 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 snore. Overnight, Tsunegakure was also decorated overnight. The news that the Kazekage would marry tomorrow had spread completely. Every household hung red banners and various decorations at their doors. The next day, Yin was surrounded early by the family's elder and others who went over all the procedures again. Yin nodded, saying okay. The procedures naturally went without a hitch, and Yin happily entered his new bridal chamber. Lord Kazekage. Karyuro immediately rose to her feet and bowed upon seeing Yin enter. Yin waved his hand, took her hand with a beaming smile, and said, still calling me Kazekage? Haven't you had enough of that in the office? Accustomed to his teasing, Karyuro showed no shyness and boldly called him my lord husband. That's more like it. Yin was quite satisfied with her gentle and generous nature. With a gentle pull he drew her into his embrace and skillfully began to focus on the essentials. It had been a long time since he had returned, and he hadn't tasted flesh in ages. Karyuro wouldn't allow him to act recklessly. At this moment, she naturally wouldn't say something like, I reject your request for physical contact. If you try anything forceful, I'll report you and have you sent to the sewing machine. Finding it somewhat amusing, she obediently cooperated. Change positions again, like this, like that way. Can your sand lift me up? Sirida, it's too embarrassing. My lord husband, I cannot accept this yet. Yin pouted like a child denied candy, and Karyuro found it funny. Then she began to coax him, saying, how can you want to try everything in one night? But I have to leave tomorrow. I'm going off to war. Yin started playing pitiful. All right. They'll do whatever you say, but you must promise me. Come back safe and sound. Kari cupped her husband's face in her hands, her eyes filled with concern. Hearing this, Yi-Yun felt his hair stand on end. This buff seemed to be stacking too much. Just how terrifying an existence was waiting for him. Was Uchiha Madara secretly plotting to ambush him? Forget it, thinking too much was useless. He would know when he got there. If it was truly impossible, he would first drag Hanzo and the three little ones to hide. Slap. Yi-Yun lightly slapped his own face. How could he be distracted while breaking in a new car's membrane? Concentrating his mind, Yi-Yun pounced again. Kari, blushing, followed his instructions and lifted them both into the air. They played with all sorts of high-difficulty moves. Then the village is in your hands. If Konoha makes a move, I trust you know what to do. Without the Kazekage, we can't make decisions. You hold out first, and contact the Kazekage. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yi-Yun and Kaizo laughed slyly. They were of course referring to the Land of Rivers. If he seriously beat up Konoha over there, they might come to plunder the Land of Rivers. Yi-Yun didn't care about one piece of land. But he did care that while he was away, the little bit of wealth he had painstakingly accumulated would be dragged to the battlefield as cannon fodder. These genin had all received his support and naturally felt a sense of belonging to him. They were his direct subordinates. Yi-Yun didn't want them to be consumed. As for the clan factions of the Land of Rivers, their life or death was none of his concern. At worst, after he returned, he would avenge them. Then wait for me to make a name in the ninja world. Yi-Yun embraced everyone one by one in farewell. Kari forced a smile and whispered to him. May your martial fortune flourish. Return victorious. May your martial fortune flourish. Return victorious. Yi-Yun nodded lightly, made a single hand seal, and then transformed into a streak of golden light that rapidly flickered and sped into the distance. A week later, in the Rain Shadow's office, Hanzo and Yi-Yun stood by the window gazing at the village shrouded in rain. You're here. I'm here. Then we'll set off now. Just the two of us. Any problem? None. I haven't fought in a long time. My hands are itching. Without much idle talk, Yi-Yun briefly greeted the three little ones, smiled, and hugged Konan, and ruffled her hair. Then he followed Hanzo using the body flicker technique to head straight for the battlefield. We will definitely win. 3. That night at the border of the Land of Rain, the Cloud Shadow Village's main camp. Warning! Warning! Enemy approaching. The reconnaissance ninja sensed the immense chakra fluctuations of the two and cried out. How many? Report their position and estimated time of arrival. The recording ninja beside him quickly fired a signal flare while rapidly inquiring for information. 2. They'll be here any moment. No more than 30 seconds. Their chakra levels are terrifying. The reconnaissance ninja broke out in a cold sweat and shouted. The ninja nearby didn't bother reporting to the third Raikage. Instead, he directly pulled out the largest red alert signal flare and launched it into the sky. He'll go find the third Raikage. He'll try to hold off all the Kage-level opponents and take out some grunts first. The rest is up to you. Kill as many as you can. Leave it to me. The two stood on a high vantage point outside the camp, briefly divided their opponents, and began their respective actions. Summoning Jutsu Salamander. Salamander released maximum dose of poison. As Hanzo started releasing poison, he glanced at Yi-Yun, who was gradually turning transparent, becoming invisible and formless. What a sneaky bastard. Even Hanzo was speechless at Yi-Yun's tactics. Hanzo, you rat. How dare you cause trouble for our Cloud Shadow village? I, the third Raikage, will weigh the so-called demigod today. Just as Hanzo was speechless, the third Raikage transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at him, his speed like a thunderbolt. Hanzo didn't even lift an eyelid at the attack. He casually made a single hand seal and swung his sickle. Arg! A cry of agony rang out, but not from the third Raikage. It was from the Cloud Shadow ninjas who had followed him. Kill the weaklings first, Hanzo muttered, reciting Yi-Yun's battlefield rule. Though somewhat disgraceful, it was very satisfying. Bastard! Fight me if you have the guts. The third Raikage shot far away, only to find Hanzo ignoring him and going after his own ninjas. He was furious. What had happened to the ninja world? Had everyone lost all sense of dignity? You are the demigod, called that for decades, and you have no shame. I've insulted you so much, yet you want duel me. Just as the third Raikage prepared to charge again, he heard agonized screams from the rear of the camp, accompanied by a terrifying surge of chakra. What's that? No. Why is there another rampage? Who else is attacking? Did Orochimaru come too? Are the Rain and Konoha ganging up on me? The third Raikage's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He had arranged layers of guards. How could Orochimaru have broken through? It was a headache, a real headache. But he couldn't focus too much on that battlefield, for the man before him was the demigod Hanzo. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. He was confident he could exchange blows, but over time he would definitely lose. Poison combined with terrifying swordsmanship, the longer it dragged on, the weaker he would become. How did this kid manage to release the tailed beast? Hanzo, beneath his mask, also wore a bewildered expression. Could it be that fate itself was aiding me? Once the tailed beast goes on a rampage, Cloud Village will inevitably suffer heavy losses in this situation. Coupled with Yi Yun's sneaky ambushes and Hitandran tactics, now under the cover of night the conditions were perfect for his playstyle. Yi Yun could only say it was all luck, pure luck. He had used his invisibility to wander around, reaching the hospital and logistics area. In a team fight, killing the healer first, and then torching supplies was what a true rogue should do. After entering, he discovered a room with exceptionally tight security. Naturally, Yi Yun had to take a look. Using his transparency technique, he slipped in behind a medical ninja. What he saw was a group of people using seals to suppress the tailed beast within a Jinchuriki. Seeing such a soft target, Yi Yun didn't hesitate for a second. He drove his sword straight through the Jinchuriki's body. The only shame was that it wasn't the 8 tails Jinchuriki, but only the 2 tails. A cat-like tailed beast with fireballs clinging to its body. For a fleeting moment, Yi Yun's heart stirred. This cat was gorgeous, and he wanted it. Should he use his Sharingan to control it and seal it inside himself? In the end, he decided against it. His target remained that winged creature that could fly. It might not be as pleasing to the eye, but flight was far more important. With a single sword slash, he cleaved the ceiling squad ninjas around him in 2. Then grinning, Yi Yun greeted the 2 tails. Little kitty, you have fun here. I've got things to do. The 2 tails Matatabi watched the grinning, dangerous figure wave and gradually fade until it could neither see nor sense him. It shook its head. Since you freed me, I'll spare you. But the rest of you? Today you're in for a treat. That guy who's always crackling with lightning isn't here today, is he? Well then, you lot, prepare yourselves. I'll give you a good thrashing, and then leave. With a paw up and down, the cat charged into the ranks of Cloud Village ninjas, swiping wildly. One claw sent a group of ninjas flying, their flesh torn and blood spraying as they hit the ground, coughing up bloody foam. Meanwhile, Yi Yun moved to the opposite side of the cat and began his own frenzy of backstabbing. The Cloud Village camp fell into chaos. Some respected ninjas tried to organize a response, attempting to assemble sealing squads and Jonin teams to contain the cat. But every time they did, Yi Yun would dash to Matatabi's battlefield, find the perfect angle, and decapitate an entire sealing squad with a single stroke, freeing Matatabi once more. Thank you. You're not a bad human. I won't kill you, Matatabi said, leaping out and staring down at Yi Yun, expressing its gratitude. Yi Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation. If we weren't teamed up, I wouldn't bother with someone as weak as you. As expected, the 2 tails. Fewer tails, weaker power. That saying wasn't without reason. But in the end, it held back. If it clawed this guy, those black lumps would trap it again, and there would be no one to lend. But in the end, it held back. If it clawed this guy, those black lumps would trap it again, and there would be no one to lend a hand. Time to prove myself. Watch closely. Matatabi opened its massive mouth, frantically gathering energy. The chakra ball began to swell rapidly. A tailed beast ball. It's coming again. Someone quick. The ninjas cried out in terror, while the Cloud Village Advisory Council wore grim expressions. All the sealing squads brought on this expedition had been killed. At this point, only the 3rd Raikage had the strength to defeat the tailed beast in an unknown fight and wait for the village to send a new sealing squad. With a scorch release thrust to the left kidney and a charged sword slash to the right aimed at the backs of retreating ninjas, Yi Yun cleaved through them. Seeing that Cloud Village had completely fallen into disarray, Yi Yun quickened his pace. With no strong ninjas nearby, he dropped his transparency technique. Like a seasoned fishmonger, he sliced and diced without a blink. It's the 4th Kazekage, Yi Yun. Bastard, are you trying to start a war? A Cloud Village council member, spotting the flickering golden light, shouted with all his might. But the next second, a golden beam shot straight at him. Shut up with all that yapping. Yi Yun's sword pierced the man's throat. The latter clutched his neck, let out a few gurgles, and collapsed as a dried corpse. Nevertheless, the council member's words were heard by many. Several Cloud Village Jonin teamed up to intercept Yi Yun, loudly demanding, "Aren't you afraid? We'll crush your Sunagakure for this." Huh, bring it on. I hate dark-skinned people. Just looking at them annoys me. It's you I want to kill. Yi Yun sneered coldly. As if you could. If you had the guts, you'd cross 5 or 6 countries and come fight me in the desert. Besides, as someone from China, I have to beat the hell out of any black guy, tan or not. I'm hitting you anyway. This isn't Guangzhou. You're not precious here. The Cloud ninjas were dumbfounded. Never in their lives had they expected to be killed in the ninja world just for being tanned. They roared in fury and charged at Yi Yun. Yi Yun swung his golden snake sword, unleashing a violent surge of chakra amplified by the demonic seed absorbed from the 0 tails. Transforming into a golden flash wreathed in scorch release flames, he plunged straight into the group of resolute, fearless Cloud barbarians. I acknowledge your will, but I'm still going to kill you. With a few rapid flashes, Yi Yun, cloaked in chakra, engaged Hedon, piercing through the Cloud Jonin formation. He turned and dashed like a golden serpent again. Minutes later, all 15 Jonin were dead. With that, all organized resistance from Cloud Village was shattered. Meanwhile, the third Kage, while chasing Hanzo, kept roaring in frustration. Finally, he helplessly ordered a full retreat, vowing to hold the rear himself. After hunting for a while, and finding no more Jonin, Yi-Yun teleported near Hanzo in a flash of gold. The two exchanged glances, then looked at the third. Yi-Yun's eyes asked, should we join forces and finish him off here? Hanzo's eyes flickered reason and madness wrestling within him as he weighed the odds. In the end, he shook his head, not out of cowardice. But the third Kage was fast, and once he donned his lightning release armor, ordinary attacks couldn't break through. He was extremely durable. Yi-Yun's offensive output was likely limited. And once they left the rain village without the rain's boost, Hanzo's mobility would weaken. All things considered, killing the third Kage was highly unlikely. Third Kage, today, I shall let you go. If you are not convinced, you are welcome to step into Kage here again anytime. I do not mind 10 more rounds, or even 100. Hanzo swung his sickle and sneered at the third Kage. The latter, however, remained unmoved, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion, yet filled with infinite hatred as he cast a glance at Yi-Yun. Humph, do you think my will is so easily shaken? I will wait here. For all you know, Konoha may have already breached your hinterlands. As long as you dare to leave, I dare to continue. After uttering these words, the third Kage transformed into a bolt of lightning, without looking back, chasing after Yuru. Hanzo and Yi-Yun knitted their brows. This third Kage was no fool. He had completely seized the weak point of Kage. Facing attacks on two fronts, whichever side you defend, the other side will be struck. Thus there was only one choice. Master, let me stay. Although I cannot guarantee that the Cloud Village will not enter the Land of Rain, I will certainly make them suffer. Yi-Yun volunteered to stay and face the Cloud Village. Hanzo cast a grateful look at Yi-Yun. The third Kage was extremely powerful, and although not a pure speed type, like Yi-Yun, his lightning release was far from slow. In his view, if Yi-Yun were caught off guard, he would truly be in danger. Do your best, but prioritize your own safety. Even if the Land of Rain is destroyed, so be it. Once I repulse Konoha, I will come to your aid. Then Master, take care as well. Konoha has many secret arts, and means you must be extremely cautious. Yi-Yun, on the other hand, did not feel much pressure from resisting the Cloud Village. He still had many techniques in use, and he was not at all afraid of the third Kage. Instead, he was more worried about Hanzo. Sometimes being the strongest does not guarantee safety. When your role is significant enough to influence the entire battlefield, decapitation strikes become the optimal solution. Not to mention techniques like the dead demon consuming seal. If an opportunity presented itself, Hanzo would likely not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the secret technique clans possessed numerous self-destructive abilities. Even if something like a nano-sized bug could not kill you if it delayed you for a single second, countless secret techniques would rain down, leaving many ways to restrain you until death. This was the most terrifying aspect of Konoha, its profound heritage. Hanzo nodded seriously, indicating that he would be particularly cautious. This was the most terrifying aspect of Konoha, its profound heritage. Hanzo nodded seriously, indicating. 3 days later, after learning that Hanzo had appeared in the direction of Konoha, the Cloud Village struck again, with a massive army marching into the Land of Rain. Truly terrifying. But look, your people have already left. What can I do? Yi-Yun was not intimidated in the slightest, nor did he have any. Truly terrifying. But look, your people have already left. What can I do? Yi-Yun was not intimidated in the slightest, nor did he have any intention of exchanging blows with the Kage. He smiled amiably and chatted idly with the Kage, but his gaze was fixed on the passing troops. Strangely, he could not detect the chakra fluctuations of the little. Didn't catch the two tails. Yi-Yun stared intently at the third Kage's face and asked, "You guess?" The third Kage grinned his dark face, offering no opportunity for Yi-Yun to glean any information. The little cat should be agile. If it does not linger in battle, you probably cannot catch it. So, Third Kage-sama, the game is about to become more interesting. Yi-Yun suddenly laughed. Third Kage, oh third Kage. It naturally cannot be sent out to capture the two tails, nor has it become Killer Bee's Jinchuriki yet. The remaining most suitable It naturally cannot be sent out to capture the two tails, nor has it become Killer Bee's Jinchuriki yet. The remaining most suitable person in the Cloud Village to capture the two tails is the son of the third Kazekage, the new A. So there's almost no one guarding your home now. Haha, interesting. I'll go raid your Cloud Village's home base. I don't believe you won't turn back, even if you abandon your own village. But of course he could not let the current third Kage detect this, so. Night raid. Yi-Yun is here again. Scouting squad. Activate the barrier. Activate the barrier immediately. Did you find him? He's gone. Although the barrier could sense Yi-Yun once activated, its consumption was enormous. After Yi-Yun ran outside, he directly drew the golden snake sword and began charging furiously, hurling scorching release slashes from a considerable distance to bombard the barrier. He directly drew the golden snake sword and began charging. Perhaps his forward sprint speed was not much faster than the third Raikage's, but in places requiring sharp turns and agile maneuvers the third Raikage's flexibility was far inferior. After spending some effort to shake off the third Raikage, Yi-Yun would sneak back again. If the barrier was up, he bombarded it from outside. If not, he slipped in to continue ambushing. Throughout the night, the entire Cloud Village was tormented beyond endurance. The next day, a new problem arose: should they advance or halt and rest? The third Raikage chose the former, reasoning that during the day Yi-Yun would find it much harder to launch a sneak attack. But by nightfall, after resting the entire day, it was effortless for a single person to catch up to their massive army. Thus the Cloud Village, which had already gone a full day and night without sleep, began another nerve-wracking night of hunting games. After another whole night of torment, the next day the third Raikage decided to adjust: travel half a day, rest half a day, and at night fully rotate defenses. As for why not rest during the day and travel at night? Without a barrier at night, Yi-Yun, who could use the transparency technique to become invisible, would likely shatter the morale of the entire army within a camp lacking protection. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi-Yun did not come that night. The next day there was still no sign of him. The following night again, no chaos from his killings. His sudden absence left the Cloud Village, which had prepared various countermeasures, disoriented. On the third day it was still the same. Damn, that kid has gone back to steal our home. At the Cloud Village high-level meeting, a group of advisors racked their brains, and finally one of them came up with a possibility. Yi-Yun had gone to the Cloud Village's own village to wreak havoc. Damn it, that little brat is so cunning. The third Raikage could no longer suppress his rage, and smashed the conference table to pieces with a single punch. But the question remained: what to do now? The expressions on everyone's faces were incredibly grim. No one had anticipated that the battle would unfold like this. At first they could blame it on being caught off guard by the duo's coordination. But now Hanzo had already left, leaving only Yi-Yun behind. That young man, who had only recently been promoted to shadow level, had managed to wreak havoc on so many of them all by himself. He was fast, could turn invisible, and worst of all, he had absolutely no shame. Facing an enemy like this was truly exasperating. Should they return to defend the village? Or should they recall AI to lead the resistance against Yi-Yun? Leave the two tails to run wild outside for a while. That's it. Immediately mobilize the ninja to reinforce the defenses. AI must rush back with his men and protect the village. No pursuit allowed. An Umbu operative vanished in a flash, carrying the advisory council's written order. I hope AI can hold on and not give Yi-Yun any openings. Both the advisory council and the third Raikage wore expressions of deep concern. The main issue was that AI was too hot-tempered and impulsive. If he fell for one of Yi-Yun's tricks, it would be disastrous. Meanwhile, the very Yi-Yun they were worried about was currently in a barbecue restaurant in Kazekage, enjoying the local specialty beef. It was absolutely delicious. That one over there seemed even more tempting, milky and fragrant. Yi-Yun's attention was soon drawn to a pair of large assets, and to his surprise the skin was fair, not dark, with a delicate face. He began counting on his fingers, trying to figure out whether this was the secretary of the future fourth Raikage or her mother. He had once made a mistake before, mistaking Xiaoda's father for Xiaodi himself. At this time, Xiaoda's father was still a young man, and Xiaodi hadn't even been conceived yet. But then again, it was hard to say. He had given away quite a lot of study materials, so maybe Xiaodi was already on the way. There was also a good chance that there were many older and younger brothers and sisters. Sammy should be around the same age as Kakashi. Going by the timeline, she hadn't been born yet by now. So this one must be Samua's mother. Her mother then. Abduct her. Without hesitation, Yi-Yun approached her casually, and with a flicker of his Sharingan. The woman immediately clung to his arm, affectionately calling him Nizan. As they walked, Yi-Yun asked about Sayama's situation, whether she had family, and if she was a clan ninja. She shook her head helplessly, speaking with some indignation. She was just a descendant of ordinary villagers, and because of her beauty, she had been coveted by many. One clan ninja had been harassing her for a long time. This had prevented her from receiving any good mission assignments. Isn't Kazekage supposed to be united? How can such things happen? Yi-Yun was curious. Wasn't everyone here supposed to be simple-minded? If you can defeat all your suitors and take what you want, that's the rule. What do you think? If it weren't for the age gap, I would have been taken home to bear children right after graduating from school. But even so, I can't hold out much longer. I've been looking for someone suitable to marry. Saimu was furious. The culture of Kazekage might be pleasant for men, but for ordinary people, especially women, it was terribly unfriendly. Here to survive, you had to possess absolute strength. Yi-Yun counted on his fingers. Sammy was most likely born in Konoha year 38 or 39. So was he catching the last one? Would he have to become a scoundrel? That didn't sound too bad, but if he could avoid being a cuckold, he would. This place is too barbaric, too outrageous. It's better to come with me. My strength will ensure you never suffer. Okay, Yi-Yun, he'll leave everything to you. When do we leave? Do I need to resign from my duties? If we defect directly, the pursuit squad will come out. Seeing the frightened young lady, Yi-Yun smiled and pinched her cheek. Don't be afraid. It's them who should be afraid of me. Go back and pack your things, then wait for me near the village gate. They'll be right there. Sayamu nodded vigorously and dashed off. Yi-Yun, on the other hand, strolled leisurely toward the Raikage's office, his figure gradually fading until he was completely invisible. Take me to the Raikage's office. Do you know where the treasures are kept? As a man who had become a Kage, it was easy to find an Umbu ninja slacking off on the rafters. He immediately hit him with a Mangekyo Sharingan. From the ninja's mouth, he got the answers he wanted. Kumogakure had a specially guarded vault that housed various secret techniques and scrolls. It also contained intelligence and records of Kumogakure's ninja, as well as information on the spies planet outside. However, that place was not only filled with traps and Umbu guards, but also had a sealing squad on standby. The hand seals to open the door were known only to the Raikage. First kill those sealing squad guys, then try to break it open by force. If it doesn't open, damn it, it really wouldn't open. Yi-Yun used his Scorch Release to repeatedly strike the door, but it didn't budge at all. This was several times more solid than the daimyo's treasury. Was he going to leave empty-handed? Yi-Yun felt an itch in his heart, like a cat scratching. Screw it, who do you think I am? Even if I have to reveal my Susanoo, so be it. He instantly activated his ultimate technique, manifesting a skeletal Susanoo about 20 meters tall. Then he raised his fist and smashed the entire treasure vault and everything around it to pieces. Even so, the vault was still wrapped tightly. Helpless Yi-Yun had the Susanoo grab the small room with one hand and start running recklessly through Kumogakure. A monster. That human skeleton is so huge it's terrifying. The villagers of Kumogakure screamed and scattered, dodging the Susanoo's stomping feet. Just as Yi-Yun was about to reach the village gate, a giant octopus charged toward him from afar. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing him act so arrogantly, the opponent couldn't hold back anymore, huh? But didn't he know that this was the Susanoo? And this represented the Mangekyo Sharingan. Turn around, destroy everything you see, kill every dark-skinned guy. Yi-Yun's Susanoo's eyes suddenly opened 3 times, and it immediately went after the Eight Tails Gyuki. The latter seemed to have no resistance at all. Its eyes instantly transformed into the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it began charging at the ninjas of Kumogakure. The remaining ninjas of Kumogakure were in a terrible predicament, especially when they saw Yi-Yun piloting his giant, carrying the treasure vault, and starting to run out of the village. Wait, it seemed he had grabbed a woman before leaving. A very fair-skinned girl. Why did they have a fair-skinned girl here? Sayamu. My Sayamu. A man dropped to his knees and wailed. What? Are you saying that I'm already a rogue ninja now? Everyone in Kumogakure saw me come out with you. After the illusion was dispelled, Sayamu felt as if the sky was falling. Her memory was still stuck at the moment she passed by and saw a handsome young man as fair-skinned as herself, and then a flash of red light. After the illusion was dispelled, Sayamu felt as if the sky was falling. Her memory was still stuck at the moment she passed by and saw a handsome young man as fair-skinned as herself, and then a flash of red light. They had passed away early due to years of hard labor. Meanwhile, Yi-Yun, who was busy cutting into the secret chamber, turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and grinned with a flash of teeth. From another perspective, doesn't that mean you no longer have to pay the mortgage? Besides, the Eight Tails ended up causing massive destruction in your village. Who knows, your house might be gone now. If you were still there, you'd still have to pay the mortgage, but your house would be gone. Ah well. Sayamu couldn't find a way to rebut, but she still kept crying loudly. Yi-Yun ruffled her little golden hair, pointed at himself, and said, In the Kazekage, damn it. If you come back with me, do you still need to worry about housing? My big mansion is already under construction, a huge mansion. In the entire ninja world, who has more cash flow than me? Our textbooks say that Sunagakure is extremely dilapidated, with people lacking water and food, and they have to dig for scorpions in the sand every day. Sayamu lowered her head, looking at Yi-Yun timidly, but couldn't help retorting. Everyone says Sunagakure is poor and arrogant. How can you, the Kazekage, be rich? Could it be that the village's poverty is because you, the Kage, have been plundering it? Hehe, a third of the daimyo who were robbed outside were my doing. Stop blabbering. If you keep blabbering, it'll leave you behind, and you'll see whether the pursuit squad kills you or not. Fine, then I'll go back to the village with you, join Sunagakure, and serve you. You promised you'll arrange a house for me, and no mortgage. Yi-Yun looked at her, as if she were an idiot. Did I call you here to help build Sunagakure? I called you here to be my concubine. As expected, big boobs affect the development of mental energy. Concubine. Doesn't everyone only have one wife? Sam's face turned black. If I had known, I might as well have married some honest man. There are so many ninja who want me as their main wife. If I go back with you, what if your main wife bullies me? I just changed the policy. Fight well for me, and ninja who achieve merit can marry multiple wives. You male ninja are all as black as charcoal, you can't even be found when the lights are off. So ugly, can you stand it? Am I not handsome? Hearing Yiyun's self-praise, Sayemu also looked up at him. Yeah, he was indeed very handsome. But he didn't seem very muscular. Kazekage prides itself on robustness, and besides, what if he's a weakling? Sayemu sighed. Whatever, let it be. Anyway, she was already a rogue ninja, so she might as well go along and put on a show. Yiyun's demon seed sensed the strange negative emotions from the girl opposite him. He tilted his head for a long time, then finally realized. His face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He stopped cutting the secret chamber and directly pulled Sayemu into a nearby cave. As the Kazekage, he had to restore Tsunagekyu's reputation. Convinced. Am I a weakling? Am dying, Yiyun-san. So amazing. The best. Seeing Sayemu become obedient and serve him by tidying his clothes, Yiyun smiled with satisfaction. A strong man must be strong. Must have great strength. Besides, I've absorbed a lot of Hashirama's cell genes. I just look slim in clothes, but it doesn't mean I don't have muscles. Yiyun was also very satisfied with Sayemu. She was tall and slender with fair skin, possessed a formidable IQ, and moreover, had a somewhat world-weary face, very much in the classic style of Japanese manga. Although she had such a sexy style, unexpectedly, she was still a virgin. You rest for a while. They'll continue working on the secret chamber. You can't go back to Kazekage. Even if you return with merit, how would the villagers who suffered heavy losses in this incident look at you? Yiyun watched Sayemu obediently tidy up his clothes, then smiled and pinched her cheek, while also reminding her that there was no need to think about going back. He had already taken her virginity, and her hometown people probably hated her now. Sayemu let out a long sigh, then shrugged indifferently. She had come around. Yiyun was after all the Kage of a village. Rather than marry that old black charcoal who kept pestering her, there was no reason not to choose to follow Yiyun. However, she didn't rest in the cave. She followed him out and watched as Yiyun used scorch release to slowly drill a hole. They worked until the next day and finally cut an opening big enough to enter the secret chamber. Time to open the box. Time to open the box. Let's see what treasures there are. If there are any secret techniques you like, pick a few. After you learn them, come back, and I'll give you more. Yiyun hugged Sayemu and gave her a kiss. Everyone gets a share. Secret techniques are free to learn. Lightning release, chakra mode. Not bad. Didn't expect it to be only a brank, jutsu. Storm release, magnet release, etc. Cultivation texts, and already developed, jutsu. This is good, this is good. There's even the synthesis and evolution ratio and process of lava release, Kekei Genkai, and a complete record of a whole family over 10 generations. Look at how fresh this bloodstain is. Was it just seized? Oh, isn't this the 6 paths ninja tools? The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, and the complete version. Impressive. We're rich, we're rich. Yiyun began to look through them one by one. The least of them were large summoning beast scrolls and Kagegekyu's specialty chakra metal thunder pattern steel. There were all kinds of top-tier lightning release ninjutsu and swordsmanship manuals with many schools collected. Sayemu stretched her head to look beside him for a while. Yiyun asked her about her usual tactics, and she said it was basically traditional lightning release plus swordsmanship. Yiyun pouted, telling her to find a swordsmanship manual she liked, and then copy the lightning release chakra mode as well. Hearing this, Sayemu covered her mouth tightly. This was too generous. The lightning release chakra mode was something only the Raikage or a few close to the Raikage could learn. And now it's just handed to me like this. Seeing that she still didn't dare to take it, Yiyun directly pulled it out and stuffed it into her arms, telling her to copy it quickly. After resting a bit, they would prepare to hit the road. Are you still going back to the Rain Country battlefield? Sayemu asked, her hands trembling as she quickly copied and memorized while also asking where they were going next. I've already wreaked havoc on the Hidden Cloud's home base. Like this, would the third Raikage still continue attacking the Rain Country? The two sides are so far apart. Even if they captured it, what could the Hidden Cloud gain? A detached enclave that would just be a pure gift to the Leaf Village, wouldn't it? Yiyun pulled out a storage scroll from behind and began packing various treasures, but after glancing at the scroll and then at the fully packed room, in the end he shook his head. It simply couldn't fit. No matter how he picked and chose, it still wouldn't fit. Who would have thought the storyline could unfold like this, turning a proper war into him ransacking the Hidden Cloud's home base? When the time comes, the Hidden Cloud Village will definitely not let it go. They'll fight to the death with him. Even across thousands of mountains and rivers, even if they have to eat sand, they'll bring a bunch of black-clad guys to pick a fight. But would Yiyun regret it? Would the Sand Village, upon hearing this news, think that he as the Wind Shadow did wrong? Absolutely not. That was the essence of a ninja village. Everyone had the opportunity to benefit, enriching more types of ninjas, and the village's strength would naturally see a leap forward. Moreover, the Sand Village didn't think anyone could do anything to them in this desert. Back to the Sand Village. Yiyun took out a few military ration pills, stuffed them into his mouth, and also handed some to Sayemu. Then his eyes switched again, turning into the Mangekyo Sharingan. After activating Susanoo, he directly grabbed the broken secret chamber with one hand and lifted Sa-Imu with the other, placing him on Susanu's shoulder. Thump, 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 he began to sprint wildly in the direction of the land of rivers. What is this? How can there be such a terrifying ninjutsu? Sa-Imu clung tightly to Susanu's neck, shouting down with all his might. His face was flushed red, full of excitement. Feeling the chakra and eye power, Yiyun adjusted the form of Susanu once again, directly bringing Sa-Imu into Susanu's head, standing high to overlook the ground below. This is really cool. Can I learn this ninjutsu? Learn my ass. This is the Susanu granted by the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at the big golden-haired girl who didn't understand at all. She only knew about the Sharingan, not what the Mangekyo Sharingan was. Yiyun patiently explained to her what the Mangekyo Sharingan was, and how difficult it was to obtain. At the same time, even if an outsider obtained it and implanted it, it would never close and would constantly consume chakra. As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. Probably even those Uchiha guys couldn't understand how someone would use Susanu to travel. Wasn't he afraid of wearing out his eyeballs? Along the way, Yiyun simply charged straight ahead, and many passersby and townsfolk saw a giant 20 to 30 meters tall carrying a room while running swiftly. Finally reaching the land of rivers, he met Chiyo and Ebizo, who had come to receive him, and only then did Yiyun dispel the technique. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in both eyes, which began to flow with tears of blood. Wind Shadow-sama, multiple voices called out. Do you need me to have a look? Granny Chiyo briefly examined him and asked if Yiyun wanted to go for a thorough checkup. Yiyun waved his hand, indicating that he had just used his eyes for too long. He would be fine after resting. The ninjas withdrew, returning to their posts to stand guard. At the same time, he arranged for the Umbu to carry all the supplies and follow him, continuing the journey back to Sand Village. He also issued orders to the ninjas of the Land of Rivers to enter full war readiness. Then, ignoring the somewhat restless clan ninjas of the Land of Rivers, after a brief rest, he continued to use the body flicker technique to rush back to Sand Village. Put everything into the Sand Village treasure tower, and at the same time build an underground treasure tower, making one above ground and one below. For this place, the Umbu should increase defense. After giving instructions on how to handle the spoils, Yiyun walked into his office again. Meanwhile, Sa-Imu was gently led away by Jia Luluo to rest first. You go out and come back with a female ninja. Ebizo winked at Yiyun. Granny Chiyo tapped her brother for being frivolous. Was this the time to care about that? The key issue was how to handle this matter later. After all, they had completely looted the hidden cloud village. Yiyun was also curious about how the battlefield in the Rain Country was doing after he left. The third Raikage has withdrawn, but he's gathering all his forces. You know what that means? Ebizo shrugged, speaking lightly. He just wanted to beckon to those barbarians of the hidden cloud and say, come on over. They'll be waiting for you in the desert. Ebizo then went on to talk about the situation in the Leaf Village. Unexpectedly, the Leaf also changed their tactics this time. Learning from the lessons of previous wars, the Leaf directly scattered their forces, playing a cat-and-mouse game with the hidden Rain Village everywhere. Even if Hanzo was formidable, how many could he kill in the face of such dispersed forces? However, this situation was a pure war of attrition, not something that could be resolved quickly. I have already issued orders to stockpile more wartime supplies. Fortunately, the Wind Shadow had already started stockpiling systematically, so the pressure is not too great. Since the war situation in the Rain Country hasn't completely collapsed, the key point now lies in this conflict between Sand and Cloud. Granny Chiyo began reporting various data on troop strength and supplies, but judging by her grinning smile, it was clear how she felt. When had the Sand Village ever fought such a well-supplied war? Then issue an announcement to the village telling all ninjas that the battlefield will be their stage. I will select those with outstanding achievements and reward them with various secret arts. The one with the greatest merit will have the chosen secret art sealed and no longer available for exchange, making him the founder of a new secret art clan. Yiyun's words made Chiyo and Ebizo click their tongues in amazement. A secret art clan. Now, who in the entire Sand Village wouldn't fight like mad to get a piece of the action? Even if this secret art wasn't unique, the Cloud side also had a copy. It was still incredibly tempting. This Wind Shadow really was a spendthrift with no regard for his father's legacy. Well, it was looted for free, so there was really nothing to regret. I've looked at the development process of the lava release Kekei Genkai obtained from Cloud, and I've gained a lot of inspiration. I may need to train for a while. Yiyun also mentioned another matter which was also meant to cover up the upcoming Golden Finger reward. If someone asked how he suddenly developed the Kekei Toda, he would have to say externally that he had to thank the Cloud Village brothers for sending the materials. Chiyo and Ebizo nodded. Yiyun just needed to train for a while and would be less involved in daily affairs. Ebizo even curled his lips indifferently, as if to say, as if you did any work when you were in the village. The ensuing war will undoubtedly become even more treacherous and unpredictable. You too must also exercise caution, as it will no longer be a conventional clash of massive armies, soldier against soldier, general against general. In confronting the Kazekage village, we must leverage our advantages in terrain and timing. Yi Yun began to expound in a rapid, murmured fashion, outlining his strategic conception for the war against Kazekage. Shifting from large-scale frontal confrontations, they would instead utilize the desert terrain to launch relentless guerrilla warfare, harassment tactics, and ambushes. The main force of this battle would no longer be the Kage-level fighters, but the collective ninjutsu of the Sand Manipulation Clan. In this desert zone, they would unleash a combined ninjutsu, the Super Sandstorm Burial. He was certain that those ordinary little dark-skinned ones of Kazekage would not be able to withstand such an onslaught. Very well, I will arrange for Joan and Rasha to lead the Sand Manipulation Ninjas in intensive training during this period. Chiyo-baba nodded, approving of this tactical approach. Yi Yun suppressed the urge to twitch his lips, silently repeating to himself, I am the Kazekage. Everything I have was earned through my own efforts. I did not usurp another's position, take another's wife, and then command others to do my bidding. Now I am entrusting them with important tasks, and they should be grateful. They then continued discussing tactical coordination for a while, such as Chiyo-baba's poisons and the new puppet core. Yi Yun finally dragged his weary body back to his small tower. First, he went to check on Saimu, who was training in swordsmanship. Upon seeing him, she obediently sheathed her sword and bowed, though her movements were a bit stiff. I don't have that many rules here. Relax. If you need to buy anything, just instruct the servants to do it, or if you wish to go out for a stroll, take some attendants with you. He then intended to step into her room to see if she lacked anything. Turning back, he heard the door close behind him. Saimu was blushing, but continued to remove her. Oh, that's not what I meant. I truly just came in to check. Well, as the saying goes, since you're here. Yi Yun spread his arms, accepting her somewhat inexperienced ministrations. He then enthusiastically and warmly guided her through the subsequent procedures and his own preferences. Saima's face flushed crimson, wondering how the customs of Sunagakure village could be so. But she still obediently complied, holding the great E as she labored, occasionally lowering her head. An hour later, Yi Yun had redressed himself, and he affectionately stroked Saima's cheek. Rest assured, you can live well here. I will be at home for the time being. If you need guidance in swordsmanship, you are always welcome to come. Yes, my lord. I will strive. Saimu gently nestled against his chest. He was the only one she could rely on, and fortunately Yi Yun seemed quite easy to get along with. He was gentle, generous, and considerate. It seemed that following him here might not be a bad opportunity after all. Yi Yun did not stay. Instead, he went to the room he shared with Jiao Luo. Husband, you have worked hard. I didn't expect you to return victorious so soon. Jiao Luo's eyes and brows relaxed into a smile at the sight of him. Then she began to help him change into a set of casual clothes. She started asking about the events of this trip and whether he had encountered any danger. The two chatted slowly, and Yi Yun gradually drifted into slumber. These days away, he had been tense and on edge, never daring to relax. Jiao Luo placed Yi Yun's head on her lap, then took out a handheld fan to cool him, letting him sleep more comfortably. 2 hours later, Yi Yun opened his eyes again. He saw Jiao Luo nodding off, her head bobbing like a chicken pecking at rice, while he himself was sleeping on her lap. He rose with a smile, picked up the startled Jiao Luo, and carried her into the inner room. Husband, I'm not sleepy. You don't need to coax me to sleep. Shouldn't you be attending to your affairs? Jiao Luo squinted and smiled as she watched Yi Yun coaxing her to sleep on his side. Yi Yun shrugged, mentioning that he would be focusing more on cultivation to improve his strength. He also had a direction in mind. Jiao Luo covered her small mouth with joy, her eyes filled with delight, happy for him. She kept praising Yi Yun, saying he was formidable and would surely become a top-tier powerhouse in the ninja world, leading Sunagakure village to greater heights. Your little mouth is so eloquent, it must be sweet. I want to have a taste. Yi Yun turned over and pressed his lips firmly against Jiao Luo's mouth, which was still praising him. Such a good wife, so gentle. Rasha, you truly deserve to die. That you could treat her like that in another time. Despicable. Ill-arranged for you to assassinate the third Raikage. Jiao Luo gently wrapped her arms around his neck, offering her lips tenderly. She was also quite satisfied with this husband, even though he was a bit of a lecher with a lady daming outside, and even bringing an imperial ninja along when he went to fight. But his strength and his ability to lift the village from its previous plight made him the object of admiration for all of Sunagakure, a hero of the Sand Village. She could still feel his affection and tenderness toward her, and that was enough. She felt very happy. Her next goal was to bear him a child early and bring up the next generation well. Then with the child, she would wait at the village gate every time he returned triumphant, leading Sunagakure village to become stronger and more prosperous. Ding system choices updated. Choice 1, 3-part return to origin chi. Save from last round. Choice 2, 9 swords of Dugu. Choice 3, innate skill. Oh my god, this is another moment of agonizing indecision. Everyone accompanied Yi Yun to celebrate his birthday. At midnight, he heard the familiar ding sound. Choice 2 was a new swordsmanship. The 9 sword. It was well known that all choices would be magically modified to suit the ninja world. According to Yi Yun's understanding, the chi-breaking style within it could likely specifically pierce through chakra shields, and even ninjutsu. Standing in place, a burst of sword chi would whoosh directly, slicing away incoming ninjutsu. Just the thought of it carried immense style. Choice 3 innate skill was a simple name, but had a profound origin. It was Wang Chongyang's signature art, and it played a crucial role in his becoming the foremost in the debate on. I choose option 1, 3-part return to origin chi. Well, he would just go with this one. Yi Yun did not choose to save the other 2 options. Once he successfully integrated the bloodline elimination, his strength would undergo a qualitative change, and the next refresh would surely yield something far more powerful than this. Moreover, he was following the speed style, needing more to slice through enemies with sword techniques. The 9 swords of Dugu, though powerful, did not align with his speed style tactical approach. As for the other art innate skill, he did find it appealing, but the key was that he needed a technique to break through the limits of the innate realm. However, this was a Taoist cultivation method requiring tranquility and serenity, which did not suit the needs of the ninja world. Everyone was fighting and killing. There was no time for such things. Thus, the most suitable choice was the 3-part return to origin chi. A familiar stream of information, a familiar roll of the eyes, and then he fell asleep. And not coming for a second round today. Tired from training. Zhao Luo looked at the person beside her who had been lively and energetic moments ago, only to fall into such a deep sleep suddenly. This was also somewhat out of character for him. Usually he would stay by her side for a while, then go next door, and finally, when exhausted, choose a spot to sleep soundly. But she didn't mind. She turned off the light, nestled into Yi Yun's arms, and soon drifted into dreamland. We will have 3 children. The first should be a daughter, obedient and sensible, capable of helping to look after the younger ones. The second should be a son who can be a little rebellious. The last one should be an adorable little boy, gentle like me, cute and lovable. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. The next day, Yi Yun sat cross-legged in the meditation chamber. Tilting his head, he began to ponder the skill he had just acquired, the 3-part return to origin chi. The key was that it came as a Bionagethri Deal Frost Fist Cloud Palm and Wind God Leg, along with the general outline of the 3-part return to origin chi. However, after the system adapted it to the ninja world, Frost Fist became Water Cloud Palm, became Fire, and Wind God Leg naturally became Wind attribute. So from the water and fire attributes of Scorch style, I now need to adjust the proportions and incorporate wind. Fortunately, having absorbed so many genes, I now possess all attributes. Thanks to Danzo's, Yi Yun did not practice the 3 martial arts as a foundation. Time was tight. The 3rd Raikage was about to cross mountains and rivers to attack. So he first forged the Kekei Genkai. The 3-part return to origin chi came with detailed instructions. With the enhancement of the Tao heart, Yi Yun's gaze became profound, more sage-like than a sage, and he entered a deep level of seclusion. Zhao Luo and Siamu took turns guarding the door. Half a month later, Hai Laozong, who had come several times, appeared again outside the meditation chamber. Senior Hai Laozong, how is the situation? Somewhat troublesome. Konoha has also joined the fray, led by Chimu Shuamao, with various clans contributing their strength. They have already invaded the Land of Rivers. Even if they had no intention of rescuing the Land of Rivers under these circumstances, they needed Yi Yun the Wind Shadow to stabilize the people. Otherwise, facing 2 major ninja villages would surely cause turmoil and panic in Sunagakure. Sha Luluo was also caught in hesitation. Previously, the meditation chamber had often been filled with various explosion sounds and scattered chakra, but in the last 2 days, it had become stable. This indicated that Yi Yun had entered the final stage, and he must not fail at the last moment. Senior Hai Laozong, my husband, is at the critical moment. He must not be disturbed. If the Land of Rivers is lost, just issue a retreat order directly. Hai Laozong nodded upon hearing this. The loss of the Land of Rivers had long been anticipated by the 3 of them. Thinking it over, he came up with a solution for the village. Not seeing Yi Yun announced that the Wind Shadow had secretly set out. Spread this news, and everyone would have to worry about Yi Yun sneaking into their territory to cause trouble. From a rational perspective, a village's Kage staying out of sight for so long, claiming to be in seclusion, would indeed seem suspicious. Some might even think Yi Yun was no longer there. No need. I'm done. Assemble the troops. Well, first go meet Shimu Shumao. It's time to give Granny Qiandai a gift. Just as Hai Laozong was about to leave, the door of the meditation chamber blasted open. A golden light flashed, and Yi Yun appeared before everyone. His smile was confident and bright, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Wind Shadow, you. I sense your chakra changing. Is this? Don't rush, stabilize first. Don't leave any hidden problems. From studying the secrets of the cloud-hidden village's generation of Kekei Genkai, I have comprehended the mysteries of bloodlines. For this reason, I have added new wind attribute chakra to my scorch style. Yi Yun announced his change with a light laugh. He wanted everyone to know this news. It would inject a strong dose of confidence into Sunagakure and the land of wind. Hai Laozong trembled all over. Adding new chakra energy to a Kekei Gunkai, and seeing it transforming now. Yu, do you mean to say that you have completed the threshold of Kekei Toda and are undergoing the transformation of Kekei Toda? Xiaoyu Luo and Siamu, who had been somewhat confused, now looked as if their eyes were about to pop out. They had been wondering what it meant to add a new chakra attribute to Scorch style, only to realize it was Kekei Toda, the signature of the Hidden Stone Village. That's right, though it differs from Dust style's terrifying destructive power. My focus is on speed penetration and subsequent erosion. After admitting it, Yi Yun explained. This one naturally couldn't be called Dust style, he named it Scorch style. Although its offensive power was inferior to Dust style, the lethality of Scorch style was still considerable. After all, Kekei Toda and Kekei Genkai themselves represented a new transformation of chakra. This was the symbol of a bloodline ninja reaching the threshold of Super Kage. Each bloodline transformation brought about a dual change in both the quality and quantity of chakra. Look at Inoki in the Fourth Great Ninja War. He fought for so long and contributed the most, yet never complained about running out of chakra. That alone shows the difference. Hashirama Senjus would style, if not for the divine tree, would have been a Kekei Toda fused with water, earth, and yang. In terms of the nature of ninja attributes, both belong to the Super Kage level. One is the ceiling of the ceiling, the other merely a gatekeeper. And Hanzo's Super Kage level came from his will. He comprehended the domain. Wherever there was rain, it was his home ground, moving at his will. Consider that when Hanzo rose to fame, the second Hokage Tobarama Senju was still alive. Given Tobarama's nature, even if Hanzo hadn't yet earned the title of demigod, the principle of no one else sleeps beside the bed was something Tobarama surely understood. Hanzo wouldn't have survived without real skill. Being able to declare himself a demigod in the ninja world without being killed was proof of his strength. He might have been a gatekeeper or a player standing on the threshold, but Hanzo was already beyond the resistance of a Kage. However, in the original timeline, Hanzo was likely defeated during the Second Great Ninja War by the major nations who used their foundations and comprehensive strength to crush the future of the Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo completely lost that will. Having gained power through will, when that will receded, it was like a tidal wave of backlash that utterly destroyed him. Lord Windshadow, please rest well. I will go announce this news. There's no rush at all. Wait until the transformation is complete, and don't leave any after effects. Hai Laozong left with a smile, disappearing in a flash. Kekei Toda. That was Kekei Toda. You really cultivated Kekei Toda. That's incredible. Then your child might also inherit this power, right? Jia Luluo excitedly pulled Yi Yun to wash up while asking with even more excitement. Yi Yun tilted his head and thought for a while, can Kekei Toda be inherited through bloodline? Is the Yemu not working hard enough, not having enough children? In his memory, it seemed that the other family had no Kekei Genkai ninja. Whatever, Yi Yun smiled and nodded, indicating that anything is possible. However, just like Kekei Genkai families, only one or two might appear with good luck. Then work harder. Have more children. Jia Luluo made a cheering gesture. Yi Yun gently pulled her, leading her into the bathroom. What are we waiting for? Let's start working overtime from now on. With Ebizo's departure, the news that Yi Yun had successfully synthesized Kekei Toda spread among the upper echelons of Sunagakure. Truly terrifying talent. To become the second Kekei Toda ninja in the ninja world. Even Iwagakure, which has some complete inheritance, hasn't cultivated a second one. And he just achieved it. Sunagakure shall thrive. It seems we need to go and congratulate him properly. The various Sunagakure clans also gathered together to discuss their attitude toward this Kazekage. The result was naturally a one-sided decision to establish good relations with this young Kazekage. A few days earlier, they had unanimously discussed that if war broke out again, they planned to push the village to rescue their territories in the Land of Rivers. At the same time, they intended not to easily dispatch their clan ninjas to resist the armies of other villages. If asked, the cause of all this trouble was none other than Yi Yun, this Kazekage. Why should the whole village go to war with him? The Sand Clan is clever. No matter who is the Kazekage, they immediately attach themselves through marriage. Truly cunning. With such a promising person, they didn't even include us. I wonder if we can still follow and marry another one off. And while Yi Yun was enjoying his new power and new identity, laughing heartily, in the distant land of rain, a great battle was now underway. Why? Why did you betray me? Although our Amigakure is weak, as long as I am here, Konoha absolutely cannot win the match. Banzan clutched his thigh, holding his scythe weapon in his left hand. His right arm was empty, and his entire body was covered with marks from ninjutsu. Yet even so, the surrounding Konoha ninjas dared not be careless in the slightest. Leading them were naturally Gang Shouzi, Lai Yi, and Shiwan. The three watched the scene of betrayal below with expressionless faces. Everyone go and surround and eliminate all Kage-level ninjas who do not surrender, especially those three brats that Banzong has hidden away. Deshiwan's eyes flickered a few times before he coldly issued the order. He did not attack immediately here more, because he was waiting for the poison to spread within Banzang's body. In the distance, another confrontation was breaking out. Tuanzong retreat. Yuan Fei risen, and the group of ANBU behind him had cold eyes. Risen, can't you give me one chance? Tuanzong and a group of root ninjas also stood their ground. He asked his old partner this final question: is it really so heartless? Cutting off his best chance to realize his dream and sit on the Hokage throne. Tuanzong, you are the root of Konoha, but you have overstepped. Very well then, let's settle this. Yuan Fei risen. You will regret this. Tuanzong, you are too radical, you will lead Konoha into the abyss of destruction. I will never let you become Hokage. Very well then, let's settle this. Yuan Fei risen. You will regret this. Tuanzong, you are too radical, you will lead Konoha into the abyss of destruction. I will never let you become Hokage. Remember this. I, Yuan Fei risen, am the Hokage. Yuan Fei risen. Shimura Tuanzong. Wood-style tree world birth. 5 release great combo. As the battle between the two began, the ANBU behind them also engaged in a fight with the root ninjas. Turning back to the Kage-level battlefield, facing Banzang's, questioning the ones who were once his left and right hands, Wenya and Menghuan now seemed to hear nothing. They ignored Banzang's questioning, slowly retreating to the rear, and stood obediently in the corner with their trusted followers. Finally, I can control a body. I really want to feel the urge to defecate. I really hope this role-playing time can be longer, so we can go to the toilet and squat more every day to feel the urge. Banzong, receiving no response, smiled bitterly. How ironic. How could I forget that the most dangerous enemy comes from beside me? Senior Banzong, everyone has selfish motives. Although you led the village to become the 6th great ninja village, the people around you only want to become the leader. Deshiwan couldn't help but sigh. A hero dedicated to strengthening the village died on the eve of success. The reason was only that he had taken disciples and prepared to pass on his legacy, which caused the left and right hands who had originally disliked each other to both betray Banzong. The most ridiculous part was that Banzong actually dodged the first strike, but just as he was about to roar in anger, an attack from the other side hit directly. Meanwhile, the 3 ninjas hidden outside also made their move when Banzong had been poisoned by the toxins of the 3 witches of the Dragon Cave. With his last will, Banzong dodged a fatal wound to the head, but at the cost of his right hand being cut off by Deshiwan's Kusanagi sword during the subsequent 3-pronged attack. So are you 3 going to take my head? Come on. Today there is only death, no survival. Let's see if you can measure up. Banzong took off his gas mask and casually crushed it. Then he forcefully slapped his chest a few times, allowing the poison from the salamander's poison sac to spread throughout his respiratory tract. He looked up at the stars scattered across the sky. There was no sign of rain. It seemed even heaven did not favor him. This was the final battle. Even without these 3 opponents, Banzong would die from the salamander's poison in 3 hours. As ninjas in this era, we cannot escape such a fate. Although it is despicable, Senior Banzong, today, we must kill you here. Come fight. Banzong roared, holding his scythe with one hand, activating the body flicker technique, and charged straight at the 3. Fight. 3. 3 hours later, Banzong, leaning on his scythe with one hand, knelt on the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood foam mixed with fragments of internal organs. Not far away, the 3 Konoha ninjas were also supporting each other, their faces showing green signs of poisoning. Zilai Yi had lost one arm, but fortunately the severed arm was still there and could be reattached after the battle. Gangsho was no better. Her lumbar spine was broken. If not for her strong vitality, she would have been dead by now. The only one who could be considered intact was Deshiwan, but he too had no chakra left. At that moment, rain began to fall again, causing the 3 of them to grow anxious. If Hanzo still had any strength left and chose to vanish now, today's operation would be far from a success. Hanzo stared at the familiar rain curtain and let out a bitter laugh. Is this my final farewell? Ha ha. Leaning on his sickle, he slowly rose to his feet, his shattered body standing tall and straight. He seemed to coldly survey the countless faces before him, his tone resolute. Since I killed my first enemy at the age of 8, I have roamed the shinobi world for 40 years, fought in 1,000 battles, without a single fear or defeat. Today, though I die, I remain the demigod of the shinobi world, the first rain shadow of the 6th great ninja village, Kage-level. My disciple will surely carry on my will, and bring you all utter pain. With these words, Hanzo slammed his chest, shattering the salamander poison sac. Instantly the toxin spread through his entire body, and he collapsed to the ground. The 3 Konoha shinobi were each lost in their own emotions. Tsunade wept in fury and grief. The battle was over, but days earlier Hanzo had personally attacked Konoha's supply line. Among those involved was a young genin brimming with anticipation as he stepped onto the battlefield eager to earn glory and make a name for himself. That boy was Nawaki. Senju Nawaki, the grandson of Hashirama Senju, Tsunade's younger brother. The last male heir of the Senju clan's main line. At last she had avenged Nawaki. She had killed Hanzo. But what meaning did it all hold? Her mind was haunted by the image of Nawaki coughing up blood in his final moments. A roar of despair and confusion escaped Tsunade's lips. Jiraiya silently bowed toward Hanzo's fallen form. For a warrior of such caliber, being denied a fair fight at the end felt like a disgrace. Jiraiya sensed a flicker of hesitation in the sickle that had been aimed at his neck. For a warrior of such caliber, being denied a fair fight at the end felt like a disgrace. Jiraiya sensed a flicker of hesitation in the sickle that had been aimed, but he felt he owed a debt for that mercy. Orochimaru stared intently at Hanzo's fallen silhouette. Life, how fragile it is. Even the demigod who had dominated the shinobi world could not escape this fate. Gazing at Tsunade, who wept uncontrollably, Orochimaru recalled that lively, ever-enthusiastic young man. Such a youthful life, even if he was the crown prince of Konoha, the descendant of the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. Still, in an unguarded moment, the demigod on a whim struck him down with a single casual slash. Hanzo himself did not even know who he had killed. After that one effortless slash, he had vanished instantly to pursue other targets. As the battle here concluded, the two factions that had been shouting Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo for so long in the distance also ended their clash. Sarutobi Hiruzen was panting heavily, while Danzo appeared calm and composed. Yet Hiruzen's robes were only slightly dusty, while Danzo bore numerous wounds across his body. Though the regenerative power of Hashirama's cells had healed them, his clothes had turned into rags. But the Umbu and Root members they had brought engaged in a brutal slaughter. Of the dozen Umbu behind Hiruzen, only 5 remained. Shimura Danzo had only 2 left, but they wore Umbu uniforms. These 2 had betrayed their Umbu comrades at a critical moment, defecting to Root's side. And in the ensuing carnage, they survived to the end. Danzo resented Hiruzen's oppression. Everything should have been his. The head of Hanzo should have been taken by him. That damned Sarutobi Hiruzen had played him for a fool who a monkey was being toyed with by. Hiruzen too was furious. His own Umbu had been infiltrated to such a degree. At this point, if the 5 behind him suddenly stabbed him in the back, he would not be surprised. But after a few deep breaths, Hiruzen reverted to a sincere tone. Danzo, we are both old. Let the future be left to the young, shall we? Once I stabilize the situation in Konoha, I will begin the selection of the 4th Hokage. Then we can enjoy our retirement together, fishing, raising grandchildren. How about it? What the hell? You go raise your grandchildren. I have none to raise. Do you expect me to raise yours? I have devoted my entire life to Konoha. No wife, no lover, no offspring. I even sacrificed my own clan. Danzo was furious. How could anyone be so shameless? You don't want to be Hokage, yet you refuse to let me take the position. What kind of old comrade are you? When we were young, we were heart-o-heart. Now that you are old, you play tricks behind my back. Marrying, having children, and expanding your clan into 1,000 yuan jejun. And what about me? I am the one who burned everything for Konoha. The one who toiled tirelessly ends up struggling in the dark mire of Root. While those who preach righteousness enjoy all the glory, praise, and a brood of grandchildren. I refuse to accept this as the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I have sensed the decay of you and the village. So be it, since you refuse to let me step into the light. Hearing this, Hiruzen thought Danzo was willing to return, and a delighted smile spread across his face. He was about to tell his old friend that he was still young. 50-ish was still fine for having children. A clan can still grow. What's the big deal? Let's enjoy everything that belongs to us together. Isn't that good? Then I will take my people and build a new Konoha, a new village. I will build a new Konoha. Danzo's last words rang out with resolute force. Lightning flashed, illuminating Danzo's gleaming eyes and Hiruzen's face full of shock. What did he just hear? Shimura Danzo wants to build a new Konoha. We will follow to the death. We are willing to be wielded by Lord Danzo to cut through thorns, break through the darkness, and march toward the light. 3. There was one more. Naturally, another Umbu from behind Hiruzen had defected. After hearing Danzo's accusation, this Umbu directly switched sides. Danzo may be evil, but he truly practices his own will of fire. Meanwhile, the remaining F3 of Konoha allow their clan members to live as elites in the village. Under their leadership, Konoha will only become more and more devoid of upward mobility. Hiruzen's face turned extremely grim. Old friend, can't you work with me? Together we can suppress the clans. I will be the leaf in the sunlight, you the root in the earth. Konoha cannot afford another civil war. But as he continued to persuade, Danzo had lost interest in talking. He led Root back into the shadows. I now declare that the Rain Village has been saved by Konoha. The oppressive poisoner Hanzo who once exploited you all has been struck down on the spot by our great new generation ninja, Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru acting in unison. Now in my capacity as the third Hokage of Konohagakure, the foremost of the 5 great shinobi nations, I bestow upon these 3 the title of Konoha's 3 Ninja. Long live the Hokage! 3 Ninja! 3 Ninja! Konoha's 3 Ninja! Before the Rain Shadow building in the Rain Village driven by the Konoha shinobi, the villagers gathered to hear Hiruzen Sarutobi announce that their great Rain Shadow was no more. Thus the 6th great ninja village was once again reduced to the small Rain Village, and the new leader became Winya. Under his guidance, the few remaining Rain Village shinobi lowered their heads, listening to the surrounding Konoha shinobi cheer and chant the name of Konoha's 3 Ninja. That was a naked display of contempt and pride. Konoha is forever an existence that small nations cannot resist. Even a demigod. How could he defy Konoha and not die? On the platform, the 3 ninja of Konoha clenched their fists tightly, not out of excitement, but from a surge of anger and humiliation. The title of the 3 ninja felt like a mocking specter that would not fade. It constantly reminded them that they had earned the honor of the 3 ninja through betrayal, sneak attacks, poisoning, and a 3-on fight that nearly saw them defeated. Don't call me for anything from now on, and don't come looking for me if there's nothing. After stepping off the stage, Tsunade flung these words and left, intending to drown herself in another bout of drinking. Jiraiya shook his white mane and waved his hand, indicating that he needed to follow the pact with Mount Myaboku and seek the Child of Prophecy, and then he departed. Orochimaru curled his lips, observing his teacher with keen interest. He had already learned of the events that had transpired the previous day. Interesting, most interesting. Danzo was leaving Konoha to establish a so-called new Konoha. This would surely become a laughingstock across the shinobi world, and Konoha's prestige would be utterly shattered. Hiruzen Sarutobi ignored the ominous gaze of his disciple, walked over to Winya, gave him a few instructions, and then vanished with the Anbu shinobi, using the body flicker technique. Orochimaru, along with the remaining shinobi, was tasked with helping Winya purge the opposition, securing the Rain Country as Konoha's forward outpost. The most critical task was to capture the 3 young ones who had been taken away by Hanzo's most loyal subordinates. Teacher, how will you salvage Danzo? I'm genuinely curious. Orochimaru watched Hiruzen Sarutobi's retreating figure, unable to resist sticking out his tongue to cool his face with practiced ease. How I long to go back and witness the spectacle. Teacher, we will surely carry on your will. I am determined to change the shinobi world and find peace. Konoha, I will make you feel my pain. I will make you bear the weight of my suffering. Teacher, may you rest in peace. The Rain Village will be rebuilt, and I will ask Lord Yi Yun to avenge you and kill the 3 ninja of Konoha. The 3 young ones arrived at the battlefield where Hanzo had fallen. His body was gone, paraded by Konoha as a trophy, and now hung on the gates of the Rain Village. But they could not return. Rushing back with hot blood would only add 3 more corpses. Only by surviving could they clear Hanzo's name and avenge the Rain Village. They had one source of confidence, Nagato. Upon learning that Hanzo had been poisoned and assassinated, he erupted with a fierce chakra no less than that of a Kage-level shinobi, and his eyes transformed into a form never seen before. Nagato was about to charge into the battlefield to fight alongside Hanzo, but Hanzo's loyal subordinates held him back firmly. They conveyed Hanzo's final wish: the 3 of them must protect themselves, grow to Kage-level strength, and only then return to avenge him. Yahiko planned to form an organization based on the remaining Rain Village shinobi slowly gathering power. Nagato intended to stay in the shadows, familiarize himself with his newfound abilities, and see if he had truly reached Kage-level. Conan, meanwhile, prepared to head to Sunagakure to seek out Yi Yun, hoping to gain support for their organization, as well as answers regarding Nagato's physical condition and eyes. For the sake of the Rain Village, Yi Yun had already ravaged the Kumogakure homeland, destroying 2/3 of it, and inflicting countless casualties. The 2-Tails Jinchuriki was killed by him, and the 8-Tails Jinchuriki did not survive either. Now Kumogakure was ready to fight Sunagakure to the death. To be honest, they felt a bit embarrassed. This ally truly stepped up when it mattered. As the battle raged, Yi Yun successfully drew off the enemy's fire. If Hanzo could hold the Rain Village together, this campaign could have been weathered. But no one expected that it would end in such a despicable, humiliating way. In the Kazekage's office of Sunagakure, this. Son, I had a premonition that I would say goodbye to that teacher. The last time we met I thought it was my imagination, but it turned out not to be. Just that the time hadn't come yet. When Ebizo handed over the documents, his expression was grim. A fine ally gone in an instant. Hanzo had been the one holding back Konoha's main forces in the Rain Country, and now those forces might well turn toward Sunagakure. Even with the advantage of home ground, the disparity in numbers and overall shinobi quality was still immense. Kazekage with Hanzo fallen, the pressure on us is enormous. Ebizo warned, don't dwell on the past. The key now is to think about how to defend our home. Don't worry, I already have a plan. Kazekage is a paper tiger. They've lost their 2 tails and 8 tails, and they have very few Kage-level shinobi left. They'll have to keep at least 2 at home, so at most 2 will come here. I've entered a stable phase of transformation, and I can go head-to-head with the 3rd Raikage without issue. With the remaining forces, Chiyo Ebizo the Jinchuriki, and the sand-manipulating shinobi, I see no reason to lose. So our key move now is to take down Konoha's vanguard. Chiyo, bring your mobile puppet core, and come with me. We'll surround Tsukumo Hatake, and try to kill him, or at least severely wound him. Yiyan outlined his strategy, let Kazekage advance, slowly deploying sand-manipulating units in layers to delay their march. He would first eliminate Tsukumo Hatake, destroying Konoha's forward outpost, then return to encircle and annihilate those dark barbarians. I have no objection. Thank you, Lord Kazekage. I am infinitely grateful. Chiyo was nearly in tears. Yiyan was truly a man of honor. When her own son and daughter-in-law died, the 3rd Kazekage hadn't said a word, and even forbade her from seeking revenge on Tsukumo Hatake. But Yiyan, when there was a grudge and an opportunity, he truly acted. Chiyo will henceforth be your loyal follower, Yiyan. Damn it, don't come any closer. I admit I have a collecting obsession, but a swimsuit, Chiyo, that's really too much for me. My Sharingan is about to burst out. From now on, whatever orders the Kazekage-sama has, whatever reforms you wish to make this old woman and my clan will naturally give full support. After hearing what Grandma Chiyo said, Yiyan let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. So it was a political alignment. That's good, that's good. Yiyan, brimming with smiles, indicated that if they didn't mind, and if their clan had suitable talents, he could take them as disciples and teach them a thing or two. Chiyo and Hai Laozong smiled with great satisfaction. Yiyan was still as adept at human relations as ever. Then Senior Hai Laozong, you stay in the village to command and gather intelligence. They'll be back soon with Grandma Chiyo. Alright, you can rest assured. They'll make those brutes from Kazekage understand that this desert is not so easy to trespass. After the negotiations as ninjas, they naturally wasted no time. The Umbu quickly went to notify the accompanying ninjas. Grandma Chiyo and Yiyan each returned to bid farewell to their families. My lord husband, please be careful and don't be careless. Xiaoyu Luo gently embraced Yiyan and whispered her warnings. After all this time, they were facing peak Kage-level powerhouses. A single slip could mean disaster. Rest assured, no one understands ambushes. Yiyan chuckled lightly to reassure her, fully aware of the truth. A duel between swordsmen is always perilous, and Shimu Shimao was in his prime. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the greatest swordsman after Hanzo. He followed the path of Hanzo with terrifying lethality. If he had encountered him before, he would most likely have been unable to win given the vast age gap. But now everything was different. The new skills and the transformation that brought a leap in strength gave him ample confidence. After a brief farewell to Saimu, Yiyan once again transformed into a golden light and vanished. He arrived at the secret exit and surveyed the 200 ninjas who were to carry out the mission together. This battle will be a victory. It's time to tell the ninja world that the desert is our domain. Yiyan stood on the high platform, once again rallying and boosting morale. Victory! Victory! Watching the admiration and determination in the eyes of those below, Yiyan nodded. It was a pity he wasn't very good at speeches, but the changes in Sunagakure, the prestige he had gained, and his own transformation into a super Kage-level powerhouse naturally gave the ninjas at all levels considerable confidence in this battle. Yiyan waved his hand lightly. Set out. Then he led the way, instantly teleporting forward with Grandma Chiyo following at his side. Target the Land of Rivers. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rivers, ninjas, sent by various clans, gathered at the former palace of the Land of Rivers daimyo. Has the message been sent out? Any reply? Why hasn't the rescue arrived yet? We really can't hold on much longer. There is a good news and a bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Seeing that he wanted to lighten the mood, but the people below only had a terrifying look that said, if you keep dawdling, we'll beat you to death together. Seeing that he wanted to lighten the mood, but the people below only had a terrifying look that said, if you keep dawdling, we'll beat. The good news was that the Kazekage had snatched a good treasure from Kazekage this time, and had promised to open the exchange of secret techniques, even allowing those with outstanding merits to seal the techniques as clan secrets. Moreover, the Kazekage himself, by comprehending the materials within, had successfully fused a new chakra nature, forming a bloodline elimination, and his strength was about to make a new leap. But the bad news was that because the Kazekage needed to stabilize his realm, he couldn't act immediately. He had to wait for the chakra transformation to complete before leading the team to support them. Cough. What about our daily losses here? Now, if we're not careful, that terrifying guy will sneak over and kill us. Cough. What about our daily losses here? Now, if we're not careful, that terrifying guy will sneak over and kill us. Mu Shimao. As long as they weren't clustered in groups of over 100, this guy, with a few passes and flashes of lightning, would slaughter dozens of ninjas along with his team. Now they didn't even dare to send out distant reconnaissance units. Going out meant death. No choice, complaining is useless. Let's abandon all other areas and just shrink back here waiting for rescue. In the end, they could only think of this last resort, abandoning external assets to save their own skins first. Many gritted their teeth fiercely. The losses were enormous. Without the ninjas, would roving Ronin not come to plunder wildly? The hard-earned crops they had planted, those guys wouldn't care if they were ripe or not. The grain they had saved over the past year all went down the drain. This was all money. They had just happily straightened out the purchased territory when this happened. What a damn bad luck. This was all money. They had just happily straightened out the purchased territory when this happened. What a damn bad luck. Creating. Later we must go and argue fiercely with that Yiyun guy. Compensation must compensate. All this disaster is brought by you, the Kazekage. Why should we pay for it? A group of people were indignant and shouting, except for a few who showed fear, thinking that the Kazekage's momentum was already established, and if you still insisted on clashing, you truly thought you had extra heads. A group of people were indignant and shouting, except for a few who showed fear, thinking that the Kazekage's momentum was already established, and if you still insisted on clashing, you On the other hand, many had their eyes set on the secret techniques. Getting the techniques seemed like a good choice. How can money be more reliable and reassuring than strength? Meanwhile, the source of their fear, the ninjas of Konohagakure, were not far from the daimyo's palace. Lord Shuomao, a letter from the village. The village will send more ninjas next, planning to march directly to Sunagakure, defeat them, and sign a peace treaty. Chimu Shuomao took the envelope handed to him, opened it, and read for a moment. The village had already negotiated with Kumogakure and finalized the plan to dispatch troops. This time, they would completely crush Sunagakure. The main force was already on the way. The plan to use the remaining bait in the land of rivers to lure Sunagakure's rescue and then annihilate them together was no longer needed. Everyone enter rest and reorganization mode. Tonight is the moment we reclaim the land of rivers in one fell swoop. No holding back. Hi, Lord Shuomao. The ninjas of Konoha's vanguard unit all responded in unison. They had long grown impatient. These worthless rabble had little practical combat experience, and killing them held no interest at all. Weak, too weak. How dare they call themselves clan ninjas? They're even worse than the Zhuanqin and Shuahomen from our side. Lord Fengying, shouldn't we enter the city to rest? A group of people looked at Yiyun ahead, puzzled. Weren't we here to support the river country? Now that we're near the capital, why are we stalled? The wind fills the tower before the mountain rain. The black clouds press the city, threatening to destroy it. I sense a pure condensed killing intent. Chimu Shuomao is inside. Yiyun narrowed his eyes quietly, sensing the invisible pressure so palpable. Chimu Shuomao, just a little more, and he would possess his own domain. From the killing intent, he could also feel that heat's surging passion. Is this your will of fire? Granny Qiandai also walked to his side. Though she couldn't sense it, she felt a vague unease. Chimu Shuomao is about to break through his will and achieve transcendent Kage. This battle won't be easy, Yiyun warned. After thinking for a moment, Yiyun called over the accompanying ninjas and began issuing detailed battle orders. The barrier squad we brought after we eliminate the outer perimeter, you will directly activate the barrier outside the daimyo's palace, trapping Chimu Shuomao. Yes, Granny Qiandai, you'll need to wait a while longer. He'll confront Chimu Shuomao first, and you handle his my ninjas this time. Yes, I understand. I will give my all, and then we'll join forces to besiege Chimu Shuomao. Yiyun nodded, waved his hand. After everyone concealed themselves, they waited for the night battle. Night fell, accompanied by a painful groan. The daimyo's mansion immediately resounded with wailing alarms. The clan faction ninjas instantly knew that this was a my attack. They thought it was just another sneak harassment, cursing inwardly, and began to assemble unhurriedly. But soon the patrols ahead fired a higher-level signal flare, making everyone speed up. This time, it wasn't a Hitandran raid. The frontline patrols were already on the verge of collapse. Hurry, hurry. Hold the line, hold it. Lord Fengying has sent word. They will arrive tomorrow and repel the enemy. Then we'll have a way out. Someone shouted words to boost morale. Though he didn't know if the Fengying could come tomorrow, he knew that if they didn't hold today, everything would be in vain. Sure enough, after these words, the crumbling morale recovered somewhat. Chimu Shuomao said nothing, flicked the blood off his chakra short sword, activated body flicker again, and continued to stab people one by one with his blade. It's beginning. Let's go. Yiyun looked at the blazing flames and flickering lights of various ninjutsu within the daimyo's mansion and gently drew his weapon. Leading the way, he used body flicker to dash straight toward the daimyo's mansion, while the 200 people each performed their duties. Thud thud. With two sounds of weapons entering flesh, Yiyun emerged from his transparency technique, having eliminated all the outer sentries. What followed was waiting for the barrier squad to slowly activate the technique. Not good, a large force is coming from outside, and a barrier is forming. Chimu Shamao, while cutting down the weaklings, observed the situation and naturally sensed the commotion outside. He instantly felt a sense of crisis, as if he were the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind ready to strike him hard. He immediately shouted, "Retreat. He'll cover the rear." The accompanying my ninjas, all old subordinates who had followed him for years, quickly regrouped. Chimu Shamao didn't even glance at the Sunagakure clan ninjas who were terrified by his killing and dared not block him further. He led the team and quickly used body flicker to head outward. But just as they were about to pass through a mansion gate, a slash carrying intense chakra fluctuations came from afar. Looking at the terrifying, exaggerated fluctuation tens of meters long, he knew he could dodge himself with body flicker, but the people behind him would have a hard time. What a cunning move. This kind of technique, compressed and accumulated for a long time, is absolutely useless in an unknown duel under normal circumstances. But when it catches you off guard and forces you to defend others, it becomes very effective. Chimu Shamao hastily gathered a wave of lightning-natured chakra into his short sword, flew to the front, and attempted to clash with a single slash. A deep bone-deep wound appeared on Chimu Shuomo's front. Chimu Shamao felt countless streams of chakra invading his body through the wound, extremely destructive. Even when facing his own chakra's resistance inside, they could detonate. How is Scorch Release so powerful? And why does his own chakra feel suppressed? He hadn't expected this one move to severely injure him. Careless, truly careless. Indeed, you were too careless, Senior Shamao. Just as Chimu Shamao lamented, a light sneer reached his ears, accompanied by the pain of a scorching weapon piercing into his body from behind. How did he get here? When did he come to my side? Why didn't I sense anything? But as a strong warrior, he would not ponder such questions at this life or death moment. Chimu Shamao, with his right hand gripping the chakra short sword, swung it backhand directly at Yi Yun's throat. Since he was already stabbed by Yi Yun's golden serpent sword, escape was difficult, so he would simply aim for a one-for-one trade. Yi Yun didn't even raise his eyelids at the whistling white fang. He continued to thrust and infuse blaze release chakra. His left hand began to glow with orange light. Threefold return of Chi Blaze Release Frost Fist. With a crackling sound after a stalemate, the white fang short sword pierced into Yi Yun's fist. The sizzling lightning-natured chakra naturally found an outlet, trying to enter Yi Yun's body to destroy it. But against this single-element chakra invasion, no matter how strong your Kage level, can it overpower the Kekei Toda chakra that has already crossed the threshold of transcendent Kage. The orange light on his fist slowly overpowered the lightning light. At the same time, Yi Yun's toes also flashed orange. Without much build-up with them, so close, he directly kicked Chimu Shuomo's knee joint. Leveraging the recoil of this force, Yi Yun lightly leaped backward, a flash of golden light, and appeared more than 10 meters away. Chimu Shuomo's leg became crippled, and his body was filled with ashes released chakra, frantically destroying his internal organs. Yi Yun was quite satisfied with the results of this combo. In a direct confrontation, if he wanted to kill the opponent, he would surely be heavily injured. If the opponent was determined to die and take him out, he would at least be severely wounded, and luck might cost him an arm or a leg. But as a cunning rogue, there were naturally many things he could do. If not for ambushes, what is a rogue? In the distance, Granny Qiandai was also activating the Jinsong 10-man squad, slaughtering Chimu Shuomo's subordinates crazily, while keeping a sidelong glance on the battle here. At this moment, she couldn't help but shout loudly, "Lord Wind Shadow, well done. Chimu Shamao, and all of you, from my today is your doom. Those inside, if you don't come out, and let even one escape, I will show no mercy to you." Granny Qiandai, her hair flying, roared with a terrifying, killing intent emanating from her chakra. It must be known that Chimu Shamao had brought all elites, and their numbers were not low, at least several. Even with her leading, the situation was still not optimistic. After all, no one expected that those inside would be unwilling to come out and assist in the fight. Fortunately, Yi Yun, as cunning as ever, had nearly crippled Chimu Shamao with 2 sneak attacks. Otherwise, this battle would surely have been extremely brutal. At this moment, Granny Qiandai naturally would not show any good face to those inside. The people inside heard her angry voice, and that Chimu Shamao had been defeated. Thinking of the grudges of this period and the benefits they would demand from Yi Yun later, if they didn't go out now, they would surely be put off by Yi Yun's excuses. That would be too great a loss. Besides, with so many of their own dead, now that there was a chance to beat a dog that had fallen into the water, they had to seize it. Thus, thousands of ninjas surged out, roaring as they charged at the my ninjas. Yi Yun's gaze was extremely cold. If it weren't for these people whom he needed to make use of later, he would have definitely waited until Chimu Shamao had finished them off before coming out. For now, let you live a little longer. Meanwhile, the Shine ninjas who had received reinforcements gritted their teeth. You thousands of people were just watching from inside all along. Heh, Indeed, you are the parasite's Lord. Wind Shadow spoke of the trash that must be cleaned out. You are not worthy of being called Shine Village ninjas. Originally, before coming, many had felt great pity for their comrades in the river country and had been eager to rush with all their might. But at this moment, only intense anger remained. There was a lot of movement on the scene, but in reality, only a minute had passed. Yi simply cleaned the bloodstains on his hands. Using a fireball, he pulverized all the blood that had fallen earlier. What if there was a sneaky Baiju or Heiju who collected his blood and then found the death religion? What if the death possession blood wasn't exclusive to Fei Duan? If Heiju directly controlled him, a one-for-one trade, stabbing himself in the heart a few times, wouldn't Yi Yun also be done for? The more powerful he became, the more Yi Yun paid attention to such details. You are already the Wind Shadow, and it seems you haven't even stepped into the Super Shadow level. How can you behave like this? You truly lack the responsibility of a shadow. Chimu Shamao, while spitting blood and struggling to resist the chakra rampaging inside him, couldn't help but complain loudly. Although he was usually a bit simple-minded, his combat skills were not low. At this moment, he had to buy himself enough time. A grin slowly spread across Yi Yun's lips. He almost couldn't suppress the Uchiha blood within him and break into an Uchiha's maniacal laughter. But at the critical moment, he held back. A grin slowly spread across Yi Yun's lips. He almost couldn't suppress the Uchiha blood within him and break into— Sorry, but our Shine Village is skilled at backstabbing and ambushes. So goodbye, Senior Chimu Shuomao. Yi Yun raised his hand, a scorching release that had been gathering in his palm for a while, and struck out with the palm technique of cloud. Then, using the golden snake swimming body technique again, he moved toward the angle where his opponent was about to dodge. His eyes were already wide open, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, using the Mangekyo ability of Uchiha Kagami to sense his opponent's spatial judgment. Switching to Chimu Shuomo's perspective, it naturally became extremely bizarre. The overwhelming cloud-like ninjutsu that he had felt he dodged was actually larger in range than he had sensed. He clearly felt he had dodged the ray, but his body told him he hadn't. He was hit again. Chimu Shamao frantically erupted his chakra, swinging the white fang so he clearly felt he had dodged the ray, but his body told him he hadn't. He was hit again. Chimu Shamao frantically erupted his chakra, swinging the white fang so densely that it was impenetrable, temporarily forcing Yi Yun back. The latter was not in a hurry, circling around him, continuously bombarding from all tricky angles with scorching release. Bursting chakra like that couldn't last long, but he wanted to see how long he could hold on. Could there be someone descending from the heavens to save you? Hey, little brat, let me deal with you. Just as Yi Yun, like a villain, thought he had it in the bag, an angry shout came in. Accompanying it was a familiar figure. That tight frame and height, along with a very elastic bounce. All of which proclaimed the identity of the newcomer, the strongest Hokage of my disciple of the third Hokage Yuan Fei, risen the legendary Sannin of my, the last pride of the Qinsho clan Gangsho. Following behind were many my ninjas who quickly entered the battlefield. With the addition of Mui's fresh forces, Chimu Shuomo's few remaining subordinates temporarily broke away from the Shine. Following behind were many my ninjas who quickly entered the battlefield. With the addition of Mui's fresh forces, Chimu Shuomo's few remaining subordinates, Chimu Shamao, seeing that he was about to die, didn't expect rescue to come at the critical moment. Yi Yun also looked displeased. Gangsho's arrival meant that those outside were all gone. It was not easy for Shine Village to train barrier ninjas. Gangsho, I didn't expect you to come. How did I not receive any notice? It was not easy for Shine Village to train barrier ninjas. Gangsho, I didn't expect you to come. How did I not receive any notice? If he had died in the river, he would have felt wronged. As Gangsho was about to start treating Chimu Shamao, a scorching release ray shot over. She looked at Yi Yun's eyes. The meaning was clear: if you treat him ill, attack. Damn, what a shameless sneak. The village sent news later that Yi Yun had broken through to become a bloodline elimination ninja, and then disappeared from the village. When I received the news, I knew he was definitely coming for you, so I rushed from the border to support. Gangsho also sighed. She had originally planned to go out on a journey, but Yi Yun had stirred up this mess again. After deliberation, the third Hokage also decided that this battle must be fought to crush the rising momentum of Shine. To this end, he personally talked with her for a long time, and also promised that after this battle, he would give Gangsho freedom and stop bothering her. The two were whispering to each other while on the Shine side discussions were naturally underway. Many of the clan faction were already showing signs of retreat, and began to persuade, Yi Yun, if we can't win, let's just call a truce for now. The situation is not very optimistic. Shing. Yi Yun's sword directly pierced through the guy who had opened his mouth to suggest, then erupted with terrifying chakra power. Whoever dares to speak of retreat will be killed without mercy. Everyone prepare. Continue the battle starting from me today. We will fight to the death with them. Whoever dares to retreat, Yi Yun will annihilate his clan and exterminate his lineage. Granny Qiandai cast a grateful glance at Yi Yun, then turned a cold, piercing gaze upon everyone. Today is the best chance for me to avenge my son and daughter-in-law. Whoever fights alongside me is my friend. Whoever retreats, I will be the first to deal with him and his entire family. The members of the clan faction felt numb, thinking these two were madmen. They wanted to fight to the death, but we wanted to live. Yet they dared not retreat either, for if one person retreated, Yi Yun and Granny Qiandai would lead the entire clan to kill, without mercy. Moreover, they were not only ruthless toward their subordinates, but also toward themselves. The Sunagakure ninjas who followed Yi Yun were filled with fervor. This was the Kazekage we wanted. Fight to the death, fight to the death. N. The Konoha ninjas on the opposite side, seeing Sunagakure's actions, naturally refused to be outdone. When did you insignificant Sunagakure dare to bare your teeth at us Konoha like this? We must slaughter you all to avenge our blood debt. Kill, swear to avenge the blood debt. In the front row, Tsunade glanced at Tsukumo Hatake, then at the enemy, and spoke through clenched teeth. If we continue fighting today, we will both suffer heavy losses. How about we retreat and face each other another day? How the rattling of your abacus can probably be heard at my home. Kazekage is over there. Only by killing all of you here today can I rest assured and slowly wear down the little blackies of Kazekage. Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. How could you Tsunade have the nerve to say that? Do I look like a guy who tilts his head and drools? Seeing Yi Yun's gaze as if looking at an idiot, Tsunade couldn't help. It seems this battle is unavoidable. Glancing at Tsukumo Hatake beside her, Tsunade unceremoniously took command. He'll hold off. Yi Yun, you handle Granny Qiandai. When you find an opportunity, leave immediately. Don't hesitate, be decisive. Konoha can't afford any more Kage-level losses right now. Okay, but you must be careful too. This guy has truly crossed that threshold, though he's still in the stage of chakra transformation. Tsunade nodded solemnly. As the heir of a great clan with a 1,000-year legacy, she naturally had a clear understanding of combat power at each stage. Come fight. Tsunade charged at Yi Yun. Granny Qiandai glanced at Yi Yun and saw him nod slightly. Naturally, she wasted no time and rushed at Tsukumo Hatake first. The ninjas on both sides behind them clashed fiercely. Even the clan faction knew it was time to fight for their lives, and they roared as they charged into Konoha's ranks. A new round of life-and-death battle began. Kid, if you have the guts, fight me unknown. Can't you act like a strong one? After only Tsunade and Yi Yun remained, she tried to trap him with words. Auntie Tsunade, do you think I look like a particularly stupid fool? I cannot run and even trade blows with you, but if one of us loses, that person will give the other a ninjutsu. How about that? Let's swear on our family honor. Tsunade clenched her fist. Someone actually wants to gamble with her. Interesting. You little fragile piece, who gave you the confidence? Do you really think surpassing Kage is omnipotent? Fine. He'll bet with you. If you lose, give me your insights and process of breaking through the bloodline elimination. Okay, but if you lose, I want the notes on how Tobarama Senju developed the Flying Thunder God technique. Don't tell me you haven't seen or don't remember the contents. Tsunade nodded seriously. She didn't believe it. She had the strength of 100 seal. Seeing that she agreed, Yi Yun suddenly couldn't help covering his eyes and face, laughing wildly. Then his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan form. He activated the Susanoo and entered the armored stage. Feeling it was still insufficient, Yi Yun waved his hand and wrapped himself in a layer of scorch release. A Susanoo over 30 meters tall rose from the ground, its body ablaze with flames, looking exceptionally majestic. This move not only left Tsunade dumbfounded. Both sides of the battle were stunned. The Sunagakure ninjas were overjoyed. Was our Kazekage this formidable all along? On the other hand, the Konoha ninjas all turned pale, especially the clan ninjas, who couldn't recognize this as the famous ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In their hearts, they cursed Shimura Danzo and the Uchiha thoroughly. You being weak is one thing, but you had to go and feed the enemy. Not only did they hand over the kills, but they also gave away such a despair-inducing ability. They simply couldn't imagine how Uchiha Setsuna, possessing such power and leading dozens of Freedomo Sharingan users, could have lost. Tsunade's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. No one understood the Uchiha's abilities better than the Senju. How the hell are we supposed to fight? And why can you freely close and open your Sharingan? Others didn't see it, but she saw it clearly. Yi Yun's eyes didn't even have a comma at first. How could he close the Sharingan? Could Sunagakure have mastered some core technology? It couldn't be that he has Uchiha bloodline, could it? How is that possible? Those Uchiha don't seem like the type to leave seeds around carelessly. And to come all this way to secretly mate with a declining bloodline limit family in Sunagakure. That's so un-Uchiha. Anti-Tsunade. And to come all this way to secretly mate with a declining bloodline limit family in Sunagakure. That's so un-Uchiha. Anti-Tsunade. Down. Tsunade was furious. Aren't you cheating? In this kind of mutual trading, one hit each, I don't have would release. How can I fight with my head? But words spoken are like water spilled. Tsunade felt that even if she died, she couldn't lose her family's honor. Ninja art creation rebirth. But words spoken are like water spilled. Tsunade felt that even if she died, she couldn't lose her family's honor. Ninja art creation rebirth. Peak. She had also locked Tsunade up and taught her sealing techniques for a long time, and even helped her complete a technique she had once envisioned. Now before she had accumulated much energy, she had to waste a wave of it. Tsunade, clenching her strength of 100 seal fist, let out a battle cry, and charged at the Susanu's longsword that was slashing down with orange flames. The two sides clashed in a very anime style, strike their chakra locking against each other. After holding on for 3 seconds, Tsunade was sent flying backward, spitting blood. Her body was being fiercely burned by the scorch release. If not for the protection of the Harmony God, she would have been stripped naked by now. But even with the Harmony God, Tsunade was now infinitely close to being wrapped in a tattered rag. It looked quite good. It shook even more vigorously. Brat, where are you looking? Cough. It's my turn now. Die. Gangsho naturally noticed Yi Yun's unabashed gaze and was furious. The key was that those chakra attacks really hurt when they hit the body. Fueled by anger and pain, she felt an infinite surge of strength and swung her monstrous strength fist, charging straight at Yi Yun's Susanoo. She leaped up, directly pouncing toward Yi Yun's location. The latter crossed the Susanoo's arms in a defensive posture, shielding himself tightly. Crack! A series of sounds like glass shattering came from the Susanoo's armor. What a violent woman. Yi Yun frantically poured in ocular power, continuously generating new armor patterns. If it weren't for the large amount of Hashirama cells within him, along with undergoing 2 rounds of chakra transformation, he would now be considered a true chakra ocean in the real sense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand a few such blows. The stalemate lasted about 3 seconds. After her strength was exhausted, Gangsho, who couldn't fly, slowly descended. Stepping back a few paces, she looked at the immensely colossal Susanoo giant before her and helplessly swallowed her saliva. Forget it. Let him have it. If I don't give him the final complete hand seal and technique, can he possibly develop it himself? Time-space ninjutsu is not so easy to develop. So many people in the Chinsho family couldn't even learn it, let alone deduce the technique step by step based on theory and ideas. However, the key now was to find a way to let Chimu Shimao escape first, then she would summon the slug, pass on the message. Finally, have the slug sage reverse summon her over. Turning her head to look over their Granny Chiendai was like a madwoman manipulating the Chikamatsu 10 puppet core, tightly entangling Chimu Shimao. The latter's condition was indeed too poor. The injury on his leg made his agility too low, leaving him no chance to break free. It's my turn now. Anti-Gangsho. Yi Yun naturally wouldn't give Gangsho a chance to look around. The Susanoo raised its hand again, and the long sword frantically absorbed and gathered blaze release chakra. Hey, are you really trying to kill me with one sword strike? Gangsho saw that the blaze release on the Susanoo's sword had already caused a scorched distortion in the surrounding air. You're still gathering power. Who can withstand this? She felt like crying. At the moment the sword was about to come down, she decisively heeded the call of her heart. This sword would definitely split her in two, and even activating creation rebirth would be useless. She immediately used body flicker to dodge and began to weave into the crowd. If you have the balls, cut down your own people too. But her words were still somewhat polite. Alright. You little brat, you win. They'll have someone deliver it to you later, don't worry. I want gamble with the honor of the Chinsho family. Taking advantage of Yi Yun still retracting the Susanoo gang, Sho used a few punches to help several jonin kill their opponents. Then she told them to quickly go help their captain Chimu Shomao. These few naturally understood and immediately charged toward Granny Chiendai. Seeing this, Yi Yun cursed loudly, damn it, I've been a rat for a lifetime, and yet I've been slightly outsmarted by you, Gangsho. He naturally retracted the Susanoo and charged toward Chimu Shomao. Fighting Gangsho takes time, but against this crippled Chimu Shomao, do you think he'll let him have a chance to escape? The ninjas who had been freed by Gangsho earlier saw Yi Yun charging toward Chimu Shomao and were furious, their eyes nearly splitting. Imbu squad, follow me to intercept the Kazekage. Lord Shomao, you must succeed in returning. Follow me to intercept the Kazekage. Lord Shomao, you must succeed in returning. With this shout, many of the Konoha Umbu members who had originally followed Chimu Shomao also used their most dangerous ninjutsu at the risk of their lives trying to intercept Yi Yun. Even if they were stabbed directly by the pursuing Suna ninjas, they had no regrets. Seeing this scene, Chimu Shomao naturally shed tears. These were brothers who had been through life and death together. How could he possibly live in ignominious survival? Was that the will of fire he sought? Where the leaves of Konoha dance, fire burns on relentlessly. I am a Konoha ninja, your captain. I told you I will never abandon any one of you. In Chimu Shuomo's eyes a blazing flame burst forth, warm and healing. His injuries began to heal anew, and the blaze-released chakra that had been rampaging within his body was firmly suppressed by the newly born power. The water without a source, the blaze release, was gradually decomposed and eliminated by the new chakra brimming with will. Super Shadow. He has crossed that threshold. Truly Konoha is blessed by heaven. Granny Chiendai watched this scene, feeling her heart sink. Such a good opportunity. They had already pushed the opponent into a corner, but then came Gangsho's intrusion followed by Chimu Shimao, fully comprehending his will. This kind of genius comparable to a protagonist who could break through on the spot left Chiendai feeling suffocated. So what? Today we fight to the death. Chimu Shimao has comprehended the will of fire to protect Konoha. He cannot escape. Let us see who is the true child of destiny. Ha ha. Yi Yun walked over from afar with a smile, his tone filled with unwavering determination. No matter what cheat Chimu Shimao uses today, Yi Yun will kill him regardless. If he doesn't die, then I will die. When fighting, it must be exhilarating. Come fight. Accompanied by the resolute conviction radiating from Yi Yun, Granny Chiendai also smiled wryly. Yes, what is there to fear? It's just a battle. Today we fight to the death. What does this old woman have to fear? Lord Kazekage, this old woman owes you too much. If I survive, I will lead my clan to swear loyalty to you unto death. Even if I die, my clan will surely repay this debt of gratitude for me. Yi Yun glanced at Chiendai, thinking, don't you know the best way to not repay a debt is to have no creditor? My clan could have survived, but because of your words, maybe even the earthworms at home will be split vertically later. But Yi Yun will not lose. Senior Chimu Shimao, it seems our battle must continue. This time as you wish. A heathen duel. Excellent. Then let's see whose swordsmanship is more profound. Chimu Shimao was overjoyed at the changes in his body. He never expected that the bottleneck that had been plaguing him would finally be broken at noon today. Today he had his own answer to the question, should a ninja prioritize the village and the mission or prioritize their comrades? Chimu Shimao closed his eyes, and then his entire body began to emit a warm yellow chakra. Then like a row of lights being lit in Konoha, many of his former comrades around him also began to emit this yellow glow. His whole body felt warm and filled with power, and many wounds began to sizzle and heal. Good heavens, are you sure you're not from the Chinsho family? How is this so similar to the Sage of Six Paths technique of linking and transmitting chakra? With newfound strength, Konoha's morale soared as they roared and charged toward the Suna shinobi. Glancing at the gradually declining Suna forces, Yi Yun knew that the next move was up to him, as old rivals Chiyo and Tsunade would not settle the score in a short time. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, chakra surged within his body, and the power of the demon seed was unleashed at full throttle. His black pupils deepened, becoming calm and devoid of any emotion. The Susanoo reappeared, but this time it did not transform into a 30-meter giant. Instead, it clung to Yi Yun's body like a lightweight, weightless armor. As if enchanted, once more his entire body blazed with an intense, scorching orange. Tsukumo Hatake versus Yi Yun. Kill. For the future of Suna. For Konoha and the will of fire. The yellow figure versus the orange figure. The second round officially commenced. In his demonized state, Yi Yun's eyes held no fear, only meticulous calculation. Every strike targeted Tsukumo Hatake's vital points. Even as the latter's lightning blade flashed toward Yi Yun's vitals, he pressed on without hesitation. What he relied on was nothing more than the dual layers of physical and chakra protection provided by the Susanoo and the Scorch Release chakra. Trading blows, Tsukumo Hatake would die, while Yi Yun would only be wounded. Yi Yun exploited the fact that Tsukumo Hatake's chakra evolution had not yet begun. Even if you had your own domain, so what? My progress surpasses yours. My chakra is purer, my attacks stronger, and my defenses tougher. Yi Yun speculated that the domain Tsukumo Hatake had comprehended was similar to the connection Naruto would later develop. Any shinobi resonating with Tsukumo Hatake would gain benefits and amplification. The more people, the greater the power. If this guy became Hokage and gained the trust of more people, the power would be. Then Konoha would truly be invincible. With Tsukumo Hatake leading the team, no village could withstand a full-scale assault. This was 100 times more formidable than Minato Namikaze. The yellow and orange lights clashed almost every second, the crisp sound of weapons striking echoing continuously. But gradually everyone sensed that the yellow light was slowing down. The orange light flickered more frantically, constantly darting up and down around the yellow light. Tsukumo Hatake ultimately fell into the disadvantage. Perhaps his sword technique was not inferior, but Yi Yun's overall strength was superior. The Mangekyo Sharingan's dynamic vision and the intensity of his chakra suppressed him completely. The Golden Serpent sword technique and its accompanying Golden Serpent wandering step in such close-quarters combat, with their unpredictable movements and attacks from all angles, were even more impossible to defend against. Yi Yun ruthlessly targeted the crippled leg, relentlessly striking the same injured limb. The yellow figure might recover early, but Yi Yun had broken his leg earlier. In such a short time it could not fully heal. While smashing Kyo's puppets with her fists and healing herself from poison, Tsunade naturally observed the battle situation. Well done, Kazekage. Little Tsunade Tsukumo Hatake won't escape after all. Young people are decisive. It seems Konoha's future is lost. Chiyo also turned into an Uchiha, laughing maniacally. If it were anyone else like the third Kazekage, the battle would likely have ended when Tsukumo Hatake broke through. Even she herself would probably need to think twice before daring to fight Hiden. But Yi Yun chose to ruthlessly eliminate the threat. And the facts proved his choice correct. This wall of fire was truly terrifying. Shut up, you old hag. If Tsukumo Hatake dies, Konoha will fight you to the death. Tsunade roared furiously at Chiyo. How do you think our Kazekage is afraid? If you attack, we can just run. Sunagakure is just sand. Take it if you want. Chiyo said with a mischievous, cheeky grin, signaling that they wouldn't be pressured. Tsunade was absolutely furious. How had the ninja world become like this? One of the 5 great shinobi villages abandoning its home to wage guerrilla warfare and cause destruction across the land. Wasn't it better to live in peace? Why did they only think about fighting all day? After taking several deep breaths, Tsunade shouted to all Konoha shinobi. Retreat. Full retreat. If you don't retreat, Tsukumo Hatake won't retreat either. The Konoha shinobi had been fighting fiercely, feeling unstoppable, with the power boost from Master Tsukumo overwhelming even on Eversa 7. But upon hearing Tsunade's words, and seeing Tsukumo Hatake barely able to defend, they knew it was time to retreat. If they didn't leave, Tsukumo Hatake couldn't abandon them, and would have to continue fighting to the death. So they forced back their opponents, and swiftly retreated with a body flicker. Pursue. Everyone pursue. Don't forget the Kazekage's promise. Do you want to earn merits to exchange for jutsu? Do you want secret techniques? Do you want to become a clan, and own your own territory? The Kazekage has placed the opportunity right there. Everything you desire is within reach. Everyone chased them to the last moment. Kyo's expression shifted, but as an old hand she remained calm. Even if she wasn't good at speeches, simple promises were. Even the clan shinobi who had been planning to slack off now roared and charged forward with everyone else. Who wouldn't put in effort when beating a down dog came with such immense rewards? Tsunade gritted her teeth, forced Chiyo back with a punch, and then used a body flicker to dash toward the battlefield between Tsukumo Hatake and Yi Yun. Her target was Yi Yun. Seeing Tsunade approach, Tsukumo Hatake naturally erupted with chakra to coordinate a combined attack. Yi Yun remained unfazed, lightly stepping back to evade the attack, then enveloped both of them with a sword net. Fighting two, he gave them no chance to escape. Chiyo followed close behind. The small fry would be chased by other small fry. Today her and Yi Yun's goal was to keep these two here. Tsunade made a few hand signs. Tsukumo Hatake hesitated, but after seeing the look in Tsunade's eyes, he nodded firmly. Summoning Jutsu Katsuyu. Katsuyu, please intercept that old woman shinobi. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Leave it to me. After being summoned, Katsuyu spat out a torrent of powerful acid, momentarily blocking even Yi Yun. The acid contained a large amount of natural energy. Rushing through it would surely blind. Go! Tsunade shouted. Then Tsukumo Hatake leaped high, and she delivered a perfectly controlled monstrous punch, propelling him into a streak of light that vanished rapidly. Yi Yun and Chiyo sensed it. They were furious. The cooked duck had truly flown away. Without a doubt, Tsunade would then use the reverse summoning jutsu to escape. 5 elements seal. 4 symbols seal. At the critical moment, the two lunged at Tsunade, not giving her the chance to cancel the summoning jutsu. What? How could you possibly possess the 5-element seal? Tsunade was instantly astonished. This was the 5-element seal and strength sealing technique. Even in Konoha, those qualified to learn it numbered fewer than a handful. How could someone in Sunagakure know it? At this critical moment, even if she knew the unsealing technique, her opponent would not give her the chance. Directly after a barrage of attacks, her chakra was sealed, and she was bound tightly by puppets. Yi Yun and Granny Chiyo naturally would not tell Tsunade that it was your great Hokage's assistant who provided it. Granny Chiyo, you are responsible for watching Tsunade. I will continue leading the pursuit. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Rest assured this old woman will take good care of her. Yi Yun pursed his lips. Don't go hitting her face then, and watch out for the light. Don't end up making something gruesome, like cutting her up and putting her in a jar. Granny Chiyo eyed Yi Yun strangely, then chuckled and said that was no problem. She would just pour medicine into her. Hey, don't mess around. If you do anything to me, my grandmother will surely come and erase Sunagakure from the map. Tsunade panicked at Granny Chiyo's sinister smile and the implications in her words. With us here, there can always be a new Sunagakure. The strong are the origin of everything. Trusting in power, playing house like a loving family. How ridiculous. Yi Yun sneered contemptuously. Even if Tsunagakure fell, he could take people to occupy Takegakure lie low for a few years until Mito Uzumaki passed away. As long as they had a few Kage-level powerhouses, wouldn't they still be the fifth great ninja village? It was just like the nascent soul sects in cultivation novels. The sect was merely a gathering of underlings recruited by the patriarch for his own cultivation. It was not like you thought, where the patriarch would bear the sky when it falls. At most, the patriarch would flee with the core members. No longer bothering to argue with Tsunade, who was trying to keep up her verbal sparring, he entrusted her to Granny Chiyo and transformed into a flash of golden light, departing once more. All Tsunagakure ninja gathered to me. Yiyun arrived at the pursuit scene, continuously summoning the scattered ninjas around. Gradually, the Suna forces converged, and as they sped along, any Konoha ninja they encountered was casually killed by Yiyun with a scorch-release projectile. Lord Kazekage, what are we? The subordinate ninjas were puzzled. It seemed they were continuing their march. Where were they headed? Follow me. We are attacking the Kikyo Mountain Fortress. Yiyun's words were concise, but the black light flickering in his eyes and his murderous intent said otherwise. You dead monkey, you really don't take my threat seriously. Then let me show you the consequences of daring to anger me. His subordinates exchanged glances, amazed at their Kazekage's decisive action. But on second thought, it seemed feasible. Taking Kikyo Mountain directly would also eliminate the nearest threat to the border between the river country and the wind country. Moreover, there were not many ninjas left inside. The group rushed relentlessly, finally arriving at the Kikyo Mountain Fortress at dawn. Everyone rest for 1 hour, recover your chakra and stamina. The general assault begins in 1 hour. Yiyun surveyed the well-constructed fortress. It was already daylight. A surprise attack was impossible. It seemed they would have to fight Hiden. The Suna ninjas promptly pulled out soldier pills from their ninja tool pouches and began chewing. The entire team fell silent, each resting quietly. An hour later, everyone regrouped. Yiyun glanced at them, nodded, and made no further rallying speech. Follow me. I will activate Susanoo. You stay behind. Yiyun reminded them. Before them was a fortress, though not as massive as ancient Chinese city walls. It was built on terrain that made climbing difficult. They would have to constantly face the furious barrage of ninjutsu from above. Sending them to charge directly would incur massive losses. Rubbing his tired eyes, Yiyun activated the armored form of Susanoo again. In one hand, he summoned Uchiha Setsuna's Yada no Kagami, which could defend and reflect the ninjutsu hurled at him back at the attackers. In the other hand, he drew his sword, heavily coated it with concentrated scorch-release chakra, and slashed down fiercely. Instantly, the gate and the watchtower were pierced through. Behind him, 1,000 Suna ninjas shunshined through the gap and engaged the remaining defenders in close combat. Fighting with numerical superiority, and with Yiyun behind them hitting any clustered Konoha ninja with a scorch-release palm in less than 2 hours, except for a few who managed to escape, all 300 defending ninjas were eliminated. Jackpot! Jackpot! Lord Kazekage, there are tons of supplies in the fortress. Weapons, explosive tags, soldier pills, medical supplies. Plenty of everything. Jackpot! Jackpot! Lord Kazekage, there are tons of supplies in the fortress. Weapons, explosive tags. He delegated these tasks to the ninjas from Tsunagakure who had accompanied him. The River Country clan ninjas watched with envious eyes. You take the supplies back and return to the village with Granny Chiyo. The River Country ninjas continue with me. They'll take you to plunder the next target. You take the supplies back and return to the village with Granny Chiyo. The River Country ninjas continue with me. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Yiyun's mouth. The Tsunagakure ninjas who had followed him looked at these foolish compatriots from the River Country with cold sneers. Move out. After a brief rest, Yiyun led the group of ninjas away swiftly. Lord Kazekage, what territory are we targeting? The River Country ninjas rubbed their hands together like flies, looking at Yiyun. The Fire Country capital, Yiyun said softly. The crowd behind him shuddered. Boss, you're truly fearless. You want to take us to raid the Fire Country capital? But glancing at Yiyun, none dared to voice objections. After all, this man was known for never listening to advice and would just cut you down with a sword. In any case, the Kazekage would bear the sky if it fell. Why should they be afraid? As long as they could plunder. With the destination known, their speed increased, driven by a mix of trepidation and greedy ambition. The Kazekage said he would take them to continue plundering. Let us return to the village first. Fine. This Kazekage truly holds grudges. I reckon he's really going after the Fire Country daimyo. Granny Chiyo scratched her head. Since he had already left, she could no longer dissuade him. She just hoped he would return quickly. What? Has he lost his mind? Isn't he afraid that all the daimyo will pool their money and have all the ninja villages attack him together? Tsunade was shocked and angry. Great ninja wars were always village against village. Now he was going after the daimyo personally. Wasn't that breaking the rules? Granny Chiyo looked at her as if she were an idiot. Did our village's Kage ever follow the rules? Besides, who said there was no precedent? Your Shimura Danzo assassinated our Wind Country daimyo. When your Konoha attacked us, our Kage retaliated. Is there a problem? Cursed be that Jitsuin Tawanzang. Gangsho cursed angrily. My village is truly plagued by your presence. Achu. Jitsuin Tawanzang frowned. My body cannot possibly catch a cold. Who is cursing me? It must be that damned monkey. I must accelerate my progress. I will return to gather my forces, find a nation, control its daimyo, and establish my own village. Tuanzang's eyes glinted. Since you all have united to suppress me, I will overturn this table. He was not lacking in the foundation of ninja techniques. Although the root ninjas were treated inhumanely by him, however, there were also benefits. As long as you were willing to learn and had talent, you could learn any ninja technique you desired. There were no requirements of ninja rank. Tuanzang only cared about ability and the final result. Meanwhile, Yuanfei Risen soon returned to the village and urgently summoned Shuhu Minyan and Zhuanqing Xiaochun. After realizing the uselessness of these two, he went to invite the new heads of the Zhu Ludi families. Finally thinking it over, he simply summoned all the major clans. Everyone thought this was to show off the Fire Shadow's prestige after defeating the Rain Hidden Village and restoring reputation. But when they entered and saw Yuanfei Risen's dark face, they knew yet another disaster had occurred. Alas, what had been happening lately? Why so many calamities? But one by one they obediently took their seats. Yuanfei Risen did not waste words and opened with a shocking statement. This was truly the greatest event since the founding of my village. Compared to this, no other village's attack had ever caused. This was truly the greatest event since the founding of my village. Compared to this, no other village's attack had ever caused such concern. He was the Fire Shadow's assistant, the darkness of the ninja world, and Mai. Now he had even mastered the wood release, which was the symbol of Mai. It could be said that he was the spiritual pillar of many Mai villagers. His departure would shake the very foundation of Mai. The heads of the Zhu Ludi families exchanged glances, a flash of ruthlessness in their eyes, and stood up decisively. We are willing to follow the Fire Shadow to suppress the rebellion. Killing Jitsuin Tawanzang is our duty. Many ninja clans below almost couldn't hold back. They thought, you Zhu Ludi are really good at seizing the opportunity. Everyone knew that the three clans had a deep hatred for Tawanzang. It was not an exaggeration to say that their fathers had been killed by Tuanzang's schemes. Moreover, he had been continuously taking children from the three clans into root as fuel. It seemed they were now seeking revenge. The Yunu clan agrees. To maintain Mui's stability, this must be stopped immediately. Just as other clans were hesitating, the Yunu clan, which had always been inconspicuous, suddenly spoke up. Another victim clan head. Seeing someone leading the charge, the other ninja clans followed suit without hesitation. We, the Yuzibo clan, will lead the charge. All forces forward. We will defend Mui's integrity to the death. For attacking other villages, we will send 50. For defending against other threats, we will send 100. What? Attack Tuanzang. We will leave 50 in our clan, the rest can go. Yuanfei Risen's pipe dropped. He glared angrily at his trusted Zhu Ludi underlings, feeling betrayed. Did I call you here to undermine me? If I meant to attack Tuanzang, would I have called you here? The three Zhu Ludi heads met the old Fire Shadow's gaze, each turning away, but still unwilling to relent. They seemed like a dead pig, unafraid of scalding water. Tuanzang must be crushed. Alas, the village is in a difficult position. You must know that other ninja villages are eyeing us covetously. Even without the Rain Village, don't forget the Sand Village, don't forget the Rock Village. You must know that now it is only due to the deterrence of the Whirlpool Lord. Once something happens to the Lord, the war will resume. Seeing the stance of the Zhu Ludi, Yuanfei Risen knew they would not listen. He gave Shu Minyan a look, who immediately understood and began a round of persuasion. However, the major ninja clans present showed no reaction, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. Do you think we are fools? The Cloud Village is about to fight to the death with the Sand Village. Adding my, what can sand resist? As for the remaining Rock Village, would my really fear it? You should quickly drive away that scourge Jitsuin Tawanzang so that my can develop properly. The village's mission count has been halved and never recovered. Isn't that because of Tawanzang? Killing Tawanzang to apologize to the world is actually the attitude we should adopt for external recognition. Even if he has would release in the next war, if the commander is Tawanzang, see if we go. Shuehu Minyan spoke a lot more, but the families below ignored him, and he realized his talk ninjutsu failed. He sat down again and gave Yuanfei Risen a look that said, you handle it, big brother. Tawanzang and the forces under him are indispensable to Mai. If we kill Tawanzang, will we lose 2,000 or 3,000 elite ninjas? Ordinary ninjas have no power to resist under his wood release. Yuanfei Risen tapped his pipe, no longer looking at the useless Shuehu Minyan, and began to calculate with the clan heads below. Ordinary ninjas have no power to resist under his wood release. Yuanfei Risen tapped his pipe, no longer looking at the use. Adding his wood release to eliminate this force would require at least several thousand men. In the end, 3,000 elites would be lost. Can I afford to lose so many people now? These are not junior ninjas that can be quickly grown like crops. To waste them in an internal civil war would be the greatest insult to the will of fire. I Yuanfei Risen have invited everyone here hoping that we can solve the problem from a rational perspective, put aside personal grudges, and consider the overall development of the collective. Many ninja clans sighed after hearing this and stopped shouting. It seemed to make sense. Moreover, Yuanfei Risen was the fire shadow after all. If he didn't deal with you now, he would find a chance later. But the three Zhu heads remained silent. As wise men and the clans that best understood Yuanfei Risen, they scoffed at this theory of village interests outweighing personal honor and grudges. Bad people can compromise because of the threats they hold, and then the good people who are harmed have to understand and forgive. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Should good people be bullied? The reason Jitsuin Tuanzang has such great power is precisely because you, the third fire shadow, needed him to do the things you couldn't do openly. Step by step you indulged him, and now the disaster has been created, and you want everyone to pay the bill. The head of the Shanzhong clan almost couldn't hold back, but was firmly held back by the Nalian clan head beside him, who shook his head. The matter was already beyond remedy. The truth they understood other clans might not grasp, and the villagers even less so. When public opinion turns against them, they would only be pushed to the opposite side, becoming the black sheep that destroyed the village. Then please share your opinions. How can we reverse this trend of division? Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing that everyone had understood his meaning, smiled with relief. They were all good comrades who could prioritize the greater good. He then turned his gaze to Shikaka Nara. A bet's a bet. Your plan has failed, so obediently continue serving as my strategist. Now I need you to tell me how to keep Danzo Shimura here. Shikaka Nara sighed and pondered for a few seconds. Then let's ask Lady Mito to mediate. Restore Danzo Shimura to the position of Hokage's assistant, and also give him the opportunity to run for the fourth Hokage. Lord Hashirama once said it's not that the Hokage earns everyone's trust, but that the one trusted by everyone becomes the Hokage. Excellent. Then proceed with this plan. Everyone, all for the sake of the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes lit up, and he broke into a smile. This proposal is quite good. With Lady Mito in the front, if Danzo Shimura dares to continue provoking Lady Mito's fiery temper, would probably give him a good thrashing. Danzo Shimura dared to defy me, but he would never dare to speak of splitting the Leaf Village in front of Lady Mito. Lord Danzo, Lady Mito requests your presence. Soon as Danzo Shimura was packing his belongings, an Umbu appeared in a flash and informed him that Uzumaki Mito was looking for him. Damn it, that cursed monkey. Danzo cursed inwardly. How could Hiruzen Sarutobi have the nerve? Who goes to get an adult when kids quarrel or fight? He was truly afraid of that old woman. She had merely ignored him before, but he knew she harbored no goodwill towards someone who had desecrated her husband's body. In her presence, he stood no chance of resistance, let alone escaping after a few moves. That was pure wishful thinking. She would just extend a diamond seal and bind him tightly, which she then cast a super version of the tongue cutter seal on him. Then he'd be turned into a dog to be used by that monkey. That cursed monkey. Danzo was now panicking, cold sweat about to break out. Lord Danzo, Lady Mito also said if little Danzo doesn't listen, tell him he has 10 minutes to come, or he'll personally come to drag him over. Seeing Danzo reluctant to leave, the Umbu lowered his head, biting his lips, and relayed Uzumaki Mito's final words. The tone she used then was not calm, it was eager, as if she really would grab him like a chick and drag him over if he didn't come. Bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? Danzo was horrified, realizing 8 minutes had already passed. Uzumaki Mito was probably already warming up. Bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? Danzo was horrified, realizing 8 minutes had already passed. Uzumaki Mito, after cursing the Umbu, Danzo no longer tapped his cane slowly. He vanished in a flash and rushed straight to the Senju clan's old residence. He pushed his body to maximum speed, spending chakra recklessly, leaving craters on rooftops. He raced frantically and entered the Senju residence just in time. In the outer courtyard, he saw a small table set up with Hiruzen Sarutobi playing chess with a displeased Uzumaki Mito. Little Danzo, I almost had to personally invite you. You're so important now. Uzumaki Mito tilted her head with a smile and asked Danzo, what kind of big shot are you? You had to wait until the last second, making me wait for you. No, Lady Mito, it was that Umbu who deliberately tricked me. I would never dare defy your summons. Please believe in my reverence for you. Danzo stood straight, hands at his sides, bowing 90 degrees. His survival instinct was fully activated. Uzumaki Mito rested her chin on her hand, looking somewhat disappointed that she hadn't found a chance to beat Danzo. But she quickly composed herself, tapped the table, and gestured for Danzo Shimura to sit. Koho Yuditane, very understanding, stood aside waiting for Danzo to sit before swiftly serving tea and then retreating. Throughout there was no word, no expression, as if all her attention was on the tea ceremony. Little Danzo, I heard you're going to start a new Leaf Village. What has the Leaf Village mistreated you? After a cup of tea, Mito finally broke the heavy silence. No, Lady Mito. It's that monkey who has wronged me too much. He won't give me any chance. I, Danzo Shimura, have given my all to the Leaf Village, burning everything. Why can't I become Hokage? And look at that monkey. They line their own pockets and develop their clans. Danzo Shimura sprang up, bowed again, then pointed at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Uzumaki Mito as he accused. Uzumaki Mito listened with closed eyes while the others remained silent, trying to steady their minds. They knew that Mito could sense people's emotions. Seeing Mito like this, Danzo Shimura did not stop. He poured out everything he should and shouldn't say. If you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, won't let me have peace, why should I let you have peace? The three elders of the Leaf Village beside him were trembling so much their legs nearly gave way. Damn, we might as well have beaten Danzo earlier. Lady Mito wouldn't be angry. Would she smash our skulls with one palm each? After listening to Danzo's accusations, Uzumaki Mito remained silent for a long time. Finally, she let out a long sigh, opened her eyes, and looked at the three shivering men. Monkey, your master entrusted the village to you, hoping that you would prosper the village, not your own clan. I can understand you giving some convenience to your clan, but I hope you don't forget that you are the Hokage first, and only then a member of the Sarutobi clan. Yes, Lady Mito's lesson is well taken. We will return all the resources we temporarily borrowed, and from now on our three clans will lead the charge on the battlefield, dedicating ourselves to the Leaf Village's development. Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mito Kato, were instantly teary-eyed. They had passed the test. They repeatedly assured that they had initially lacked loyal and capable subordinates, so they had allowed their clans to develop. But their intention was only to have a stable, obedient, and absolutely trustworthy force. Uzumaki Mito waved her hand, indicating she no longer wanted to hear these explanations. Since he was the Hokage, she would not interfere with specific administrative affairs. All her words were merely an old woman's reminder, reminding him to strike a balance as Hokage. Little Danzo, I have felt your genuine love for the Leaf Village. Wanting to become Hokage is not wrong. I don't understand your dark methods, but I respect them. Upon hearing these words from Uzumaki Mito, Danzo was instantly moved to tears of gratitude. He had originally felt wronged, convinced that this visit was nothing but a reprimand from Uzumaki Mito. Yet to his surprise, the most impartial justice in the world lay right here. Heavens above, you have finally distinguished the loyal from the treacherous. Little Dan, have you ever heard the words spoken by Hashirama? A Hokage is never one who becomes Hokage and then earns everyone's trust. Rather, it is one who is trusted by all that becomes Hokage. Since you have chosen to step into the light, I cannot simply strip Hiruzen of his Hokage robe and drape it over you. The Hokage should be elected by the villagers. So, Danzo's heart tightened again. What exactly did she mean? Was he going to be made Hokage or not? Uzumaki Mito reached for her cane and tapped Danzo's head. See, you're rushing again. Since you wish to become Hokage, go to the battlefield, go into the village, and show everyone that you are worthy of being Hokage, that you are willing to give everything for the village. Ask them to believe in you, to witness your valiant efforts on the battlefield. For the election of the fourth Hokage, I will grant you a candidate slot. How does that sound? After your root shinobi complete their unified registration, the Jonin among them will also have voting rights. Is that fair enough? I have only a few months left. After my death, a great war will surely erupt, and that will be your stage. Lead your route, and those who trust you choose your battlefield, make a name for yourself, and show Konoha the power of the new would release shinobi. Upon hearing this, Danzo burst into loud sobs, fiercely wiping away his tears and nodding vigorously. He said that if only Lady Mito had come forward to settle matters earlier, he would never have proposed such reckless talk of splitting Konoha. I, Danzo, must make everyone see my loyalty. Uzumaki Mito's smile was warm and kind. She clapped her hands. Well, I am tired now. All of you may leave. Little Saru, little Dan, work hard. Do not let us shed tears for the village from the afterlife. Yes, we will never fail the expectations and entrustments of the teacher and Lady Mito. The Konoha F4 gathered again, standing straight and bowing at a 90-degree angle. They slowly withdrew from the courtyard. Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to happily pat Shimura Danzo on the shoulder and have a good talk to ease the tension. But Shimura Danzo wanted nothing to do with him. After a snort, he vanished in an instant. Lady Mito had said he was eligible for the fourth Hokage election. He needed no charity from Hiruzen. I will go to the battlefield myself and prove my abilities. Hiruzen, this Danzo. Koharu Udatane was furious, for Danzo had just exposed many of her deeds. Danzo, when have I ever offended you? You're like a mad dog biting everyone. Truly outrageous. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, unconcerned about Danzo's attitude. He let his old brother dream on. With this carrot dangling in front of him, wouldn't he work even harder? Ha ha ha. The Konoha F3 burst into joyful laughter. Danzo, Danzo, you never dreamed that we were all playing you. Meanwhile, back at route, Danzo was struggling to suppress the corners of his lips. He retrieved his trusty cane. He walked slowly, tap-tapping into the route base's main hall. Below him had gathered all the members of route along with the ordinary registered ninja who had chosen to follow him. Seeing Danzo's return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had heard rumors that Lord Danzo might be imprisoned. Ahem, everyone. I have good news. I was just summoned by the great lady Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. After hearing about the many deeds of Hiruzen Sarutobi, she has delivered justice for me. Ahem, everyone. I have good news. I was just summoned by the great lady Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. After hearing about the many deeds of Hiruzen Sarutobi, she has delivered justice for me. Danzo's passionate speech elicited cheers from the route members and the surrounding followers. Lady Mito is wise. She finally recognizes Lord Danzo's hard work. We are willing to go through fire and water for Lord Danzo without hesitation. Through fire and water without hesitation. In hearing the unified roar from below, Danzo could no longer hold back. He covered his face and let out a Uchiha-like laugh. I am a wood release shinobi, the future new god of the ninja world. Who else is more suited to lead Konoha to glory? Just as Danzo was basking in self-satisfaction. Report. A battle report from the front line. The 4th Kazekage Yayun led a surprise attack on Tsukumo Hataki's unit. Tsunade went to assist, and Tsukumo Hataki broke through on the battlefield to become a super Kage-level powerhouse, but still could not match Yayun. He escaped under Tsunade's cover, but Tsunade was captured. Danzo's right-hand man Ko of Root appeared beside him in an instant, quickly relayed the intelligence, and then handed over the detailed battle report. Upon reading the report, Danzo's hand trembled involuntarily. What in the world was happening now? Everyone seemed to have cheated. Danzo had originally thought his own Kage-level strength would be formidable enough to show off outside. But now he was told, Danzo, don't go out there. Everyone is Super Kage. That brat Yayun had obtained the accumulated resources of Kumogakure, comprehended the Kekei Toda, and soared to the Super Kage level. Even the always low-key Tsukumo Hataki had suddenly awakened his own domain and become a Super Kage. Now was at that Kage level were as common as dogs, and only Super Kage could strut around. Looking at the specifics, the description of Tsukumo Hataki's domain, wasn't that exactly the embodiment of the will of fire that everyone talked about? The power of belief, the power of comrades, gathering everyone's strength. No, absolutely not. Once Tsukumo Hataki's ability became known, especially on the battlefield, he would surely become the one everyone trusted. Becoming Hokage would be effortless. The Hokage can only be me, Shimura Danzo. No one can take it away. Tsukumo Hataki, you leave me no choice. Go deploy our agents in the Land of Fire. Have them speak to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, praising Tsukumo Hataki's Super Kage strength as far surpassing the 3rd Hokage's, making him the strongest in Konoha. Also, since he is a ninja who converted from a samurai, he deeply respects traditional hierarchy. Suggest that the daimyo grant Tsukumo Hataki the title of half-sleeve Hokage. Honor him as the strongest in Konoha. Ko said nothing, vanished, and headed straight for the capital of the Land of Fire to carry out the order. Danzo stood on the high platform, his eyes flickering. The black pupils were filled with negative energy, the demon seed firmly rooted deeper, releasing more catalysts. Feeling the surging power within his body, Danzo's eyes burned with desire. Super Kage, Super Kage. How could he achieve Super Kage? Tuansang's eyes flickered. Unlike those in his own domain like Chimu, Shomao, and Hanzo, he followed the path of a ninjutsu-type shinobi. To advance beyond the Kage level, the best way was to synthesize a bloodline limit or even a bloodline elimination. But achieving this was no easy task. Look at how many secret technique clans in Konoha were stuck here, unable to form their own bloodline limits. At this point, one had to admit that other places had made better progress in this area. That kid Yayun had obtained the stolen bloodline clan development and synthesis secret manual from Kumogakure, hadn't he? Maybe he should go cooperate with that kid again. Have him develop a method to solve his own physical bottlenecks. The wood release he used was also a power of bloodline elimination, and he had a lot of Hashirama cells inside him now. His strength was definitely crushing at the Kage level now. But his problem was that he was a graft. His control and chakra reserves still had considerable shortcomings. Perhaps Tuansang was more fittingly called the gatekeeper of the Super Kage, or half-step Super Kage grafted Super Kage, the gatekeeper standing outside the door. Not the one who had stepped through. Anyway, that Yayun already had leverage over him. This wouldn't be the first time. Only by truly mastering wood release could he make Konoha flourish. Tuansang's eyes flickered again, and he quickly began arranging for spies to send messages to Tsunagakure. Hokage assistant. Full assembly. An umbu flashed in delivering the order from the Hokage's office. Understood. He'll be there immediately. Tuansang nodded, already guessing what it was about. Arriving at the conference hall as he entered the previously noisy Jonin, fell silent, lowering their heads, not daring to meet Tuansong's gaze. Tuansong originally intended to head straight to his seat, but he forced himself to stop, smiled at the people below, and wait. Tuansong. He actually smiled. He smiled at me. Will someone knock on my door later and tell me Lord Tuansong appreciates you and invites you to join Root? Only the clan heads who knew the inside story had strange expressions. Good grief, in the face of the Hokage position, even the darkness of the shinobi world could turn into a sunny boy. The charm of power, tsk. A tonic, a great tonic. Seated in his place, Tuansong no longer exuded an unapproachable aura, forcing a stiff smile and nodding to the clan heads below. The clan heads also looked flattered. They were about to chat, but soon the other F3 of Konoha arrived. Ahem, report the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no mood to deal with Tuansong and directly instructed Shui, Hu Min Yin, to brief them. The latter stood up and began recounting the frontline battle situation. Hachimu Shimao, who had been fishing on the front lines, was ambushed after a siege, almost died, and was finally rescued by Tsunade. Hachimu Shimao broke through against the wind, and how he finally escaped, but Tsunade was confirmed captured, escorted back to Sunagakure openly by Kyoba herself. After hearing this, everyone was furious. Many jonin had already volunteered for battle. They had to rescue Tsunade. Even if we have to fight with everything we have, well, make Suna kneel and confess. Ahem, you may not know the fourth Kazekage Yiyun. Given his nature, even if we and Kazekage throw everything at him, hell, just send all civilians to flee, and then fight a guerrilla war with us in the desert. Shui Hu Min Yin poured cold water on everyone. Your ideas were fine, but the problem was that this guy wouldn't take the bait. He would fight a bit, and if he realized he couldn't win, he would never stubbornly hold on to save face. He would just use all kinds of old tricks to try to drag Konoha and Kazekage down. By then, do you think Kazekage won't launch a sneak attack? How could there be such a despicable village leader? The jonin were dumbfounded. Could he really play it like that? He doesn't even care about his own village. How about we send a team of Kage-level and elite jonin, infiltrate Sunagakure, rescue Tsunade, and then retreat? While everyone was silent, Nara Shikamaru proposed his idea: send a Typo Thespier team. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, nodded silently, and began to calculate. There were many choices for elite jonin. Uchiha Hyuga Aburame and Inazuka could also be counted, and the Ino Shikacho could serve as outer cover. The key was the Kage-level combat power. After some rest, Chimu Shomao would definitely go. Orochimaru and Jiraiya wouldn't refuse. Then add himself. Or add Shimura Danzo. First ask if he was willing to go. Tuansong, what do you think? Will you participate this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Tuansong, his tone gentle. My opinion is to negotiate peace. Shimura Danzo's words were shocking. Good grief, what was happening today? We actually heard negotiation from Shimura Danzo and fight to the death from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Had their minds been swapped by some jutsu? Cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen choked on his smoke. The shinobi world is treacherous. We shouldn't have followed Kazekage into this fight in the first place. What we need most is to rest and recover. Kazekage lost their heritage, they need to fight desperately. Why should we rush to join them? What would we gain by invading Sunagakure? Sand. Or those worthless legacies? And how many shinobi would we have to sacrifice? In the desert, our combat effectiveness is at least halved, while Suna's is more than doubled. Listening to the darkness of the shinobi world analyze, everyone found it quite reasonable. They really shouldn't fight Suna to the death in the desert. This move was indeed a bad one. Everyone couldn't help but look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, since he had given the order. You already killed Hanzo, which was enough to save face. Turning around to attack Suna's homeland was a serious misjudgment. Cough cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed heavily, signaling, are you done? Oomph. Shimura Danzo wanted to say, I was the MVP in the Hanzo battle. Why should the credit go to Sarutobi Hiruzen and those three brats of gambling, drugs, and perversion? Forget it, saying it now would only lead to pointless arguments. He would let Root spread it in the village later. Organizing his thoughts, Tuansong continued speaking. The best course now is to negotiate peace, then let Kazekage and Sunagakure fight each other. Give Suna some benefits, and we focus on rest and recovery. I believe Suna will also be worried about Konoha's full mobilization. At this moment, everyone looked at Tuansong with completely changed eyes. Negotiations fail. I believe Suna will also be worried about Konoha's full mobilization. At this moment, everyone looked at Tuansong with completely changed eyes. This Hokage assistant really seemed to have something after all. In truth, no one wished to continue the battle. The Second Great Ninja War had already created a deficit of shinobi that would take years to replenish. Now that there was an opportunity to watch from the sidelines while others clashed, why not seize it? What harm could a few scraps given to the sand-hidden village do? The more Tuansong spoke, the more animated he became. Slamming the table, he raised another issue. I know many of you resent me for plundering resources in the past, but look at the Wind Country now. After the daimyo was completely controlled by the fourth Kazekage, the sand-hidden village gained ample funding and has flourished. In my view, we should do the same. Seize control of the capital and take over completely. Turn the fire country into our private garden. We hold absolute military power. How dare they order us about? I saw a reform in the sand-hidden village that struck me as sound. The military merit system. Shinobi are the true elite. Those without shinobi in their families are mere commoners. They even grant exclusive territories to shinobi clans. I believe this reform would suit our Leaf Village perfectly. What do you all think? Leave the fire country daimyo to me. He'll make him cooperate willingly. Good heavens, were we really discussing something so explosive today? The assembled shinobi erupted into a murmur. Though it sounded rebellious, what was on the table was tangible land and money. Ordinary shinobi could attain an elite status, while clan shinobi would gain nominal territories as their private domains. How could this not be enticing? In the past, everyone spoke of dedication of the will of fire, sacrificing oneself to nurture the saplings. But now Tuanzong told them, follow me, and you'll get. In the past, everyone spoke of dedication of the will of fire, sacrificing oneself to nurture the saplings. But now Tuanzong told them, follow me, and you'll get money, elite status, land, and become lords. Was this the vision of the darkness of the shinobi world? How charming. Tuanzong strained to produce a friendly smile, meeting everyone's gaze with utmost. He was almost bowing to say, trust me just this once. Cast your vote for me. Ishimura Tuanzong will never let you regret it. His electioneering attitude could not have been better. Yuan Fei Risen exchanged glances with the F3, their faces a mix of shock and fury. Decadence. Utter decadence. As the head of the 5 great nations, how can we do such a thing? The system of one village, one nation was proposed by the great god of shinobi. Are we to destroy that pact with our own hands? The crucial point was that although the fire country daimyo had considerable power, he had always sent funds without fail. The regional lords also dutifully commissioned numerous missions. Many of those missions were absurd, like the lord's wife losing her cat 3 times a day. She had 20 cats, and they were constantly going missing. And the rewards were ridiculously high. The logic was obvious. The lord's household had no samurai. How could they really not catch a cat? Why specifically hire shinobi from the village to catch a cat? These missions mostly ended up in the hands of the F3's 3 great clans and the Hokage faction's shinobi. Little work, big money. How satisfying. But if the era of clan-controlled territories came, wouldn't it be no different from the Warring States period? Who would still obey the village leader's orders then? Absolutely unacceptable. This would destroy the village's control over the shinobi clans. The 4th Kazekage was fooling around, and you Tuanzong have lost your mind. The F3 sternly declared that the Leaf Village would never allow such decadence. One village, one nation was the ancestral law and could not be changed. The fire that had blazed in the shinobi's eyes instantly died out. They sneered at the so-called ancestral law, but the F3's authority lingered, making direct confrontation unwise. A faint smile curled at the corner of Tuanzang's mouth. In the past, it was always him playing the villain. Now it was their turn. After appointing Tuanzong to handle the negotiations, the meeting ended hastily. But Tuanzong was surrounded by a crowd of admirers. The Jonin were still very interested in his reform proposals. Even if they couldn't be implemented, they could still listen. But Tuanzong was surrounded by a crowd of admirers. The Jonin were still very interested in his reform proposals. Even if they couldn't be implemented, they could still listen. He brazenly copied everything wholesale. In a word, follow me, Tuanzong, to conquer the world, and I will share the world with you. Understand? Applause. Thunderous applause erupted from many common-born Jonin. This was wonderful. Even though they were Jonin, their lives were still far from comfortable. Shinobi was a high-income profession, but in the village, everything, medical care, tools, accommodation, cost money. Every injury or illness at the only Leaf hospital run by the F3 came with exorbitant fees for treatment and medicine. A shinobi's prime lasted only about 20 years. In that time, you had to save enough for decades of retirement medical expenses and your children's education. Every injury or illness at the only Leaf hospital run by the F3 came with exorbitant fees for treatment and medicine. A shinobi's prime lasted only about 20 years. In that time, you had to pass down from generation to generation. No longer would shinobi children be bullied by villagers' sons. Instead, shinobi children would be born nobles, and nobles only bowed to those of greater power. Do you want to be a higher noble? Then strive to become a stronger shinobi. As long as you possess power, you will have a matching status. Shinobi speak through strength. Use strength to defend your glorious and dignified life. The strong possess everything. Tuanzong finally shouted the slogan. The strong possess everything. Light shone in the eyes of the assembled Jonin. How wonderful. Lord Tuanzong spoke so well. Basking in everyone's flattery, Tuanzong sighed inwardly. Yin, that kid really knew how to talk. So this was how the shinobi world should be. He had never understood why the villagers could gather and protest, and the village leader had to listen to their opinions. Was that reasonable? Why did everyone think it was? Now Yi Yun had finally stood up to tell everyone it was not reasonable. The strong deserve the status they ought to have. Tuan Zhang's eyes flickered. Though he believed this was how things should be, he would not hesitate to use the villagers for one final act. The stage was set, the protagonist was about to make his entrance. Go. Spread the news that because of Chimu Shomao the princess of the Senju Tsunade has been captured. Also find the records of the Umbu who accompanied Chimu Shomao. I need to visit them personally. Forgive me, Chimu Shomao. Blame only yourself for awakening the wrong domain. The will of fire. I have no choice but to eliminate you. No. Don't use our people. Activate all the sleeper agents embedded in the Umbu and the Yuanfei faction. Even if they are exposed, dispose of them cleanly in the end. Yes. That fellow over there. He seems to be one of Danzo's men. Where are they coming from, and why are there so many following behind him? Yi Yun led his troops in a wide arc continuing toward the capital of the Fire Country when he sensed a group slowly approaching ahead. Among them were ordinary officials and leaf ninjas, but the dark damp aura they exuded clearly marked them not as Umbu, but as root members who had crawled through too many sewers. He waved his hand, and his men instantly dispersed encircling the group. Hey, who do you think you are? I am the special envoy of the Fire Daimyo. Blocking my path. Aren't you afraid of the daimyo's wrath? As the group was surrounded, the root ninja struggled to assume a defensive stance, staring at the 1,000+ ninjas, before them cold sweat pouring down their faces. Are you sand ninjas out of your minds? You've come deep into the heart of the Fire Country. And with so many men, what are you planning? Just then the Fire Country official stepped forward. Seeing the blockade, he assumed it was the Leaf Patrol Force and immediately began shouting. But the guard ninja who followed him keenly spotted the headband on the opponent's forehead. That was no leaf headband. That was a sand ninja headband, damn it. And the leader was none other than the infamous 4th Kazekage. He quickly whispered to the official, do you think you have a few dozen more heads than everyone else? The official's legs went weak after hearing this, for tales of the 4th Kazekage's deeds in the Wind Country were widely circulated among Fire Country officials. The Fire Daimyo had already flown into a rage many times and recently had begun frequent exchanges with other daimyos. Their goal was to stop this behavior of treating the daimyo not as a biscuit, but as an ATM to be taken from at will. Lord 4th Kazekage, may I have a word in private? Suddenly a ninja emerged from the root and approached Yi Yun. Yi Yun waved his hand and led the man to a distance, though he had already covered his body with scorch release chakra and kept a certain distance. He feared that this root member might be playing tricks, suddenly self-destructing, or unleashing a swarm of nano-sized venomous insects to take him down in a one-for-one trade. But the root ninja made no other move. After stopping, his first words startled Yi Yun. Lord Danzo is looking for you, wishing to establish a partnership. Our root ninjas have already sent a message to Sunagakure. We didn't expect you to still be out here. I just finished fighting at Jegging Mountain, and I plan to raid the fire capital for some loot before heading home. A man who goes out to work must earn some money to bring back. The face beneath the root ninja's mask twitched violently. He told himself, I am a professionally trained root ninja. I will not laugh. This 4th Kazekage really does have a sense of humor. But telling me so openly that you're going to rob our country's daimyo. Is that really okay? Enough joking. What were you all doing? Tell me honestly, or I'll have no choice but to activate my Mangekyo Sharingan. Yi Yun was not polite either. He lifted the forehead protector, revealing his eye, and opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, which spun rapidly as he stared at the root ninja. Ja's mouth twitched. Are you a rabid dog? One moment you're joking with me, and the next you're threatening me. Daimyo Tsukumo Super Hokage half sleeve. Ja struggled to organize his thoughts and finally squeezed out a few words while also sticking out his tongue to indicate that it wasn't that he wouldn't speak, but that he was under a seal. Yi Yun stroked his chin, quickly piecing things together. He began to ask, so your Danzo is planning to kill Tsukumo Hatake? Ja nodded. In this regard, he believed that Yi Yun and Danzo were definitely on the same page. That man Tsukumo Hatake was too dangerous. If he didn't die, no one could rest easy. Yi Yun thought for a moment and asked if he should lend a hand. Then I'd be most grateful. Ja nodded without the slightest respect he had shown the officials earlier, and Yi Yun thought for a moment and asked if he should lend a hand. Then I'd be most grateful. Ja nodded without the slightest respect he had shown the officials earlier, and directly arranged. Lord Danzo will come as a peace envoy to negotiate the ransom for Tsunade. He needs this credit. Additionally, there are some matters regarding Kekei Genkai and Kekei Toda on which he seeks your guidance. After settling this matter, Ja also revealed that Danzo was looking for Yi Yun, probing his attitude. Yi Yun did not outright refuse Danzo's request. He nodded. We can talk. As long as you can offer what I want, everything is negotiable. I am willing to befriend Danzo, but don't try to treat me like a beggar or threaten me. If you want to be friends, show sincerity. I will wait for him in the capital. Yes, I will convey your words to Lord Danzo. Yi Yun had no further chance to speak with Jia, and the two returned to the scene. What have the root ninjas all defected? Oh my god, wasn't this supposed to be a lucrative mission full of spoils? How did it turn out like this? I want to go home. What have the root ninjas all defected? Oh my god, wasn't this supposed to be a lucrative mission full of spoils? How did it turn out like this? I want to go home. Mom. Mom. Jia slapped the howling official across the face, then grabbed his head and turned him toward Yi Yun. The latter's Sharingan in his forehead flickered a few times. Then one by one they were all subjected to hypnotic suggestion. Lord Kazekage, please wait. I will immediately arrange to notify Lord Danzo. After leaving those words, Jia waved his hand, then grabbed the man like a chicken and sped forward. Since you're going to die, anyway, don't waste time riding a sedan chair slowly. The root ninjas behind him followed suit, taking several important escorts and moving quickly. The sand ninjas from the river country watched Yi Yun's actions, utterly bewildered. Had our Kazekage been infiltrated by the leaf, or had the leaf been infiltrated by the Kazekage? But it was none of their business. At Yi Yun's command, they continued their journey. The root's office was no longer underground. Near the Hokage building, a wooden structure had risen from the ground. How could a leaf that needed to bask in sunlight remain in a dark basement? Danzo felt the warm sunlight streaming and making his whole body cozy, and the wood release within him became more vibrant and agile. Did that brat Yi Yun ask for anything? Money, resources, or territorial concessions? Danzo looked at Jia with a frown. Yes, the fourth Kazekage only said that the transaction is acceptable, but he hopes it will be straightforward. No haggling. Jia summarized briefly, then recounted the entire story and all the— He doesn't lack money, and I have a feeling he wants to use our Mui's hands to eliminate the Shine Ninja following him. As for the rest, I think he won't be short of funds. He's causing trouble everywhere now. Even if we gave him land, he probably wouldn't dare. After brief deliberation, Hanzo roughly guessed Yi Yun's needs. He then called out— After brief deliberation, Hanzo roughly guessed Yi Yun's needs. He then called out to Jia, instructing him to oversee the village's plan targeting Chi. He himself would go to see Yi Yun. At the same time, this would extricate him from the village's turmoil, allowing him to better shift the blame onto Yuanfei Risen. This time he had activated a deeply buried spy, a Jonin from the Yuanfei clan. At the same time, he had also successfully tamed many of the ninja who had returned with him, and they would take the lead in questioning Chimu Shimao. This time he had activated a deeply buried spy, a Jonin from the Yuanfei clan. At the same time, he had also successfully tamed many of the ninja who had returned with him, and they would— These people don't understand what a super Kage is, nor what the invincible domain on the battlefield means. And if they spread the rumor that Chimu Shimao defected to the daeming of Huogua to obtain this half-sleeve TSK, soon Hanzo gathered the root again and left Mai through a special passage heading toward the capital of Huogua. At this moment, Yi Yun had already brought his Shine Village forces to the capital of Huogua. Everyone go. Take everything you desire, all that is valuable, and give the rest to the commoners. Remember, we only plunder officials and the wealthy. First squad, follow me. We're heading to the treasury. Yes, Lord Fengying. We are willing to die for Lord Fengying. A group of ninja from Chuangua shouted in unison. Hehe, Yi Yun curled his lips. You bunch of turncoats who follow whoever gives you benefits. You want to follow me? I don't even want you. The city gate guards spotted the group and the gleaming Shine forehead protectors and immediately issued a warning. Whoosh. Whoosh. An emergency signal shot into the sky. At the same time, they tried to close the city gates, hoping to block the enemy's advance. Without even blinking, Yi Yun raised his hand and unleashed a scorch-release great fireball, incinerating the assembled 100-man guard unit. Then the Susanoo giant appeared once more, slicing through the entire city gate and wall with a single slash. Ha! Charge! For the glory of Shine! The Shine ninja behind him grinned, with wicked expressions, rushing straight into the inner city. Yi Yun also dashed forward quickly with his men. Although he didn't believe that Huogua had anything capable of stopping him, he always kept one principle in mind. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. He would never fight like a mindless villain dallying around. Halt! This is the palace of the Huogua daeming. Do you wish to start a war? Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. He would never fight like a mindless villain dallying around. Halt! This is the palace of the Huogua daeming. Do you wish to start a war? They engaged in battle with the 12 guardian ninja and a group of monks from the Huiji Sea. Umbu lead a squad to kill these baldies, then take them to the Huiji Sea and seize its legacy as well. Suddenly recalling the small 1,000-armed cannon of Di Lu, Yi Yun ordered a few Umbu beside him to later take the Chuangua ninja and ransack the Huiji Sea. Now he always brought 2 squads of Umbu when he went out, not because he needed combat support, but because having them run errands and handle chores was indeed quite convenient. For Umbu ninja quickly appeared from all sides, forming up and lunging at the conspicuous bald heads in the crowd. Then Yi Yun swaggered onward toward the Huogwa Daming's main hall. After entering the main hall, a certain official blocked the way holding a short sword, trying to put on a defiant stance, as if ready to die. After entering the main hall, a certain official blocked the way holding a short sword, trying to put on a defiant stance, as if ready to die. He'll risk it. I'm sure the Daming will think highly of me. Promotion and wealth achieving high status. This is my moment. Yi Yun flicked his fingertip, sending a blazing ray through the official, who was still fantasizing that Yi Yun would not go on a killing spree. What were you thinking? You drew your sword on me. Why would I spare? Do you think you're Yuan Benshu? If you ask me, the Grand Tutor was just too slow with his blade, too soft with his sword. Seeing that Yi Yun truly was as ruthless as the rumors said, the Huogwa Daming began to panic. Could this guy have heard that I was colluding with the other daimyo to put pressure on his village and attack him? So he came to cause trouble. Your emotions tell me you've done something against me. Bah, are you scheming behind my back? Sensing the Daming's emotions through the demon seed, Yi Yun wasted no time. He used the body flicker technique to appear before the Daming and immediately activated his Sharingan. Seeing this, the officials below cried out, "Guard! Guard!" But there were no guards at that moment. For Umbu Ninja appeared behind Yi Yun again, mercilessly stabbing to death the loudest shouters. Instantly, the entire hall of the Huogwa capital fell silent. Only Yi Yun remained interrogating the Daming with his Sharingan. After confirming that the Daming had been scheming against him, Yi Yun's eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and he deactivated his Sharingan. Lord Fengying, I was just momentarily confused. I promise I will not oppose you anymore. How about that? The Daming's thighs trembled like sieves, and he struggled to keep himself from kneeling. Slap. Who do you think I am? Yi Yun slapped him across the face. I came all this way and you think you can just brush me off and send me home? Do I look like some dimwit drooling with my head tilted? Without further ado, Yi Yun drew his golden snake sword and pointed its tip at the Huogwa Daming. Lord Fengying, what do you want? Name it. He'll give it to you everything. What I want I'll take myself. But the reason I came to kill you is simple. I said before that if the third Hokage dared to set his sights on my Saiyan, I would kill you first. If I don't kill you, people will think Yi Yun was just bragging. As his words fell, the golden snake's sword in his hand seemed to come alive like a serpent shooting out a blazing sword beam. Clang. The Daming's head fell to the floor. Oh, the Daming. He really killed the Daming. Damn ninja. Why do you involve us nobles in your village affairs? Send troops. Send troops. We must spend money to make my send troops. We must destroy your shrine. Watching the group of people who stood up shouting angrily, Yi Yun once again transformed into an Uchiha, covering his face and laughing ha 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 with evil abandon. Take half of them and kill them. Yes. When Danzo arrived at the capital and beheld the roaring flames and the clamor of battle, even he felt a moment. It seemed that even during the most chaotic days of the Warring States period, no one had ever heard of someone destroying an entire nation's capital, had they? Back then, he and Hamura Midokado had infiltrated, silently captured the Wind Country's daimyo, and merely intended to extract the location of the treasury and its entry method with no plan to kill the daimyo. But this Yi Yun fellow seemed to be utterly without scruples. Damned bastard, those who robbed the daimyo must have been arranged by Yi Yun. Danzo was now 100% certain that this was the brat's doing. He commits the evil deed and then shifts the blame onto me. Absolutely. Outrageous. I must find him and claim a share, though I cannot bear this blame for nothing. When he reached the entrance of the capital's grand hall, he was no longer greeted by the familiar detested Guardian 12 shinobi, but by shinobi wearing Sunagakure forehead protectors. After announcing his identity, the gatekeeping jonin immediately sent someone to report. Before long, a Sunagakure Umbu shinobi appeared. Hokage advisor, please follow me. The Kazekage awaits you inside. Even before reaching the hall, he could hear the clinking of instruments and the singing of courtesans. Danzo couldn't help but twitch his cheek. Stepping into the grand hall, he saw exactly what he had suspected. Yi Yun was seated on the Fire Country daimyo's throne, one arm around a daimyo's daughter, while his other hand had already wandered, grasping the very essence. When the ministers and the Fire Princess saw the one-eyed staff-leaning mummy-like figure approaching, they nearly cried out. Sasuke! Sasuke! Hokage advisor! Seeing the music and dance hall, Yi Yun slammed the table and commanded, continue the music, continue the dance. Then he beckoned Danzo to sit. He ordered the finest delicacies for Danzo and the finest women, the finest of the finest. No need. I have always abided by the 3 ninja prohibitions. Danzo's face twitched incessantly, yet he refused with a resolute air, but still sat down cross-legged. Yi Yun was not angered by Danzo's refusal, but as a man he felt compelled to drag down a friend who insisted on being so self-righteous. Senior Danzo, this is precisely the main reason you cannot integrate with the group and build good relationships. To become a Kage, one must be recognized. Have you ever considered what recognition means? Yi Yun spoke with a serious expression. At the mention of Kage, Danzo snapped awake, straightened his posture, extended his hand, and signaled that he was listening. Please speak freely. The Fire Country ministers and the two princesses watched Shimura Danzo with growing anxiety. Oh, my Hokage advisor, please don't discuss how to become a Kage. Drive him away quickly. Danzo naturally paid no heed to these people. He had never cared about them before, and now that he had seen Yi slaughter them like chickens, he regarded these powerless beings as even less than human. The god of shinobi, Senior Hashirama Senju. You must not be unfamiliar with him. You witnessed him firsthand. Do you think that god of shinobi observed the 3 ninja prohibitions? No. Lord Hashirama was easygoing, but also quite capricious. He disliked handling official affairs. Danzo silently added to himself. He left all the paperwork to his brother while he loafed around all day, and we could only find him at the gambling dens in Tanzaka Street. At that moment he felt a spark of insight, and his gaze turned to Yi Yun with curiosity. Senior Danzo. Look at your old comrade Hiruzen Sarutobi. He spends his days spying with his crystal ball. Did he observe the 3 ninja prohibitions? And his 3 disciples, did they? I think the 3 sannin of lust, greed, and poison fits them perfectly. So-called rules are always tools for the upper class to restrain the lower class. Your heart is trapped in a narrow cage. How can you speak of the manifestation of will, the sublimation of will? How can you achieve transcendent Kage? At the mention of transcendent Kage, Danzo trembled involuntarily, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. Could it be that my inability to advance is due to this? But the monkey didn't observe them either, yet he also failed to reach transcendent Kage. Your argument seems self-contradictory. Ahem, I digress. We'll discuss transcendent Kage later. As for how to make people willing to trust you and support you as Kage, I believe it largely stems from the fact that they see you as one of them. Equally imperfect. You too have your own joys and sorrows, your own charisma and moral brilliance, as well as minor flaws that can be teased. But do these minor flaws hinder a person from becoming Hokage? For instance, I have now violated the ninja code, killed your Fire Country daimyo, and seized the princess. But that does not prevent me from still being the Kazekage, because the shinobi who follow me also receive substantial monetary rewards and can see Tsunegakure growing stronger day by day. The words imperfect echoed in Danzo's mind repeatedly. He began to carefully contemplate Hashirama's ways, and then the monkey's behavior over the years. Finally, he slapped his thigh. That damned monkey was imitating Lord Hashirama, walking among the people, laughing and joking with them, even though many knew that the old man was also a lecherous coot. Yet this did not hinder his unparalleled appeal among ordinary villagers and civilian shinobi. Countless shinobi were willing to heed his call to sacrifice themselves as kindling. As for Shimura Danzo, he operated through 2 schemes. One was to recruit those he saw as having darkness in their eyes, serving him for power or some dark purpose. The other large-scale method was to control them through mental and physical torture from childhood, combined with curse marks, enabling him to command them like his own limbs. How to win the loyalty of ordinary Konoha shinobi was precisely what he urgently needed now. Imperfect is it? Then arrange 2 for me as well. How to win the loyalty of ordinary Konoha shinobi was precisely what he urgently needed now. Imperfect is it? Then arrange 2 concubines. Yi slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Then he ordered his men to hurry and serve Lord Danzo more food. Fine dishes and fine wine all brought forth. The Tsunegakure shinobi on duty watched the Kazekage and the Hokage advisor seated above, one flanked by 2 princesses, the other by 2 daimyo consorts, and felt utterly bewildered. Is this even reasonable? One could only say, Lord Kazekage, you truly know how to play in this ninja world. You can even drag the darkness of the shinobi world into such deeds. You are truly unrivaled. Yi Yun watched as Danzo gradually relaxed from his initial stiffness. After being gently served a few cups of wine by the ladies, Danzo's entire demeanor loosened, and Yi Yun laughed with unrestrained delight. Drink. Drink deeply. Future 4th Hokage. Bravo. Exactly. The Kazekage understands me. This Hokage position, I am determined to take it. Early the next morning, Yi Yun also awakened from the extraordinarily huge bed of the daimyo. She pushed aside the jade-like arms and slender legs that were wrapped around her, then woke 2 attendants to help her dress. Yi Yun proceeded to the main hall of the palace to have breakfast, beginning to wait for Tuanzong. The previous evening, the old man, like an ancient tree blossoming anew, had drunkenly embraced 2 consorts before returning to his chambers. Tisk tisk, how amusing. Half an hour later, Tuanzong arrived neatly dressed. Yi Yun did not inquire about the allure of the daimyo's consorts. Yesterday's revelry was over. Now, it was time for serious matters. With a gesture, the Umbu ninjas flickered and began to secure the perimeter. Senior Tuanzong, let us be straightforward. What are your needs, and what can you offer me? I require my strength to break through to the Super Kage level. Do you have any methods or suggestions? I also need you to release Tsunade. Furthermore, I require all assistance and opportunities that can help me ascend to the position of Hokage. I can offer you the techniques from the Scroll of Seals. Seeing that Tuanzong was not wasting time with evasive talk or probing Yi Yun was quite satisfied. He tapped the table pondering his choice of words. After a long pause, Yi Yun first faintly inquired about Tuanzang's abilities and briefly examined his body. The cells of Senju Hashirama can swiftly push you to the ceiling of the Kage level, but they are also the shackles you cannot break. The key lies in the DNA within Senju Hashirama's cells, which carries his will and bloodline. You are utterly incapable of matching it. Without being able to match and inherit his will, you cannot use his Tao to achieve the Super Kage level. You must know that Hashirama was a peak Super Kage powerhouse who walked the dual paths of Domain and Kekei Toda. The key lies in the DNA within Senju Hashirama's cells, which carries his will and bloodline. You are utterly incapable. Seeing that Tuanzong was not stubbornly arguing, Yi Yun continued to elaborate. Although he had not yet comprehended the domain, he was quite familiar with Hanzo. Hanzo had been open with him, sharing the insights he had gained on his journey to make the Rain Village great, and had demonstrated the domain to him many times. Thus Yi Yun had his own theories and research on how to achieve his own domain. As for Kekei Toda, as a successful creator of it, he had even more authority to speak. Under normal circumstances, someone like Tuanzong who relied on grafting abilities was naturally impossible. So there is an extraordinary method. Tuanzong frowned, looking at Yi Yun with suspicion. He felt that this guy might not be reliable, but he still wanted to hear what Yi Yun had to say. Yes, and that is to slowly erode it using your Kekei Genkai. Is that feasible? Using a Kekei Genkai to erode Lord Hashirama's Kekei Toda. This doesn't sound very reliable. Seeing Tuanzang's skeptical expression, Yi Yun smiled and took out an object. Senior Tuanzong. This thing is called the Zero Tail. Its function is to absorb various negative emotions. By using your Kekei Genkai to absorb the power of the Zero Tail, the more negative emotions you absorb, the stronger you become. To convince Tuanzong that this item was not inferior, Yi Yun even mobilized his own demonized power on the spot. The power that constantly influenced people's emotions pressed down on Tuanzong, stirring. To convince Tuanzong that this item was not inferior, Yi Yun even mobilized his own demonized power on the spot. The power that constantly influenced people's emotions pressed down on Tuanzong, stirring up various resentful thoughts. Tuanzong gave Yi Yun a deep look. This kid was like a Doraemon possessing such a treasure. After pondering for a while, he nodded. This approach seemed worth a try. Moreover, what I mentioned yesterday about the sublimation of will or the fulfillment of desires, in my understanding they are also indispensable steps toward the Super Kage level. My own breakthrough, and even Hatake Tsukumo's, required introspection. He, through witnessing the sacrifice of his comrades, came to understand the choice between the mission and his companions, and firmly believed in his conviction. He comprehended the so-called will of fire. Right or wrong may not be as important as the ability to proceed unwaveringly regardless of everything. Senju Hashirama was such a person, seemingly unreliable, but his conviction and determination could move everyone. On the contrary, Hiruzen Sarutobi imitates everywhere, imitating Senju Hashirama's amiability, while also imitating Senju Tobarama's political balancing act. Therefore, he can never step into the Super Kage level. Yi Yun finished his explanation in one breath. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Tuanzong began to clap. He had never expected anyone to summarize the threshold for breaking through to Super Kage. Even their teacher Tobarama had not achieved this step, though his combat prowess was unmatched at the Kage level, and his myriad forbidden techniques allowed him to fight even Super Kage for a long time. Back then, when they asked Lord Hashirama, he scratched his head and said, "I just trained and fought, and it happened. Is there a bottleneck for this?" Even Uchiha Madara seemed the same. He just kept fighting with his clan, broke with his friend, fought fiercely alongside his family, watched Uchiha fall one by one, and then his eyes opened, becoming Kage, then Super Kage. Yet this newcomer, this young man, possessed such unique analysis and insight. What techniques do you want? I can give you two. Or do you want Hashirama's cells? After a flicker in his eyes, Tuanzong chose not to be dishonest. He generously began to describe the techniques he had seen, then thought again. If not, I can give you Hashirama's cells. Yi Yun initially wanted to say that he had already obtained plenty of that from Tuanzong. After some thought, he said, "I need the 8-headed serpent technique. Also the spirit transformation technique. Additionally, I need the coordinates of the Ryuchi cave. I also want some Hashirama's cells, and some would release techniques. I promise to give you Tsunade, and I can even help you gain fame once more. What do you think? Tell me more." Tuanzong became somewhat interested. His previous defeat of Yi Yun, once spread, had earned him many supporters in Konoha. That would be to include information about our duel in the negotiations with Tsunade. In the end, you defeat me, rescue Tsunade, and only pay a small amount of war resources while signing a non-aggression treaty with Sunigakure. You are our Kage, yet you keep losing to this one and that one. We lose phase 2. You just became a super Kage and nearly killed Hatake Sakomo. You are our Kage, yet you keep losing to this one and that one. We lose phase 2. You just became a super Kage and nearly killed Hatake Sakomo, and now you're going to pretend to lose to Tuanzong. What are you trying to achieve? Foolish. What do you people know about being sneaky? What do you know about playing the fool to hide your strength? If everyone thinks I'm incredibly powerful, how can I lead Shine Village in being sneaky? Having just a little bit of strength and then letting everyone know about it. Want everyone treat you as a major enemy. What's the point? Isn't that how my good teacher died? Only when everyone thinks I'm just a nimble fighter with a 50-50 chance is it the safest. They can't kill me, and I have no bottom line enjoying bullying ordinary ninjas. Only by wearing this label can our Shine Village have good days ahead. They'll invite me to do bad things, and they'll share the spoils with me. At the same time, no one will casually want to suppress me. No one knows better than me how to be an annoying sneak. Looking at Yi Yun, who wore a tense face, wide-eyed, appearing innocent, and easygoing, Tuanzong didn't understand his sneaky theory. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't find a reason to refuse. Looking at Yi Yun, who wore a tense face, wide-eyed, appearing innocent, and easygoing, Tuanzong didn't understand his sneaky theory. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't. I will give you one set of ninjutsu first, another before the surgery, and after the battle, I will arrange for the route to give you the remaining wood-style ninjutsu. Pleasure doing business, fourth Hokage. But I need to wait a few days as I must first repel the Cloud Ninja. After a brief exchange, the two shook hands and reached a final peace agreement. This move was truly a win-win. Tuanzong also left with his men. Next, he needed to make a show of slowly heading to the Wind Country to facilitate the actions of the agents in the village. Meanwhile, in Muyi village, a meeting was being held yet again. Yuan Fei Risen sat in his familiar center seat. This time he was not wearing his usual Hokage robe, but directly donned battle armor, his sharp gaze sweeping over the ninja clans and Jonin below. After Shuei Hu Min Yen reported the attack on the capital, he could no longer sit still, slamming the table and shouting angrily. Yi Yun killed the daimyo and looted the capital. And now he is arrogantly doing whatever he pleases in the daimyo's palace. This is treating our Muyi hidden village as nothing. Such behavior is absolutely intolerable. Come with me, old man, to settle this with the brat. Since he has come to our fire country, if we let him leave so arrogantly, everyone in Muyi will become a laughingstock in the ninja world. In this battle, I, Yuan Fei Risen, will personally lead the team, with Zilai Yi and Shi-Wan accompanying me. We must capture the fourth Kazekage alive, severely damage this Shine Force exchange for Gang Shou, and sign a peace treaty with the Wind Country. All of the Ujibwa clan, please lend your aid. At that time, we will return the Wanhuating Xielun Yin in Yi Yun's possession to your noble clan. Yuan Fei Risen spoke passionately, saying a long paragraph in one breath. The Jonin below roared with anger, and the ninja clans had no reason to refuse. They could only hope that this time would succeed, and all of Muyi's troubles would be eliminated. However, everyone felt a bit. Wasn't there a person missing from this expedition roster? Where is Chi Mu Shuamao? He is the only available Super Kage-level powerhouse. Are they really not bringing him? Sai, it seems the recent matter of the daimyo granting Chi Mu Shuamao the Hokage's half-sleeve and honoring him as a Muyi hero has had a deep impact. They also couldn't figure it out. Is this guy's head filled with water? He actually accepted it. And he was so naive that when the envoy said this, he directly turned to the Hokage and asked, "Can I accept it?" In front of so many people, could Yuan Fei Risen say no? Only those familiar with this usually unseen AMBU captain would know that he really is such a political novice. In front of so many people, could Yuan Fei Risen say no? Only those familiar with this usually unseen AMBU captain would know that he really is such a... After understanding that this was the key battle for the third Hokage to re-establish his authority, everyone became fully alert. Soon a Tuthusan strong elite force composed of at least Chunin was quickly assembled. Everyone. Yuan Fei Risen stood on the platform and gave another full-scale mobilization speech. In the distance, many Muyi villagers came watching the Hokage's majestic posture on stage, unable to resist crying again for the rocket launch. Ah, spit for the Muyi warriors. They also kept cursing the fourth Kazekage, saying that these sand-eating guys don't properly eat sand all day, but only think about fighting and doing evil deeds. Truly detestable. Below the stage, Shi-Wan and Zilai Yi had no smiles on their faces. Master always thinks too much. He clearly knows that Shuo Mao has no other intentions. Zilai finally couldn't hold back and started complaining. Wanting to regain prestige to suppress Chi Mu Shuo while also breaking Tuanzang's chance to gain merits. Master's choice is understandable. The only problem is, can we really catch that guy smoothly? Shi-Wan folded his arms, his eyes flashing with various lights. Scheming is not impossible, and wanting to kill multiple birds with one stone is fine. The key is whether you really have that strength. Super Kage, even if it's just a little higher than peak Kage level, can be a world of difference. Gangsho, I hope you have good luck. Pray that we can smoothly capture the 4th Kazekage, otherwise things will probably be even harder for you later. The 2000 surprise attack force set off, quickly heading straight for the Fire Country capital. Trying to steal Lord Tuanzang's merits. How infuriating. Fortunately, the Lord has already prepared. In the shadowy corner of the forest, a root member quickly performed hand seals in front of a scroll. Chao Shou Wei Hua Crow. From the scroll, a black crow leaped out, flapping its wings with a fluttering sound. After the root ninja tied the message to it, the black crow took off silently and quickly, heading to the Fire Country capital at even greater speed. The next day, Tuanzang sent me intelligence. This little thing is quite interesting. Yi Yun reached out and teased the black crow that fluttered over. Isn't this the Chao Shou Wei Hua that's what Jing uses? This ninjutsu feels pretty good. Remind me to talk to brother Tuanzang later. Considering that we fought together and shared fun in the daimyo's harem, he should give me a copy of this ninjutsu too. Yi Yun quickly opened the intelligence and read it. After reading, he lightly rubbed his fingers, and the intelligence quickly turned into ash drifting away with the wind. A slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Finally, here they come. Boo. Hide in the corners of the capital outskirts. Based on the signal, either come to aid or quickly leave. Also, let the Chuan Jigua clan send the plundered wealth to you to bring back to them, and they should be prepared to face the Mu Yi counterattack. Yes. With a few flashes, the 2 squads of ANBU around disappeared using the body flicker technique. Yi Yun's eyes flickered a few times, and then he performed a single-handed seal. Sand clone technique. The clone of Yi Yun lightly adjusted his robe and continued walking into the hall, clapping his hands. Someone continue the music, continue the dance. 4th Kazekage, you have gone too far. Today I, the 3rd Hokage, shall avenge our Fire Nation's daimyo. Barrier team. For directions, flame bear. 4. In the evening, as the palace was filled with song and dance, the Konoha ninjas, descending from the sky, shattered this eerie silence. Yi Yun seemed unfazed, still seated on the high platform, arms around the 2 princesses, his hands gripping their vital points with a nonchalant air. The strongest Hokage has arrived. Watching the rising barrier and the Konoha forces already charging into battle against the Suna ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in armor and gripping his staff, approached with his 2 disciples. Faced with Yi Yun's teasing, the old face of Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unchanged. Only Jiraiya barely managed to hold back his laughter. Teacher, you always boast at home, but how did the outside world come to know? I dare not. I never claimed to be the strongest Hokage, but I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shall surely take you to the daimyo's grave to repent. Wow, that's really scary. How about a onion? Yi Yun pulled his hands away from their vital points, raised them above his head, struck a pose of a captive, pursed his lips, and spoke with a drawn-out tone, acting coy and spoiled. Jiraiya covered his mouth tightly, turning his head away to avoid looking at his teacher. Orochimaru, arms crossed, also cracked a smile, and then, unable to contain himself, licked his lips to moisten them. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. You little brat, how can you be so dishonorable? A super Kage-level fighter challenging an old geezer like me to a onion. He twirled his staff, deciding it was pointless to continue the verbal spar. Altogether, take him down and rescue Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no time, and after spurring his 2 disciples into action, he charged forward with his staff. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, and then followed suit, summoning jutsu. 2. Yi Yun watched as 5 opponents came at him. No, the staff was also a summoned creature, so 6 against 1. He lightly drew the golden snake, sword gently rose on his toes, and then transformed into a golden flash, moving rapidly. Why has his speed increased so much? Orochimaru and Jiraiya watched Yi Yun, who had become a mere blur of light, their expressions growing more serious. Kid, don't run. I will devour you today, devour you. Manda, seeing the one who had severed his tail, roared furiously and launched a relentless attack. But he naturally failed to catch Yi Yun, instead demolishing the grand hall, reducing it to rubble with a thunderous crash. Alas, my princesses, my loves. Yi Yun gazed at the princesses buried beneath the collapsed palace, unable to suppress a cry of anguish. I was planning to take them back as maids. You wretched snake, you have earned your death. Yi Yun's body ignited with scorch-release chakra. He gently stroked the blade, and in the next moment the light turned into a meteor that plunged straight into Manda's wide-open maw. Art is an explosion. With a shout and a mournful cry, Manda's head was blown into pieces. Damn, it's a clone. The 3 Konoha ninjas who had been puzzled looked at the sand inside, and were filled with rage. They had been tricked. The bastard had poured a significant amount of chakra into this clone. Due to its incredible speed, they hadn't been hit, so they hadn't sensed it was a clone. Just then a series of screams erupted from outside. Someone is secretly killing our Konoha ninjas. Everyone be careful. The speaker stared at the hollow in his chest where the scorch release was still burning, struggling to turn his head, but found no trace of his assailant. It's the Kazekage. The Kazekage is invincible. The already crumbling Suna forces from the river country rallied their fighting spirit anew. The Kazekage was not trapped, he was right here with them. With the Kazekage here, what is there to fear? It's time to show these Konoha brats what the Suna bloodline is made of. Win this battle, and we can return to the river country in peace. For wealth and glory charge. Yi Yun appeared briefly, raising his arm and shouting. Hi. Kill the enemy, go home, and take wealth home. Ho. Charge. Yi Yun's black hair flew wildly as the dark chakra of the demon seed constantly stirred the bloodlust of those around him. Everyone's eyes turned crimson, filled with an overwhelming urge to kill as chakra surged, endlessly pouring into their bodies. Feeling the active demon seed, Yi Yun was quite satisfied. This newly developed power seemed excellent, using the demon seed to stimulate their physical potential, fueling their bloodlust, while simultaneously absorbing even stronger killing desires for more people. He raised his sword, accumulated power, and then a massive blade beam tore through the air toward the cluster of Konoha ninjas. A series of agonized screams erupted from the ninjas caught by the scorch release-infused blade beam. Among them were over a dozen Konoha ninjas, and a few Suna ninjas who had been standing too close. Yi Yun stood still, knowing that even for a Kage-level ninja, using full-speed body flicker, it would take 3 to 5 minutes to travel from the capital's palace to here. If not mowing down the grass, then what was he waiting for? He then moved his fingers like a machine gun, as if he had mastered the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. Standing on a high point, he unleashed a barrage of scorch release rays. Like a machine gun, a single touch meant death. Even a minor wound would allow the scorch release chakra to rapidly invade the body, quickly absorbing the victim's chakra and wreaking havoc internally. One by one, the Konoha ninjas could only fall to the ground in agony, turning into mummified corpses within 3 to 5 minutes. Such was the power of Yi Yun's bloodline elimination. This was also the difference between his technique and dust release, which turned people to ash. The Konoha ninja forces were filled with despair. Every time they encountered this Kazekage, it was always a disaster. Can't you just fight our Kage properly? In the distance, the third Hokage and his 2 disciples arrived at top speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were bloodshot. The casualties were certainly not small. When they returned to the village, the clans would surely become even more estranged from him. Teacher, you'd better pray we can actually catch this guy. Don't forget there's no barrier trapping him now. Orochimaru, unaffected by the deaths of these Konoha ninjas, thought, don't worry about how to report back. Whether we can catch him is still uncertain. Orochimaru had originally thought they had a chance because of the barrier they had prepared in secret, which would trap them inside and gradually limit Yi Yun's movement area. But they had caught his clone. What a damn sneak. Sending a clone to play with princesses. Are you insane? Could it be that all the time he spends outside with women is just a clone? Had he been pretending all along, just waiting to ambush them? It was the same in the Wind Country, and now in the Fire Country. Truly a terrifying opponent. This 4th Kazekage was strictly adhering to the 3 prohibitions for ninjas.